Chapter 1. The Task System and Talent Awakening. In the 37th year of Konoha. Do not worry. Uncle Jinhong merely has a common cold. I will prepare some antipyretics for you to take home with a few days of rest. She shall be well again. Dressed in a green waistcoat, the anxious Jinhong gazed intently at the gentle smile of the young boy before her, her normally stern visage now filled with worry. Lin Yu, I appreciate your help. I trust your medical skills, but Hong is still so young, and I. Vortex Lin Yu cradled the one-year-old infant Hong, gently swaying her. The chubby cheeks of the baby glowed with an unusual flush, her tiny mouth slightly parted, bubbling with delight. How adorable! I never imagined that the mature and elegant Xia Hong would have once been such a cherubic child. Lin Yu could hardly resist the urge to pinch the collagen-rich cheeks of the infant in his arms. Rest assured, Uncle Jinhong will be just fine. If you have anything on your mind, feel free to share. I hold a great fondness for this little one, and I shall assist in any way I can. Observing the hesitance and serious demeanor of Xia Jinhong, Lin Yu found it somewhat amusing. Sigh. Lin Yu, you are aware of the tense situation at the front lines. Lord Second Hokage has sacrificed himself, and the third Hokage has only recently taken office. The village is in turmoil, desperately in need of a victory to stabilize the hearts of the people. Just yesterday, the third summoned the ninja clans to discuss. Xia Jinhong paused, then, with a hint of embarrassment, continued, Forgive me, Lin Yu, this is a village matter, and I. Vortex Lin Yu waved his hand, indicating that he was not bothered by it. Gratefully, said Jinhong glanced at Lin Yu and said, Thus, I would like to ask if you could help care for Hong over the next few days. Of course, the clan will look after her, but I would be troubled if you could not monitor her condition. Not a problem. Uncle Jinhong, you can count on me. I shall visit Hong regularly during this time. Lin Yu replied kindly as he gazed at the slumbering Xia Hong with a smile. After bidding farewell to the father-daughter duo of the Xia clan, Lin Yu settled into a reclining chair, lost in thought. Senju Tobirama is dead. Sarutobi Hiruzen has become the third Hokage. This must be during the Second Great Ninja War, which means the battlefield. Uncle Jinhong is heading to his likely the land of Rain. Hanzo the Salamander, the legendary 3, Conan. Sigh. Enough of that. There's no use in overthinking it. Why hasn't this damn system appeared yet? Wasn't it promised that a system would accompany any transmigration? Lin Yu mused, perplexed as to how he had ended up in this world where death could obliterate an entire village. Having been born just a few years prior to the destruction of the Whirlpool country, he had fortunately become one of the few survivors of the Vortex Clan, only to be conveniently brought to Konohase, simply as an afterthought. As for the specific reasons, Brother Lin Yu, I'm back. A melodious and crisp voice rang in his ears before Lin Yu could gather his thoughts. A delicate figure leaped into his embrace, the small head nuzzled against his chest, her fiery red hair cascading around her, exuding a captivating fragrance. And thus, the reason was clear. He was merely an accessory. Lin Yu's talents paled in comparison to the Vortex Kushina in his arms, yet their close friendship since childhood compelled Kushina to insist on bringing him to live in Konoha. The higher-ups of Konoha raised no objections and calmly acquiesced. Lin Yu understood that he could serve as a counterbalance to Vortex Kushina, or rather, as leverage to control her as the future Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Perhaps others did not share this sentiment, but Lin Yu was certain that Danzo, that old dog, harbored such intentions. Having been in Konoha for 4 years, Lin Yu sensed that during the first 3 years, despite not witnessing it directly, someone had been observing him. Growing increasingly brazen, there was even a night when he found someone standing by his bedside, watching him sleep. Fortunately, this unsettling situation ceased after 3 years, likely because they deemed Lin Yu harmless or due to the escalating tensions at the front lines, leading to a reassessment of resource allocation. Brother Lin Yu, what's wrong? Why aren't you talking to me? Vortex Kushina lifted her head. Observing Lin Yu's dazed expression, she shook his arm, pouting her rosy lips, her round cheeks adorably charming. Ah. I was contemplating what grand feast to prepare for Kushina tonight. Tomorrow is the final exam. After all, I must ensure you are well nourished, Lin Yu remarked, running his fingers through Kushina's silky, fiery locks, instinctively shrinking back as he noticed how much she had grown. Kushina's eyes sparkled at this, but then she seemed to reconsider, pouting slightly as she said, Forget it. Brother Lin Yu, it would be better to save money for more medicinal ingredients. Remember last time, when you could have treated someone's illness but lacked the materials, resulting in just giving them a prescription without charging anything? Lin Yu scratched his head, sheepishly, grinning. Did I? Haha, it was merely a piece of paper and some ink. How could I charge someone for that? Helping others brings joy. After all, the kind-hearted one. I'm going to study now. Kushina climbed off Lin Yu, stomped her foot, and turned her head toward her bedroom. Ouch! Lin Yu winced, rubbing his foot that had been stepped on. Indeed, she is as fiery as her hair, while my presence has alleviated some of the loneliness portrayed in the original story. her violent nature remains unchanged. Sigh. If it weren't for my lack of strength, who would willingly play the role of the kind-hearted one? The village's subsidies ended last year. If I don't cultivate good relationships, my little clinic would have long since gone under this damn system. Why hasn't it delivered after 10 long years? Lin Yu chuckled resignedly, pulling down the roller shutter and making his way to the marketplace. That evening, Lin Yu prepared an extravagant meal to boost Kushina's spirits, eliciting her fiery red hair to sway in anger. Yet her mouth continued to munch away. Her cheeks puffed adorably as she squinted her eyes in delight. Under the starlit night, the silvery moonlight streamed through the window into the room. Lin Yu lay in bed, still awake, staring blankly at the ceiling, cursing his lack of power. At midnight, an unusual string of texts suddenly appeared in his mind. After parting like clouds, 10 years flow like water. The novice gift pack's talent awakening is ready. Will you claim it? Super cheat deployed. Lin Yu's mind raced with this singular thought. It has finally arrived. If it had not come soon, I would have been reduced to merely waiting for sustenance, he silently affirmed. Claim. Suddenly, a surge of electricity coursed through his mind, spreading throughout his body. Excruciating pain. A soundless scream erupted within him. What kind of novice gift pack is this? Darkness enveloped his vision, and Lin Yu collapsed onto the bed. In the depths of his mind, text emerged. Awakening complete. Awakened physique. Beginner sage body. Bloodline limit. Sharingan. Talent technique. Kagura's hard eye. Now, the following tasks are issued. Obtain a title from Hanzo the Salamander. Chapter 2. The Infuriating Task. Phew. Was last night merely a dream? My body. Lin Yu rose and examined his hands, pinching himself lightly. Although his appearance remained unchanged, his physical condition had improved significantly, far beyond tenfold compared to the previous day. Despite being a member of the Vortex Clan, Lin Yu's physique had always been considerably stronger than the average person. However, it was akin to the difference between Uchiha Itachi's 3 Tomo Sharingan and that of an ordinary Uchiha. While both possessed 3 Tomo, the power disparity was vast. Lin Yu's physique had been on the lower end of the spectrum within the Vortex Clan. Beginner sage body, Kagura's hard eye, and Sharingan. Lin Yu gazed at the text in his mind, slightly astonished, yet feeling no sense of dissonance. He was, after all, a hybrid of the Uchiha and Vortex clans, a product of an illicit union. Fortunately, the Vortex Clan lacked the arrogance and prejudice found in the Uchiha clan. Although Lin Yu was not particularly esteemed within the clan, he had not faced excessive disdain. Having lost both parents in the war, his only companion was Vortex Kushina, who was also an orphan. Lin Yu gently closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, his blood-red pupils revealed 3 black Tomo adorning them, enchanting yet eerie. At last, he had gained some means of self-defense. In the future, he would seize opportunities to utilize the Sharingan to replicate various ninjutsu. There was no other choice. He was far too impoverished, and he had a gluttonous little sister to support. Thus, Lin Yu opted for the risk of freeloading. Even if it was perilous, it was worth the gamble. Let's see what other functions this system possesses. Speaking of which, don't other predecessor systems beep or chime and accompany cold, mechanical voices? Why is mine purely text? Is it a defective product? No wonder I fainted in pain last night. This second-hand item dares to deceive a transmigrator. Own star review. Lin Yu suppressed his inner grievances and perused the text in his mind. Monthly tasks. Task 1. Obtain a title from Hanzo the Salamander. Time limit. 2 months. Reward. 2 hours of experience with the reincarnation. I can be frozen. Task 2. Gain the consent of Tsurutobi Hiruzen to proceed to the battlefield in the Land of Rain. Reward. Diamond lock and 4-symbol seal. Task 3. Spin around while holding Kushina. Reward. Proficiency in shuriken throwing. Friendly reminder. 3 random tasks refresh each month. Uncompleted tasks will be stored in the accumulation. Rewards can still be claimed upon completion. Accumulating 10 tasks will randomly and permanently erase one of the host's primary abilities such as Sage Body, Sharingan, etc. Failure to complete a time-limited task results in the permanent loss of 1 primary ability. Phew. After reviewing the text in his mind, Lin Yu exhaled slowly, reminding himself to remain calm. Had it not been for the gentle and approachable demeanor he had maintained over the past 4 years, he would have long since turned into a belligerent nuisance. The lamentable task system is nothing short of a trial by fire, setting aside the formidable challenge of earning a title from the demigod of the ninja world within a mere 2 months, merely persuading Tsurutobi Hiruzen to agree to venture into the battlefield of the Land of Rain is already akin to an insurmountable ordeal. Firstly, there's the matter of my own capabilities. Aside from the body flicker technique, I possess no other ninjutsu, and it was Kushina who, having learned it at the Ninja Academy, imparted it to me. My combat experience is virtually non-existent once on the battlefield. I would undoubtedly be nothing more than cannon fodder, not even worthy of being a frontline soldier. Should I resort to revealing my Kagai as Byakugan to serve as a scout? Or perhaps inform Sarutobi Hiruzen that I have awakened the Sharingan and require a demonstration of various ninjutsu by several hundred ninjas. Such an action would surely lead to my immediate capture by Danzo for dissection. Even if I were to take an improbable step back, I would inevitably find myself confined within the village of Konoha. The combination of Sharingan and Sage Mode would undoubtedly mark me as the prime candidate for the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. At that point, the completion of any time-sensitive missions would be rendered impossible, and I would remain under house arrest in the village. If I were to receive a mission that necessitated leaving the village, it would plunge my life into utter darkness. Fortunately, there exists a comforting task. Spinning around with Kushina, is this akin to delivering 2 slabs for a single sweet date? If only there were more of such mundane tasks, we could bide our time until we attain invincibility, at which point I could easily dispatch Obito with a kick and take down Otsutsuki with a punch. With a sigh, Lin Yu set aside his grievances since the task was assigned. He accepted the reality if he could not simply bide his time until invincibility, he would have to develop cautiously without recklessness. After a quick tidying up, he made his way to the downstairs living area, which also served as a small clinic. The 2-story abode allocated to them by Konoha featured 2 bedrooms and a living room on the 2nd floor, while the 1st floor contained a kitchen and living area, complemented by a storage room and restroom, a relatively pleasant arrangement. The living room doubled as a consultation area, furnished with a small sofa, a recliner, and a stool, while the storage room brimmed with medicinal herbs. Lin Yu glanced around, but did not see Kushina's figure. He slapped his forehead, almost forgetting that today marked the day of the final examination, all thanks to that infernal secondary system. On a clean, weathered wooden table lay 2 steaming buns, accompanied by a small note. Feeding time, big lazy pig. Lin Yu brother, big smiley face. At the sight of that adorable expression, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile, feeling a wave of warmth wash over him. This only solidified his resolve to grow stronger. If the Sunlight Hokage could not protect you, I, Uzumaki Lin Yu, shall ensure that you suffer no harm. He quickly devoured the buns, closed the roll-up door, and hung up the closed for business sign before stepping out into the bustling streets. Lin Yu first visited a daily necessities shop, then headed to the Yuhi clan to check on Yuhi Kurinai. He did not encounter her uncle, Yuhi Zenku, but instead found a woman gently rocking Kurinai in her arms. After a brief examination of Kurinai's health, which revealed no significant issues, Lin Yu playfully interacted with her before bidding farewell and making his way to Konoha Hospital. Lin Yu is here again to learn medical knowledge. Such diligence. Indeed, if only my son were half as dedicated as Lin Yu, I would be burning incense in gratitude. Alas, if Lin Yu were a ninja and could learn medical ninjutsu, your little clinic would surely be overflowing with patients, given its affordable rates. Sure, don't speak such nonsense. If Lin Yu becomes a ninja, he'll be thrust into the battlefield. Ah, that is true. War is indeed harsh. Lin Yu greeted the surrounding villagers with a gentle smile. Over the past 4 years, his amiable and helpful nature had not gone unnoticed, earning him labels such as the nice guy and someone to take advantage of. As long as it did not pertain to personal matters or finances, Lin Yu was always eager to lend a hand, sometimes even helping elderly ladies cross the street like Obito. Lin Yu, here to learn medical knowledge again? You really are dedicated. Once I master it, I shall trouble you once more, sensei. You simply do not understand what trouble is. You've been coming to the hospital for 2 or 3 years now. Youth is truly a blessing, filled with motivation. Come. Today we'll take a look at the intensive care unit. Nishikata Akira adjusted his glasses, a serious expression softening into a smile as he regarded this hard-working youth with great hope. Once again, I apologize for the disturbance. Thank you for your patience. Nishikata Akira was one of the attending physicians at Konoha Hospital, possessing a wealth of medical knowledge and mastery over advanced techniques, such as sage art, a key aspect of Lin Yu's purpose for being there. By the time they finished inspecting the intensive care unit, it was already afternoon. Nishikata Akira patted Lin Yu on the shoulder and rubbed his tired eyes, saying, "That will be all for today. Did you remember everything I taught you?" "Yes, I have committed it all to memory. Sensei, thank you. And please rest." Doctor, hurry. Matsushita Chunin is in critical condition and needs immediate surgery." A frantic shout interrupted Nishikata Akira, as several nurses wheeled in a gurney, bearing a middle-aged man drenched in blood, his body marred with numerous wounds, and the most severe being a deep gash in his chest, exposing a partially beating heart. Nishikata Akira had no time for further words. He donned his surgical attire and rushed into the emergency room, his hands enveloped in a green glow as he meticulously treated the cardiac wound, sweat beads rolling down his forehead, gently wiped away by the nearby nurse. After what felt like an eternity, Nishikata Akira's green aura faded, and he gasped for breath. After a moment's pause, he calmed down and addressed the nearby nurse. The patient's condition has stabilized with proper medication and medical techniques. He should gradually recover. After outlining the necessary precautions, Nishikata Akira turned to Lin Yu. Not even noticing that he had followed him into the emergency room, he firmly patted Lin Yu's shoulder and sighed. Did you see? The world of ninjas is brutal. Ordinary medical techniques are utterly ineffective against such injuries. It is a challenge to even save a life. Strive to improve, young one. I understand. I will work even harder. By the way, why are you wearing goggles today? I got punched by Kushina for making her angry, and now I have a black eye because of it. That little girl can indeed be quite troublesome at times. After bidding farewell to Nishikata Akira, Lin Yu placed the goggles atop his fiery red hair, humming a nonsensical tune to himself. Mastering sage art is within reach. Time to pick up Kushina from school. Chapter 3. Is Minato a wimp? Mastering sage art. Outside the ninja academy, students streamed out in droves, leaping joyfully into their parents' arms. Recounting the day's examination results, some wore expressions of confidence, while others pouted in apparent distress, prompting their parents to affectionately ruffle their hair. Suddenly, a waft of fragrant air enveloped Lin Yu, and before he could discern its source, a fiery red figure leapt into his embrace, her small head nuzzling against him. Today, Kushina donned a light yellow jacket, cinched at the waist with a black belt that accentuated her slender figure, while black thigh-high stockings showcased her perfectly shaped legs. Taking a deep breath in Lin Yu's embrace, Kushina tilted her little head upwards, her eyes sparkling with unrestrained joy. Brother Lin Yu, guess how I performed today? Lin Yu gently stroked Kushina's fiery red hair, gazing at the beaming girl, and couldn't help but smile. Let me take a wild guess. You didn't fail. Did you? Absolutely not. I scored full marks in theoretical knowledge, but my practical performance was not as impressive as that coward, she retorted, pouting at Lin Yu. Her expression brimming with indignation as she continued. Coward? You mean that blonde boy? He speaks so effeminately. Kushina huffed, gesturing towards a fair-haired boy in the distance. Lin Yu followed the direction and exclaimed, Oh, is that not the little son? Feng Shui Min? Although he possesses a somewhat delicate appearance and speaks in a gentle manner, it hardly qualifies him as effeminate. Lin Yu shook his head, observing the young girl pouting with evident displeasure. It appeared that Kushina harbored a rather unfavorable impression of Minato Namikaze. Indeed, in the original narrative, Kushina's change of heart toward Minato only occurred after that heroic rescue, when she expressed admiration for his fiery red hair. Prior to that moment, she had felt no affection for the somewhat foolish and effeminate boy. With Lin Yu's presence in this lifetime, the heroic rescue scenario could never unfold again. Leaving her to silently convey to Minato, sorry, little son, Kushina is already taken. Subjectively, Lin Yu held a favorable impression of this cheerful and sunny boy. Perhaps due to the prolonged gaze, the blonde-haired Minato turned around in surprise to glance at Lin Yu, and upon noticing Kushina in his arms, he waved with a radiant smile. All right, let us return home, Lin Yu said, grasping Kushina's small hand, turning to smile at Minato before walking away. At that moment, a teasing voice rang out. Oh look, 2 tomatoes. The big tomato has come to pick up the little tomato from school. Upon hearing the word tomato, Kushina clenched her small fists, her fiery red hair rising without wind, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fury as she gritted her teeth and coldly uttered, Try saying that again. Haha, say what you will, tomato, big tomato, 2 orphans are here, accompanied by the green-haired boy in a deep green yarn cap, they taunted, sticking out their tongues and rolling their eyes. You. Kushina was ready to charge at the boy in the green cap, but Lin Yu stepped forward to shield her, casting no glance at the green-capped boy. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the middle-aged man in a green vest beside him and coldly said, Sir, it appears your parenting leaves much to be desired. I require your apology. Ichiro Yamamoto glanced at the 2 children with a mocking smile. Oh, my sincerest apologies then. My son simply speaks the truth. I am here to offer my apologies. Lin Yu held back the impulsive Kushina, casting a deep look at Ichiro Yamamoto before turning away with Kushina's hand in his. TCH. Cowardly brat. Thinking he is so arrogant when he is nothing more than a mongrel, the last words were lightly spoken, barely audible even to Yamamoto's son beside him. However, Lin Yu, whose overall strength had significantly increased, heard it clearly. He quickened his pace, fearing he might lose control and confront the boy. He was no longer the old soft-hearted person he once was, and he had committed the green-haired boy to memory. That night, Lin Yu prepared a sumptuous feast to reward Kushina, but the young girl was distracted, mechanically consuming her food while murmuring, next practical lesson. I will smash that green-haired boy's head. How could this happen? A failure. After dinner, Lin Yu lay on his bed, staring at the shimmering green light in his hand, which vanished moments later. Impossible. The flow of chakra and the corresponding output of chakra attributes should be identical. Why did it fail? It was truly a failure. He had indeed utilized the sage art, yet its duration was only a tenth of what he had learned. It was not due to a depletion of chakra. Ever since awakening his basic sage body, Lin Yu had been constantly regenerating chakra. Previously, he had a reservoir akin to a water tank. But now it had expanded to the size of a swimming pool, continuously filling. Without discussing the strength of a Kage, he still possessed the chakra capacity of an elite Jonin, and once fully restored, it would surely surpass that of an average Kage. Could it be an issue of proficiency? Or perhaps the sage art was not replicable. In the original story, the Sharingan had indeed never replicated medical ninjutsu. So why was he able to? Even though it was a fragmented version of the sage art, Lin Yu pondered, reflecting on his condition and understanding. The sage art belonged to medical ninjutsu, which was a development of the yang release, and the sage body represented the pinnacle of yang release. Although he was merely a novice sage body, slightly inferior to Hashirama Senju's sage body, he was still significantly stronger than most of the Uzumaki and Senju clans. Hence, he was capable of replicating a fragmented version of the sage art. It wasn't truly incomplete, rather, he had yet to master its application. Nevertheless, this imperfect version of the sage art was perfectly suited for the current circumstances. Lin Yu rubbed his temples, letting go of his thoughts, and closed his eyes, surrendering to a deep slumber. The following morning, after seeing the melancholic Kushina off to school, he drew the roller shutter down and hung the closed for business sign. He then strolled towards the ninja hospital. For the past few days, Lin Yu had been immersing himself in the study of medical ninjutsu at the hospital. Unbeknownst to him, he inadvertently showcased a fragmented version of the palm sage technique to Hinata Gakusei, who was left utterly astonished. Stroking his short beard, Hinata repeatedly exclaimed, "A genius. A promising talent." Subsequently, Hinata set aside all his pressing duties to earnestly mentor Vortex Lin Yu in the usage of the palm sage technique. Thus, more than half a month passed, and a vibrant green light entwined around Lin Yu's hands, emanating a breath of life. It was accomplished. This was the complete form of the palm sage technique. Observing the tender youth before him, barely 10 years old, Hinata was suddenly struck by a profound sense of having wasted over 30 years of his life. "Thank you, Teacher Gakusei. Without your guidance, I would not have mastered the palm sage technique so swiftly." In truth, Lin Yu had fully grasped the technique by the third day of his studies. But to silence certain individuals, he had deliberately delayed for over half a month, as time was no longer on his side. Watching Hinata Gakusei mutter to himself, lost in reminiscence, Lin Yu spoke earnestly, "Teacher Gakusei, I wish to head to the battlefield. Please assist me." Chapter 4. Journey to the battlefield of the Land of Rain. What? You wish to go to the battlefield of the Land of Rain? Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in a white Hokage robe, furrowed his brow as he surveyed the duo before him, a large figure and a small one. The Hokage's hat rested on the table beside him. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not yet the elderly, bald figure he would later become, but rather a man in his prime, rarely donning the hat. "Yes, Lord Hokage. I am also a part of Konoha, and I wish to contribute my modest efforts on the front lines." Lin Yu felt relieved not to detect the stench of second-hand smoke and spoke with a solemn demeanor. "Have you truly mastered the palm sage technique?" Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to inquire of Lin Yu, yet his gaze was fixed upon Hinata Gakusei. Sarutobi held a significant trust in Hinata, an esteemed veteran of Konoha Hospital, who had dedicated over 20 years to healing countless ninjas. This earned Sarutobi's deep respect. Indeed, Lord Third, Vortex Lin Yu has not only completely mastered the palm sage technique but also possesses a wealth of medical knowledge, making him capable of assisting Lady Tsunade in countering the poison of the salamander fish at the battlefield of Rain Ninja Village. Hinata Gakusei replied with a hint of resignation. Initially, he had been opposed to the idea, but after a long afternoon of Lin Yu's persistence and motivational speeches, he found himself agreeing to vouch for him. He had been told that a medical ninja who had never experienced the battlefield would inevitably falter, that fledglings must learn to fly, and that only through weathering storms could one behold a rainbow. Thus, he unwittingly gave his consent. Lin Yu would never foolishly approach Sarutobi Hizashi alone. Although Sarutobi Hizashi in the present was far superior to the elder Sarutobi in his later years, Lin Yu had no intention of wasting his breath explaining the sudden emergence of his talent. Thus, he would allow Shikamaru to clarify that this mastery of sage techniques was the result of 3 years of diligent effort. Even if one were to investigate, they would find records of his frequent visits to the Konoha Hospital to study medical knowledge during those 3 years. Hence, he had indeed spent over 3 years mastering the sage technique, a remarkable prodigy. Sarutobi Hizashi nodded, his gaze finally resting upon the young boy before him. Compared to the naive visage he had seen 4 years ago, the 10-year-old Uzumaki Lin Yu now appeared considerably more mature, standing at around 1.6 meters tall. With a gentle smile, Sarutobi Hizashi remarked, "Lin Yu, this marks our second meeting, and you have grown so much in such a short time." "Yes, Third Hokage. I am grateful for your kindness in taking me and Kushina in," Lin Yu replied respectfully, slightly bowing his head. The Uzumaki clan had always been allies of Konoha, and it was regrettable that assistance had not been rendered promptly at the time of his request. "Tomorrow, a small team will be dispatched to deliver supplies to the front lines. You may temporarily join their ranks and accompany them to the battlefield in the Land of Rain," Sarutobi Hizashi stated, his expression somber. It It was undeniable that having a medical ninja skilled in sage techniques on the battlefield would be of great significance. And after a moment's contemplation, he consented. Thank you, Third Hokage. I shall return to prepare immediately, Lin Yu said earnestly. Wait, do not rush, Sarutobi Hizashi interrupted. Retrieving a forehead protector from his drawer and placing it upon the table. Since you are willing to fight for Konoha, you shall officially become a part of it. Henceforth, you are the Jonin Uzumaki Lin Yu, and upon reaching the front lines, you will be assigned to the logistical medical unit. After Lin Yu picked up the forehead protector and bid farewell alongside Shikamaru, the door to the Hokage's office swung open once more, revealing the distinct cross-shaped scar on the visitor's chin, indicating their identity. Hizashi, have you truly allowed him to go to the front lines? Shimizu Danzo inquired, scrutinizing his friend. I cannot refuse someone who wishes to fight and sacrifice for Konoha, Sarutobi Hizashi replied slowly. Yet how does he possess the method to extract chakra? I do not recall anyone in Konoha teaching him, Danzo pointed out. He is a survivor of the Uzumaki clan. It is not surprising that he knows the chakra extraction technique or some of the sealing techniques unique to his clan, Hizashi responded. It matters not. He is merely a pawn of little consequence. There are countless means to restrain the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Danzo retorted. I warn you, Danzo. The people of the village are all part of Konoha, not mere pieces on your chessboard, including Uzumaki Lin Yu, Hizashi asserted. Danzo merely scoffed, unimpressed. A mere child like Lin Yu, possessing some medical ninjutsu, did not pique his interest. He had not approached Hizashi for such trivial matters. Word has arrived from the Land of Wind. The strongest Kazekage in history is about to reach the battlefield. Unbeknownst to Lin Yu, he was now entangled in a significant predicament. Upon returning in the afternoon to inform Kushina of his impending deployment to the battlefield, her eyes instantly turned red with tears, as she clung to him, refusing to let go. No, I do not want you to go. You are my only family left. Can you bear to leave me alone? Kushina exclaimed, her tear-filled eyes locked onto Lin Yu, her lips trembling, and her face etched with fear and anxiety. She dreaded the thought of Lin Yu leaving her and feared what misfortunes might befall him. No, I absolutely will not allow you to go, Kushina insisted fervently, wrapping her arms tightly around Lin Yu, holding him close with unwavering determination. Lin Yu gently patted Kushina's back, offering comfort. Do not worry. It is merely joining the logistics medical unit. There is no need to engage in combat with the enemy. It is quite safe. Besides, I aspire to grow stronger to protect you, Kushina. The front lines are the finest training grounds. I refuse to accept that. I do not want my brother Lin Yu's protection. It is I who shall protect him. Anyone who dares to bully Lin Yu will find themselves sent flying with a single punch, Kushina exclaimed, sniffing her adorable little nose and shaking her head stubbornly. You still doubt your brother, Lin Yu? I am the most cowardly of all. When faced with a fight, I will certainly keep my distance. Lin Yu pinched Kushina's cute little face, gently lifting her and spinning in place, whispering sweetly in her ear, I will return safely. There is a little darling waiting for me at home, and I cannot bear to leave this world. Humph. Who is your little darling? How shameless. Kushina's face flushed crimson as she pushed Lin Yu away, stamping her little foot in frustration. Covering her face, she dashed upstairs, leaving behind a warning. If you dare to deceive me, I will surely smash your head. Phew, having finally passed that hurdle, Lin Yu quieted his mind and delved deep into his consciousness, where strange characters gradually emerged. Monthly tasks. Task 1. Obtain a title from Hanzo the Salamander. Time limited to 2 months. Reward. 2 hours of experience with the reincarnation eye can be frozen. Task 2. Secure Sarutobi Hiruzen's agreement to head to the battlefield in the Rain Village. Reward. Diamond Lock and 4-symbol seal, available for collection. Task 3. Spin around while holding Kushina. Reward. Mastery in shuriken throwing, available for collection. Lin Yu returned to his bedroom, inhaling deeply as he silently intoned, receive. Suddenly, a torrent of memories surged forth from the depths of his mind. The imprints of the Vajra seal and the 4-symbol seal embedding themselves in his consciousness as if he had practiced them countless times. Lin Yu whispered, Diamond Lock. As the chakra surged within him, 4 golden chakra chains materialized behind him, gently swaying. The Diamond Lock, a unique ability of the Uzumaki clan, serves not only as a formidable weapon but also for creating barriers and sealing tailed beasts. At last, he possessed a semblance of self-defense. He pondered how many chakra chains he could summon at his limit. It was unwise to unleash his full power in the village, as one could never know when a masked ninja from the enemy might appear. As for the remaining 4-symbol seal and his mastery of shuriken, he would have to wait for the battlefield to showcase them. And he must remember to collect a set of Jonin gear from the Konoha logistics department tomorrow. He certainly could not afford shuriken. With the chakra chains dissipated, Lin Yu lay on his bed, contemplating. The thought of using the Rinnegan without cost seemed enticing. He could become an omnipotent force, striking down anyone he desired. Perhaps even sparring with Madara crossed his mind. However, he quickly dismissed the idea, resolving not to take advantage of the elderly. It was not out of inability. After all, respecting the elderly was a virtue of the 21st century. Chapter 5. Encounter at the border of the Land of Fire. It had been 3 days since leaving Konoha. Due to the nature of the supply mission, their progress was notably slow. A typical ninja squad would have reached the battlefield within that time frame, engaging in several skirmishes. Yet, They had only just arrived at the border of the Land of Fire, with a considerable distance remaining to the front line. The journey over these 3 days had been remarkably tranquil, devoid of highwaymen or surprise attacks from enemy ninjas, which left Lin Yu feeling quite vexed. He had not even had the opportunity to replicate any ninjutsu. 3 days prior, he had tested his chakra paper and discovered he possessed the 5 elemental affinities: wind, fire, lightning, earth, and water. Coupled with the yin-yang nature intrinsic to both the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans, his Sharingan could replicate a vast majority of ninjutsu. Regrettably, he currently only mastered 3 techniques: the body replacement technique, diamond lock, and 4-symbol seal. He had yet to learn the body flicker technique. When asked why he had not pursued further study, he knew that ninjutsu scrolls were exorbitantly priced, even for a commonplace technique like the Great Fireball Jutsu. He lacked the funds. Besides, why toil in training when he could merely replicate with his Sharingan? Alas, it seemed he would have to wait for an opportunity on the battlefield. Adjusting his goggles, he let his ninja headband hang around his neck. There was no choice but to seek opportunities once he reached the war front. The team of Lin Yu consists of 5 members, including himself, with 3 Chunin and 2 Jonin. The supplies they are transporting are merely ordinary medical equipment. This is one of the reasons for the tranquility of the journey. No ninja village would expend resources to send an elite team into the Land of Fire for the sake of such mundane items. On the muddy path leading to the battlefield, the only sound is that of the cart's wheels creaking as they roll. The 3 Chunin stationed at the front remain vigilant, wary of their surroundings, refusing to let their guard down despite the 3 days of calm. They understand that the closer they approach the battlefield, the greater the danger and likelihood of encountering enemies. Lin Yu and another Jonin keep watch on either side of the cart, equally attentive to their environment. Suddenly, from the dense woods ahead, a figure lands before a cloaked man. "Boss, I have spotted a supply team from Konoha. Should we eliminate them?" Another figure descends swiftly. 3 Chunin and 2 Jonin, seemingly transporting ordinary medical supplies. Unexpectedly, this presents an opportunity. Fresh lives are about to slip through my fingers. "Hey, Murata. I have my eye on those 2 Jonin, especially the red-haired boy. He is truly fresh blood. Take him if you wish, Takeda. Just shut your mouth." The middle-aged man in black sharply commands, turning to Murata. "Is the information accurate?" "Confirmed. That team appears to lack sensory-type ninjas. I can remain undetected in their presence." "Good. Prepare to strike. I will handle the 3 Chunin. You swiftly eliminate the 2 Jonin and then assist me." "Understood." With that, the air remains still on the muddy path, and a few birds flutter out from the trees, soaring into the sky. As Lin Yu gazed at the few birds soaring in the sky, an ominous premonition suddenly washed over him. He lowered his protective goggles and closed his eyes, activating his divine perception. This heightened state of awareness was mentally taxing, and even Lin Yu could not maintain it constantly. 1 mile, 2 miles, 3 miles. Suddenly, he sensed 3 unfamiliar chakra signatures, brimming with hostility. One of them was at the level of a high-ranking ninja, while the other 2 were at least mid-ranking. The enemies were alarmingly close. Lin Yu's complexion paled, and he hurriedly called out to the mid-ranking ninja ahead, "Be on guard. There is an unidentified squad up ahead." The leading mid-ranking ninja, Matsunoya, turned back, surprised to see Lin Yu, and promptly drew a kunai, keeping a vigilant eye on the front without questioning the warning. In times of war, it was better to err on the side of caution. The 2 others also prepared themselves for any potential threat. I never anticipated that your team harbored a sensing ninja. Oh, and a young one at that. This could yield quite the profit," chuckled Murata with a sinister grin. Licking his kunai. "Enough chatter, let us engage." The cloaked high-ranking ninja wasted no time, recognizing the enemy's readiness. Failing in stealth, he opted for a direct confrontation, launching into a fierce battle with the 3 mid-ranking ninjas. The boss can't wait any longer, so let us send our little genius to his demise." Murata, adorned with the headband of the Rain Village, suddenly hurled several shurikens towards Lin Yu, swiftly shifting his position. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Yu seized a shuriken to deflect 3 throwing stars, yet he had not the time to comprehend the situation. Suddenly, a kunai erupted from his chest. The body flicker technique. Alas, is it over so soon? I have yet to muster my strength. Bang! Lin Yu, pierced by the kunai, transformed into a wisp of white smoke, leaving behind a wooden effigy. Within the red goggles he had donned, 3 indistinct black magatama flickered into view. A substitution technique? Curse little imp, surrender your life. Infuriated by the mockery, Murata furiously pursued Lin Yu, wildly slashing in frustration. Curse little imp, do you know nothing but evasion? Using the dynamic vision bestowed by his Sharingan, Lin Yu effortlessly evaded the attacks. To him, Murata's movements appeared as sluggish as a snail. On several occasions, Lin Yu could have seized the opportunity to counterattack, yet he chose to refrain, eagerly anticipating the moment. Within his blood-red pupils, 3 black tomos swayed and danced. How infuriating. Let's see how you evade this. Murata swiftly formed hand seals, while Lin Yu's 3 tomos spun rapidly in his eyes, his hands mimicking Murata's motions. Water release, water disturbance wave. 2 torrents of water erupted from their respective mouths, colliding with a forceful splash. Murata withstood the onslaught for a mere 3 seconds before being struck, propelled backward, and collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from his lips. How is this possible? The potency of your jutsu, as a mere Jonin, surpasses my own. Lin Yu, maintaining an impassive demeanor, merely smirked. With my sage body and Sharingan at my disposal, dealing with a Chunin like you is a trivial task. It is worth noting that the Uchiha clan members who awaken the 3 Tomo Sharingan are typically of special Jounin caliber, not to mention the addition of the sage body. Lin Yu currently lacks practical combat experience, ninjutsu skills, and reflexes, particularly practical experience, which is almost non-existent. Thus, he must exercise utmost caution. The moment the enemy appeared, he activated his Sharingan without any attempt to conceal it. In fact, once this mission is completed, he would no longer need to hide it. If Danzo, that old dog, were to provoke him, he could easily send him soaring with a powerful Shinra Tensei. Damn it, little brat, don't get too cocky. Water style, water wing. With swift movements, Murata was once again sent flying, this time suffering grievously as his ribs were likely shattered in multiple places, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Having been defeated by his own jutsu twice in succession, disbelief painted his ashen face. It seems you have become devoid of value. It is time to send you on your way. Without further ado, Lin Yu swiftly appeared before Murata and cleanly plunged a shuriken into his heart. This marked Lin Yu's first kill. He felt neither fear nor trepidation. Gazing at his still pristine hands, he experienced a surreal sensation, shaking his head to dispel the lingering thoughts, casting a glance at Takeda, who had just slain another lower ninja. What surprises might you bring me? Chapter 6. Killing a Jonin. Clop, clop, clop. A solitary cart stood amidst a small puddle, surrounded by numerous smaller waterlogged depressions. Created by Lin Yu and the water ninjutsu of the now-defeated Murata, the battlefield had descended into chaos. As a Jonin clad in black pressed 3 of Konoha's Chunin away from Lin Yu, denying them the chance for rescue or regrouping. Clang. The black-clad Jonin wielded shurikens against the 2 Konoha Chunin, while a corpse dressed in a Konoha ninja uniform floated in a puddle nearby. The battle had raged on for some time, and the Jonin finally managed to dispatch one of the Chunin, appearing to possess no more than special Jonin-level strength. They could barely hold their ground. Yet it was unfortunate for those 2 lower ninjas, especially Vortex Lin Yu. At such a young age, mastering the art of sage techniques. His misfortune upon leaving the village was a great pity. Chunin Matsuno, struggling to fend off the attacks of the black-clad Jonin, silently contemplated an escape route. Boom. Matsuno blocked a kick from the Jonin with both hands, staggering backward, beads of cold sweat dotting his rugged face. He urgently whispered to his teammates, "We must retreat. The mission has failed. If we continue, we will all perish. It is still possible to leave now." Trying to leave? Did you consult me? The Jonin created 2 shadow clones to ensnare Matsuno and his companion, swiftly forming a series of hand seals, 44 in total: boar, snake, rat, tiger, and so forth. Water style, water dragon jutsu. The water from the various puddles on the battlefield rapidly coalesced, gradually forming a fearsome water dragon that roared as it surged towards the 2 Konoha ninjas. Damn it, there's no escaping a jutsu of this magnitude. Are we to perish here? Matsuno had just obliterated one of the shadow clones when a menacing water dragon descended from above, flooding his heart with the dread of death. In a moment of crisis, a slightly immature voice rang out. Water style, water dragon jutsu. A similarly azure and fierce water dragon surged from the opposite direction, colliding head-on with the one in the sky. Boom. The water dragons negated each other, the impact sending splashes of water cascading down like heavy rain. Matsuno and his companion stared vacantly at the dissipating water dragon in the air, allowing the resulting shockwave to push them back, their hearts filled with relief, only to be followed by a sharp pain in their heads as they succumbed to unconsciousness. Who is it? The black-clad Jonin abruptly turned his gaze towards the other side. A slender figure emerged, with fiery red hair cascading over their shoulders, gently stirred by the winds generated by the impact. In their blood-red eyes, 3 black tomo swirled, and a hint of otherworldly charm graced their increasingly mature visage, radiating an aura of icy coldness. Lin Yu intentionally directed the water dragon to collide with Matsuno and his companion against the trees. After all, engaging in battle while wearing goggles is quite unfamiliar to him, and he is reluctant to reveal his Sharingan so soon. He's also unsure of what his brother Suji thought during his childhood. It's you. How could you possibly have killed Murata and Takeda? The black-clad Jonin stared incredulously at the youthful figure before him. Without exchanging further words with the Jonin, Lin Yu vanished in an instant. A profound sense of danger surged from behind him, akin to a piercing needle. The black-clad Jonin turned swiftly and blocked with a kunai. Glaring fiercely at Lin Yu, he sneered, "If you wish to kill me, you are still too inexperienced." He suddenly launched a powerful kick towards Lin Yu. In response, Lin Yu twisted his body and retaliated with a punch aimed at the Jonin. The Jonin rapidly turned his head, seizing the opportunity before Lin Yu could retract his fist. With fingers poised like claws, he grasped Lin Yu's arm and chuckled, "I've got you now." Lin Yu's face remained expressionless as he forcefully lifted his leg, aiming a kick at his opponent's vital points, while his right hand wielded a kunai, slicing through the air towards his adversary. Damn it, this kid is truly cunning. The black-clad ninja cursed inwardly. Nevertheless, his actions were swift, He released his grip on Lin Yu and blocked his lower body. With his right hand clashing against Lin Yu's kunai, the sharp sound of metal striking metal rang out. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Yu loosened his grip. Allowing the kunai to swiftly rotate to the left and leveraging the momentum, he seized his opponent's kunai. A sharp gasp escaped as blood burst forth from his palm. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu transferred the kunai to his left hand and thrust it forward with force. The intricate maneuver caught the black-clad ninja off guard. And a drop of blood fell from the air as the figure of the ninja vanished from sight. A pity, he thought, for the throat remained unscathed. Lin Yu gazed regretfully at the ninja in the distance, clutching his neck, a thin line of crimson continuously oozing from the wound, shallow yet persistent. Little brat. Your kunai skills are commendable, but merely that. I can see your practical experience is lacking. Your body lags behind your vision, leaving you constrained and feeble. I recognize those eyes of yours. Lin Yu furrowed his brow slightly, irritated by the unnecessary chatter. Suddenly, 2 golden chains shot forth from behind him. The black-clad ninja could hardly anticipate that Lin Yu would employ the Vajra binding technique. After all, wasn't he a member of the Uchiha clan with the Sharingan? There was no time to evade, as the 2 golden chains swiftly ensnared the black-clad ninja, immobilizing him completely and dragging him before Lin Yu. What is your purpose? Lin Yu inquired, gazing intently at the captured ninja. I will never reveal it, brat. But before he could finish, another golden chain pierced through his heart. The black-clad ninja's eyes widened in shock. Why was there no torture? Why was he not taken back for interrogation? This was not the fate he had envisioned for a captive. Reluctantly, he closed his eyes, his life force ebbing away. Lin Yu gazed at the lifeless body of the dark-clad ninja and remarked with a hint of indifference, I am merely inquiring as a matter of routine. Your response, or lack thereof, holds no significance. Lin Yu glanced at the 2 individuals who were on the verge of regaining consciousness, and sighed inwardly. It seemed he had to act once more. He smeared some blood on his face, struck his chest several times with force, and his complexion instantly turned pale as he wobbled towards the 2. Matsuno, the Nin, had just regained his senses, memories flooded back. And he suddenly leaped to his feet in a defensive stance, surveying his surroundings. However, all he saw was a young boy crouched on the ground, coughing intermittently. Beside him lay the lifeless body of a dark-clad figure, in a state of disarray, cautiously approaching. He confirmed it was indeed the corpse of a black-clad Jonin and sighed in relief. Unable to restrain himself, Matsuno addressed Lin Yu. Young brother Lin Yu, did you do this? Cough, cough. I exhausted my life force and employed the forbidden technique of the Uzumaki clan, the diamond lock, to barely secure a victory. Lin Yu replied, his pallid face devoid of color, his trembling form seemingly on the brink of collapse. I shall not linger on this matter, young brother Lin Yu. I, Matsuno, owe you a life. Henceforth, should you require anything, I shall not hesitate. The color in Matsuno's face shifted for quite some time. Admitting that he was saved by a genin was not particularly honorable, yet he was a man of his word. The other Nin nearby also expressed his gratitude to Lin Yu profusely. Lin Yu waved his hand, taking a deep breath as he spoke. We are all part of Konoha. In battle, it is either he perishes or I do. For my own sake, I would act likewise. Matsuno, still expressing his willingness to uphold his promise, refrained from saying more. He simply tidied the battlefield, preserving the remains of his comrades within scrolls before moving forward, with all the spoils belonging to Lin Yu. After all, he had saved Matsuno's life. In the carriage, due to his status as a patient, Lin Yu was relieved of the duty of vigilance, and he was quite content with this arrangement. He reclined in the carriage, reflecting on the recent battle. The Jonin's words rang true. He lacked experience, and his physical reaction speed was too slow to keep pace with the Sharingan's rhythm. However, this was to be expected, as he had only recently acquired it, and there had been no opportunity for practical combat within the village. Furthermore, it was rather foolish of that cloaked Jonin to dare to meet the Sharingan's gaze. Had he possessed even a modicum of illusionary technique, he could have dispatched that cloaked Jonin with a mere glance. Though I do not seek to resolve matters with a single glance as Itachi does with Orochimaru. I merely desire the ability to defeat a Jonin with but a look. Perhaps in the future, I might even aspire to vanquish its Tsutsuki with a single gaze. Though that seems a tad ambitious. The carriage swayed gently, and the road ahead gradually widened, revealing the faint outline of green canopies, with figures flitting among the tents. Chapter 7. Tsunade within a tent of the frontline medical support unit, Lin Yu rested comfortably on a sickbed, while Matsuno, the Chunin, proceeded to report the mission to the frontline commander, Orochimaru. Indeed, the current battlefield commander was Orochimaru, who had not yet become the mad scientist of the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen held high hopes for Orochimaru, even contemplating nurturing him to become the 4th Hokage. Meanwhile, Mito Gaiden and Tsunade's student, S.H. Rin, were engaged on the battlefield at the Rock Ninja Village, and Kakashi was at the Sand Ninja Village. What was originally a 1v3 situation in the Land of Rain had inexplicably transformed into a 1v3 in the Land of Fire, a burden Lin you may have to shoulder. Ah, you little brat, are you slacking off here? Did the old man send you to sleep? A figure approached, sporting long golden hair with 2 little braids bobbing at the back, and a beautifully delicate face, though somewhat unremarkable in other respects. Listening to Tsunade's boisterous voice, Lin Yu curled his lips in disdain. I am, after all, an injured party, currently in recovery. Hey, you may deceive others, but you cannot fool me. With the physical constitution of the Uzumaki clan, those minor injuries would have healed long ago. What is this nonsense about draining life force? My grandmother is none other than the esteemed Uzumaki Mido. I have never heard her mention that the diamond lock technique drains life force. The person in question was indeed Tsunade Senju. As the last remaining member of the Uzumaki clan, she had come to visit Lin Yu and Kushina. Lin Yu had also recommended a special secret technique to her, and they had developed a cordial relationship. Ah? Well then, little brat, no need to elaborate. I have no interest in your feeble excuses. Tell me, have you truly mastered the sage technique? Tsunade inquired, her casual demeanor replaced by a serious expression. Lin Yu did not respond. Instead, he rose and approached Tsunade, extending his hands. A hum resonated as a shimmering green light entwined around his palms, emanating a rich vitality. Well, your control is commendable, yet it remains insufficient. For the next few days, you shall remain by my side, discarding all your superfluous medical knowledge. Tsunade scrutinized him closely, nodding her approval before delivering a solid pat on Lin Yu's shoulder. Superfluous medical knowledge? You cannot dismiss it simply because it has proven ineffective for you. Lin Yu shot a glance at Tsunade's unremarkable chest, disdainfully curling his lips, questioning how it might develop further. You little brat, where are your eyes wandering? Tsunade retorted. Your methods are utterly useless, yielding no results whatsoever. Humph. Noticing Lin Yu's gaze, she instinctively covered her chest. Memories of the numerous special medicines and techniques he had recommended flooded back, causing a faint blush to rise on her cheeks, most endearing indeed. Observing Lin Yu's expression that suggested her ailments were the issue rather than his remedies, her countenance darkened. She seized his arm, dragging him outward. Very well. Today I shall help you loosen those bones. Crack. Snap. Bang. Stop. Please. My waist is about to break. Nightfall descended. After delivering a thorough lesson to Lin Yu, Tsunade appeared invigorated, the burdens of the frontline battlefield easing considerably. She led Lin Yu to a large tent filled with injured leaf ninjas, most afflicted by the poison of the salamander fish. Although the poison had been neutralized, their other injuries remained severe, compounded by the continuous influx of casualties. Tsunade felt immense pressure, having gone without rest for far too long. It must be said that Lin Yu's arrival alleviated a significant portion of Tsunade's stress. A ninja proficient in sage techniques was invaluable on the battlefield. Mastery of sage techniques not only allowed for rapid healing of internal and external injuries, but, given the Whirlpool clan's chakra volume and recovery speed, treating over 100 ninjas was more than feasible. Were Lin Yu aware of Tsunade's thoughts, he would undoubtedly mock her. Given his increasingly harmonious connection with the sage body, treating 1,000 would be no challenge at all. Although his chakra had only reached the level of a Kage, his recovery speed was astonishing. After treating one ninja, he could be back to full strength in a mere 7 or 8 seconds. If not for the mental strain, Lin Yu could easily transform into an unrelenting healing machine. It was essential to adjust the application of sage techniques according to the patient's condition. Simply having more chakra was not advantageous. Excessive chakra output could disrupt the patient's internal circulatory system, leading to unconsciousness or, in severe cases, endangering their life. With green light enveloping her hands, Tsunade meticulously controlled the chakra output, aligning it perfectly with the wounds. Soon, the injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. After a considerable time had passed, she wiped the perspiration from her fair forehead and softly addressed Lin Yu. Do you understand? Yes, I comprehend. Ah, who do you think you're fooling? If one viewing sufficed for understanding, sage techniques would be commonplace. Tsunade exclaimed, playfully swatting Lin Yu's hand and turning her head in displeasure. Lin Yu felt somewhat speechless. With my Sharingan's dynamic vision to aid me in observing the flow of chakra, mastering this skill should be quite effortless. Just wait. Once I grow stronger, I will surely have my revenge. Lin Yu thought fiercely, casting a menacing glare at the perfectly proportioned Tsunade before him. In the following days, Lin Yu accompanied Tsunade in the large tent, tending to the wounded. He worked tirelessly for 20 hours each day, with only 4 hours for rest. In the event of a minor skirmish breaking out ahead, there would be no time to rest at all. Even Lin Yu's sage body began to struggle under the strain. The mental fatigue was overwhelming, leaving him somewhat disheartened. He glanced at Tsunade, who had finally dozed off, leaning against his shoulder. Her fair and delicate features remained captivating. Her rosy lips slightly parted, and her brows furrowed in what appeared to be concern. Lin Yu found himself captivated as he gazed, when suddenly a flurry of sounds echoed in his mind. His heart tightened, compelling him to delve into his consciousness. The mission had been updated. Monthly tasks. Task 1. Obtain a title from Uchiha Obito. Reward. Perfect Sage Body. Task 2. Return to Konoha from the Land of Rain. Reward. Manjiki Sharingan. Task 3. Princess Carry Tsunade. Reward. Chakra Scalpel. Cumulative Task. 110 Task. Acquire a title from Hanzo of the Salamander. 1 month remaining. Reward. 2 hours of non-consumable experience with the Rinnegan can be frozen. Indeed, the task concerning Hanzo had entered the cumulative category. Although there were still 9 tasks available, Lin Yu felt a rising sense of urgency. For instance, the refresh task. Obtain a title from Uchiha Obito. Goodness, even defeating an elite Jonin feels arduous at this moment. Facing the peak of the sage level, Obito would surely lead to his swift demise. What should I do? Should I also learn from Guy and offer Obito a foot massage? However, the 8 Gates technique is not a mere ninjutsu. It necessitates rigorous physical training over time to transcend human limits. It requires extensive accumulation. Should I pin my hopes on the system to issue a task rewarding the 8 Gates technique? But what if it presents me with peculiar tasks instead? Princess carry Tsunade. That sounds delightful, indeed, but I must find the right opportunity. Forcibly carrying Tsunade could result in a rather explosive outcome. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief, fortunately. It was just a hug from Tsunade. If it had been a princess carry from Orochimaru, how thrilling that would have been. Lin Yu shivered, hastily casting aside the overwhelming burden of a task capable of annihilating the world. Heaven knows whether the system might malfunction and ensnare him in its snares. Chapter 8. The Onslaught of the Pungent Fish. Having arrived at the battlefield in the Land of Rain nearly half a month ago, Lin Yu had yet to accomplish a single task. 3 of them were utterly unattainable, while the other remained untouched out of fear of retribution. Inside the grand tent, as he busied himself tending to the wounded, Lin Yu wiped the beads of sweat from his brow and sighed. With just over 2 weeks remaining, he pondered whether he would have sufficient time. It appeared he would need to concoct a reason to venture onto the battlefield and tempt fate. Alas, how was he to formulate such a reason? Lin Yu's countenance was shrouded in melancholy as he sighed deeply, instilling a profound sense of terror in the middle-aged ninja lying upon the bed. Could it be that his days were numbered? After all, he had merely suffered the loss of his limbs. Was it possible that he was afflicted with an incurable ailment? Oh, mother, I have wronged you. Forgive your infilial son. Lin Yu was unaware that his sighs and expressions of despair had led the ninja treating him to contemplate a myriad of thoughts, even drafting a will. After skillfully binding his limbs with bandages, the healer proceeded to the next injured individual. In the command room, Orochimaru occupied the seat of authority, flanked by Jiraiya and Tsunade, while approximately 20 other elite ninjas from Konoha surrounded them. In the center lay a model of a sand table map, with a grave expression. Orochimaru gazed at the map and reported, "Currently, we have engaged in 26 small-scale skirmishes with the Rain Ninja, alongside 7 ambushes. And our elite teams have clashed no less than 15 times, with far more losses than victories. The situation is decidedly unfavorable for us. Orochimaru-sama. Although we have yet to secure a victory in a large-scale battle, we can accept these minor losses. If we continue to maintain this approach of small-scale engagements, we may prevail once the Rock Ninja and Sand Ninja are occupied," a green-haired Jonin confidently asserted. Orochimaru did not even glance at the speaker, instead lowering his gaze to his 2 companions. The green-haired Jonin, feeling disregarded, could only let out a frustrated huff as he took his seat. Tsunade, stroking her alabaster chin in contemplation, remarked, "After so many encounters, there has been no sign of Hanzo the Salamander. Even you and I have graced the battlefield. And with so many clashes, this must be a test. It seems we are not far from Hanzo's appearance. Once he reveals himself, it will indicate he is fully prepared." I concur with Tsunade's assessment. Jiraiya raised his hand in agreement. "Yes, I share the same sentiment. Notify the frontline sensory unit to enhance their vigilance. Should there be any developments, inform me immediately." Orochimaru nodded, having the same thoughts, for Hanzo's caution was renowned. Report. Urgent news from the front line. Orochimaru-sama. Hanzo the Salamander has appeared, leading a large force, and is not far from here. A Nin rushed into the tent to relay the message. What has the sensory unit been doing? They only notice when the enemy is at our doorstep? Utterly useless. Orochimaru's expression darkened. The potential failure of the war due to this oversight would weigh heavily on his shoulders. Orochimaru, Tsunade, there is no time to deliberate strategy. Let us confront the legendary demigod of the ninja world. Very well, we have no other choice. On the battlefield of the Land of Rain, Hanzo the Salamander cast a cold, penetrating gaze upon the 3 most prominent figures, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. His voice, as frigid as heavy metal, emanated from beneath his mask. "I hold great admiration for talented ninjas. I offer you 3 an opportunity to pledge your allegiance to me and conquer the ninja world together." "Ha! Your little Land of Rain is hardly worthy of drawing Konoha's princess to your side," Tsunade scoffed derisively. "Enough of your prattle, Hanzo. Show me the prowess of the demigod of the ninja world." Jiraiya boldly challenged Hanzo. Orochimaru, extending his tongue with a sinister smile, focused intently on Hanzo, showing no signs of relaxation. "Then, my children, advance. Fight for the village of Rain, fight for me." Hanzo's fervent followers surged forward. In their eyes, the god of ninjas, the Shura of the ninja world, was dead. There was none in the entire ninja realm who could rival their master, and victory was assuredly theirs. Charge. Maintain formation. With the Akimichi clan at the forefront, and the Nara and Yamanaka clans as lateral support, the remaining teams will coordinate and adapt. Hanzo shall be entrusted to us. Yes. Orochimaru-sama. The battle was on the verge of erupting. However, Lin Yu remained in the medical unit, tending to the wounded, blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. Tsunade had neither the time nor the necessity to inform him, for he was merely a medical ninja, not required on the battlefield. At last, "I have stabilized this group of injured," Lin Yu remarked, his complexion somewhat pale. While employing his healing technique, he discovered that his chakra-enhancing abilities not only healed injuries but also facilitated rapid chakra recovery. Conversely, this required him to expend double the amount of chakra to sustain the wounded, rendering it somewhat burdensome. It resembled the unique physiology of Uzumaki Karen, whereby a mere bite could absorb her chakra, swiftly healing injuries while replenishing chakra reserves. Lin Yu left the large tent, intending to take a moment to rest. While pondering the vexing matter of the accumulated tasks, it was truly a source of frustration. Why are there so few people moving about outside today? Could it be that they have gathered for a collective meeting? Or perhaps the mountain pepperfish, Hans, has made an appearance? Lin Yu casually grabbed someone to inquire about the situation. Oh, you haven't heard? The legendary Sannin have arrived at our doorstep. Lord Orochimaru, Lady Tsunade, and Lord Jiraiya are currently facing the enemy. After speaking, the person hurriedly ran away. Indeed, this marks the legendary Battle of the Sannin. Following this confrontation, their names will be etched into the annals of the ninja world. And this is my final opportunity. Lin Yu shed his white coat, donned protective goggles, and wrapped himself in a trench coat, swiftly making his way to the battlefield. At this moment, Hanzo of the Salamander and the legendary three ninjas of Konoha had separated from the main force, engaging in combat on a vast plain. Their formidable jutsu was too powerful, with a wide range that posed a risk of collateral damage to their own allies. Clang. Orochimaru blocked Hanzo's side with a kunai and seized the opportunity to question him. How did you evade our sensory unit and infiltrate so close to our camp? Oh, you'll find out soon enough, Hanzo replied, kicking Orochimaru away before swiftly evading his position. Painful heaven kick. Boom. The ground split open, creating a massive crater surrounded by fissures, rocks flying in all directions. Orochimaru, focus. Defeat him first, then interrogate him. What terrifying strength. If I were struck, it would be no small matter, Hanzo remarked nonchalantly as he wiped his scythe, confident in his prowess. Want to defeat me? Better train for another 20 years. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, sheep, summoning technique. Bang. A grotesque giant salamander appeared amidst clouds of white smoke, writhing as it spewed toxins around. So that's how you infiltrated, by swallowing a ninja into the belly of the salamander? Burrowing from deep underground to evade detection. Truly impressive, Hanzo, Orochimaru said, licking his lips with a sinister grin. Orochimaru, don't praise the enemy suddenly. Quickly use the antidote, Jiraiya exclaimed, exasperated with his close friend's timing, questioning why he would admire the enemy's tactics at such a critical moment. Chapter 9, The Legendary Three Ninjas. Bang. 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 Summoning technique. With 3 puffs of smoke, 3 colossal beasts confronted Hanzo, Frog One, Manda, and Slug Tsunade. Frog One appeared slightly juvenile, reminiscent of Naruto's frog summons from the 4th Great Ninja War. The slug had not changed much, merely smaller due to Tsunade's incomplete growth. At this point, Manda had yet to become the leader of the Summoning Snake clan. Yet he remained audacious, declaring, Orochimaru, this time, I demand 100 sacrifices, or I'll devour you. His purple form surged on the ground, creating waves of pressure. No problem. But your opponent is that fellow, Orochimaru replied, his expression darkening. Being threatened by his own summoning beast was not a new experience, yet it was undeniably humiliating. Manda snorted disdainfully, glaring at the salamander, which was more than twice his size. This trade-off was quite disadvantageous. Hanzo, standing atop the salamander's head, surveyed the new generation of elite ninjas with a hint of admiration in his eyes, yet he relished the thought of quashing their potential. Water style, great waterfall technique. Hanzo's throat swelled as he unleashed a massive water sphere towards Tsunade and her companions, while the salamander swiftly burrowed underground, leaving a dark chasm in its wake. Want to use oil? Understood, but don't say I didn't warn you about the heat, Jiraiya said awkwardly, yet his hand formed the necessary seals without delay. He puffed his cheeks and exhaled flames, combining them with the oil from Frog One, shouting, fire style, frog oil fireball. The immense flames from the combination collided violently with the water sphere. Boom. The intense heat caused the water to evaporate rapidly, enveloping the area in a misty haze, creating a fog-like barrier. Tsunade, be careful, Orochimaru shouted urgently as he dashed towards her. Forewarned by Orochimaru, Tsunade suddenly felt a prickling sensation behind her. Without a moment to spare, she swung her powerful fist backward. Bang! Hanzo, wielding the scythe, was knocked back, shaking his slightly numb arm. Indeed, you pose the greatest threat to me. In terms of ninjutsu, Hanzo was confident that these 3 could not match him. Yet it was this woman's immense power that made him wary, hence his decision to attack her first. How dare you underestimate me? Tsunade, targeted first by Hanzo, felt anger boiling within her. Her fists clenched tightly as she unleashed her strength once more, sending Hanzo flying. Before he could land, she dashed into the sky, declaring, not finished yet. Taste my painful heaven kick. Whoosh. The scythe was kicked away in an instant, and Hanzo could not evade in time as he was struck in the chest, exploding upon impact, just as Tsunade was about to express her triumph. The Hanzo before her suddenly transformed into droplets of water. Water clone. A sense of foreboding surged within her. Tsunade instinctively raised her defenses. Bang. Hanzo emerged from behind her, kicking her away, sending her crashing onto the slug's back. Oh, a reflexive defense? How perceptive, Hanzo remarked calmly, undeterred. But this strike, let's see how you block it. Sword technique. Flash. Catching the scythe as it descended slowly from the air, Hanzo vanished and reappeared before Tsunade. The blade coated in deadly poison that could take a life with just a mere graze. The specter of death loomed over Tsunade. She could not evade this blow and braced herself to endure it. In that critical moment, a shadowy figure flashed in, kicking Hanzo away, landing beside Tsunade. She is not alone, Orochimaru said coldly. Though the battle appeared fierce, it transpired in mere seconds. Orochimaru arrived just in time to save Tsunade, regaining his footing. Hanzo dusted off his sleeves, smirking condescendingly, but before he could speak, a shout rang out. Indeed, she is not alone in this fight. Ninja art, Lion's main technique. Jiraiya had approached Hanzo unnoticed, his white hair rapidly extending to ensnare Hanzo's body. Jiraiya urged the others, now, hurry. Orochimaru and Tsunade understood the precious opportunity. And in that instant Jiraiya bound Hanzo. Shadow Snake Hand. Painful Heaven Kick. The two struck Hanzo simultaneously from different directions, resulting in a thunderous roar. Did we succeed? Jiraiya retracted his white hair, his expression grave. No, something feels off. It doesn't feel like a human body, Tsunade replied, her face pale with realization. Moments ago, she had narrowly avoided Hanzo's lethal grasp. While it wouldn't be fatal, it would incapacitate her. The white hair withdrew, leaving behind a puddle of water, another water clone. Where has Hanzo gone? The three ninjas quickly braced themselves, the mist obscuring their vision and reducing visibility. Not around us, nor above, but below. With a thunderous rumble, the ground erupted, and a massive salamander burst forth, crashing into the slug with a resounding bang, instantly shattering it into countless smaller slugs that scattered in all directions. The slug's combat capabilities were indeed lacking, or perhaps it was simply ill-suited for battle, yet its survival skills were truly extraordinary. Not good. With the slug dispersed, the three had no time to react as they fell from the air. A gleaming blade shot upward from below, and with no footholds in midair. Evading this strike was nearly impossible. Thud! A deep, bone-revealing gash appeared on Tsunade's back, as a dark green venom swiftly corroded the wound, causing flesh to blacken at a visibly alarming rate. Tsunade fell to the ground, barely supporting her body. Her complexion was pale as she gritted her teeth and rapidly worked to cleanse the toxins from her injury, tearing a strip from her sleeve to create a makeshift bandage. Tsunade, are you alright? What happened? Jiraiya landed and immediately rushed to her side, his expression a mixture of concern and anger. He had been unable to rescue her in midair, and seeing her pale face filled him with fury. I'm fine, I can still fight. Tsunade managed to regain some composure, her demeanor calming. She was fully capable of enduring such injuries. Orochimaru cast a cold, piercing gaze at Hanzo of the salamander, slowly elucidating. First, he used the steam generated from water and fire techniques to obscure his form, creating two water clones to mislead us while he concealed himself within the body of the salamander, burrowing underground to await his opportunity. Truly, Hanzo is meticulous and cautious. You are commendable as well, able to withstand my attacks without succumbing. You should take pride in that. The chilling metallic tone emanated from his mask, grating on the ears. Tsunade, the slug is not suited for battle. Let her disperse to assist other ninjas, leaving us with one to relay information, Orochimaru shouted to her. Leave that hideous salamander to us. I intend to slice it up and cook it. Fukasaku, the giant toad, leaped forward, exhaling two plumes of white mist from his nostrils. Meanwhile, Manda, the snake, lunged towards the salamander, its crimson tongue flicking in fury as it recalled its previous inaction during the battle. Hee. Then let us properly engage with this so-called demigod of the ninja world. Tsunade, do not underestimate him again. Bastard. Mind your own business. At that moment, Uzumaki Hate arrived at the battlefield, his Sharingan eyes intently observing the combatants. Chapter 10. I, Hanzo, shall seal you. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. Water style, Water Whip. Good job. Indeed, the battlefield is where I truly belong. Within just a few minutes, Hate had already replicated at least a dozen ninjutsu techniques. Due to possessing all 5 elemental affinities, he welcomed any jutsu, provided it wasn't a bloodline limit or a high-level technique. The more, the better. Why haven't I seen Tsunade and the others yet? Due to the butterfly effect of my time travel. I wonder if the legendary battle of the 3 ninjas will undergo any changes. I cannot say for certain. Lin Yu harbored a sense of concern for Tsunade, a friend he cherished dearly, only slightly less than Kushina. Resolving to focus, he swiftly traversed the battlefield, having no time to assist the Konoha ninjas. Finding Tsunade was of utmost priority. She was undoubtedly engaged in battle against Hanzo the Salamander, and he had a mission to complete. Failure this time would mean a diminished opportunity in the future. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, 3 weary figures gasped for breath, their ninja attire tattered and torn: Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. Each bore numerous wounds, with Tsunade's injuries being the most severe, featuring a deep gash on her left leg. Their chakra was severely depleted, leaving them feeling somewhat enervated. Yet they dared not reveal a hint of weakness. They had come to fully comprehend the significance of a demigod in the shinobi world. In this era, with Uchiha Madara absent, it was challenging to find an opponent capable of matching him one-on-one. The youthful Sarutobi Hiruzen in the 3rd Raikage might be able to contend with him on equal footing. But even the third Kazekage, acclaimed as the strongest of all time, paled in comparison. The toads Fukasaku and Shima, alongside the snakes and Hanzo, had both sustained heavy losses and retreated to their summoning realms, leaving only the four of them standing on the battlefield. Indeed, quite impressive. You are the most talented young individuals I have encountered. To have fought me to this extent is truly remarkable. Despite their enmity, Hanzo's admiration for them grew. Removing his mask, he proclaimed, I, Hanzo the Salamander, a demigod of the shinobi world, shall bestow upon you the title of the three ninjas of Konoha. Ha! Who needs your endorsement? This toad sage scoffs at your praise, Jiraiya retorted, dragging his battered body and sneering. Though he bore the most injuries, his attitude remained the most defiant. However, today marks the day of your official recognition as the three ninjas, and it signifies your final brilliance. As soon as he finished speaking, Hanzo formed hand seals with remarkable speed. Orochimaru squinted, catching only a glimpse of a fleeting shadow before his expression changed, and he shouted, Be careful, retreat quickly. It was too late. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A massive water dragon coalesced around Hanzo, its ferocious form vastly more powerful than the jutsu wielded by the black-clad Jonin. Coupled with the constant rainfall of the Land of Rain, the B-rank techniques might rival that of an A-rank. The terrifying water dragon surged downward from the skies, crashing to the ground beneath the three ninjas, forcing them apart as they struggled to withstand the torrent. Their already depleted stamina reached a critical low. And after barely resisting the water dragon's onslaught, Jiraiya looked up at his teammates, suddenly spotting a figure and shouted hoarsely, Tsunade, get away. Orochimaru's pupils constricted as he steadied himself and dashed towards Tsunade, sighing in frustration, Damn it, there is no time left. Die. Hanzo appeared behind Tsunade, swinging his scythe towards her neck, his eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty excitement. This was disastrous. Tsunade felt the chilling intent from behind, paralyzed by her own body's limits. Unable to evade. Am I to perish? Images of her ancestors, her brother Senju, her teammates, and Lin Yu flashed through her mind. Ah. That little brat must still be at the medical corps. I haven't even had the chance to say goodbye. And the special remedy he provided has taken effect. What a pity. A faint flush appeared on her pale face, and she thought, Why am I fixating on such matters at a time like this? The cold blade was poised to claim a vibrant life. Her fair skin felt the agonizing sting as if it were already being sliced. Suddenly, a rumble emanated from below. Earth release, heart-cutting technique. A pair of hands seized Tsunade's ankle, yanking her down into the earth, narrowly avoiding the side's deadly arc. Who dares? Hanzo's lethal strike was thwarted, and he glared furiously at the two figures emerging from the ground. The one who saved Tsunade was none other than Lin Yu, who had just arrived. He had utilized the earth release technique he had recently copied to burrow underground, initially intending to evade the water dragon's impact, but fortuitously ended up rescuing Tsunade in the process. Lin Yu let out a faint sigh of relief, yet a wave of apprehension washed over him. He gazed at the pale face of Tsunade, who lay in his embrace with her eyes closed. His hands, where they made contact, felt sticky. And he realized it was blood. He even discerned the deep gash that exposed bone beneath the surface. Lin Yu's heart brimmed with fury, as this was the first time he felt an overwhelming urge to take a life. However, recognizing the disparity between them, he suppressed that thought and resolved to complete his mission first. Gently setting down the princess carrying Tsunade, he enveloped his hands in a shimmering green light, tenderly treating her delicate, smooth back. Jiraiya and Orochimaru soon arrived beside them, exhaling in relief at the sight of Tsunade in Lin Yu's arms. You are Uzumaki Lin Yu? Orochimaru rasped, studying Lin Yu's youthful visage. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. I will treat Tsunade first. You should hold off Hanzo for now. We can discuss everything once the battle concludes. Understood. Orochimaru was acutely aware that this was not the moment to inquire why a medical ninja like Uzumaki Lin Yu was present on the battlefield. Their immediate priority was to confront Hanzo of the Salamander. Thank you, young Lin Yu, Jiraiya expressed with palpable warmth, casting a grateful glance in Lin Yu's direction. Am I dead? Is this the Pure Land? Tsunade suddenly exclaimed, her beautiful eyes springing open. She recognized the serious young man before her, whose gentle and handsome face ignited a blush on her cheeks as she realized she was cradled in his arms. Propelling herself upright, she leaned against Lin Yu to alleviate her awkwardness. Lin Yu, what are you doing on the battlefield? I don't recall informing you. Silence. Focus on your recovery and conserve your energy. We can discuss matters later. Tsunade pouted slightly, refraining from further protest, understanding that now was not the time to squander energy. As for Lin Yu's reprimand, she planned to settle that later. Wow, my chakra is recovering. Tsunade exclaimed in astonishment, noticing her previously depleted chakra replenishing at an astonishing rate. The healing of her back wound was no surprise to her. Had it not been for the battle, she could have effortlessly healed such injuries, albeit at a significant chakra cost, an act of folly in combat. Thus, during fights, she could only assist in treating her teammates' wounds. It was evident that had it not been for Tsunade, the trio would have been vanquished long ago. Nonetheless, even with her Senju lineage, her chakra was nearly depleted. This is a unique ability of the Uzumaki clan, allowing rapid chakra replenishment, albeit with considerable consumption. Quickly, replace Orochimaru. We must deal with Hanzo first, Lin Yu urged. His expression grave, knowing the success of their mission hinged on the unfolding situation. Tsunade asked no further questions, lightly waving her arm. Though not fully restored, her chakra had recovered to 2/3, which would suffice. Orochimaru, switch out. I'm going to take down that old snake, Hanzo. Tsunade shouted at Orochimaru before launching a punch at Hanzo, rejoining the fray. Orochimaru cast a surprised glance at Tsunade, then swiftly withdrew from the conflict. Panting as he approached Lin Yu. Lin Yu-kun, do not worry, Lord Orochimaru. I can assist you in healing and chakra restoration. Please sit here, Lin Yu smiled, revealing his teeth. Ah, the unique constitution of the Uzumaki clan? Fascinating, Orochimaru remarked with interest, sitting on the ground and allowing Lin Yu to tend to him. Before long, Orochimaru felt his chakra nearly fully restored and gazed at Lin Yu with astonishment. Lin Yu-kun, you are truly remarkable. Hey, Orochimaru, are you done? It's my turn. Jiraiya exclaimed, dodging Hanzo's attacks while sporting a bruised and battered face. He watched Tsunade engage Hanzo, feeling frustrated. Seeing that Orochimaru had recovered yet still seemed inclined to chat with Lin Yu, Jiraiya grew impatient. He too desired a healer, oh no, a healer to restore his health. The feeling of being overwhelmed was too much to bear. Orochimaru, unperturbed, smiled lightly. With Lin Yu as their healer, the pressure on him significantly diminished. In close combat, Tsunade could completely suppress Hanzo. He merely needed to support Jiraiya by using ninjutsu to prevent Hanzo's surprise attacks, and should he run low on chakra, he could simply replenish it with Lin Yu. The tide of battle had already shifted. Even if they could not vanquish Hanzo, they would not lose. And they would be in prime condition to take over the battlefield when Hanzo retreated. With a thud, Jiraiya landed beside Lin Yu, collapsing onto the ground. His battered face turned towards Lin Yu as he grinned. Lin Yu, hurry. I can't wait. I want my revenge. Lin Yu held a profound admiration for Jiraiya's unpretentious and generous demeanor. He found himself eagerly anticipating the allure that Jiraiya's forthcoming publication, The Paradise of Affection, might possess to captivate Kakashi so thoroughly. How vexing. What could possibly be the reason for this? First Tsunade, then Orochimaru. Why had they both made a complete recovery? Was it due to that young brat? Hanzo of the Salamander felt an overwhelming sense of frustration and regret. He held no regard for medical ninjas. So when he observed Lin Yu tending to Tsunade and the others, he dismissed it with contempt, not bothering to intervene. After all, what difference did it make if their injuries healed? Exhausted chakra rendered them no different from lambs awaiting slaughter. Yet now, he found himself filled with remorse. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and the newly engaged Jiraiya all appeared vigorous and revitalized. Even if they weren't entirely restored, they at least regained a significant portion of their chakra. Though he still possessed the means to suppress them, the sensation was stifling. He had only just managed to incapacitate one, and now they had returned to full strength. This was truly disheartening, igniting a smoldering fire within him, compelling him to seek an opportunity to eliminate that young brat. With a forceful kick, he repelled Tsunade and struck the ground, unleashing a torrent of explosive tags. Retreat. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru swiftly evaded, their expressions shifting to alarm as Hanzo of the Salamander wore a sinister smile, declaring, explosion. A multitude of explosive tags detonated, igniting a brilliant conflagration and sending tremors through the earth, with countless stones scattering in every direction. The three ninjas maneuvered to avoid the explosive force and the debris. And when the chaos subsided, Hanzo's figure had vanished. This is bad. Lin Yu is in danger. Tsunade realized Hanzo's disappearance and immediately thought of Lin Yu, rushing towards his position, closely followed by Jiraiya and Orochimaru, whose faces had paled in concern. Hanzo of the Salamander darted through the rubble, his gaze fixed on the youthful figure ahead, a cruel smile curving his lips. He held no expectations that the explosive tags would harm the three ninjas. They were merely a distraction to obscure their vision and force them back. His true target was Uzumaki Lin Yu. Only by eliminating this caretaker could he regain control of the situation. As he approached, he noticed that Lin Yu seemed paralyzed with fear, his complexion ghastly pale, as if utterly unprepared for Hanzo's arrival. Without a second thought, Hanzo raised his scythe, effortlessly slicing towards Lin Yu's throat, envisioning the scene of blood splattering and a severed head rolling. The trio of Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, who had just arrived, erupted in furious cries. No, Hanzo, how dare you? Yet, Tsunade's furious shout could not impede the speed of Hanzo's strike, and the scythe swiftly cleaved through Lin Yu's neck. Thud! The decapitated Lin Yu transformed into a splash of water, just as the ground beneath Hanzo's feet cracked open. A hand radiant with a soft blue light emerging from the earth, lunging towards Hanzo's chest. With a splatter of blood, Hanzo found himself several meters away, a long gash marring his chest, narrowly avoiding a fatal wound. In that dire moment, Hanzo's body instinctively recoiled, causing the hand that had pierced his right chest to graze along to his shoulder, leaving a deep gash. Water clone, Hanzo thought, a chill of fear coursing through him. He had been mere moments from death, and if not for his body's reflex to evade danger, he would have been gravely injured. At this moment, Tsunade and the others had reached Lin Yu's side, exhaling in relief upon seeing he was unharmed. Tsunade patted her unremarkable chest and admonished. You nearly scared me to death just now, Lin Yu. You mustn't engage in such perilous acts again. Very well, Lin Yu replied, a hint of regret in his eyes as he glanced towards Hanzo. He had been observing the battlefield through his Kagaya's heart eye, and upon sensing Hanzo's chakra rapidly approaching, he had left behind a water clone while his true self used earth release to conceal himself underground, employing his newly acquired reward, the chakra scalpel, for a surprise attack. He had no intention of killing Hanzo immediately. Rather, he aimed to strike his right chest, intending to incapacitate him and force him into submission, completing his mission before ultimately disposing of him. Alas, Hanzo, worthy of his title as a demigod of the ninja world, had reflexes sharp enough to evade death. At that moment, Hanzo regained his composure, realizing Lin Yu's strategy. He was unaware of Lin Yu's Kagaya's hard eye. All he knew was that the young brat had left a clone on the ground while his true self was hidden underground. What a cowardly, no, sly little brat. Feeling the increasing difficulty of breathing and a tightening sensation in his chest, Hanzo's expression shifted abruptly. Have you realized? I severed the meridians from your chest to your shoulder with the chakra scalpel. If you don't seek treatment promptly, you may find yourself gasping for breath. Lin Yu stated calmly. You wretched little brat, Hanzo retorted, his disdain palpable. The so-called demigod of the ninja world is hardly impressive. You couldn't even distinguish between a clone and the real body. It seems that title is merely inflated. Lin Yu's face wore a mocking grin. Hanzo, upon hearing this, nearly spat out blood, overwhelmed by the humiliation of battle and the terror he had just experienced. Unable to contain himself any longer, he venomously declared, you insufferable brat. Your name is Uzumaki Lin Yu, right? I, Hanzo of the Salamander, hereby bestow upon you the title of the most insidious caregiver in the ninja world. Hearing this, Lin Yu's expression was one of sheer excitement. At last, you have arrived. Thankfully, I did not give up. I am fond of this title. Tsunade, Orochimaru. And Jiraiya gazed at the exhilarated Lin Yu with astonishment, for it seemed to be a rather derogatory appellation. Tsunade silently pondered whether Lin Yu harbored some peculiar affinity. Enough with the idle chatter, take advantage of his weakness. Today marks your demise, Hans. Jiraiya signaled to Orochimaru and Tsunade before swiftly charging towards Hans the Salamander. Ah, you wish to slay me? You are still far too inexperienced. Hans clutched his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his demeanor remained unperturbed. With a single hand, he formed a seal, and the ground beneath him began to crack rapidly. A giant salamander erupted from the earth, engulfing Hans in one swift motion, twisting its body before vanishing back underground. Damn it, so close. Jiraiya pounded the ground in frustration, his expression one of deep discontent. After all, it is not so simple to eliminate a demigod of the ninja world. However, I am astonished by Lin Yu. He managed to inflict such damage upon Hans. Even if it were due to Hans's carelessness, it remains an extraordinary feat. Orochimaru, while feeling a tinge of regret, was more intrigued by the reactions of Uzumaki Lin Yu. It is noteworthy that at merely 10 years of age, he dared to confront the notoriously cautious Hans. Such courage and intellect are indispensable. And my curiosity about him only deepens. It was merely luck. I would not dare to attempt it again. Lin Yu smiled modestly, having completed his mission, showing no concern for Hans's fate. If necessary, he could always pursue him in the land of rain afterward. To speak candidly, accomplishing the task concerning Hans brought Lin Yu a profound sense of relief. With the use of his Rinnegan without any toll, he boldly asserted that no one in the ninja world could defeat him within 2 hours, including Uchiha Madara, the Sage of 6 Paths, and his kin do not count. With a trump card for survival in hand, Lin Yu felt a renewed sense of optimism, allowing him to approach many endeavors with less trepidation. Hey, you three, stop daydreaming. The war is not over yet. We must provide support to the other units. Tsunade looked at the trio ahead, exasperated. Jiraiya was lamenting as he pounded the ground. Orochimaru wore a smirk while gazing at Uzumaki Lin Yu, who was foolishly smiling up at the sky. Were it not for the ongoing war, she would have surely given each of them a slap to rouse them from their stupor. Orochimaru, snapping back to reality, glanced at Jiraiya, then addressed Lin Yu. Lin Yu, you may return for now. The outcome of the ensuing battles is already determined, and your presence is no longer necessary. Yes, Lin Yu, you should head back. I have no time to safeguard you on the battlefield. Tsunade's expression was filled with concern, yet her words were decidedly blunt. Lin Yu had accomplished his purpose upon entering the battlefield. He had nearly replicated the ninjutsu and was no longer inclined to remain. It was evident that Orochimaru still harbored ambitions of becoming Hokage, so Lin Yu refrained from claiming any of his accolades. After escorting Lin Yu a considerable distance, the trio bid farewell and returned to the fray of battle. Chapter 11. Lin Yu's Rinnegan in the logistics unit. Lin Yu returned to a modest tent assigned to him, eager to examine his spoils. Indeed, this haul was substantial. Not only had he acquired a plethora of ninjutsu, but he had also completed a time-sensitive mission, albeit with an element of luck involved. Yet, the prospect of rewards awaiting him captivated Lin Yu's mind. As enigmatic characters gradually emerged in his thoughts, monthly tasks. Task 1. Obtain a title from Uchiha Madara. Reward. Perfect Sage Body. Task 2. Return from the land of rain to Konohagakure. Reward. Manjuki Sharingan. Task 3. Princess Carry Tsunade. Reward. Chakra Scalpel, already claimed. Accumulated tasks. 110. Task 1. Obtain a title from Hanzo of the Salamander, completed. Reward. 2 hours of Rinnegan experience without consumption claimable. Lin Yu was overwhelmed with excitement, for he was finally about to experience the divine sensation. Activating his divine vision, he furrowed his brow slightly. The sheer number of individuals within the camp was staggering, and they were bustling about. Should he happen to be discovered, despite his lack of fear, it would undoubtedly lead to considerable complications, adversely affecting the mission ahead. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Yu swiftly exited the Konoha camp without arousing anyone's suspicion, as the true experts were engaged in battle on the front lines. Leaving behind only the frail and the infirm, Lin Yu swiftly navigated through the dense jungle, estimating that he was several dozen kilometers from the camp. He paused at the edge of a cliff, surveying his surroundings before settling down cross-legged. A thought flickered through Lin Yu's mind, and suddenly, a surge of power erupted from the depths of his being, converging in his eyes. There was no sensation of pain, no discomfort whatsoever. The three-tomo Sharingan activated automatically, slowly rotating as if it formed a golden pattern, which rapidly transformed. Subsequently, spiral patterns began to emerge within the orbs of his eyes. This was the most fundamental version of the Rinnegan, the very eyes currently possessed by Nagato. When the Rinnegan manifested, Lin Yu scarcely had the time to admire the beauty of his newly enhanced vision, for his consciousness plunged into the understanding of the abilities that belonged to his Rinnegan. After a minute had passed, Lin Yu silently intoned, "Freeze." The spiral patterns within his eyes gradually faded, reverting to black pupils. Indeed, he could halt the passage of time. A sigh of relief washed over him. He had feared that this system was merely a second-hand version, but thus far, it had not failed him. A line of text appeared in his mind. Limited time reward. No consumption Rinnegan usage rights. 1 hour 59 minutes remaining in freeze. Lin Yu's Rinnegan is quite similar to Nagato's current Rinnegan, possessing fundamental abilities such as Shinra Tensei, Bansho Tenin, the sealing technique of absorption seal, and Daidara's exploding stars. However, he does not wield Uchiha Madara's unique ocular techniques, such as the limbo, border jail, and the heavenly obstruction, shockwave, which are likely exclusive to Madara himself. Nevertheless, Lin Yu does not feel disheartened, for the Rinnegan techniques he has awakened are remarkably powerful. One such technique is the Eye Technique, Domain of Time. This is Lin Yu's exclusive Rinnegan ability, which, upon activation, creates a realm of time that envelopes the battlefield, controlled by the user's will. It bears resemblance to Uchiha Itachi Tsukuyomi, yet while Tsukuyomi governs time within the mental realm and inflicts psychological damage, Lin Yu's Domain of Time manipulates time in reality, capable of freezing his foe's time or reverting his own to heal wounds. Within this domain, Lin Yu is virtually immortal, rendering it an extraordinarily overpowered ocular technique. If such skills were to be harmoniously revamped in the Summoner's Rift, Lin Yu thought to himself with a hint of sarcasm as he retracted his focus to inspect other spoils of war. The battlefield was strewn with the bodies of fallen ninjas, their tool pouches scattered across the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu began to replicate ninjutsu while tidying up the battlefield. Lin Yu was not overly excessive. He collected approximately 12 ninja tool pouches before ceasing his efforts. After all, these were the spoils of the victorious side, and taking too many could lead to unwarranted explanations. Combined with the 3 ninja tool pouches he had acquired prior to the battlefield, he now possessed a total of 15, comprising 2 from elite ninjas, 7 from intermediate ninjas, and 6 from novice ninjas. Lin Yu sealed all of these within a scroll of sealing. Given his current impoverished state, one might wonder about the origin of the scroll. The answer lies with the enigmatic figure of the black-clad Jonin, the wealth-bringing boy. After all, it is hardly excessive for a Jonin to possess a scroll of sealing in their belongings. Lin Yu meticulously counted the spoils of war, his eyes gleaming with delight. For these treasures represented wealth sufficient to sustain both himself and Kushina for several years. Due to the nature of their involvement in the conflict, the ninjas were eager to bring along all their possessions for survival. Although much was expended in battle, a portion remained intact. He had acquired 67 shurikens, 12 kunai, a considerable quantity of military rations, 3 sealing scrolls, and 4 explosive tags. Lin Yu estimated the total value to be around 1.5 million ryo, with the sealing scrolls alone accounting for 1 million ryo, leaving the remaining items to collectively value, at most 500,000 ryo. While this windfall did not render him an overnight millionaire, it certainly afforded him the opportunity to purchase some exquisite garments for Kushina. Indeed, the adage that war is a battle of economies holds a significant truth. Lin Yu meticulously categorized and sealed all his belongings within scrolls. Rising, he brushed off the dust from his attire and gazed contemplatively towards the land of rain. He pondered whether to return or to take a detour through the land of rain, perhaps encountering the trio of Nagato along the way and establishing a familiar rapport that might prove advantageous in the future. As for the thought of seizing Nagato's Rinnegan, Lin Yu dismissed it entirely. Not only was he devoid of such intentions, but he was also acutely aware that the devoted Black Zetsu was undoubtedly surveilling Nagato. Furthermore, Uchiha Madara might be lurking in some shadowy corner, observing as well. Although possessing the Rinnegan was a significant advantage, encountering the aged Uchiha Madara still filled him with uncertainty. If it were during the later stages of the Third Shinobi World War, when Madara was partially interred, Lin Yu might have dared to confront him, but now, he preferred to abstain. With 14 years remaining until the canonical death of Uchiha Madara, he contemplated attending Madara's memorial service. Surely, he would be welcomed there. Lin Yu silently contemplated as he swiftly darted towards the land of rain. Regarding his safety, the formidable Hanzo the Salamander had fled grievously injured, undoubtedly. He would gather elite allies to protect him while he recuperated. Furthermore, most of the Rain Village's ninja remained engaged on the battlefield, leaving only a handful of mediocre Jonin to guard the village. Lin Yu felt no fear, especially as he had recently gained a newfound confidence that urged him to flaunt it. At this moment, on a battlefield in the land of rain, Senju Rope Tree delivered a powerful kick that sent an enemy ninja flying. Observing the adversary struggle to rise and retreat, he wasted no time in pursuing. Nearby, Orochimaru, locked in combat with 3 Jonin, occasionally cast glances towards Rope Tree. He held a deep concern for this disciple, not only because he was Tsunade's brother but also due to Rope Tree's cheerful and optimistic demeanor, which gradually softened the heart of Orochimaru, who had grown up as an orphan, instilling within him a sense of care. Spotting Rope Tree chasing the enemy ninja, an ominous premonition flooded Orochimaru's mind. He repelled the 3 Jonin with a swift strike and called out to Rope Tree, "Rope Tree, do not pursue. Come back." At that very moment, Rope Tree had reached the spot where the enemy ninja had fallen. Upon hearing Orochimaru's urgent shout, a chilling sensation of impending death enveloped him, prompting him to turn back. The fleeing enemy ninja cast a malevolent grin over his shoulder and sneered, "Too late. Explode." With a resounding boom, the explosive tag beneath Rope Tree ignited, unleashing a violent shockwave that shattered stones and debris. Rope Tree, bathed in blood, arced through the air before crashing to the ground. Coughing up crimson blood, he gazed regretfully at the retreating Orochimaru, stammering, "I'm sorry, Orochimaru-sensei, sister, As Rope Tree's vision grew dim, and he slowly closed his eyes. Life faded from him. The direct descendant of Senju Hashirama, what a rare specimen for experimentation. Perhaps this could grant me the power of wood release. Now that would be a monumental achievement. The enemy ninja was entranced by the tantalizing prospect and reached toward Rope Tree's chest. "How dare you, Shadow Snake Hand!" Orochimaru, feeling a surge of fury at the sight of Rope Tree's lifeless body, could no longer contain his wrath. Countless snakes erupted forth, ensnaring the enemy. And with a swift motion, he severed the adversary's head, turning his gaze back to Rope Tree's lifeless form. Trembling slightly, he murmured, "Life is indeed fragile." At that moment, for the first time, Orochimaru contemplated the notion of immortality, awakening the scientist within him. Chapter 12. The Death of Rope Tree and Tsunade's Tears. Orochimaru-sama. This is a sand ninja. As reinforcements began to arrive, one of the shinobi, after defeating the 3 Jonin, brought an insignia to Orochimaru, a token from the ninja he had just slain. Orochimaru glanced at the insignia, his thoughts momentarily drifting away from why a sand ninja had appeared on the battlefield. Blood stained his face, and his ninja attire was drenched in crimson, not his own, but that of the 3 Jonin. Orochimaru's fury was terrifying when provoked, and the unfortunate trio had drawn the short end of the stick. Now somewhat dazed, he regained focus upon hearing shouts and rasped, "Clear the battlefield, maintain vigilance. We will discuss other matters after the battle. No matter what, they must secure victory against the Rain Village first." Judging by the presence of only 1 or 2 sand ninjas, it was clear that the main force had yet to arrive. These were mere scouts sent to assess the situation. It was a pity about Rope Tree. Contemplating Rope Tree's fate, a sense of melancholy washed over Orochimaru. He was uncertain how to face Tsunade. While war inevitably brought death, he felt responsible for Rope Tree's demise. What if he had been more cautious? What if he had been stronger? Perhaps this tragedy could have been averted. Blood dripped from his clenched fist. But he suddenly released it, restoring a calm facade, albeit one tinged with greater coldness. He ensured Rope Tree's body was handled with care before hastening to another battlefield. That night, after a day of inconsequential fortune in the land of rain, Lin Yu returned to the camp alone, evidently empty-handed. Upon arrival, he spotted a figure hurtling towards him, and he swiftly sidestepped, causing the figure to crash into a sturdy branch, collapsing to the ground. As the figure descended, Lin Yu recognized Jiraiya. Well, that's a relief. He must have angered Tsunade again. Before Lin Yu could take another step, another figure came hurtling toward him. What the enough already? He reached out to catch the figure, but was met with such force that he staggered back several paces. Puzzled, he wondered what had transpired to provoke Tsunade's wrath so fiercely. Lin Yu felt a flicker of curiosity as he glanced at the person he had caught. To his astonishment, it was Orochimaru. Could it be that Senju Rope Tree had perished? It seemed likely, but why had Jiraiya been the one to be flung away first? Lin Yu-kun? Orochimaru, sensing that he had been caught, turned his head, a rare hint of desolation gracing his usually cold visage. "Lord Orochimaru, why are you with Lord Jiraiya?" "Rope Tree is dead due to my negligence," Orochimaru replied flatly, brushing off his clothes before re-entering the tent. Though Lin Yu had anticipated this outcome, he could not help but feel a twinge of sorrow. He had met Senju Rope Tree once, but they had no significant connection. His concern lay with Tsunade. Due to the butterfly effect caused by Uzumaki Lin Yu, Tsunade's relationship with Kato Dan was not one of lovers, but rather mere acquaintances. Thus, with the loss of Rope Tree, Tsunade had lost two of her closest companions, the other being her grandmother, Uzumaki Mido, whose time was also drawing near. Tsunade was on the verge of losing nearly all her family. In the original narrative, she succumbed to hemophobia as a result. Lin Yu wished to spare her from such a fate in this lifetime, for he held her in high regard. Following Orochimaru into the tent, he paid no heed to Jiraiya, whose eyes were spinning in confusion. He had surely brought this upon himself for his incessant foolishness. A white cloth draped over Rope Tree's frail form revealed a pale, youthful face. Senju Rope Tree was merely 2 years older than Lin Yu. Yet he had already become a Jonin on the battlefield, while Lin Yu was still a mere bystander, unlike contemporaries such as Akimichi Choza and Narashikaku, who were still attending the Ninja Academy. Graduating from the academy at the age of 12 was nothing remarkable, especially compared to Kakashi, who graduated at 5 and became a Chunin at 6. Despite being from the Senju clan, Rope Tree's talent was, regrettably, quite average. Tsunade sat quietly to one side, her tear-streaked face reflecting her anguish. Her swollen eyes stared blankly at Rope Tree, the sorrow having been vented, leaving only an overwhelming numbness. Just moments ago, she had fiercely repelled a multitude of Rain Village ninjas, returning to camp with a sense of triumph, only to be met by Orochimaru's cold announcement of Rope Tree's death. In that instant, the joy of victory dissipated into thin air. Filled with rage and disbelief, Tsunade rushed into the camp. And upon seeing her brother's lifeless body covered by a white cloth, her tears flowed silently. At that moment, Jiraiya, oblivious to Tsunade's distress, barged in with a grin, saying, "Tsunade, once this war is over, shall we go on a date?" Thud. A fist grew larger in Jiraiya's line of sight, and he soon felt himself soaring through the air, along with 2 of his prominent front teeth. "Apologies, I couldn't stop him," Orochimaru remarked as he entered the tent, his gaze falling upon Rope Tree's corpse. "I am sorry. I failed to protect Rope Tree." Thud. Orochimaru did not resist and followed Jiraiya out into the air. Tsunade understood that this was not entirely Orochimaru's fault. In war, one could never predict the chaos that would unfold, much like their struggle against Hanzo of the Salamander. Had Lin Yu not appeared unexpectedly, it could have been her lying there instead. However, she could not suppress her grief, for he was her beloved younger brother, her dearest kin. Words failed to capture her sorrow. Lin Yu found himself at a loss for how to console her. If he were to lose Kushina, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance against the enemy 1,000 times over, then use the reanimation jutsu to bring her back to life. Indeed, the outer path, samsara of heavenly life, a unique ocular technique of the Rinnegan, could summon the souls of the deceased back from the Pure Land, provided their bodies remained intact. With this thought in mind, Lin Yu stepped forward, lifting the white cloth to examine Rope Tree's body. Thankfully, it remained whole, untouched as in the original tale, with no organs missing, and his injuries had all healed, evidence of Tsunade's prowess. Tsunade stared at Lin Yu in a daze, speechless. Although Lin Yu possessed considerable medical skills, they paled in comparison to her own, and he certainly could not perform the resurrection jutsu. Yet, a glimmer of hope flickered in her eyes, accompanied by a hint of anticipation. Lin Yu gazed into Tsunade's sorrowful yet hopeful eyes, pausing momentarily before revealing the truth. To genuinely resurrect an individual, aside from the reincarnation ninjutsu, there are the unique techniques of Granny Chio from Sunigakure, known as the life transfer and the future Konoha-S Dragon Tongue Clan's bloodline limit, Dragon Fate reincarnation. However, all these methods require the practitioner to exchange their own life for that of the deceased. As for the latter 2 methods, one could question whether Chio had fully developed her technique. Even if she had, it would not be able to save the ninjas of Konoha. Regarding the Dragon Tongue, its practitioners have yet to be born. Thus, Lin Yu resolved to disclose the secret of the Rinnegan, having his own plans in mind. "Tsunade, it is not impossible to bring back Roshu, but the method is exceedingly difficult." Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Tsunade's expression transformed with excitement as she vigorously grasped Lin Yu's shoulders, shaking him fervently, her words tumbling out in disarray. "Lin Yu, what are you saying? Is there still a chance to save Ropeshu? What is the method? You must tell me, Ropeshu." As she spoke, Tsunade could no longer contain her tears, her beautiful eyes glistening with red, fixated on Lin Yu, terrified that he might utter the words that it was merely a jest. She could not bear such a blow. Orochimaru, overhearing Lin Yu's words, felt his pupils constrict. Does such a resurrection technique truly exist? He remained silent, standing quietly beside them, observing Lin Yu with an increasing sense of intrigue. Lin Yu raised his hand and grasped Tsunade's fair and delicate arm, halting her movement. With a sense of helplessness, he remarked, "There exists a technique capable of reviving the deceased, a notion I encountered in ancient texts. It is said that the one who possesses the eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths can utilize a ninjutsu known as the rebirth technique, summoning the souls of the departed from the Pure Land to restore them to life. These eyes are referred to as the Rinnegan." Tsunade murmured the names of the Sage of 6 Paths, the Rebirth, and the Rinnegan, her pale red lips parting slightly as she inquired, "So, who possesses the Rinnegan?" "That I do not know. The ancient texts only elaborate thus far." Upon hearing this, Tsunade's face fell into a visage of disappointment. The Sage of Six Paths is a legendary figure, and whether he truly exists is debatable. The glimmering light within the Rinnegan gradually dimmed. Lin Yu observed that Tsunade was about to fall into silence once more, and with a determined bite of his teeth. He spoke, "During my time in the land of whirlpools, I encountered an individual whose eyes appeared to possess the fabled Rinnegan. However, I was quite young then and cannot recall the person's features. Is it true, Lin Yu? You truly saw someone with the Rinnegan?" Tsunade, invigorated by Lin Yu's affirmation, regained her fighting spirit. She cast a glance at the unconscious SH-Ju, silently vowing, "SH-Ju, wait for your sister. I shall undoubtedly find the one with the Rinnegan to revive you." Lin Yu refrained from revealing the cost of utilizing the rebirth technique. Otherwise, Tsunade would surely fall into despair. After all, who would willingly sacrifice their own life to save an unrelated individual? Not everyone possesses Naruto's extraordinary gift of persuasion. Chapter 13. The arrival of the third Kazekage on the battlefield. Orochimaru stood quietly nearby, absorbing the entirety of their conversation. The Sage of Six Paths, the Rinnegan, and the knowledge of the Rinnegan's ocular techniques. While he had heard of the former two, the latter was not something recorded in ancient texts. This Vortex Lin Yu was becoming increasingly intriguing. Orochimaru extended his tongue to wet the corner of his mouth, viewing Vortex Lin Yu as a veritable treasure trove. Lin Yu did not shy away from conversing with Orochimaru. He had long harbored intentions regarding him. In the future, he would undoubtedly find a need for Orochimaru's talents. By revealing a few intriguing details, he aimed to pique Orochimaru's interest, for he was indeed a rare gem, a true genius. The war was far from over. The Rain ninjas had merely retreated temporarily. Orochimaru did not linger for long, and upon realizing that SHJ still had a chance at resurrection, he too had to seriously contemplate the forthcoming strategies of war. Moreover, with the emergence of the Sand ninjas, the situation was far from optimistic. Lin Yu comforted Tsunade for a while before returning to his own tent, leaving her to enjoy a moment of solitude. Lying on the bed, Lin Yu gazed at the sagging tent top, lost in thought. Reviving the rope tree was currently impossible. His strength was insufficient, and he could not expose his Rinnegan. Moreover, he was not particularly pressed for time. He could wait until the war concluded to resurrect the rope tree, to prevent this fool from recklessly putting himself in danger. As for the escalating consumption over time, he shrugged it off. No consumption was simply delightful, liberating, and indulgent. He could not utilize the Rinnegan under the identity of Uzumaki Lin Yu. He had yet to mature. By the time the trial period of the Rinnegan ended, numerous individuals in the ninja world would be capable of killing him, particularly in Konoha, including the legendary Sannin, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hitaki Tsukumo, and Might Guy. As for Danzo, Lin Yu held no regard for him as a person. He had deep-seated biases. While he did not doubt Danzo's devotion to Konoha, he had strayed too far down a misguided path, becoming increasingly radical, with his desire for the Hokage position overshadowing his commitment to protect Konoha. What identity should he assume to avoid suspicion? It was truly a headache. In Konoha village, at the Hokage Tower. What? The third Kazekage has secretly infiltrated the Land of Rain? Is the information accurate? The lights in the Hokage's office remained bright even late into the night as Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his temples wearily, his expression grave. Reporting to Lord Hokage. The intel comes from the Umbu. The third Kazekage was discovered by our scouts 2 days ago while traversing the Land of Rivers. And he should now be within the borders of the Land of Rain, the masked ninja replied respectfully. 2 days ago? Why has this news only reached us today? What is the Umbu doing? Bring Danzo to me. Sarutobi slammed his hand on the table, knocking off his Hokage hat, clearly furious. Bang! The door swung open, and Danzo entered wearing a flowing robe, speaking calmly. My root ninjas discovered the third Kazekage, but they also found us. I dispatched 2 teams to pursue him, and the news just reached my root. Let it go for now. Immediately send orders for Hitaki Tsukumo to head to the battlefield in the Land of Rain to support Tsunade and the others, Sarutobi instructed. His expression softening slightly upon hearing this. Yes, the masked ninja vanished in an instant. Hitaki Tsukumo, indeed, could withstand the pressure from the third Kazekage. But are you so certain that Tsunade and the others can hold off Hanzo? Send me. I will deal with the salamander Hanzo, Danzo said, arms crossed. With a calm demeanor. I trust Orochimaru and his team. They are my most esteemed disciples. But are you not worried about Inoki sneaking in from the side? Yagura and Kamachi will keep a close watch on Inoki. One day, you will fall victim to your own naivety, Hiruzen. Danzo scoffed coldly as he left the room. Danzo, I know you resent my selection as the third Hokage, but your character is truly not suited for the role, Hiruzen murmured as he watched Danzo's retreating figure. At the border of the Land of Rain. Oh, Hanzo is actually injured. No wonder he dares not meet me. A blue-haired man with golden eyes, dressed in a white ceremonial robe, gazed down at the kneeling Rain ninja before him. He was the third Kazekage. Yes, Lord Kazekage. Lord Hanzo has prepared a resting place for you, and once your injuries are healed, you may discuss matters in detail, the kneeling Rain ninja said, sweat beading on his brow. Indeed, he was the strongest Kazekage of all time. His imposing presence was overwhelming. Truly cautious, this Hanzo, yet he was wounded by 3 juniors. The demigod of the ninja world seems to be merely a name, the Rain Ninja thought, trembling and unable to respond, keeping his head bowed. Humph, lead the way. The third Kazekage commanded, tossing his robes as he strode ahead. 2 days later, at the Konoha camp, in the main tent where the strategizing was underway, a ninja rushed in to interrupt the discussion among Orochimaru and the others. Report. Lord Orochimaru, Lord Hatake Tsukumo has arrived. Orochimaru's countenance turned icy at the interruption, but softened slightly upon hearing of Tsukumo's arrival. He waved his hand. Understood. Please escort Tsukumo-senpai in to discuss the war. Moments later, a resolute man with short white hair and a short blade strapped to his back entered the tent, striding with confidence. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the other ninjas rose to greet him. At this point, the name of Konoha's White Fang had begun to circulate throughout the ninja world, with Hatake Tsukumo's performance on the battlefield against the Sand Ninjas being nothing short of astounding. He had slain Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, suppressing the mightiest Kazekage of all time, proving himself an unstoppable force. Orochimaru also stood to invite Hatake Tsukumo to take a seat, but Tsukumo declined with a wave of his hand, stating that this was not his main battlefield. The third Hokage's orders were merely to support against the third Kazekage. He was not one to seek glory for himself. So he chose a seat beside Jiraiya. Seeing this, Orochimaru did not press the matter. He still required notable military achievements to vie for the position of fourth Hokage. After a brief pause, Orochimaru continued, the third Kazekage's sudden arrival in the Land of Rain is puzzling, now that Hanzo is injured and unable to act. It is an opportune moment for a counterattack, yet we are hindered by the third Kazekage's presence. What are your thoughts? What is there to discuss? Now that Tsukumo Dano has arrived, I believe we should directly invade the Land of Rain and take Hanzo's head. With Tsukumo Dano holding off the third Kazekage, Orochimaru Dano, Tsunade Dano, and Jiraiya Dano can confidently charge into the Land of Rain to confront Hanzo. I agree. An injured Hanzo is like a toothless sick tiger. He poses little threat. We have the 3 Sannin of Konoha, as Hanzo himself has acknowledged. Everyone chimed in, expressing their belief that they should seize the initiative while Hanzo was wounded. Previously, they had hesitated due to the presence of the third Kazekage, fearing a collaboration between him and Hanzo against the Sannin. Now, with Hatake Tsukumo's arrival providing assurance, they longed to unleash their pent-up frustrations. At this moment, Hatake Tsukumo suddenly spoke. What if it is not just the 2 of them collaborating, but 3? 3. Are you referring to Inoki? That seems unlikely, Orochimaru mused, stroking his beardless chin thoughtfully. If it is only Inoki and an injured Hanzo, I believe the 3 of us can hold them off. However, we need one more person, Tsunade interjected, her spirits lifting slightly. Are you suggesting Uzumaki Lin Yu? Uzumaki Lin Yu? That orphan from the Uzumaki clan. Yamamoto Ichiro interrupted incredulously. That kid could never possess the capability to assist the 3 of you in confronting the demigod of the ninja world and Tsutononoki. With his minuscule combat prowess, he probably couldn't even defeat a mere Jonin. It is truly laughable. Yamamoto chuckled derisively, shaking his head. The red-eyed Jonin, Akatsuki Shinju, seated beside Tsunade, frowned at Yamamoto's mockery of Uzumaki Lin Yu. Though he was also skeptical of Lin Yu's ability to cooperate with the Sannin, Akatsuki Shinju stated. Since Tsunade Dano believes Uzumaki Lin Yu can work alongside them, there must be a special reason for it. Huh, how ridiculous. If a mere Jonin could assist the 3 of you, I could easily overpower Hanzo and Inoki. Yamamoto scoffed, his amusement deepening at the rebuttal. Orochimaru regarded Yamamoto's self-indulgent display of bravado with a cold expression, remaining silent. Tsunade could no longer contain herself, exclaiming angrily, what do you know? The value of Lin Yu surpasses that of 10 of you combined. And that was indeed the truth. Jiraiya silently praised himself. He harbored no fondness for the green-haired ninja, especially since, rounding it off, Uzumaki Hayabusa had essentially saved his life. Although Tsunade holds a higher status in the village than I do, here on the battlefield, our identities are equal, save for Lord Orochimaru. I wish to make it clear today, where Uzumaki Hayabusa stands, there shall be no Ichiro Yamamoto. With that, Ichiro crossed his arms, exuding an air of misplaced confidence as he cast a glance at Orochimaru. This fool is doomed, Jiraiya thought to himself, bemused by Ichiro's audacity to provoke Tsunade and challenge Orochimaru. Then be on your way, Orochimaru said, not even glancing at Ichiro. His head bowed as if he were on the verge of slumber. Did you hear that? Lord Orochimaru has commanded you to leave. Ichiro's confident demeanor faltered. Taken aback that Orochimaru would actually bid him to depart. I shall not repeat myself. Leave. Orochimaru raised his head, his expression icy as he fixed a steely gaze upon Ichiro, an aura of lethal intent emanating from him, as though a single word more would prompt him to act decisively. Ichiro's complexion shifted like a traffic light, and he slinked out of the main tent, defeated. The discussions within continued unabated. Curse that Uzumaki Hayabusa. It is he who has caused my expulsion from the tent. I must find an opportunity to eliminate him. Ichiro's arrogance in confronting Tsunade stemmed from the backing of Danzo Shimura, with his mission to monitor and marginalize Uzumaki Hayabusa being his primary task. albeit one that Danzo had mentioned casually. Ichiro had taken it as his greatest security. Yet now, under the mocking gazes of his comrades, Ichiro felt his mind teetering on the brink of explosion, casting aside the notions of surveillance and exclusion, leaving only thoughts of murder. While he dared not kill within the camp, if only Hayabusa were to venture onto the battlefield. What say you all? Do you concur with this proposal? If it is indeed as the three lords have stated, then I am in agreement. I too concur. Agreed. Observing that Shikamaru Nara had yet to voice an opinion, Orochimaru slowly inquired, "Do you have any alternative views, Shikamaru?" Shikamaru chuckled heartily. "I am but a simple man, lacking an understanding of such matters. I agree. However, I do wish to meet this Uzumaki Hayabusa. Not a problem. Tsunade, if you would." Orochimaru nodded, indicating for Tsunade to lead the way to Hayabusa's tent. At that moment, Hayabusa was diligently attending to the wounded, having completed his time-sensitive task. He was in no hurry, awaiting the end of the war to return to Konoha and receive the new generation of Sharingan, living rather leisurely. Of course, he had to maintain appearances, so he treated each patient with utmost seriousness, ensuring they could leap from their beds unscathed before attending to the next. In a day, he would treat 7 or 8. A stark contrast to the hundreds he had treated alongside Tsunade in the preceding days, relishing his newfound comfort. As Tsunade did not find Hayabusa within the tent, she guided Shikamaru to the area where the injured were accommodated. They arrived just in time to witness Hayabusa finishing up with a patient, wiping the sweat from his brow, exhaustion evident on his face. Tsunade regarded him with a mixture of surprise and contemplation, as if to say, "You are quite the unexpected character." In contrast, Shikamaru was struck by the sight of Hayabusa, weary yet resolute, moving on to treat the next patient. What a commendable young man, he mused. He was further astonished to see that the ninjas treated by Hayabusa bore not a single scar, able to bounce back to their feet with vigor. From this first impression, Shikamaru felt an immediate fondness for the youth before him. Truly, he was a good person. "Ah, Tsunade, Shikamaru, what brings you here?" After a while, Hayabusa noticed the two watching him intently. "You should call her sister Tsunade." Tsunade shot him a dark look, correcting him. "Humph," with a figure akin to Kushina's. "Calling her sister seems rather far-fetched," Hayabusa muttered. "You." Tsunade glared fiercely at him, her expression suggesting, "Just you wait, I will have my reckoning." "Oh, so you must be Uzumaki Hayabusa. A hero in the making, indeed. No wonder the legendary three hold you in such high esteem. To earn Hanzo's recognition at such a young age is no small feat," Shikamaru remarked with a smile, unperturbed by the playful exchange between Hayabusa and Tsunade. This only reinforced his belief that such spirited youthfulness, filled with vitality, intellect, strength, and a passionate heart, was precisely what a young man ought to embody. The more he observed, the more satisfied he became, lamenting only that he had no daughter to introduce to such a fine young man. Lin Yu was taken aback by the fact that, despite it being their first encounter, the dashing gentleman before him was already on the verge of arranging a wife for him. "Indeed, Lord Shuamao, I am unaware of your and Tsunade's arrival. Lin Yu, at your command, I hereby designate you as the mobile medical unit for the three ninjas to assist us in our battle against Hanzo and Inoki." Tsunade's expression immediately turned serious. However, after delivering her orders, she playfully winked at Lin Yu, indicating that she was gradually emerging from the shadow of Shinjiro's death. "Inoki? Has the third Suchikage also come?" Lin Yu exclaimed in surprise. The power of Inoki's dust release was formidable. Without unsealing the Rinnegan, Lin Yu would be unable to escape the fate of disintegration. Moreover, his own speed was insufficient, making it easy for the enemy to seize an opportunity, which could lead to dire consequences. There is no definitive information on that, but we must be thoroughly prepared. Tsunade's demeanor was earnest, infused with both concern and a hint of pride. The 10-year-old boy before her was already capable of participating in battles at the level of a Kage, evoking a sense of shared glory akin to that of a nurturing spouse in a childhood betrothal. Damn it, how could I entertain such thoughts? Just as Lin Yu found himself in a quandary, a thunderous explosion erupted outside, sending countless fragments of stone and dust tearing through the tent. The sharp sound of blades echoed in Lin Yu's ears as numerous glimmers of steel flashed past, accurately shattering all the debris. In Lin Yu's eyes, he only caught a fleeting glimpse of a blade's gleam, and then he saw the white fang sheathed once more, followed by the shattering of stones that scattered across the ground. How swift the blade! This was Lin Yu's first impression, and indeed, he was not mistaken about the legendary white fang of Konoha. After dispatching the debris, Kakashi SHMO wasted no time, beckoning Tsunade and Lin Yu to swiftly retreat outside. Chapter 15. Lin Yu's confrontation with Shikaka. At last, I am free. Upon emerging, he beheld countless ants to be exterminated. Wind release, vacuum sphere. The colossal form of Shikaku rampaged through the Konoha encampment, launching the vacuum spheres indiscriminately around him. Boom, boom, boom. Damn it, it's a tailed beast. How dare the third Kazekage attempt this? Does he not fear the loss of his Jinchuriki? Tsunade clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she witnessed the chaos of fleeing ninjas and severed limbs scattered across the ground. her instinct urging her to leap forward and confront Shikaku. Where the hell are Orochimaru and the others? Why do they not show themselves? Report. Lady Tsunade, Lord Kakashi. The front lines are under attack by Hanzo of the Salamander, the 3rd Kazekage, and the 3rd Tsuchikage, Noki. The rain, sand, and rock ninjas are converging upon us. Lord Orochimaru and the others are on the brink of collapse. A bloodied Konoha ninja, panting heavily and filled with dread, rushed towards Tsunade. What? That old man Noki has truly come. How could they suddenly unite? Tsunade found herself in a dilemma, torn between the safety of her comrades and the vulnerable Konoha ninjas and injured within the encampment, most of whom were elderly or incapacitated, utterly incapable of resisting the onslaught of a tailed beast. Stop hesitating, Tsunade. You must support the front lines. Leave this to me. Kakashi Shmo slowly drew the white fang from his back, his gaze fixed solemnly on the rampaging Shikaku. He understood that his abilities were wholly ineffective against the creature, composed of sand, and thus could only attempt to awaken the Jinchuriki within. Lord Kakashi, Tsunade, leave this to me. Our Uzumaki clan sealing techniques are specifically designed to counter-tailed beasts, making me more suited for this task than either of you. Uzumaki Lin Yu interposed himself before Kakashi, dashing towards Shikaku without giving either of them a chance to reconsider. Lin Yu is correct, Kakashi thought. The front lines need us more urgently. Though this is our first meeting, I inexplicably trust him, as if I could safely entrust my back to him. He watched as Lin Yu's figure vanished from sight before sprinting towards the battlefield. Trust, is it? I can relate to that feeling. Tsunade blinked her beautiful eyes, then turned resolutely away, her faith in Lin Yu's ability to handle Shikaku unwavering. Ha ha ha, the sensation of freedom is exquisite. Lin Yu heard Shikaku's arrogant voice even before getting close. As he approached the gigantic beast, he felt no sense of danger whatsoever. Even though Lin Yu's stature was but the size of Shikaku's claw, his presence radiated confidence. With hands on his hips, he mockingly shouted at Shikaku, "You vile raccoon. I've heard you're the weakest of the tailed beasts, often bested by the nine tails. I wonder if that's true? You vile raccoon. Did you just speak, little brat? Offending the great Shikaku, you shall meet the same fate as that accursed fox." Shikaku's massive form turned, glaring furiously at the diminutive ant below, loathing the insult. TSK. I've also heard that you were once so thoroughly beaten by the nine tails that you became unable to care for yourself, fleeing with your tail between your legs whenever you saw it. Ah, you infuriate me, little brat. Shikaku roared, lunging with its sharp claws towards Lin Yu. Hee. Can't catch me, can you? Truly pathetic. Lin Yu danced around, leading Shikaku toward the outskirts of the encampment. The dormant Jinchuriki within Shikaku frowned slightly, but found himself powerless to control the beast. His strength was no match for Shikaku's, leaving Lin Yu to maneuver it out of the camp. Phew, we are saved. The survivors of the encampment sighed in relief as they watched the colossal creature retreat, unaware that a green figure had silently vanished from the vicinity. After traveling nearly 100 kilometers and nearing the land of rain, Lin Yu finally halted, slightly breathless, not from fatigue of the body, but rather from the incessant chatter he had maintained throughout the pursuit, mocking Shikaku, which he deemed to have no ancestry. Save for the 10 tails, if one had to be mentioned. Why have you stopped running, little brat? Are you out of energy? Prepare to meet your end. Shikaku, panting heavily and with a fierce expression, roared at Lin Yu. It was not exhaustion that plagued Shikaku, but rather indignation. Never before had it been insulted in such a manner, and it felt a surge of grievance, vowing to obliterate this insolent child. Now, it is time to conclude this farce. Diamond Lock. Lin Yu ceased his heavy breathing and turned to face Shikaku, as 6 golden chakra chains burst forth from behind him, ensnaring the enormous body of Shikaku. The reason the Diamond Lock technique effectively restrained tailed beasts was due to their sheer size, making them easy targets for such binding. Damn it. This is the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, you treacherous little brat. Shikaku struggled as the golden chakra chains constricted tighter and tighter. The Diamond Lock was specifically designed to combat tailed beasts, rendering Shikaku unable to break free. Ultimately, it was bound tightly to the ground, its large eyes glaring venomously at Uzumaki Lin Yu, filled with fury and defiance. Lin Yu caressed his chin, pondering how to deal with Shohei. Killing was not an option. It would serve no purpose, as he would simply resurrect in a few years. Lin Yu, unwilling to engage in futile efforts, contemplated and decided to utilize the sealing of Shoha to exchange for military merits and ninjutsu. After all, techniques such as Flying Thunder God and Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu were beyond his replication. It was wiser to earnestly cultivate and learn. Suddenly, a cruel laughter echoed from behind him. Die, Konoha's lingering slash. Lin Yu beheld a familiar green-haired ninja charging at him with a menacing expression through the mirror-like pupils of Shoha. With a cruel smile, Lin Yu turned around, the spiral patterns in his eyes gradually coalescing like ripples. He glared, unleashing the power of Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsion, beyond imagination, acted before Lin Yu, sending the green-haired ninja hurtling back like a rubber ball, bloodied and battered, instantly rendered incapable of fighting, as he spat blood on the ground. How could you possess such incredible power? Yamamoto Ichiro gazed at Lin Yu, who was approaching him, fear spreading deep within his heart. He had been tailing the vortex that was Lin Yu, holding back until he extended an unknown chain to entangle the beast. He believed his opportunity had finally arrived. One must admit, his timing was impeccable. Lin Yu needed to suppress the guardian beast, his movements restricted. Had it been someone of White Fang's caliber, he might have truly succeeded. Unfortunately, he was merely a special Jonin who could not even master the fundamental techniques of the Leaf Village, destined for no miraculous outcome. You wasted a second of my Rinnegan time. You shall pay dearly. Lin Yu had already restored his black pupils, freezing the Rinnegan, a vital resource to be conserved. Second by second, Lin Yu would not squander a moment unless faced with a crisis or an important mission. You cannot kill me. I have powerful allies behind me. A shuriken pierced his heart, and Yamamoto Ichiro felt his life force gradually dissipating, disbelief still lingering in his eyes. When it came to enemies, especially those he was determined to eliminate, Lin Yu never afforded them the luxury of extra words. As for the allies behind him, Lin Yu cared not. Whether it was Danzo or not, the blame would inevitably fall upon him. After all, he was the scapegoat hero, and this incident was no exception. Just now, what was wrong with your eyes? They resembled those of the Sage of Six Paths enough with the prattle. For symbol seal, countless intricate runes surged from his palm, striking the guardian beast, and in an instant, its massive form transformed into chakra, flowing into the Jinchuriki's body. In the blink of an eye, the guardian beast's enormous presence vanished, leaving behind only an unconscious monk. Lin Yu secured Funfu, having dealt with the remains of Yamamoto Ichiro, and gazed towards another battlefield. Murmuring to himself, "It is time for my other identity to emerge. Hans has lived long enough." Chapter 16. The emergence of the immortal organization. Hans's demise how infuriating. The disparity in numbers is overwhelming. Tsunade launched a fierce punch that sent an enemy Jonin flying. Observing the retreating leaf ninjas around her, she clenched her fists in frustration and charged forward once more. Where's the support? I can hardly hold on. Assistance had indeed been requested from the leaf. Yet it seemed that Orochimaru had not fully disclosed the situation. Jiraiya understood that reinforcements would likely arrive too late. Even Mito's son, Yamanaka Ino, would not make it in time. The enemy's rapid assault left little room for countermeasures, and many strategies went unexecuted before they were thrust into the fray. How disgraceful! Am I, the great sage Jiraiya, destined to perish here? His adversary was the third Tsuchikage, Inoki. In his youth, Jiraiya had yet to master sage techniques, and his abilities were not fully developed, leaving him at the mercy of Inoki's relentless assault, forced to retreat and remain vigilant against his dust release techniques. Should he be struck, he would truly meet his end. Kakashi faced his old rival, the third Kazekage, and managed to suppress him using the White Fang sword, capable of penetrating the Kazekage's iron sand defenses. Meanwhile, Orochimaru struggled to entangle the still-injured Hans, while Tsunade was compelled to assist leaf ninjas besieged by 3 different ninja villages. Their situation precarious. How dare you divert your attention while facing me? Doton, heavy stone technique. Inoki infused his right hand with chakra and delivered a punch that sent Jiraiya sprawling, the immense force fracturing 2 of his ribs and causing blood to spurt from his mouth. Jiraiya. Tsunade repelled her opponent and rushed toward him. Do not come. I am fine. I can endure. Jiraiya struggled to rise, reflecting on the weight of the blow. Had he not endured Tsunade's frequent beatings, this strike might have incapacitated him entirely. Truly, the third Tsuchikage was a formidable opponent. Only his mentor could match him. Rest assured, I shall not kill you. I intend to capture you alive to exchange for resources from the Land of Fire, ensuring that Sarutobi suffers greatly. Ahaha. Inoki's diminutive form floated towards Jiraiya. There is only a dead sage. There is no shame in living, Jiraiya mumbled, wiping the blood from his mouth, a glint of madness in his eyes. He yearned to attempt an uncompleted jutsu. Otherwise, he would die unsatisfied. As expected of Sarutobi's apprentice, you have not brought him shame. Allow me to send you on your way. Doton, original world separation technique. Inoki clasped his hands together, a transparent cubic barrier materializing and rapidly expanding before he forcefully projected it, enveloping Jiraiya at an astonishing speed. No, there is no time to escape. Is this how I meet my end? Jiraiya despondently lowered his hands as the transparent cube loomed larger, its brilliance blinding. Inoki, you bully the younger generation. How have you regressed as you age? A slightly hoarse voice resonated across the battlefield. A figure clad in black robes and a gold-patterned mask descended before Jiraiya, extending a hand towards the dust release. Sealing technique, absorption. Just in time, Lin Yu arrived, extending a hand to absorb the dust release chakra. In moments, the vast white transparent barrier dissipated, leaving only a wisp of white smoke before Lin Yu. Impossible. How could my dust release fail? Inoki floated in astonishment, staring in disbelief at the unscathed duo below. His dust release had been consumed by this individual before him. Who are you? Inoki demanded, his face clouded with apprehension. I am the leader of the immortal organization, the Lord of Immortality, codename eternal sovereign. Lin Yu flicked the dust from his garments, surveying the surroundings with an air of disdain, as though the combatants around him were mere ants. The Immortal Organization? I have not heard of it. What is your purpose on the battlefield? Inoki's heart trembled as he glimpsed the spiral-patterned eyes revealed through Lin Yu's mask, an ominous feeling creeping over him. Rest assured, you are not my target. Your bounty is far too meager to warrant my attention. Lin Yu turned, not casting a glance at Jiraiya, and began to stroll away. Though his strides were leisurely, each step felt like a weight upon the hearts of those present. Many ninjas ceased their battles, gazing at the figure draped in black with expressions of confusion. Hans, engaged in battle with Orochimaru, suddenly felt a chill of death envelop him, an inescapable dread. He swung his scythe to repel Orochimaru and turned to face the advancing figure clad in black, furrowing his brow with the gravity of a looming threat. Who are you? Lin Yu halted his steps and raspingly uttered, the one who will end your life. Universal attraction. An unimaginable gravitational force acted upon Hanzo, pulling his body uncontrollably towards Lin Yu. Hanzo's heart sank. What manner of ninjutsu was this? It required no hand seals and was utterly unheard of. In desperation, he plunged his scythe into the ground to counteract the force, simultaneously forming a hand seal with one hand to extricate himself from this predicament. Humph! Pitiful insect. You have no inkling of the entity you are confronting. The gravitational pull intensified in Lin Yu's hand, causing the scythe to slip from Hanzo's grasp. He could no longer endure. His body dragged across the ground toward Lin Yu. With a sickening sound, a pristine hand pierced through Hanzo's heart, blood cascading down. Pain marred Hanzo's face as disbelief washed over him. He had been defeated so easily. With a gaze filled with resentment, he stared at the masked figure before him. Then, with reluctance, closed his eyes. Thus, the saga of the demigod of the ninja world came to an end. What? The demigod of the ninja world has perished just like that? How is this possible? Who is this figure in the black robe? Naka's heart trembled. Though he had sensed the black-robed man's formidable strength, he had not anticipated that he could slay Hanzo with a single strike. Expending minimal effort while also countering his dust release technique. Swallowing hard, Noki contemplated retreat. What? Lord Hanzo is dead? Impossible. We must avenge Lord Hanzo and eliminate that black-robed man. His chakra must be nearly depleted. Kill him and avenge Lord Hanzo. The Rain ninjas, witnessing the demise of their leader and faith in Hanzo, felt their eyes redden with fury, a multitude surging toward Lin Yu. Jiraiya, still reeling from Hanzo's death, observed countless Rain ninjas charging at Lin Yu and could not help but caution, be careful. Unsure if they were friend or foe, he did not wish to see his savior ensnared by enemies. The one who should be cautious is you. They are nothing but a swarm of insects. A smile crept across Lin Yu's lips beneath his mask. It was finally his turn to unleash his power. Complete body Susanoo. Golden chakra coalesced around Lin Yu, manifesting skeletal arms that swiftly formed a skeletal figure. Veins and flesh enveloped the skeleton, adorned in armor, with a pitch-black blade, Muramesa, materializing at his waist. The transformation was not yet complete. The golden Tengu figure ascended, revealing two armored legs that grew to towering heights. When it reached over 100 meters, a pair of golden wings unfurled behind it, exuding an overwhelming pressure upon all present. As the Susanoo reached its complete form, deep within a shadowy corner of the ninja world, a pair of blood-red pupils suddenly opened. Who is it? On the battlefield, countless ninjas gazed in awe at the towering golden warrior, instinctively lowering their weapons, their expressions vacant, murmuring, how can we possibly defeat such an enemy? Is this the power of a deity? The disparity is insurmountable. Do not despair. Perhaps the opponent is merely a facade of strength. A Rain ninja forced himself to rally the spirits of his comrades, despite the lack of conviction in his own words. Within the diamond-shaped core of Susanoo, Lin Yu looked down at the throngs of ninjas below, resembling ants. He narrowed his eyes, savoring this divine power. No wonder Nagato's condition worsened so drastically in the future. This was indeed a power beyond mortal comprehension. No longer hesitating, Lin Yu felt a surge of determination. The majestic golden warrior drew the Muramesa from his side, swinging his wrist. With a resounding crash, a chasm tore through the battlefield, extending toward a distant hill. The hill was cleaved in two as the blade's radiance faded, and those caught in its path were sent to the afterlife without a chance to struggle. A monster. He is a monster. Everyone flee. The terror of death extinguished all remaining thoughts, and their sole desire became escape. Do you think you can escape? With 3 more slashes of the blade, countless ninjas were instantaneously vaporized, not even leaving behind remnants of their existence. Lin Yu exercised utmost caution, refraining from directing his blade towards the leaf ninja. However, a few unfortunate souls were inadvertently caught in the fray, their misfortune being an unfortunate consequence. The rain and sand ninjas suffered near total annihilation, while the stone ninja, the old man Inoki, upon witnessing the second form of Susanoo, hastily retreated. Aware of the formidable power wielded by Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, observing the beleaguered Inoki's flight, the third Kazekage clenched his teeth. Enduring a blow from Hatake Tsukumo as he manipulated his sand and iron to block Tsukumo's advance, swiftly retreating from the battlefield, not daring to look back, after all. The survival of the sand ninja paled in comparison to his own life. Chapter 17, Tsunade's request, Orochimaru beheld the towering golden warrior, reaching heights of over 100 meters. His golden slit-like eyes shimmering with profound obsession. Such immense power. The legends were indeed true. The Rinnegan exists, if only he could study it. In contrast to Orochimaru's fixation on the Rinnegan's might, Tsunade's focus lay elsewhere. Her beautiful eyes remained fixed on the figure above, a sense of recognition enveloping her. He was the one she had been seeking, the person capable of resurrecting her brother, Nawaki. Stepping cautiously toward the golden warrior's feet, Tsunade inhaled deeply. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt little trepidation towards the figure clad in black robes, perhaps due to his restraint from slaughtering the leaf ninja. Her crimson lips parted. "Excuse me, esteemed sir in black, might your eyes be the fabled Rinnegan? If so, could I implore you for a favor? I am willing to pay any price to beseech you to resurrect my..." Lin Yu cast a glance at the frail Tsunade beneath him, silently lamenting, "Forgive me. But I am not yet capable of aiding you. However, it shall be soon." With a swift gesture, a golden figure soared into the sky, gradually vanishing from sight. Along with the lifeless body of Hanzo the salamander, a considerable fortune indeed. "Do not leave. Halt in your tracks," Tsunade cried out. Her heart suddenly gripped by anxiety as she watched the figure ascend, disregarding the opponent's formidable power and unknown identity. She bit her crimson lip, intent on pursuing. "Tsunade, remain composed. This individual possesses great strength, and their intentions are unclear. Should we provoke them, it is conceivable that none of us shall survive," Orochimaru interjected, blocking her path. He too harbored an interest in the Rinnegan and wished to investigate the cloaked figure, yet the voice of reason within him cautioned against such folly. It could lead to death. Reluctantly, Tsunade turned her gaze towards the direction of the disappearing figure before retreating to the camp. As for the battlefield, it had devolved into nothing more than a plaything for the adversary. "Forgive me, SHT. I have found someone who can resurrect you. Yet I lack the strength to confront them directly." Nevertheless, Tsunade lifted her gaze toward the direction Lin Yu had vanished, her determination rekindled. "When we meet again, I shall ensure you look upon me with respect and admiration." At that moment, Lin Yu had dispelled his Susanoo and frozen the Rinnegan. Hastening back to the camp with the unconscious host of the tailed beast, a fleeting glance at the text in his mind revealed a time-limited reward. Unrestricted usage of the Rinnegan, remaining time, 1 hour, 39 minutes, 59 seconds frozen. He had spent 20 minutes in total, with 5 dedicated to battle and the remainder to travel, anxious for Tsunade's safety. He had flown to their aid, fortuitously rescuing Jiraiya, which he deemed a fair trade. Yet, Lin Yu felt a twinge of regret. Still, he had accomplished what was necessary. Part of his motivation was indeed for Tsunade, but an even greater ambition lay with the organization of immortality. Lin Yu envisioned not only his own eternal life, but that of his cherished ones as well. This required a vast organization to underpin the research into the secrets of immortality, and he had already identified the optimal candidate for such scientific endeavors, Orochimaru. Coincidentally, Orochimaru also sought immortality and had created techniques akin to it, such as the impure world reincarnation, an undeniable talent in research. However, the time for openness had not yet arrived. Orochimaru still harbored aspirations of becoming the 4th Hokage, and his scientific fervor had yet to deepen adequately. Patience was required for his complete transformation. Furthermore, Orochimaru's considerable ambition posed challenges to control, necessitating a person capable of restraining his abilities, such as one with the Sharingan. These thoughts flitted through Lin Yu's mind as he quickened his pace. The outline of the Konoha camp gradually came into view, carrying the unconscious host. Lin Yu entered the main tent, where Tsunade and the majority of the elite shinobi were gathered. However, their faces bore no expressions of victory, but rather a cloud of despondency. Lin Yu silently glanced at the crowd, contemplating how winning a battle felt akin to losing something precious. He quietly scoffed before turning his attention to Orochimaru. "Lord Orochimaru, we have fortuitously captured a Jinchuriki of the One Tail," he announced. Orochimaru's initially somber eyes glimmered with a hint of intrigue, although it was not the Jinchuriki itself that piqued his interest. While this capture could serve as a significant bargaining chip in the ceasefire negotiations, he regarded it with indifference, leaving such matters to the 3rd Hokage. What truly concerned him was the absence of Vortex Lin Yu on the battlefield. Although Tsunade mentioned that Lin Yu was engaged in combat with the One-Tail Shikaku, Orochimaru harbored a nagging intuition that Lin Yu was intricately linked to the enigmatic figure in the black cloak. After all, just yesterday, he had mentioned encountering someone with the Rinnegan, and today, that very person appeared. Such coincidences are rarely mere happenstance. They are often orchestrated by human intent. Even if Vortex Lin Yu was not the cloaked figure, he undoubtedly had connections to the so-called immortal organization that the figure had spoken of. Was Lin Yu's plea for the black-cloaked individual to reveal himself motivated by his concern for Tsunade? Or was it merely a coincidence that their organization's target happened to be Hanzo of the Salamander? Did Lin Yu possess the capability to summon such a formidable ally solely for Tsunade's sake? No. I was present at that moment as well. Lin Yu is not a careless individual. He could have easily spoken privately with Tsunade, yet he chose not to. This implies that he is deliberately indicating that I, Orochimaru, am also among his objectives. How intriguing indeed. Lin Yu stood below for quite a while, yet the voice of Orochimaru was nowhere to be heard. His gaze inadvertently met Orochimaru's, which bore an expression of having seen through him, causing a tightening sensation in his heart. Could it be that he had been uncovered? Surely not. Had Lin Yu been privy to Orochimaru's thoughts, his vigilance would have been heightened even further. Orochimaru had already deduced nearly everything. Had Lin Yu not been so young and lacking in strength, he might have suspected him to be the man in the black robe. This simply would not do. One Uchiha sure sway was insufficient. He would require another Uchiha Itachi, or perhaps even an addition of Tuchi. Orochimaru was unaware that with merely a glance, he had added a measure of difficulty to Lin Yu's future existence, leading to a later realization in Orochimaru's mind. Exclaiming inwardly, "This is not just a minor inconvenience, it is a monumental one," clad in bandages with his left arm suspended in front of his chest. The masked Jiraiya observed the prolonged silence between the two, and to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, he finally spoke with his only remaining functional mouth. "Ah. So you are indeed a Jinchuriki, Lin Yu. You possess quite a remarkable ability, reminiscent of my sage, the toad." How absurd, thought Lin Yu. If he possessed even a fraction of that ability, he would surely need to be half-wrapped in bandages himself. Lin Yu felt utterly exasperated. Orochimaru, realizing that several other shinobi were present, finally came to his senses and remarked, "Well done, Lin Yu-kun. I shall duly note this significant achievement of yours." After expressing his gratitude, Lin Yu sat beside Tsunade and quietly inquired, "Why does everyone appear so glum? Did we lose?" Tsunade, with a somewhat complex expression, replied, "We won." But the process was rather unexpected. She then recounted the tale of the cloaked figure wreaking havoc, also mentioning how she had been disregarded by the opponent. Lin Yu felt a sense of embarrassment and managed to smile, maintaining a calm demeanor as he replied, "Oh, why do you appear so full of spirit, then? Are you not feeling despondent?" "Humph. How could I, the illustrious Princess Tsunade of Konoha, ever consider giving up? Once I achieve mastery in my training, I shall capture that wretched man in the black cloak and administer a beating daily until he begs me to resurrect Shuntai." Tsunade shot a proud glance at Lin Yu. Cough, cough. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu suddenly coughed a few times. It seemed that Tsunade still harbored considerable resentment towards the man in the black cloak. "Forgive me, Shuntai. It appears your resurrection will be delayed for quite some time." Lin Yu felt a surge of joy at Tsunade's indomitable spirit. He found himself reluctant to resurrect Shuntai. Perhaps Tsunade could grow to surpass the original narrative through this ordeal. Chapter 18. The conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War in light of the black-cloaked man's emergence, IWA. Suna and AIM Ninja all communicated requests for a ceasefire to Konoha, fearing another encounter with the terrifying figure. As for Kumo, they remained non-committal, while Kiri had not participated in the conflict at all. Thus, the Second Shinobi World War came to an end, though smaller skirmishes persisted, until a formal agreement was signed. Friction among the various ninja villages continued unabated. However, due to the black-cloaked man's influence, each village exercised restraint regarding large-scale confrontations. The potential for a target among their ranks would result in significant losses. After a week of consolidation, most of Konoha's ninja were set to return to the village to report back, leaving only personnel to defend the borders until further notice regarding personnel rotation. Tsunade was also preparing to return to Konoha, needing to arrange for Shintai's remains, while Orochimaru had to report back to the third Hokage regarding the tally of achievements and casualties. "What? You do not intend to return with the main force?" Tsunade exclaimed, extending her fair hand, ready to pinch Lin Yu's ear. Lin Yu gently evaded, grasping Tsunade's small hand and feigning seriousness as he expressed, "I wish to visit the land of rain. In light of the war, many innocent souls have met with misfortune. I believe that witnessing it firsthand will deepen my understanding of the true essence of peace." Tsunade's face flushed slightly as she withdrew her hand and replied, "But what if you venture to the land of rain alone? I shall accompany you, for I too desire to see this nation and gather intelligence." Jiraiya, fully healed from his injuries, volunteered with a grin. "We must return to Konoha in 2 months. Orochimaru cast a profound glance at Lin Yu before departing without a backward glance. As for safety concerns, he felt no trepidation. The strength of the cloaked figures ranked among the most formidable in the ninja world, and annihilating a small nation like the Land of Rain was well within their capabilities. Indeed, he had already deduced a connection between Lin Yu and the cloaked individuals, which was why he had granted special consideration to the latter. Otherwise, per strict orders, they were to return to Konoha to report, with severe consequences for those who failed to comply. As for Jiraiya, Hiruzen Sarutobi had grown accustomed to his antics and chose to overlook them. At this moment, it must be acknowledged that Orochimaru exhibited a degree of humanity. Lin Yu cast a grateful glance towards him, thinking, "Well, I shall be more gentle in my recruitment of you in the future." With Orochimaru managing the third Hokage, alleviating their concerns, Lin Yu and Jiraiya wasted no time. After bidding farewell to Tsunade, they entered the borders of the Land of Rain. Over the course of 2 weeks, Lin Yu and Jiraiya traversed much of the Land of Rain, witnessing countless families shattered by war, with homeless civilians visible on every street corner. With Hanzo's demise, the Rain ninjas, liberated from his restraint, rampaged freely, committing acts of arson and pillage, leaving ordinary citizens powerless against their might. They could only watch helplessly as their homes were destroyed and loved ones slain, cultivating a profound resentment and fear towards ninjas deep within their hearts. After spending 2 weeks in the Land of Rain, Lin Yu's mission system refreshed, presenting him with a new set of tasks. Fortunately limited to simple humanitarian efforts and daily challenges involving Jiraiya. In exchange, he received 3 fundamental rewards: mastery of Shuriken Jutsu, mastery of Taijutsu, and proficiency in basic Genjutsu. Alas, having traversed much of the Land of Rain, they still had not encountered the trio of Nagato. Was this merely a matter of fate evading them? In a town within the Land of Rain, Lin Yu and Jiraiya traversed the streets, their bodies adorned with small bundles. Tokens of gratitude from the common folk whom Lin Yu had tended to. The duo had garnered a reputation as the heroic duo, dedicated to defending the innocent from the predations of unscrupulous shinobi. Jiraiya harbored a profound disdain for those who exploited the weak, striking with unrelenting force. Over the course of their 2-week companionship, he developed a deep fondness for Lin Yu, a seemingly gentle and sunny youth whose heart burned with fervent compassion at least. This was Jiraiya's perception of him. However, Lin Yu's true intent was merely to seek out Nagato and his companions. Aiding the commoners was a secondary consideration, intended to draw their attention, though fate had other plans. Suddenly, a commotion broke out in the street. Thief! Catch the thief! A burly man with a face like a clenched fist shoved a filthy child with blue-violet hair. This remote town had been fortunate enough to escape the ravages of war, becoming a refuge for many wandering refugees. You lie? I bought this, protested the girl, her dirty face revealing a glimmer of beauty as she clutched a loaf of bread protectively, enduring the man's rough handling in order to safeguard her meager sustenance. Humph! Where would a homeless girl get money? You clearly stole it when I wasn't looking. The brute's massive hand reached out to snatch the bread from her grasp. No, please. This is what everyone worked hard to earn. It's our food for 3 days. Please don't take it. The girl clung desperately to the loaf, her tiny frame dragging along the ground as she was pushed. Impatient, the man prepared to kick her away, but before he could lift his leg, a pale hand seized his arm. Turning to confront the assailant, he was met with a pair of mesmerizing crimson eyes, and in an instant, he collapsed to the ground. Hey, there's no need to use the Sharingan on a mere civilian, Jiraiya remarked, crossing his arms. After spending over half a month together, he had learned of Lin Yu's Uchiha lineage and the awakening of his Sharingan, which, according to Lin Yu, had manifested on the night of the destruction of the Whirlpool country. Lin Yu had no intention of concealing his abilities, providing a plausible explanation, trusting that some would fill in the gaps with their imagination. It was Lin Yu who had intervened, his expression cold as he kicked the man's pocket, urging Jiraiya to inspect the coins within. Jiraiya approached, puzzled, and noticed 3 coins that bore some dirt, while the rest were pristine. The girl had spoken the truth. This was indeed her money. To deceive even a little girl out of her funds. Let him remain in Genjutsu for a while. Lin Yu thought, knowing that even when the illusion ended, the man would emerge as a fool. He felt no pity had he not intervened. The girl and her companions would have endured unimaginable suffering to fill their bellies. Moreover, the girl with blue-violet hair, paired with her light orange eyes and delicate features, was none other than Conan. At last, he had found her. Lin Yu carefully lifted the unconscious Conan, gently stroking her hair. How is she? Jiraiya inquired softly after grasping the situation, no longer concerned about the man sprawled on the ground. She's been hungry for too long. Her emotional turmoil has drained her energy, leading to this fainting spell as a protective response of her body. Lin Yu's palm glowed with an ethereal green light, passing over Conan's frail form to heal her easily infected wounds. I wonder how much suffering this girl has endured. Jiraiya, perhaps we should stay here for a while, Lin Yu declared, cradling Conan as he made his way toward a nearby tavern. Jiraiya rolled his eyes, muttering under his breath, "You should call me Jiraiya-senpai. Such a rude little brat." Nevertheless, he paid little mind to such trivialities and followed along. I'll take all of these, and that set over there as well. Pack it all up, Lin Yu exclaimed, seated in the tavern with Conan in his arms, pointing at the menu with enthusiasm. The waitress's eyes sparkled as she noted his order. He was quite the affluent patron. Before long, the table was laden with an array of delectable dishes, causing even Jiraiya, seated opposite, to salivate with anticipation. Had it not been for Lin Yu's reluctance to begin, he would have already dived into the feast, weary of the soldiers' rations he had consumed over the past weeks. What is happening? I remember that bad man trying to take my bread, and then, oh, the bread. Conan's previously dazed eyes widened in realization, and she quickly checked her arms, relieved to find the loaf still intact. However, she soon recognized that her situation was somewhat peculiar. She was cradled in someone's arms. Lifting her small head slightly, she met the gentle gaze of Lin Yu, and a faint blush crept across her pale cheeks. Chapter 19. Guardian and Toad Sentinel. As Conan regained her senses, she struggled to escape Lin Yu's embrace, clutching the bread nervously as she cast fearful glances at him, especially at the ninja headband hanging around his neck. Please spare me. I just want to survive. Please let me go. Her voice trembled with desperation, each word laced with vulnerability. Hearing Conan's frail, pleading words, a profound sorrow engulfed both Lin Yu and Jiraiya. In that moment, They saw the boundless suffering and sadness reflected in the eyes of this pitiful girl, no more than 5 years old, who had endured untold hardships due to the ravages of war. Lin Yu took a gentle breath, calming his emotions. He possessed a deeper understanding of Xiaonan's life, a journey marred by the ravages of war that led her to a state of dislocation from an early age. In time, she encountered Yahiko and Nagato, ultimately becoming a founding member of the Akatsuki organization. Behind the scenes, she devoted herself quietly to their cause, steadfastly upholding their shared ideals. Tragically, she perished while protecting Nagato's remains. She was a woman who selflessly supported her companions from the shadows, unwaveringly championing the dreams of Yahiko and Nagato. Though her appearances were few and her fate lamentable, Lin Yu held her memory dear, not merely for Xiaonan's ethereal beauty, which exuded an air of aloofness, but for the profound impact she left on his heart, a promise he vowed to uphold. Lin Yu gazed at the pale, anxious face of Xiaonan, contemplating whether to reach out and gently ruffle her hair. However, he hesitated midair, forcing a radiant smile he deemed sunny, and soothingly remarked, "Do not be afraid. I am not a villain. Do you recall what transpired earlier?" "Yes, you are the brother who saved me just now." Xiaonan nodded, recalling that the young man before her had indeed rescued her before she lost consciousness, yet she remained on guard. Hey, does that imply that I am the villain in this scenario?" Jiraiya interjected with a mischievous glint in his eye, fixating on Lin Yu. "Perhaps. With that shock of white hair, it is evident you might indulge excessively in certain activities," Lin Yu retorted, a smirk playing on his lips. "What do you mean by certain activities, you insufferable brat?" "Ah, well, that is for you to decipher," Lin Yu replied, casting a sidelong glance at a particular area. Though Xiaonan was oblivious to their banter's true meaning, she could not help but giggle at their playful argument, pressing her lips together in amusement. Jiraiya, noticing her laughter, cast a triumphant glance at Lin Yu, as if to convey, "See, little one, my role as a wise sage is quite commendable, is it not?" Lin Yu cast a determined glance, attempting to grasp Xiaonan's small hand. Upon feeling Lin Yu's approach, Xiaonan involuntarily shivered, yet she did not withdraw, allowing him to guide her to the chair. A waft of fragrant aromas tickled her delicate nose, and her stomach audibly protested, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. She averted her gaze, striving to resist the temptation of the sumptuous feast before her. "Please, indulge yourself. All of this is prepared for you," Lin Yu gently urged, holding her hand as he seated her. Xiaonan swallowed hard, bowing her head, and replied in a hushed tone, I cannot eat." "Oh, my dear little ancestor, I am nearly starving. I implore you to show me some mercy and pick up those chopsticks," Jiraiya exclaimed, his mouth watering at the sight of the abundant delicacies. Meanwhile, Xiaonan clutched the hem of her garment with one hand, biting her lip. Taking a deep breath of the enticing scents, she shyly murmured, "If it is possible, I would like to take my portion home to enjoy." "Not a problem, waitstaff. Please pack everything from the table and include an additional portion in the bill," Lin Yu assured her. Had it not been for Lin Yu's keen hearing, Xiaonan's bashful voice would have gone unnoticed. "Wait a moment. Let me have a bite first," Jiraiya shouted in bewilderment. Lin Yu paid no heed to him, taking the takeout box from the server's hands and pulling Xiaonan outside, remarking, "Remember to settle the bill, old man." "How infuriating. That little brat has driven me to madness, spending my money to woo girls. What a disgrace." Jiraiya fumed, clenching his teeth in frustration. Nevertheless, he obediently retrieved his wallet to pay the bill. After all, the ninjas they encountered along the way were numerous, and his coffers were still quite ample. He followed closely behind the two diminutive figures ahead, his expression dark as a storm cloud. Xiaonan glanced up at the gentle, handsome boy beside her, her cheeks flushing with shyness as she introduced herself. "I am Xiaonan." "I am Uzumaki Lin Yu," he replied. "Yahiko, Nagato, come out quickly. Look at what I brought back for you." Xiaonan, cradling a takeout box taller than her own body, dashed excitedly into their secret hideout, a cave nestled in the remote forest outside the town, evidently a place where the trio had resided for some time, as evidenced by the signs of modification and wear around them. Yahiko and Nagato were engaged in discussions about survival strategies within, though it was mostly Yahiko speaking, while Nagato merely listened and nodded. "Ah, Xiaonan is back," Yahiko called to Nagato, stepping outside to see Xiaonan excitedly holding an extraordinarily tall takeout box. "Well, Xiaonan, where did you find so much food? It smells divine." Yahiko hurried to her side, astonished by the towering container. After handing a portion to Nagato behind him, Yahiko opened the box, exclaiming, "Wow, this is the signature scallion chicken from Shu Xianggu, and here is the boneless shark fin, along with golden fried rice." "Xiaonan, you are simply amazing." Xiaonan fidgeted, her little feet shuffling as she stammered, "Actually, this was given to us by a kind older brother." Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as a branch snapped underfoot, causing Yahiko to hastily set down the food box and shield Xiaonan and Nagato behind him, his expression tense as he fixed his gaze on the two figures slowly approaching. "Alas, I told you to be careful. How did you still step on a branch?" Lin Yu complained to Jiraiya. "You stepped on it yourself. When did I become the scapegoat? I'm not Danzo. Wait, why am I even mentioning Danzo?" Jiraiya silently grumbled to himself, his gaze landing on Nagato, more specifically, his striking red hair slightly furrowing his brow. Are you a descendant of the Uzumaki clan? This food was given to Xiaonan by you, correct? We have not yet eaten. Please take it back and leave. Yahiko, suppressing his hunger, closed the takeout box and gently placed it at Lin Yu's feet. Lin Yu gazed at the young boy before him, with his vibrant orange hair. Despite his own body trembling, he stood protectively behind Nagato and Conan, revealing a hint of admiration. Although his future aspirations seemed somewhat naive, it mattered not. While he was still young, such notions were not immutable. Nurturing a child must begin from an early age. Lin Yu lifted his head, revealing his face obscured by the hood, and softly remarked, I have never retrieved anything I have given away. We do not require your possessions, excuse me? You are the guardian deity, Yahi exclaimed, feeling a sense of familiarity with the youth before him. After a moment's contemplation, he exclaimed in delight, what is happening? The guardian deity? Now it was Lin Yu's turn to be perplexed. Could it be that he was mistaken for someone else? Then the white-haired figure behind you must be the Toad Guardian? Yahi gazed in astonishment at Jiraiya, who stood beside Lin Yu. What Toad Guardian? I am the illustrious Toad Sage, Jiraiya declared, springing to strike a grand pose. Indeed, it is this very pose. You are undeniably the Toad Guardian. Yahi's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a fan finally meeting their idol. Xiaonan observed Yahi, then glanced at Lin Yu, her little head swaying from side to side, until suddenly a light bulb seemed to illuminate above her head. Oh, I understand now. You are the heroic duo who roams the land of rain, helping the needy. Lin Yu suddenly realized that he had some vague recollections, as if someone had referred to him and Jiraiya in such a manner before. However, what on earth could guardian deity mean? Yahiko's eyes sparkled with fervor as he gazed intently at Lin Yu. You saved refugees in the land of rain, punishing wicked ninjas and bringing hope to our war-torn country. Are you not the guardian deity sent by the heavens? As for you, you are merely the Toad Guardian sent to protect the guardian deity. I shall say this once more. I am the Sage of Toads, not the guardian of this little brat. Jiraiya shouted in exasperation. Lin Yu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, touched his nose, surprised by his own fame. So, will you return these provisions to me? Of course not. These are the sustenance bestowed upon us by the guardian deity. We have finally received the protection of the guardian deity. Yahiko cried, quickly distributing a lunchbox to Nagato and Conan, burying his face in his meal while weeping. A 5-year-old boy, no matter how resilient his exterior, harbored a fragile heart, yearning for the protection of others. Ever since he learned from fellow orphans and refugees about the two ninjas who were tirelessly aiding the needy and punishing malevolent ones, Yahiko had regarded them as his faith and aspiration. Nagato, why aren't you eating? Nagato held his lunchbox unopened, his gaze fixated on the forehead protector hanging from Lin Yu's neck. He recalled that it was this very type of forehead protector worn by the ninja who had slain his parents. Lin Yu noticed Nagato intently staring at his forehead protector and couldn't help but speak up. Not every leaf ninja is malevolent. Sometimes what the eyes perceive may not be accurate. One must feel with the heart. I consider myself a decent person. Seeing that Nagato remained unmoved, Lin Yu reluctantly lifted his hood to reveal his cascading crimson hair. Look, Nagato, even our hair is the same shade of red. Yahiko, with grease smudged around his mouth, glanced back and forth between Nagato and Lin Yu, astonished. Could they possibly be relatives? Indeed, we are both orphans of the Uzumaki clan. In a certain sense, you are one of my few relatives, Lin Yu remarked, observing the silent Nagato with a sigh. He wasn't mistaken. Perhaps Nagato's mother was one of his distant aunts. Speaking of which, if Nagato were to become the leader of Akatsuki, that would make him Lin Yu's nephew. How impressive that would be. Just imagine later, when he casually mentions to Sarutobi Hiruzen. You see that Akatsuki leader causing chaos among the 5 great nations? He's my distant nephew. I'm his uncle. Surprising, isn't it? Ahem, I digress. Relatives, how wonderful it is to know I still have family. Nagato gazed blankly at Lin Yu's fiery locks, a sense of familiarity washing over him. He longed to weep but restrained himself, burying his face in his lunchbox and devouring the food to mask his overwhelming emotions. Conan watched the two as they gorged themselves, her delicate features brightening with a smile. She cast a sideways glance at the slightly older boy, a curious thought crossing her mind, causing her cheeks to flush adorably. Chapter 20. A new mission. Do you wish for me to teach you how to become ninjas? After finishing their meal, Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan knelt on the ground. Yahiko bowed his head and earnestly pleaded, yes, we want to grow stronger and change this wretched country, to bring peace to the people. Please, grant us this wish. Nagato and Conan echoed his sentiment. Please, grant us this wish. It's possible, but I can only stay here for a month and a half before returning to the Leaf. Lin Yu replied, feeling somewhat troubled. He could not linger too long. He needed to return to obtain the next generation of his special eyes. Ah, you agreed. Rest assured. We will dedicate ourselves to rigorous study during this month and a half. We may not be skilled in many things, but we excel at enduring hardship. Please, feel free to chastise us. The 3 promised, thumping their chests. Chastising the 2 boys is of little use, if it were Conan. Lin Yu quickly suppressed any inappropriate thoughts and began to ponder. A month and a half would surely be insufficient. Suddenly, Lin Yu cast a sinister glance at Jiraiya, who was watching the scene unfold. What are you looking at, kid? I don't take apprentices, Jiraiya exclaimed, feeling a chill run down his spine under Lin Yu's scrutinizing gaze. You won't have a choice. Once you discover Nagato's Rinnegan, You will be begging me to let you take him as an apprentice. However, before that, they needed to resolve Nagato's emotional turmoil, Lin Yu contemplated. No rush. He would address it when it was time for him to leave. That night, two figures sat facing each other atop a great tree. Have you made your decision? Yes. Are you truly going to stay and teach them? Yes. Do you harbor any ill intentions towards me? No. Listen here, kid. I warn you, I will never take on apprentices. Don't even think about it. Jiraiya shouted, jumping up in exasperation. Pfft, just don't say I didn't warn you when the time comes. Lin Yu retorted dismissively. Am I really going to say that? Jiraiya declared, raising his hands to the heavens. I, Jiraiya of Mount Maiboku, could leap from this tree and land on my back with my feet in the air, yet I would never take on those 3 kids as apprentices. Nagato might possess the Rinnegan. Boom. In an instant, a figure plummeted from the tree, head first, landing on the ground with his limbs sprawled. After a moment, a dirt-covered Jiraiya emerged, his eyes gleaming as he fixed his gaze on Lin Yu. Lin Yu, what did you say? Nagato has the Rinnegan? Is that true? Lin Yu curled his lips in disdain and remarked, is that true? Why not go and see for yourself? Jiraiya's eyes lit up with realization. Indeed. I shall go and ascertain the truth. With that, he leaped down from the tree and hurried toward the cave. Before long, Jiraiya returned, looking rather dejected, and sighed. I find this rather inappropriate. I cannot bring myself to invade another's privacy. Utter nonsense. The 2 greatest peeping toms in all of Konoha are you, and the 3rd Hokage. You two, one spying on the women's bathhouses of the ninja world, and the other on the widows of the village, are hardly paragons of virtue. It is better to wait for him to reveal it himself. Jiraiya then jumped onto another large tree. Reclining slowly as Lin Yu kept watch during the first half of the night. Ah, it appears that Jiraiya possesses certain principles, Lin Yu mused. Gazing at the bright moon hanging in the sky, reflecting, what splendid weather today, it hasn't rained at all. The following morning, Lin Yu ventured into the town to procure some essential supplies and everyday items. He then led Yahiko and the other 2 to a tranquil stream, situated far from the bustling town, and spoke gently. Not everyone is destined to become a ninja. Those who do are truly exceptional. However, to become a formidable ninja, one must possess a goal within their heart, strive earnestly towards it, and maintain unwavering perseverance to achieve success. Lin Yu's words left Yahiko and the others momentarily stunned. Each lost in thought about what kind of goals they should aspire to. However, it was still too early for them. They needed to establish a solid foundation first. Now, go chop wood and gather timber. We must build our dwelling. Lin Yu's tone shifted as he cast a shadowy smile at the trio. Why does it suddenly feel like the gaze of our guardian deity is so intimidating? Yahiko pondered, to which Conan playfully blinked at Lin Yu, oblivious to any change. Nagato, do you feel the same? No, I concur with Conan. Nagato, you've changed. You never used to contradict me. Yahiko shot a resentful glance at Nagato, grabbing an axe and sulking off into the woods. A smile curved at the corners of Nagato's mouth, his long hair partially obscuring his eyes. Before he followed suit into the forest, noon arrived. Wow, so much delicious food. Our guardian deity is so generous, Yahiko exclaimed, staring at the table laden with various meat dishes, drool nearly escaping his lips. This wooden table was the fruit of their labor from the morning. From today onward, 3 meals a day filled with meat for about half a month. How wonderful! Yahiko and Nagato cheered in unison. Only Conan frowned slightly, glancing at her slender figure. Musing internally, if I eat like this for half a month, will I become a little chubby? I wonder if Lin Yu prefers slim or plump girls. It is well known that girls in the Naruto world mature quickly. Of course, after half a month, you will have to fend for yourselves. And you must also take your share, Lin Yu said with a smile, ruffling Conan's hair. Ah, then I must eat more. I need to grow taller, Yahiko exclaimed, coughing slightly. Yahiko, eat slowly. Nagato, mind your own business. That evening, Conan and the others settled into the sleeping bags that Lin Yu had purchased for them. Lin Yu reclined against the tree, a branch delicately clasped between his teeth. Here, far removed from the land of rain, the incessant downpours had ceased. As for that fellow Jiraiya, he euphemistically claimed to be gathering intelligence, but in truth, he was merely indulging himself for a few days, courtesy of his ample stash. Alas, if only I had mastered the wood release technique, I would not have to endure the hardships of sleeping outdoors. I wonder when the system will bestow upon me the gift of wood release. Lin Yu activated his Kagura hard-eye to survey his surroundings. Yet he found no unfamiliar chakra. He furrowed his brow, pondering whether Korezetsu was not monitoring Nagato, or if his floating technique was so elusive that even his Kagura heart-eye could not detect it. Nevertheless, I have no intention towards Nagato's Rinnegan. If he truly provokes me, he shall inevitably experience the formidable might of the infinite explosion of the heavenly stars. Thus, life passed for over half a month. One day, a string of text materialized in Lin Yu's mind. Monthly tasks have been updated. Monthly tasks. Task 1. Deceive Nagato into telling Yahiko that I adore him. Time limited. 1 month. Reward. 2 hours of Rinnegan experience without consumption can be frozen. Task 2. Engage in a fist bump with Kurama. Reward. Refinement of young power. Task 3. Treat Uchiha Makoto to a meal. Reward. Shadow clone technique. Cumulative tasks 210 task. Acquire a title from Uchiha Madara. Reward. Perfect sage body. Task. Return to Konohagakure from the Land of Rain. Reward, Manjiki Sharingan. Time-limited reward. Permission to use Rinnegan without consumption. 1 hour, 39 minutes. And 59 seconds remaining in frozen state. Lin Yu's inner thoughts. System, I cursed your second uncle. Chapter 21. Mihiko's dream. Lin Yu gazed at the luminous crescent moon with an expression of disillusionment, his youthful countenance betraying a hint of weariness. Alas. At merely 10 years of age, I bear a burden that one so young should not endure. Why? Why must my system impose such trials upon me? The two individuals. System brother, are boys. Both are male, yet did you mistake the one with red hair for a girl? Though his hair is long and his reticence may appear shy. While his fair complexion and numerous feminine traits might mislead one, Nagato is undeniably a true gentleman. This night is destined to be one of sleeplessness. Time cruelly drags on as Lin Yu, Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan, the young laborers, toil away at constructing their dwelling. In the blink of an eye. Over half a month has passed, and a modest villa now stands beside the brook, unremarkable in its features. Comprising 2 rooms, one for boys and one for girls, with an open space in front furnished with a wooden table and benches, resembling an outdoor picnic setting. Yahiko and Nagato, their grimy faces alight with excitement, have finally found a home. With a creak, Yahiko pushed open the door, gingerly stepping inside, fearful that the structure might collapse. His demeanor a blend of nervousness and exhilaration. He pressed his lips together tightly, embracing Nagato behind him, tears streaming down his face as he declared, from now on, this shall be our home. Indeed. Nagato gently patted Yahiko's back, nodding with conviction. Those who have never experienced the anguish of homelessness, the hunger, and the wandering cannot fathom the emotions they now feel. Lin Yu extracted a plethora of everyday items from the sealed scroll, causing them to cascade to the ground with a delightful clatter. He smiled at the scattered belongings, declaring, now, it's up to you all. I shall summon Shonan. Yahi and Nagato gazed at Lin Yu in awe, as if witnessing a magician conjuring an array of wonders, their faces adorned with envy. Yet their hands remained swift in their actions. Nagato, I fancy that red basin, exclaimed Yahi. But I believe you are more suited to the yellow one. You're contradicting me again. I refuse to relent. I want the red one. Very well, they agreed. And as Lin Yu departed, Yahi and Nagato transformed into industrious little diggers, burrowing amidst the assortment of goods. Beside a crystalline stream, a graceful girl with her pant legs rolled up, revealing her delicate white feet, stood in the water. Both hands raised high, clutching a large stone, her expression one of utmost concentration as she gazed intently at the water's surface. With a splash, the stone struck the water, stunning a nearby grass carp that spun around, its eyes dazed as it floated to the surface. Xiaonan, licking her rosy tongue at the corner of her mouth, squinted with delight, exclaiming, how wonderful. Finally, we shall have grilled fish today. Don't forget my share. Brother Lin Yu. Xiaonan's south eyes narrowed into crescent shapes as she splashed towards him, clutching the fish, her initial hesitation quickly replaced by determination. This fish is for you. Brother Lin Yu. I shall catch another. Observing Xiaonan, who had spent the entire morning catching just one fish, Lin Yu felt a twinge of guilt. However, seeing her earnest expression resembling that of a little kitten only intensified his feelings of being a mischievous uncle. All right, I know you adore grilled fish. Why would I compete with you? With a playful pout, Xiaonan's lips blossomed into a radiant smile, dissolving the aloof elegance from the original tale. By the way, Yahi and Nagato are arranging the room. Xiaonan, before Lin Yu could finish, Xiaonan darted towards the wooden cabin, exclaiming, oh no. Those two tasteless individuals wouldn't understand decoration. They are bound to make a mess of my room. Were Yahi and Nagato truly lacking in taste? Well, it seemed Nagato's aesthetic sensibilities were indeed questionable. Aside from that crimson cloud black robe, her nail polish was beyond description. Over the past half-month, Lin Yu had exerted every effort to create various coincidences, yet the romantic atmosphere had faded into oblivion. He began to realize that attempting to foster romance between boys was futile. He needed a shift in perspective. Ahem, everyone, listen up. Today, we shall not engage in physical training. I am here to impart a lesson in ideology. What are your dreams? This will be a one-on-one mentoring session. Yahi, you shall go first. The rest of you, ponder deeply in place. Called upon by Lin Yu, Yahi froze momentarily, a hint of distress crossing his features at being chosen first. After a brief hesitation, he followed Lin Yu with his short legs. As they swiftly moved through the trees, Yahi was astonished by the rapidly changing scenery, marveling inwardly. Is this what it means to be a ninja? To traverse trees with such ease? As he looked back at the diminishing silhouette of the cabin, he couldn't help but inquire, Teacher Lin Yu, where are we headed? Soon, Lin Yu replied, as they approached a towering pine tree, which loomed larger in his vision. With a sudden push from his feet, Lin Yu and Yahi gracefully ascended to the treetop. Once he regained his composure, lightly patting his chest, Yahi gazed at the breathtaking view ahead, his eyes widening in awe. Wow, what a stunning sight. Isn't that little cabin our home? It looks so small. Lin Yu cast a casual glance, finding the surroundings here utterly unremarkable in comparison to Mai. It was only someone like Yahiko, who had grown up amidst hardship, that would perceive it as beautiful. Lin Yu lowered his gaze to the timidly clutching branch of Yahiko and softly inquired, Yahiko, what is your dream? As for me, my dream is for war to vanish. For the world to enjoy peace, so that people will no longer suffer from the loss of their loved ones. Yahiko looked up with shining eyes, filled with hope. And what method do you intend to employ to realize it? Yahiko lowered his head, pondering for a while before earnestly responding, I wish for mutual understanding among people. To set aside hatred, I will use love to dissolve their animosity, so that the ninja world will no longer experience war, allowing everyone to live happily. Oh, so, if someone were to harm you, you would choose to forgive them? Lin Yu's expression remained unchanged. Perhaps he had anticipated this answer. Yes, if someone truly hurt me, I would choose to forgive them and strive to become friends, inviting them to join us. The more Yahiko spoke, the brighter his eyes shone. As if envisioning a future where those he had touched would form a grand army alongside him to transform the ninja world. And what if someone harmed Nagato or Conan? Lin Yu's tone remained steady. Upon hearing this question, Yahiko's expression shifted, his gaze filled with anguish and struggle. He bit his lip, exhaling deeply, and spoke in a low voice, I would choose to forgive them and find a way to resolve their conflicts. Oh, do you truly believe that? Lin Yu abruptly lifted Yahiko, raising his head, his blood-red, otherworldly eyes expanding within Yahiko's pupils, spinning, and then his consciousness blurred as his hands fell limply. His face gradually growing vacant. Chapter 22, Transformation of Yahiko. Where am I? My head hurts. In a dark, damp cave, where mice scurry about. Yahiko's frail body struggled to rise from a stone bed covered in weeds, staring blankly at his hands. What is happening? Wasn't I just speaking with Teacher Lin Yu? How did I suddenly return here? Yahiko surveyed the familiar yet strange surroundings, a wave of panic washing over him. Could this all be a dream? No, I refuse to believe it. Teacher Lin Yu, where are you? Nagato, Conan, come out, stop hiding. Frog Guardian, I won't call you that anymore. Please, come out. Yahiko's somewhat helpless voice echoed through the cave. Only by possessing something can one truly understand the pain of loss. He did not wish to return to that dark, damp cave, nor did he want to live a life of hiding. He longed for a home. Yahiko, you have finally awakened. You have been unconscious for 2 days. How wonderful. Conan, in a tattered floral dress, rushed in from outside the cave upon hearing Yahiko's voice. That's great, Conan. What about Teacher Lin Yu and Nagato? Did they step out for something? Yahiko, seeing Conan's excited expression and then noticing her tattered dress, felt a surge of fear. Wasn't Conan wearing the blue and white pleated skirt that Teacher Lin Yu bought for her? She loved that dress dearly. It can't be that she didn't wear it. It must have been washed. Yes, that's it. Just as Yahiko clung to his last shred of hope, Conan's next words plunged him into despair. What Teacher Lin Yu? I don't know anyone by that name. Yahiko, were you having a nightmare? As for Nagato, he went to town to fetch food and clean water for you. Conan bit her dry lips, her little head slightly dazed, unsure if Yahiko was just confused from sleep. Is all of this a dream? So everything was merely a dream. I knew it. How could such wonderful things happen? It turns out it was all just a dream. Yahiko's expression grew somewhat bewildered, struggling to believe. It had all felt so real, yet it was nothing but a dream. How infuriating. It seems there are still 2 little spirits hiding here. A middle-aged man wearing a rain ninja forehead protector entered the cave, dragging Nagato along with a sinister grin. He tossed the barely conscious Nagato aside and jeered. Hand over anything of value, or I might just take it out on your companion. Who are you? What have you done to Nagato? Yahiko, setting aside his confusion, stepped forward to shield Conan, his face pale as he stared at the middle-aged man. The man kicked Nagato, who let out a pained whimper, then sneered. This little brat stole my wallet, so I caught him and gave him a good beating, yet he refuses to reveal where his companions are. I accidentally let him escape. And he actually led me to your hideout. You lie. Nagato would never steal your wallet. How about this? Take anything you want from here. Yahiko's expression was furious. But he dared not shout loudly, fearing for Nagato's safety, wishing only for the man to leave quickly. The middle-aged man surveyed the surroundings, curling his lip in disdain. In this poor place, even the mice wouldn't bother. What could possibly be of value? Since there is nothing of interest to you, please leave quickly. I still need to rescue my companion. Yahiko took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. TCH, since I've come, how could I leave empty-handed? Since there's nothing of value, let us play a game, a very fun one. The middle-aged man's tone suddenly became enthusiastic. I don't want to play any games with you. Please leave. Yahiko had no desire to indulge the man. He only wanted him to depart swiftly. That's not for you to decide. Before Yahiko could react, the man lunged forward, sending him sprawling, and seized Conan with a cruel smile. Yahiko struggled to rise, disregarding the swelling on his cheek, and shouted at the man. Let go of Conan. If you have grievances, come at me. Conan said nothing, biting her lip, silent tears streaming down her cheeks, her little face filled with defiance. Oh, what a delightful expression, truly commendable. The middle-aged man remarked before suddenly throwing Conan to the ground with a thud. She fainted upon impact. Conan, you despicable fiend. What beautiful eyes you have. Seeing how I treat your companion, little brat, you must hate me, right? The man taunted Yahiko. Yahiko's expression wavered, inner turmoil battling with reason. His eyes bloodshot, and he spoke each word with difficulty. I will forgive you. After all, we bear no deep-seated grudge. Oh, Then how about this? The man placed his foot on Nagato's head, slowly pressing down, as Nagato, buried in mud and stones, silently screamed in agony. What do you want from us? Yahiko roared at the man. I already told you, we're going to play a game, but it seems you're not cooperating. The man paused, mockingly observing Yahiko. His eyes filled with derision. Fine, how do you want to play? Yahiko forced himself to remain composed. He was the only one who could save Nagato and Conan now. Ding. Pick up that kunai, and choose one of these two little spirits to stab. Then both you and the other shall live. What do you think? Isn't it entertaining? Ahahaha. The middle-aged man hurled a kunai at Yahiko, laughing maniacally. Do we really have such deep-seated enmity? Why must you torment us like this? Yahiko gazed at the kunai before him, his voice growing hoarse. Why? Simply for the fun of it. Did you not say you would forgive me? So, what will it be? Have you made your choice? At the man's words, Yahiko's pupils constricted, his frail body trembling uncontrollably. He felt despair welling up within him. Caught between his dream and his companions, he could not decide. The middle-aged man gazed indifferently at the silently struggling Yahiko and suddenly bellowed, since he refused to choose. Allow me to make the choice for you. With that, he forcefully aimed a kick at Yahiko's neck. No. Yahiko seized the shuriken from the ground. An unimaginable strength erupting from his frail body. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the middle-aged man, his face contorted with rage as he cried out. You shall pay for this. I will end your life. With a swift motion, the shuriken sliced through the middle-aged man's form, shattering the illusion of the moment. The anticipated bloodshed did not occur. Instead, the familiar surroundings gradually came into focus. Not far away, a somewhat familiar figure observed him with a mix of admiration and guilt. Teacher Lin Yu suddenly appeared weary, and before Yahiko could finish his words, his body began to slump slowly. Thud. Lin Yu caught Yahiko and gently patted his back. Take a nap. When you wake up, everything will be all right. Chapter 23. It's Nagato's turn atop the pine tree's crown. Yahiko dangled his legs, his expression somewhat despondent. Anyone whose dreams have shattered, especially when the one to negate them is oneself, would not feel particularly well. Teacher. You are right. It is exceedingly difficult for people to understand one another and let go of hatred. Yahiko paused, a look of pain crossing his features. Even I, a dreamer yearning for hope, find it impossible. How can I expect others to achieve what I cannot? How ironic. His chapped lips had been bitten countless times, and the blood that had dripped onto his clothes had already congealed. I can sacrifice myself for the sake of others. Yet I cannot bear to watch Nagato and Conan suffer. Others have their own loved ones, those they need to protect. Yet I wish for them to abandon their hatred and understand one another. It is truly a laughable dream. How unfortunate. It seemed that the playfulness had gone too far. Lin Yu gazed at Yahiko, whose eyes were devoid of light, and he noticed a hint of adult melancholy in the once vibrant, cheerful, and resilient little boy. Lin Yu felt the need to correct him, and, after slightly organizing his thoughts, spoke. Yahiko. Why do you insist that true peace can only be attained through mutual understanding and the resolution of hatred among people? Upon hearing this, Yahiko's dim eyes reflected a hint of confusion and uncertainty. He wondered how peace could possibly prevail without mutual understanding and the dissolution of animosity. Although he did not comprehend, he refrained from interrupting, knowing that Lin Yu would provide him with an explanation. Lin Yu helped Yahiko to his feet and gazed into the distance, speaking softly. Yahiko. Observe the woods beneath our feet and then the trees near the town yonder. Do you notice any differences? After a moment of contemplation, Yahiko replied, I can't discern anything particularly distinct on this side, but the trees by the town appear more orderly. He widened his eyes as he looked further away. Although the details were indistinct, he could perceive that the trees in the distance were indeed much more organized than those in the forest. Precisely. It is the orderliness that sets them apart. They are both trees, yet what accounts for the disparity between the two? Lin Yu continued without any preamble. The trees near the town, cultivated by human hands, adhere to the rules set for them, resulting in a state of harmony and camaraderie. In contrast, the forest, as you have witnessed, displays a cacophony of heights and thicknesses, with branches intertwined in chaotic disarray, unrestrained. It mirrors the current state of the land of rain. Before Hanzo of the Salamander met his demise, it is undeniable that chaos would not have prevailed, at the very least. The Rain Shinobi would have been constrained from slaughtering innocents. However, even prior to Hanzo's death, the land of rain had already endured the ravages of war, leaving many families shattered. Yahiko, somewhat perplexed, pondered. Therefore, merely establishing rules is insufficient. They must be adhered to by all, including those who formulate them. Should anyone violate these rules, it constitutes a breach of communal peace and warrants retribution. If everyone abides by the rules, war shall not erupt, and the peaceful and beautiful world that people yearn for will come to fruition. Upon hearing this, Yahiko's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope as he murmured, is there truly such a magnificent world where everyone follows the rules? In Lin Yu's eyes lingered a trace of nostalgia, tinged with regret, as he nodded emphatically. Indeed. Moreover, I have witnessed the people of that nation, safeguarded by a group of most lovable individuals from without, and bound by the constraints of democratic principles from within. Everyone understands the law and abides by it. There exists no turmoil whatsoever. I truly yearn to visit that country. Mian's eyes sparkled, as if he had found renewed vigor. Haha. Perhaps there will be an opportunity in the future, Lin Yu chuckled. As for me, I am uncertain how to return. Let us depart. We should head back. Lin Yu stated, not waiting for Mi Yan's response, as he grasped the collar of his back and let down. Teacher, could you refrain from lifting me like this? It's rather embarrassing. Before the quaint cabin, Nagato gazed at Mi Yan with concern. Mi Yan, how do you fare? At that moment, Mi Yan appeared somewhat despondent. Grappling with unresolved thoughts, his expression complex as he addressed Nagato. I am fine, Nagato. The teacher is awaiting you. You should hurry. An unsettling premonition suddenly surged within Nagato as he turned back multiple times while making his way into the dense forest. Meanwhile, Conan was joyfully grilling fish by the riverside with Jiraiya, the two of them delightfully indulging in their culinary pursuits, perched atop the towering pine tree. Nagato's demeanor contrasted sharply with Mi Yan's. He remained tranquil, his gaze hidden beneath his long red hair, seemingly lost in contemplation, while Lin Yu maintained his silence. Neither of them uttering a word. Lin Yu gazed at the silent young boy, an insidious thought unexpectedly rising within him. He spoke softly, Nagato. Your eyes seem different from those of ordinary people, don't they? Upon hearing this, Nagato's eyes, obscured by his crimson hair, suddenly widened in shock. And his body involuntarily trembled. His voice emerged faintly. I do not. Lin Yu suddenly bent down, lifting the long hair that obscured his eyes, and fixed his gaze upon the pair of Rinnegan eyes, their pupils slightly dilated in fear and trepidation. Indeed, they were not his own. Nagato could not switch them at will. Startled by Lin Yu's movement, Nagato's expression darkened further, and his voice trembled as he exclaimed, I am not a monster. I do not understand what is happening to my eyes. I truly do not know. Lin Yu gently caressed the trembling corners of Nagato's eyes. Maintaining a steady tone, these eyes possess a power beyond your imagination, a power not of this mortal realm. They are the eyes of a celestial being. Hearing this, Nagato ceased her trembling, her expression laden with painful memories. She questioned, is that truly the case? Are these not cursed eyes? I have endured countless sufferings and torments because of them. Are they genuinely the eyes of a celestial being? Lin Yu set aside Changmin's crimson locks and sat cross-legged beside him. Gazing at the heavens, he spoke softly, I possess no reason to deceive you. Those eyes of yours are a coveted treasure for countless souls. Whether your possession of them is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. Lin Yu sighed. Fortunately, Nagato possessed a power that ordinary individuals could scarcely attain. Unfortunately, he was merely a pawn in someone else's game, and utilizing the Rinnegan, which did not rightfully belong to him, would severely deplete his vitality. In the original narrative, Nagato's excessive use of the Rinnegan left him emaciated, ultimately leading to his demise at the hands of the plot. So, do you desire it? Nagato hesitated momentarily before revealing a resolute expression. What did you say? Even Lin Yu was somewhat taken aback. Nagato inhaled deeply, and for the first time, he swept his long hair aside, earnestly stating, do you wish for my Rinnegan? I can grant it to you. Are you aware of what you were saying? Lin Yu felt that the boy's thought process was rather astonishing. Was he really prompting Uchiha Madara to strike Lin Yu at this moment? I know. I can bestow this pair of eyes upon you, on the condition that you safeguard Yahiko and Conan. In Nagato's heart, if these cursed eyes could ensure the safety of Yahiko and himself, he would unhesitatingly choose to sacrifice himself. Ahahaha. Even if you don't give them to me, I will still protect Conan. As for Yahiko, I believe you should take it upon yourself to protect him. Given your exceptional talent, if you fail to utilize it properly, Madara will surely emerge to reprimand you. Huh? Nagato was somewhat perplexed by Lin Yu's last remarks, yet he firmly nodded his small face, declaring, yes, I will definitely protect Yahiko. Furthermore, why would you think that you are the only one who possesses such eyes? Lin Yu smiled mysteriously, silently invoking unfreeze. Lin Yu turned his head to gaze at Nagato, his eyes swirling with three black tomo, exuding an otherworldly and eerie aura. Chapter 24, Conan's Fear. Lin Yu's three tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, revealing a golden pattern that slowly emerged. Before it fully took shape, spiraling lines manifested within his eye socket, signifying the awakening of his Rinnegan. One must admit, the kaleidoscope's aesthetic far surpasses that of the Rinnegan. One wonders what the aesthetic standards of the Tsutsuki clan are quite disappointing. Nagato stared blankly at the transformation of Lin Yu's eyes, and upon noticing that he possessed the same circular eyes, he involuntarily exclaimed, these eyes are just like mine. Well, have you examined them closely? You are not the sole possessor of such extraordinary eyes, Lin Yu replied with a smug smile. Ah, this is wonderful. I have finally found a kindred spirit. Nagato's tense expression relaxed upon seeing those identical eyes. What does it mean to be a kindred spirit? It makes it seem as though we are not human. Lin Yu silently scoffed. Once Nagato was indeed finished, Lin Yu hastily sealed his Rinnegan, mentally counting. It took a full 10 seconds. What a significant loss. As Lin Yu's eyes reverted to their dark pupils, Nagato hesitated, saying, Lin. Let's go with Lin Yu senpai. I am only a few years younger than you, and since we are of the same clan, senpai will suffice. Yes, Lin Yu senpai. How can your eyes switch back and forth like that? I want to learn too, Nagato said, his gaze filled with anticipation. Well, you are still young and cannot yet control the Rinnegan effectively, so you are not able to switch as effortlessly as I do. Lin Yu replied with an awkward smile. Realizing he could not divulge Uchiha Madara's plans just yet, Nagato felt a tad disheartened upon hearing this. but quickly rallied his spirits. He now understood that he was not the only one cursed with such eyes. He was not a monster. And he had relatives with whom he shared blood ties in this world. Suddenly, Nagato felt as though his world had become much brighter, with a hint of shyness. Nagato cast a glance at Lin Yu and softly inquired, "Lin Yu-senpai, you haven't asked me what my dream is yet." "Lin Yu, are we really here to discuss this?" In the end, Lin Yu, somewhat helpless, inquired about his dream, and, unsurprisingly, Yahiko's aspiration was the same as his own. Alas, it is no wonder that you two epitomize true love. If not together, who else could be? The system's tasks are not arbitrary. Forgive me for still being a 10-year-old child with limited experiences. Nagato has completely altered his perception of Lin Yu, gradually beginning to trust him. For nothing fosters trust more than the bond of kinship. When Lin Yu returned to the cabin with Nagato, a wisp of white smoke curled upwards. The fire had long extinguished, leaving behind a scattering of fish bones. Conan lay nearby, patting her little belly, her delicate and charming face radiating satisfaction, occasionally letting out a small burp. This sight left Lin Yu astonished. Had it been Kushina instead of Conan, he would have felt no surprise. However, it was the originally aloof and graceful Conan, and he sensed a profound dissonance. This is abnormal. Quite abnormal. Jiraiya sat nearby, a strand of grass clutched between his lips, looking rather content. It seems his intelligence-gathering mission had been quite successful these past few days. As for the fish, of course, he had caught them, after all. A gentleman does not refuse the request of a charming young lady. Upon seeing Lin Yu and Nagato return, Conan feigned an attempt to rise. But after swaying for a while, she could not steady herself and plopped back down, looking pitifully at Lin Yu. "Brother Lin Yu, you're back? I ate too much. It's all that white-haired strange uncle's fault for stuffing me with food. Perhaps you could ask me another day?" Jiraiya thought to himself, feeding the ungrateful. "What do you mean, strange uncle? I'm only 24 years old, and my hair is natural." Ah, so that was her intention. No wonder Conan seemed a bit off. Initially uncertain, Conan's doubts dissipated upon seeing Nagato. Her brother Lin Yu must be involved in something. Her little face grew serious as she activated her deductive reasoning. The clues indicated that the once talkative and cheerful Yahiko had returned in solitude, looking despondent, akin to a middle-aged man in despair. Meanwhile, the previously silent and somewhat timid Nagato had transformed entirely upon his return, often wearing a smile and even brushing aside his long hair to reveal the peculiar eyes he had always concealed from them. Thus, there could be but one truth. Lin Yu. Conan was unsure of how her brother Lin Yu managed it, but one thing she was certain of. Lin Yu, my brother, is truly terrifying. Xiaonan is filled with fear. They have endured countless hardships and faced numerous beatings since childhood. Both Yin and Nagato have remained unchanged, yet now, after merely spending some time alone with Lin Yu, they have been successfully brainwashed. Heaven knows what cruel torment Lin Yu must have subjected them to for such a transformation to occur. She is frightened and wishes to avoid private tutoring with Lin Yu. Raising her little head, she musters the courage to act coyly, saying, "Brother Lin Yu, why not stay here? I've eaten too much to get up." Hiss. Upon hearing Xiaonan's somewhat suggestive tone, Lin Yu felt a wave of discomfort. With a stern expression, he retorted, "It's just me. Why refer to someone?" Lin Yu approached and gently embraced Xiaonan, whispering in a barely audible tone, "When it's just the two of us, don't behave like that anymore." Xiaonan, who had been pouting, immediately smoothed her expression, her small face blushing with a faint hue. She playfully swatted at Lin Yu a few times, feeling both shy and annoyed. Thinking to herself, how could brother Lin Yu say such things? Jiraiya, of course, overheard Lin Yu's words, but he was far too preoccupied to care. At that moment, he was fixated on Nagato's Rinnegan, gazing at it as though it were an exquisite beauty, nearly drooling in admiration, murmuring, "I found it. I have finally discovered the child of prophecy. He must be the one." Nagato, feeling somewhat awkward under Jiraiya's intense stare, averted his gaze. Jiraiya, crawling eagerly to Nagato's side, exclaimed with fervor, "Young man, why not take me as your master and learn ninjutsu from me?" Nagato, with a cold demeanor, replied flatly, "I decline." Jiraiya, taken aback, persisted in his self-promotion. "Do you know who I am? I am one of the legendary Sannin, revered by the ninja world as the great sage, Jiraiya." Nagato scoffed and retorted, "Just moments ago, Senior Lin Yu informed me that the legendary Hanzo of the Salamander was defeated by a powerful individual possessing the same Rinnegan as mine. Damn it. That little brat Lin Yu is still the heir of Miyaboku Mountain. I can offer you a contract scroll to summon formidable summoning beasts. I detest toads. Curse it all." Lin Yu paid no heed to the peculiar habits of a certain uncle. He gently lifted Xiaonan, who, after a momentary struggle, settled comfortably in his embrace. Her small face flushed with a rosy hue. Without venturing towards the towering pine canopy, Lin Yu carried Xiaonan, treading lightly on the flowing waters, as he made his way towards the distant town along the meandering creek. Chapter 25, Xiaonan. Lin Yu gently held Xiaonan's hand as they walked down the street. Throughout their journey, Lin Yu refrained from asking her any questions, simply guiding and accompanying her. Initially, Xiaonan felt a twinge of anxiety and fear, but as they continued, the soothing whispers of the breeze and the gentle murmur of flowing water calmed her spirit, allowing her mind to settle amidst a flurry of thoughts. She suddenly realized how profoundly she had changed. Since meeting Lin Yu, she no longer felt like her former self. She could scarcely recall the last time she had indulged in a moment of playfulness. As if such innocence had vanished when the war had yet to encroach upon their home. The memory of sharing a hearty meal with Nagato and Yahiko felt like a distant dream, as if it had never truly happened. A sense of bewilderment enveloped her. She recognized the reality of her situation, yet questioned why it was them. Why were they the fortunate trio? Fear began to creep in. As she pondered the possibility that Lin Yu's kindness might harbor ulterior motives, Lin Yu felt a slight movement in his hand, and when he looked down, he saw Xiaonan's somewhat pale face. He wondered what thoughts were swirling in the young girl's mind. In truth, even if he were aware of her musings, he could only gaze in silence. After all, it would be absurd to reveal that his true purpose for coming to the Land of Rain was, in fact, them. It would also be preposterous to admit that he was already familiar with the unfolding narrative, merely seeking to establish a rapport to gain favor with the Akatsuki when undertaking future missions. Lin Yu felt a sense of helplessness, uncertain about Xiaonan's situation. After glancing around, he exclaimed, "Ah, I've found it." Without waiting for Xiaonan to respond, he took her by the hand and swiftly led her to a secluded street corner, a place almost devoid of foot traffic, which Lin Yu had worked hard to discover. "Is this an origami shop?" Xiaonan gazed at the sign that read Xiaonan Origami Shop, covering her mouth in astonishment. Lin Yu remained silent as he pushed open the old wooden door, which creaked in protest, releasing a waft of fragrant paper that enveloped him. Xiaonan curiously surveyed the modest space, which spanned just over 30 square meters, filled to the brim with an array of origami, floral arrangements, and a vibrant spectrum of colors. The entire interior was adorned with intricately folded paper and a variety of colored sheets, while the floor gleamed with cleanliness. To the left, near the window, stood a small bed accompanied by a set of brand new chairs and a table, suggesting that the furnishings had recently been replaced. In the past fortnight, Lin Yu traversed numerous locations before discovering this origami shop, originally named Yuan Fei Origami Studio. He was uncertain if it bore any relation to the Yuan Fei clan of Konoha, yet such matters held little significance for him. He acquired the establishment for tenfold its worth, prompting the proprietor to jubilantly pack up and depart, all while fulfilling Lin Yu's request for a new set of furniture. Xiaonan, with a sense of curiosity, delicately touched each origami piece, such as the paper cranes, dragonflies, and butterflies, and cautiously caressed the origami flowers nestled within a vase. Her movements imbued with care to avoid any damage. Lin Yu, witnessing the scene, broke into a gentle smile and approached Xiaonan, softly saying, "There is no need for such caution. The entire origami shop belongs to you." Upon seeing the name of the shop, Xiaonan had already harbored suspicions, and now, with confirmation, a wave of immense joy surged within her. Suddenly, lost in thought, she burst into laughter, tears streaming down her cheeks, her eyes turning red. With a choked voice, she exclaimed, "Why are you so kind to me? I am merely an orphan, alone and vulnerable, struggling to find my next meal. Why do you treat me so well?" Without waiting for Lin Yu's response, she suddenly leaped into his embrace, her small hands tightly encircling his waist. Her flushed face buried in his chest as she whispered, "If you truly have any ulterior motives, please do not reveal them to me. Just continue to deceive me. I am easy to please." Lin Yu awkwardly scratched his head, unsure of where to place his hands. Not only was Xiaonan quite young, but he himself was still a mere boy, feeling somewhat helpless. "I have no ulterior motives. If I must say, my goal is simply you." Xiaonan felt her face burning with embarrassment and stammered, "Then what makes me worthy of being your goal?" Suddenly, she caught sight of her blue-purple hair, mustered her courage, and lifted her small head, her lips slightly parted and even rosier than before. "Brother Lin Yu, what color do you like?" "Me? Let me think. Blue-purple, I suppose. I also fancy red, gold, and black," Lin Yu quietly added in his mind. Oh. The precocious little girl didn't ponder too deeply. She only felt her head was on fire. Quickly, she covered her face with her cool little hands, revealing only her half-closed eyes, her heart racing uncontrollably. That night, Lin Yu carried the sleeping Xiaonan back to the wooden cabin. "Shoo." Lin Yu gestured quietly to Mi Yin and the others, gently placing Xiaonan on the prepared bed, removing her shoes and socks with utmost care before stepping outside. By the stream, the warm glow of the fire pushed back the surrounding darkness, shimmering brightly. Mi Yin, somewhat anxious, inquired, "Is Xiaonan all right?" Nagato also looked over at Lin Yu with concern. Lin Yu settled beside the trio, adding a few twigs to the fire, and shook his head. "It's nothing. Xiaonan is just a bit fatigued." Mi Yin and Nagato sighed in relief, immediately reflecting on their own circumstances, casting a somewhat mournful glance at Lin Yu. "Surely, Teacher Lin Yu hasn't employed any illusions on Xiaonan, has he? That would be rather cruel." This was Mi Yin's thought. Could it be that Senior Lin Yu has subjected Xiaonan to some form of trial? Nagato pondered silently. Having long believed that Lin Yu's remarks about the power of his Rinnegan were a test of whether he could forsake the Rinnegan in favor of companionship, at least. That was his conviction. Yet, Lin Yu harbored no such intentions. He had no peculiar penchant for manipulating others' eyes. "Hey, kids. Why do you all seem so much more world-weary than I, an adult, after just one day? Have you perhaps fallen into early romance?" Jiraiya quipped. Tipsily sipping from a bottle of alcohol he had procured from an unknown source, his face flushed as he teased the three. Absolutely not. Yin and Nagato retorted in unison, then exchanged glances, both of their cheeks flushing. Oh, there is something brewing here. You two little rascals, Jiraiya exclaimed. Glancing at Yin, then at Nagato, suddenly donning an expression of revelation. That is not the case at all. Nagato, why were you blushing at me just now? Yin questioned, feigning anger as he confronted Nagato. Clearly, Yin had also flushed, yet Nagato felt a tad aggrieved, for he was not the only one blushing. Nagato, you're refuting me again. You've truly changed. You weren't like this before. Yin, let me explain. I'm not listening. You two little rascals are truly amusing. Ha ha ha. Yin and Nagato exchanged another glance, both breaking into smiles, relishing the moment. They found it delightful. All right. Time to sleep, or else Sannin will be disturbed by your chatter. Teacher Lin Yu, wait. My fish is still grilling. Yin, you spoke too slowly. The fire has already gone out, Nagato remarked. Lin Yu extinguished the warm glow of the fire, yet the warmth in their hearts had already taken root and flourished. In the room, the sleeping Xiaonin's lips slowly curled into a blissful smile, and with a creak, silence enveloped the surroundings. Chapter 26, Bewildering Nagato. 10 more days passed, during which Jiraiya continued his early morning and late evening escapades, returning each time reeking of alcohol. One wonders how Orochimaru would react if he discovered that Jiraiya was gathering intelligence in such a manner, perhaps unleashing a barrage of his shadow snake hands upon him. Reclining on a tree, Lin Yu idly observed the three boys below, who were practicing their tree climbing skills. Over the past 10 days, they had each refined their chakra, with Nagato's talent shining the brightest. This was to be expected. Otherwise, Uchiha Madara would not have taken an interest in him, after all. The remnants of the Uzumaki clan were not limited to Nagato alone. Lin Yu no longer glanced at the fallen Yahiko. His mind immersed in the monthly tasks. Task 1. Persuade Nagato to confess his feelings for Yahiko. Limited time, for days. Reward. 2 hours of experience with the rebirth eye can be frozen. Task 2. Engage in a fist bump with the Ninetales. Reward. Refinement of solar power. Task 3. Treat Uchiha Makoto to a meal. Reward. Multiple shadow clone technique. Accumulated task 210. Objective. Acquire a title from Uchiha Madara. Reward. Perfect sage body. Task. Return from the land of rain to Konoha village. Reward. Manjiki Sharingan. Limited time reward. Permission to use the reincarnation eye without consumption, remaining frozen for 1 hour. 39 minutes and 49 seconds. Alas, only 4 days remain. It seems I must act swiftly. After these days of development, Nagato has grown to trust me immensely. Success should be within reach. No, it must be a success. Nagato, I apologize. I hope you won't hold this against me when you grow up. Lin Yu sighed silently. His expression resolute. If blame were to be cast, let it fall upon the wretched system that fails to treat him as human. He chuckled. Yahiko, why can't you climb up here? Nagato and I have already mastered tree climbing. Conan stood parallel to the ground atop the tree, while Nagato observed Yahiko with a hint of concern from another tree. Damn it. You all wait for me. I'll be up there to give you a beating, Nagato. Nagato replied. I didn't say anything. Nagato, come here. I have a special tutoring session for you today. Hearing Lin Yu call him, Nagato momentarily set aside his thoughts about Yahiko's strange behavior and jumped down the tree, rushing towards Lin Yu. Atop the pine tree, their usual spot, the atmosphere had shifted. With a change in mindset, behavior gradually began to transform. For instance, Nagato now sat atop the pine tree, his legs gently swaying. He regarded Lin Yu as a kind elder, but given their similar ages, there was no sense of constraint typical between elder and youth, only a profound sense of trust. The afternoon breeze softly caressed their crimson hair, whisking away the fatigue Nagato had accumulated throughout the morning, as well as Lin Yu's languid days. He was ready to exert himself. Lin Yu spoke softly. Nagato, what do you think of Yahiko? Nagato appeared somewhat lost in thought, relishing the feeling of superiority. Upon hearing Lin Yu's question, he hurriedly returned to reality. Yahiko? I think he is remarkable, possessing many qualities from which I can learn. Oh, is that all you feel about him? No other sentiments? Lin Yu continued to coax Nagato. Well, there is something else. It's hard to articulate. I just feel that Yahiko is an incredibly important person to me. Nagato pondered deeply. Oh, then what would you do if Yahiko were to be harmed? Nagato's expression immediately turned fervent as he exclaimed, that one T happened. I will protect Yahiko, and you, my senior. I'm merely positing a hypothetical. I cannot always be by your side. If one day Yahiko were to be injured, perhaps gravely, even on the brink of death, what would you do? I would eliminate that individual and assist Yahiko in achieving his unfulfilled dreams, ultimately descending to join him. A slight ferocity emerged on Nagato's fair visage, but as he spoke the last words, it transformed into a resolute gaze directed towards the small cabin. You are doomed. You have fallen in love. Lin Yu voiced this sentiment to Nagato, yet he restrained himself, suppressing the urge to jest. Nagato, do you know what it means to like someone? Like? I do not know. Nagato appeared bewildered. He found it difficult to comprehend the words of his senior. His arduous upbringing had conditioned him to see life in binaries, what one could eat and what one could not, where one could reside and where one could not. The distinction between good and evil, leaving no room for the concept of liking. He felt he had no right to make such choices. Lin Yu's face blossomed with a smile as he remarked, "Indeed, take for instance your aversion to unattractive individuals. Their lack of beauty does not diminish your feelings. Similarly, if you dislike the overweight, their condition becomes inconsequential. Affection operates in such a manner, you perceive them in a favorable light. Have you perhaps developed feelings for Yahiko?" However, Nagato hesitated, a hint of anxiety evident in his gaze as he replied, "But, Senior Lin Yu, I believe I heard Shonen mention that affection is something between men and women, and both Yahiko and I are boys." "That little girl knows nothing," Lin Yu countered. "If I admire a cloud, am I expected to seek out a female cloud in the sky? If I cherish a flower, must I concern myself with its gender? Affection knows no boundaries." Nagato sensed a disquieting incongruity, but found it challenging to articulate his thoughts, ultimately managing a grimace as he asked, "So, does this mean I like Yahiko? Would you find Yahiko unattractive if you were to grow up less appealing?" "Never. Yahiko is the most handsome in my heart. Would you come to dislike him for having undesirable habits, such as neglecting to wash his hands after using the restroom?" "Absolutely not." "Then it is settled. You have indeed developed feelings for Yahiko, but I still feel something is amiss, Senior Lin Yu." Lin Yu promptly interrupted Nagato, preventing him from delving too deeply into thought. "Nagato, when you were with Yahiko, especially during your playful banter, do you ever experience a fluttering heart and a blush?" Nagato hesitated slightly, his mind wandering back through memories. He was not adept at deceit and slowly replied, "It seems so." "Precisely," Lin Yu affirmed. "The sensation of a flushed face and a racing heart is reserved for those we hold dear. From a medical perspective, blushing and palpitations are merely physiological responses triggered by emotions such as anxiety or anger. The brain stimulates the adrenal glands, prompting the release of adrenaline, which manifests as these outward signs." However, Lin Yu refrained from elaborating on this. In a broader sense, and across a significant dimension, it was evident that Nagato genuinely harbored feelings for Yahiko. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Although his senior's words rang true, and his behavior undeniably reflected affection for Yahiko, he sensed an elusive element was lacking. Lin Yu felt somewhat helpless and, with a mindset of experimentation, said, "In fact, beyond affection, there exists another sentiment." The senior inquired, "What is that?" "It transcends mere liking. It requires not only the sensation of fondness but also the awareness of responsibility. Liking may be a fleeting impression, while this emotion demands the accumulation of countless such moments." Lin Yu paused for a moment before continuing, "Take your feelings for Yahiko. For instance, they are not merely confined to the present, they will remain unchanged in the future. You wish to protect him for a lifetime, even if it means silently giving without expectation of return. Such unwavering dedication. Senior, what do you call this feeling that transcends mere affection?" "Ah, this is called love. Senior, I have finally understood. I now comprehend my feelings for Yahiko." "Huh?" Chapter 27 Nagato. "Yahiko, my feelings for you are not limited to liking. Go, proclaim it aloud. Let Yahiko know how you truly feel." Under Lin Yu's encouraging and expectant gaze, Nagato took a deep breath and approached Yahiko. Darn it. Yahiko had just fallen from a tree, his mouth full of dirt and grass, his face a mask of indignation. I will not be outdone by Nagato or Conan. I must grow stronger to protect them. At that moment, a figure approached him. Yahiko looked up, displeasure evident on his face as he scoffed, "Nagato, have you come to revel in my misfortune? I will master climbing trees soon. I was merely a hair's breadth away." "Nahiko," Nagato said, her expression one of tension, wrestling with her thoughts. Yet she recalled Lin Yu's words. A small bubble emerged above Nagato's head, and Lin Yu, flashing a bright smile and giving a thumbs up, exclaimed, "Roll on, Nagato. Love must be declared loudly. Do not wait until it is lost to feel regret." With a pop, the bubble burst. Nagato inhaled deeply, gazing seriously at Yahiko, and said in a grave tone, "Yahiko, my feelings for you are not merely affection. I love you." As she uttered the last words, Nagato could no longer maintain her tense demeanor. She closed her eyes, her cheeks flushed, and shouted toward Yahiko. "Huh, Nagato, what on earth are you saying?" Yahiko stared at Nagato in disbelief, questioning whether she had mistaken her intended audience. Once spoken aloud, the words flowed more easily. Nagato appeared remarkably relaxed as she reiterated, "Yahiko, my feelings for you are not just liking. I love you." "What? Ugh, how can you say such things to me, Nagato?" Yahiko's expression shifted to one of horror as he realized she was indeed addressing him. "Yahiko, listen to me. I love you. And I wish to be with you for a lifetime, to protect you always. Let us fulfill our dreams together." Nagato's earnest and passionate gaze remained fixed on Yahiko. "Stop. Fulfilling dreams is acceptable, but everything else is not. I absolutely cannot accept your love," Yahiko said, taking off toward the tree. His chakra control impeccable as he swiftly learned to climb. Truly, one does not realize their own excellence without a little push. "Yahiko, stop. Let me explain. It is not as you imagine. My love," Nagato called out as she chased after him, eager to clarify. "Your love? I do not wish to hear your explanations," Yahiko shouted, covering his ears as he darted up the tree. Unexpectedly, Conan had distanced herself from the two, her face a mix of curiosity and disdain. Young girls often grasp matters of the heart far earlier than boys. However, she also believed that Nagato's feelings for Yahiko were genuine. Given their long history together and Nagato's clear attitude towards him, "At least I am normal," Conan said, patting her chest, her cheeks flushed as she glanced at Lin Yu. Suddenly struck by an idea, she dashed over to Lin Yu, taking his hand gently in hers, a rosy hue coloring her delicate face. Seeing Lin Yu offer no objection, she felt an immense sense of relief. She did not want him to misconstrue her intentions as being anything other than innocent. At this moment, Lin Yu was completely absorbed in his thoughts, oblivious to Xiao Nan's subtle intentions. Monthly tasks. Task 1. Persuade Nagato to tell Yahiko that I love him. Completed. Reward. 2 hours of non-consumptive experience with the Rebirth Eye collectible. Task 2. Engage in a fist bump with the Ninetales. Reward. Refinement of solar power. Task 3. Treat Uchiha Makoto to a meal. Reward. Shadow clone technique. Accumulated tasks 210 task. Obtain a title from Uchiha Madara. Reward. Perfect sage body. Task. Return to Konoha from the land of rain. Reward. Manjiki Sharingan. Time limited reward. Permission to use the reincarnation eye without consumption. Remaining time. 1 hour, 39 minutes, 49 seconds. Frozen. Upon seeing the words collectible reward, Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement. Although he had not entirely followed the task's instruction for Nagato to express his feelings to Yahiko, it was evident that he had exceeded expectations. Yet, the system failed to provide any rewards for this overachievement. How miserly. Lin Yu let out a soft remark, regaining his focus. He felt a gentle softness in his hand, which he lightly squeezed. It was cool to the touch, as soft as if it had no bones. Lin Yu smiled knowingly. Let us depart. It seems they will require some time to settle down. We shall prepare dinner. Xiaonan raised her delicate face, beaming sweetly. What would you like to eat tonight? Grilled fish. And what else? A supersized portion of grilled fish. Lin Yu, under the night sky, beside the flickering fire. Aha. So you spent the entire afternoon hiding from Nagato? Jiraiya's expression turned peculiar upon hearing about Nagato's confession to Yahiko, and he nearly burst into tears from laughter as he patted Yahiko vigorously. Yahiko gazed at Nagato with a mournful countenance. Now he had lost all face in front of his companions. It was all Nagato's fault for choosing to love him of all people. And even more bewildering was the declaration of love. Who could bear such a burden? Nagato, under the scrutiny of everyone, appeared somewhat bashful but managed to speak up. I truly like Yahiko. No, I love him. After a brief pause, he glanced at the others and added, I also like Jiraiya-sensei and Lin Yu-senpai. Wait, I don't like you. Conan promptly interrupted Nagato, her small hands tightly clutching Lin Yu's arm, exuding an air of possessiveness. Nagato felt a twinge of melancholy, sensing that he had been somewhat toyed with. Jiraiya remained oblivious to romantic nuances, and as the instigator, Lin Yu saw no need to clarify the distinction between Nagato's expressions of affection. Lin Yu had begun to develop an affinity for such days. Were it not for the lingering attachments in Konoha and the responsibilities that still weighed upon him, he might have chosen to retreat into seclusion, withdrawing from the myriad affairs of the shinobi world. However, he could not afford such luxury. He felt an insatiable urge to grow stronger, for reasons unbeknownst to him. An instinctual sense lingered that many individuals, akin to Yahiko and Nagato, awaited his intervention for salvation. Laughter reverberated through the dense forest under the cloak of night for quite some time, until Jiraiya unexpectedly broke the silence, saying, though I am reluctant to utter these words, Lin Yu, you must return to the village. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief pause, he inquired, isn't there still about 10 days left? Has something happened in the village? What about Kushina? Jiraiya, with a grave expression, nodded affirmatively. I have received word that Lord Mito's condition is critical. In a couple of days, the transfer of the Ninetales Jinchuriki will take place. Kushina is the only viable candidate for the position. Lin Yu took a deep breath and said, I understand. I will return to Konoha tomorrow. Jiraiya nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, as he had already resolved to stay behind and care for Nagato and the others, ensuring that they possessed the skills necessary to survive in the world of shinobi before departing. Chapter 28. Farewell. Return to Konoha. Are you really leaving tomorrow? Shonen asked, her small hands tightening around Lin Yu's arm, her face betraying a hint of fear. Do not worry. I will come back to see you. Lin Yu replied with a smile, gently ruffling Xiaonan's hair. Sensei, are you truly going? Yahiko and Nagato both voiced their concern simultaneously. They exchanged glances, their faces flushing slightly. Yahiko bit his lip, turning his head away from Nagato, yet casting a worried glance back at Lin Yu. Indeed. There has been an issue with my family in Konoha that I need to attend to. I cannot bear to leave her in uncertainty, Lin Yu affirmed with a smile. Family? Is it that person named Kushina? She is a girl, is she not? What is her relation to you, Lin Yu? Xiaonan interjected, pouting slightly in irritation, even forgetting to address him as brother. Speaking of Kushina brought a blissful smile to Lin Yu's lips. Ah, she is a girl as adorable as Xiaonan. Though she possesses an even livelier spirit, I can be just as lively and adorable, Xiaonan exclaimed, a hint of urgency in her voice, eager to assert herself in comparison. Lin Yu, feeling somewhat helpless, remarked earnestly, every individual possesses their unique traits. Kushina is lively and spirited, while Conan exudes a cool and serene aura. I find Conan to be quite captivating. Upon hearing Lin Yu's compliment, Conan, unable to contain her flustered demeanor in the presence of so many onlookers, quickly buried her crimson face in Lin Yu's embrace, appearing adorably bashful. Hey, hey, hey. You are not even adults yet. What is the meaning of such intimate displays? Jiraiya, the lone bachelor, expressed his discontent, feeling rather dejected as it seemed he was the only one among the 5 present, devoid of affection. Alas, how lonely it is. Now, there is no need to be so pessimistic. War may erupt at any moment, and given Lin Yu's prowess and medical ninjutsu, the village would never allow him to lead a life of idleness. There will always be another opportunity to reunite, Jiraiya commented, taking a sip of his drink. Feeling rather uncomfortable. At the mention of war, the expressions of Yahiko and his companion shifted, for it was indeed the war that had led to their tragic losses. Conan lifted her gaze from Lin Yu's embrace, her small eyes filled with concern. Will Lin Yu be in danger? The little girl, now resolute, called out Lin Yu's name without any suffix. Certainly, there will be dangers, but given his expertise in medical ninjutsu, he is unlikely to see combat on the front lines. The risks are minimal, Jiraiya replied, slightly envious of someone who could enjoy private moments with Tsunade. Nagato's expression was somewhat peculiar, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Lin Yu wished to keep his Rinnegan concealed, and he would not foolishly reveal it. This was a secret shared between him and his esteemed predecessor. I have made up my mind. I shall train diligently to protect my brother Lin Yu, Conan declared, her small face radiating determination. Lin Yu felt increasingly helpless. Why were all these girls so intent on protecting him? In truth, he was quite formidable, especially now that he possessed the rebirth eye, which bolstered his confidence even further. He was unperturbed by the ongoing ninja world war. Conan, however, remained unconcerned about his strength. With a serious expression, she turned to Jiraiya and earnestly declared, Teacher Jiraiya, I look forward to your guidance. Count me in. I am too, added Yahiko. Jiraiya, setting aside his indifferent demeanor, cleared his throat and regarded the 3 earnest and determined faces before him. Have you all thought this through? My training is exceedingly rigorous, and one misstep could lead to dire consequences. I am ready, Conan vowed, intent on fighting to protect Lin Yu. I am also prepared, Yahiko asserted, eager to strive for peace. I too, Nagato declared, resolved to safeguard Yahiko and Conan, though his primary motivation lay with Yahiko. Very well. Starting tomorrow, you shall endure the rigorous trials of the Toad Sage. As dawn approached and the sky remained dark, a figure moved further away from the small wooden cabin. Are you certain you do not wish to bid him farewell? A young boy with orange hair asked the beautiful girl ahead of him, perched atop the pine tree. No. When we meet again, I shall not merely stand behind him and watch from afar, Conan replied, her expression resolute as she gazed longingly at the distant silhouette. Once it vanished, her face returned to its usual cool demeanor as she leaped down from the treetop. Nagato, won't you try to dissuade Conan? Yahiko inquired, a hint of melancholy in his voice. It seemed his companions had changed. Huh, you're right. Nagato recalled Lin Yu's words before their departure. Looking at Yahiko with a complex expression, what do you mean I'm right? Were you even listening to me? Yahiko exclaimed, his frustration evident as he scratched his head in irritation. Regardless, everything you say is indeed correct. Nagato, do you still harbor feelings for me? Yes, you are correct. Ah, good heavens. Spare me. Yahiko exclaimed, fleeing from Nagato with a speed that rivaled the body flicker technique. When Lin Yu departed, he did so without bidding farewell, confident that Jiraiya would take good care of them. After all, there would inevitably come a day of reunion, thus sparing him from the sorrow of parting. Lin Yu now harbors some concerns for Kushina. Although the original narrative did not depict any complications during the transfer of the Nine Tails, he remains uneasy. The system does not assign tasks without reason. At least in legitimate missions, it has proven to be quite reliable. Lin Yu finds himself justifying the second-hand system one last time. 2 days later, in the land of fire, Konohagakure, Lin Yu presented his identity and proof of being a Konoha ninja at the entrance of the village. After his identity was verified, the guard discreetly informed him, Lord Orochimaru has requested that you pay him a visit upon your return when you have the time. Lin Yu nodded, bidding farewell to the unknown guardian deity, and hurriedly made his way home. Along the route, he encountered no signs of collapsed buildings or casualties, which brought a sense of relief to his heart. It appeared that the Nine Tails had not escaped its seal, significantly alleviating his concerns. He hoped it was not too late. Kushina, wait for me. As it turned out, Lin Yu's worries were unfounded. Well, brother Lin Yu, you're finally back. I missed you so much. As Lin Yu opened the door, Kushina, who had been resting at home, caught a whiff of his presence like a dog detecting a savory bone. She dashed to the entrance and leaped into Lin Yu's embrace. I miss you too, Kushina. Breathing in the delightful fragrance of the young girl, Lin Yu felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. Lin Yu gently cradled Kushina's delicate face, scrutinizing it carefully and finding no signs of injury. Excellent. Kushina's cheeks flushed a deep crimson under Lin Yu's gaze. Feeling the warmth of his palm, she thought her face could fry an egg. Bashfully, she turned her head and wriggled free, saying, Brother Lin Yu, why do you gaze at me like that? Lin Yu's face flushed with embarrassment as he cleared his throat and said, It's nothing. I merely believe my Goxin has become even more beautiful. Is the change truly as remarkable as you describe? It's only been a little over 3 months. Has she really become more attractive? Goxin covered her face for a moment, then took out a small mirror to examine herself closely. My eyes do appear a tad larger, my nose has a slight lift, and my chin is a touch more refined. Indeed, I have become considerably more lovely. Lin Yu's expression was somewhat awkward. He had merely spoken offhandedly and never imagined that Kushina would uncover so many transformations. Steeling himself, he inquired of her, Kushina, have you had the opportunity to meet Lord Mito? Kushina put away her small mirror, her delicate face tinged with sadness. I have met her. Woo-woo. Grandma Mito has passed away, and I have lost yet another loved one. The nine-tailed beast Lin Yu hesitated for a moment before responding. Ah, you mean that fierce, foul-smelling fox? It's right here. Kushina took Lin Yu's hand and placed it gently on her small belly, her cheeks flushed with a faint blush. Lin Yu felt the soft and delicate touch on his fingers, and his heart fluttered involuntarily. He quickly withdrew his hand, his face flushing with embarrassment, and asked, has the Ninetales caused you any adverse effects? Kushina frowned slightly and shook her head. Not really. It's just that every time I go to chat with it, it always makes a big fuss. So, I put it in confinement. When I grow up, I will definitely give it a good beating every day to make it fierce with me. As she spoke, her little face puffed up in indignation. Looking adorably like a dumpling, Lin Yu felt a hint of embarrassment as he silently mourned for the Ninetales for a moment. Suddenly, he sensed that Joshinai's last words seemed to hint at something. If he were to strike her, would it mean he would receive a beating in return? In Chapter 29, Lin Yu's new generation of beautiful eyes, Joshinai successfully became the host of the Ninetales. Lin Yu felt a blend of relief and concern. He was relieved that the transition of hosts had proceeded without incident, yet worried that Joshinai, as the new host, would face considerable scrutiny and restrictions in the future. Alas, it appeared that he needed to cultivate some connections. He decided to focus on the younger generation rather than the older crowd. He contemplated nurturing relationships with individuals like the newly born Kakashi, Might Guy, and Uchiha Obito. He also considered the future pillars of the various clans in Konoha, Narashikaku, Akimichi Choza, Yamanaka and Noichi, the two Hyuga brothers, and the ever-reliable Namikaze Minato. If he could foster good relations with these individuals, he would be able to navigate Konoha with ease in the future. Unfortunately, his abilities were lacking. Otherwise, who would dare to lay a hand on Joshinai? Even if one were to oppose Konoha, what of it? Lin Yu hoped that Danzo would remain compliant and not force him to reveal his trump cards. He then delved into his thoughts to check his tasks, monthly tasks. Task 1, convince Nagato to tell Yahiko that I like him, completed. Reward, no cost experience of the rebirth eye for 2 hours, claimed. Task 2, fist bump with the Ninetales. Reward, refinement of young power. Task 3, treat Uchiha Makoto to a meal. Reward, shadow clone technique. Cumulative tasks 210 task, obtain a title from Uchiha Madara. Reward, perfect sage body. Task, return to Konoha from the land of rain, completed. Reward, kaleidoscope Sharingan, claimed. Time-limited rewards, no cost use of the reincarnation eye, 1 hour, 39 minutes, and 49 seconds remaining. Frozen. No cost use of the rebirth eye, 2 hours remaining, frozen. The new generation of beautiful eyes had arrived. Lin Yu was eager to test his kaleidoscope's ocular techniques. However, being not a holder of the eternal kaleidoscope, he hesitated to use it recklessly, fearing he might go blind. He pondered, if he were to become blind, could he still utilize the reincarnation eye and the rebirth eye? Would he encounter a system bug? After some contemplation, he decided against it. What if everything malfunctioned and he truly lost his sight? That would be disastrous. Nonetheless, Lin Yu had some thoughts. The ocular power of an ordinary kaleidoscope Sharingan was fixed. Using a bit diminished it. In the original work, aside from transplanting a blood relative's kaleidoscope to evolve it into an eternal kaleidoscope for permanent ocular power, there was another method, transplanting Hashirama's cells to replenish ocular power. The latter's ocular power could never compare to the former's evolution. The latter merely served as a power bank to recharge it. Although transplanting Hashirama's cells would slightly increase ocular power, it would not be substantial. Could my rudimentary sage body restore the power of the kaleidoscope? Oh dear, sleep eluded him. Why ponder so much? A trial would reveal the truth. Only through practice can one uncover reality. Lin Yu lay in bed, tossing and turning, initially intending to take advantage of the deep night while Kushina was sound asleep to meet with the Ninetales, hoping to pacify it somewhat. However, the Ninetales could be encountered at any time. Yet, without understanding the capabilities and condition of his own Manjiki Sharingan, Lin Yu found it impossible to drift into slumber. Without further ado, he donned his trench coat, opened the window, and donned a mask for precaution. Soaring across the rooftops with the target in sight, the training grounds of the Uchiha clan. His choice of the Uchiha training grounds was not without consideration. Firstly, the Uchiha clan had a strained relationship with the higher-ups of Konoha, and the Umbu rarely ventured into Uchiha territory, thus minimizing the risk of detection. Secondly, in the event of being discovered, he possessed the Sharingan. Training in Uchiha territory was none of the Umbu's business. As for the mask, was it not permissible to hide a less than appealing visage? As the night deepened, the Uchiha training grounds sprawled extensively, truly deserving its reputation as the foremost clan in Konoha. Such wealth and pride were undeniable. Regardless of the aspect, each member was strikingly handsome, no matter their prior strength. Once the three-tomo Sharingan was activated, their power would rival that of elite Jonin. Should one awaken the Manjiki, they could ascend directly from a Jin into a Hokage-level prowess. If one were to follow in the footsteps of his brother, Suzy, who transitioned from a two-tomo to a Manjiki while also possessing cells of Hashirama, they would undoubtedly become a pinnacle powerhouse of Hokage caliber. Thus, it was not without reason that the Uchiha harbored rebellious sentiments. With such striking appearances and formidable strength, their training grounds vastly outmatched others. If not the Hokage, then who would assume that mantle? Alas, the Uchiha with the highest potential were ardent loyalists of Konoha, from the original Uchiha Kagami to Itachi and Shursui. Had these three been more radical, the position of Hokage would not have seemed so distant. Lin Yu discovered a relatively secluded training ground, situated in a remote area, seldom frequented by others. Lin Yu activated the Kagura Heart Eye, extending his range of perception to its utmost limit. Within a 30-kilometer radius, he sensed no fluctuations of chakra, which allowed him to relax his guard somewhat. However, he still refrained from removing his mask. Lin Yu arrived at the center of the open space, his crimson three-tomo Sharingan spinning wildly. He could hardly contain his eagerness to activate the Manjiki. A surge of innate ocular power erupted from an unknown source within him, as if a seal had been broken, flooding forth with vigor. The three black tomo in his eyes vanished, replaced by an intricate golden pattern within his eye socket, resembling a mystical array. The golden hexagram flickered with hints of white and blue flames, distinctly different from any Manjiki forms Lin Yu had ever encountered, resembling a mutated variant. Lin Yu could not discern whether it was beautiful or not. Nonetheless, within his eye sockets danced a faintly pulsating flame of white and blue, exuding an indescribable aura of strangeness and malevolence. Lin Yu suppressed his impulse to glance in the mirror and began to contemplate the kaleidoscopic ocular techniques that emerged in his mind. The eternal inferno, flames that do not extinguish, life that does not perish. Painless and harmless, it can incinerate impurities within the body, fortifying health. It possesses certain medicinal properties. The unsealing teleportation, targeting the eternal inferno. It transcends distance and space for transportation, projecting a magical array when multiple individuals are transported. What has become of my divine might? I possess phasing, Tsukuyami, Amaterasu, and the celestial techniques of the heavens. Even a couple of practical skills would suffice. These two ocular techniques are utterly useless, especially since the unsealing teleportation loses all significance without the eternal inferno. Why not grant me the likes of Yomi no Hirazaka? Or a space-time ninjutsu akin to Ama no Tsukimurahan? What use is this teleportation? I might as well carry a torch. It indeed feels like a combination of teleportation and igniting. What a disappointment. Lin Yu's heart lamented as the joy of receiving the new generation of colored contact lenses vanished in an instant, while others awakened their kaleidoscopic powers, wielding astonishing destructive capabilities that could obliterate the competition in the blink of an eye. What about me? I merely offered someone an immortal inferno flower, assisting them in purging their internal impurities and strengthening their constitution, perhaps even healing their injuries. Isn't this just a form of self-deception? Lin Yu recalled a task involving a confrontation with the nine-horned trumpet, which rewarded him with the power of the sun. Well, this added yet another means to save lives. Now, as long as Lin Yu wished for his survival, he would not perish. Should he also master the power of the moon, combining both sun and moon energies to achieve the art of yin-yang escape, he would possess the ability to create life itself, effortlessly regenerating severed limbs in mere moments. Lin Yu enveloped himself in the immortal dark flames, seeking warmth as he ventured further down the treacherous path of toxicity in the ninja world. Hiss! It felt akin to a delightful massage, truly invigorating. Chapter 30. A first encounter with the Ninetales. Although the immortal dark flames were devoid of poison and harm, serving only to incinerate the impurities within his body rather than expelling them, Lin Yu still returned home for a refreshing bath, eager to wash away the frustrations of the day. The teleportation and ignition had yielded no increase in combat prowess whatsoever. It seemed he could summon a half-formed Susanoo, though he had seemingly forgotten to utilize it. But what did it matter? Having witnessed the complete form, what was there to behold in the half-formed version? After Lin Yu finished his bath, he reclined on the bed, sensing that the power of his kaleidoscopic vision was gradually replenishing. A wave of joy surged within him. Indeed, my rudimentary celestial body still holds efficacy. No longer must I fret about switching careers to become a blind master. I can dedicate myself to my true calling, the guiding light for the bewildered young women on their life's journey. However, a sudden inspiration struck Lin Yu. Could he not leave an undying inferno of dark flames with Kushina and another with Xiaonan? This way, he could effortlessly alternate between them. To accompany them, indeed. It is remarkable how useful this ocular technique proves to be. I shall leave one with Tsunade as well. As for the others, well, I am not Nagato, thank you very much. Meanwhile, far away in the land of rain, Nagato suddenly sneezed, perplexed as he rubbed his nose. Who was speaking ill of me? Lin Yu stealthily entered Kushina's room, feeling a twinge of guilt as he tiptoed to the bedside. He extended his hand to gently caress Kushina's soft abdomen through her clothing, his mind devoid of any lascivious thoughts. while 3 black tomo in his eyes slowly rotated. The surrounding environment transformed. It was not the dim, murky scene reminiscent of Naruto's underground world. Kushina's inner realm was far more vibrant than Naruto's. Yet it still bore the shadows of her innermost struggles. This was the village of Uzumaki. The destruction of the land of whirlpools remained an eternal ache in Kushina's heart. With the Ninetales imprisoned deep within the village, a manifestation of the sealing place conjured from the depths of her soul. Lin Yu walked along the familiar path, gazing at the surrounding buildings that evoked a sense of nostalgia and aversion. However, these feelings dissipated like whispers in the wind with the demise of the land of whirlpools. Soon, a towering gate of sealing appeared before him, not the 8 trigram seal from the original story residing within Naruto, but rather a composite seal primarily based on the 4 symbols, supplemented by various sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. It revealed not a trace of the Ninetales chakra. A testament to the formidable strength of Uzumaki Mido. After all, it was the last vestige of power left by the first Hokage's wife in this world. Lin Yu found himself in a predicament. He earnestly wished to engage in a face-to-face conversation with the Ninetales. Although he possessed the ability to break the seal, he was reluctant to unleash the Ninetales, for the current incarnation of the creature was not the same as the Kyuubi that had emerged following Naruto's verbal persuasion. This version harbored a deep-seated disdain for humanity. With a tentative spirit, Lin Yu approached the imposing seal gate and knocked on the solid wooden door. Reminiscent of a shrine's entrance. "Hello? Is anyone there? Can you hear me?" He continued. "Hey, I'm the delivery person. Your takeout has arrived." Just as Lin Yu contemplated giving up, a furious roar emanated from within the gate. "You are insufferably loud. Do you have any idea what time it is?" A pair of colossal, blood-red eyes materialized beyond the door, resembling 2 ominous lanterns. With menacing teeth exuding a chilling aura, the Ninetales inquired, "Who are you, little brat? How did you manage to come to this place?" "Greetings for our first encounter. I am Uzumaki Lin Yu. As for how I arrived, you should be familiar with these eyes." Lin Yu opened his Sharingan, maintaining a demeanor void of trepidation. "The Sharingan. You are a wretched descendant of Uchiha Madara." The Ninetale's sharp claws struck the door forcefully, yet it remained steadfast. "Wait, you bear the Uzumaki name, a relative of that woman Mido. But how do you possess the Sharingan?" "Those details can wait. I have not come to discuss genealogies, Kyuubi." Lin Yu chuckled softly, sensing that the Ninetales had been alone for far too long, developing an insatiable curiosity. "What's that expression on your face, little brat? Don't think for a moment that I can't see you through this door." The Ninetales seemed to hear something inconceivable, his blood-red eyes narrowing suddenly. "What did you just call me? How do you know that name?" "How did I find out?" "Naturally. I learned about it through anime. Or should I say, I gave you that name." Lin Yu smirked, teasingly remarking, "Kyuubi, do these eyes look familiar to you?" Lin Yu's pupils swiftly transformed. This time, he did not linger to observe. A second later, the spiraling striped circles in his eyes met the gaze of the Ninetales. "Kid, those are the eyes of an old man. How could you possibly possess them?" The Ninetales widened his eyes, scrutinizing Lin Yu's dual pupils, his furry face awash with incredulity. Lin Yu did not allow the Ninetales to observe his Rinnegan for long. After 10 seconds, he deactivated the eye, a sharp pang of toothache coursing through him, as if the very essence of his resources was being consumed. The Ninetales fell silent, sensing the authenticity of the Rinnegan. In a deep voice, it inquired, "What is your purpose for coming here?" Lin Yu wore a hint of indulgence and a foolish smile as he gently said, "I merely wish for you to show a bit of humility towards Kushina and lend her a hand when she is in peril." "Do you expect me, the chief of the Ninetales, to relinquish my dignity for a mere child?" Kurama retorted with a disdainful expression, scoffing softly. The latter part of Lin Yu's statement was something Kurama would have done regardless, for the death of the Jinchuriki would lead to its own dissolution. While it would not experience true death, the sensation was one it would prefer to avoid. "Kid, since you possess those eyes, I have faith that no one in the ninja world can rival you. Why then, do you require an old fellow like me to assist her?" Kurama inquired, somewhat perplexed. Lin Yu let out a bitter smile, fully aware that his circumstances were known only to him. He felt it unnecessary to divulge the truth and lamented. "Even if I possess great strength, I cannot be at all times the protector of Kushina. You sealed within her are undoubtedly the most suitable for this role." "Humph. Why would I exert such effort? Is it not more comfortable to rest here? Why concern myself with the affairs of so many mortals? If you wish for me to act, what benefit would I gain from it?" Indeed, the proud demeanor of the Ninetales had emerged once more. A smile graced Lin Yu's face. This proud fox had indeed taken the bait. After some contemplation, Lin Yu concluded that the Ninetales seemed to possess no desires beyond freedom. Thus, he resorted to a cunning strategy. "I promise you, Kushina will be your final Jinchuriki. When her time comes to an end, or if she willingly consents to your departure, you shall be free. My apologies, Kurama. As long as I draw breath, Kushina shall not perish. And as for her willingly agreeing, how could you take the words of a mere child seriously?" Presently, the Ninetales served as a significant boon to Kushina. And in a decade or so, Lin Yu would likely have become the unrivaled force in the ninja world, allowing Kurama to go wherever he pleased. Kurama's gaze fixated intently on Lin Yu as he spoke in a low voice. "On what grounds should I trust you, human? Trust is reciprocal. It isn't merely about your faith in me or mine in you, but rather a mutual understanding." Lin Yu's expression turned earnest in his current form. Kurama's combat prowess was indeed formidable. After a lengthy silence, Kurama finally asked, I have one last question, with your eyes and power. It would be a trivial matter to use genjutsu to compel me to serve you. Why do you not do so? Ah, well, I am not one like Uchiha Madara, a master of manipulation. Moreover, since I know your name, I am also aware of your nature, which does not harbor animosity towards humanity. Yet, throughout the millennia, you have witnessed the avarice and baseness of mankind. Out of fear of your power, they have cast you as a symbol of hatred. Deep within, however, you still long for someone who can truly understand you. Lin Yu smirked and smiled at the Ninetales. Humph. SOSO. As Lin Yu's figure gradually faded away, the Ninetales closed its eyes, and tranquility enveloped the sealed world. Chapter 31. A visit to Orochimaru's home. With a sigh, Lin Yu awakened in reality, feeling a slight thirst, albeit of a spiritual nature. Although he had not completed his task this time, he had begun to establish a preliminary relationship with the Ninetales. Lin Yu believed that it would not be long before this proud fox would lower its guard. Lin Yu gently covered the sleeping QB with a blanket, carefully retreating from the room as the night passed quietly. The following morning, after escorting QB to school, he tidied up the shop a bit, rolled down the shutter, and hung the closed sign before making his way towards the residential area. He intended to pay a visit to Orochimaru. Since awakening his abilities, the little clinic had been in a constant state of inactivity. Perhaps it would be better to close it for good, as his current savings were more than sufficient to support QB. With the identity of a ninja, the necessity of running a clinic seemed questionable. Even a casual A-rank mission could yield a bounty of several 100,000 ryo. Thus, the need for a clinic became increasingly redundant. Moreover, it appeared he still possessed the corpse of Hanzo. The head of a demigod in the ninja world should command quite a price. It seemed prudent to seek an opportunity to exchange it in the village. Orochimaru's residence was not particularly obscure, as he had yet to embark on his scientific endeavors. Although that time was approaching, after inquiring around, Lin Yu successfully located Orochimaru's abode. The name Orochimaru was prominently engraved on the nameplate at the entrance, unmistakable. As he gazed upon the somewhat eerie mansion, a shiver ran down his spine, though it might have been a mere illusion. He could not shake off an unsettling premonition, not one concerning life, but rather concerning his physical well-being, though he could not ascertain if it was merely a misperception. Lin Yu stepped forward and gently knocked on the door, dismissing any lingering doubts. Orochimaru should now be harmless and unlikely to harbor any malicious intent towards him. Please enter, came a somewhat hoarse voice from within. Lin Yu pushed the door open and traversed the corridor, finding Orochimaru seated on a mat, adorned in a kimono. Lin Yu-kun, please take a seat. Orochimaru greeted him with a subtle, serpentine smile upon his arrival. Lin Yu sat opposite Orochimaru, a shiver running down his spine. He found it somewhat overwhelming to endure Orochimaru's smile, which was complemented by his long, lustrous black hair cascading behind him. Having practiced a self-developed soft body modification, Orochimaru's physique was as smooth as that of a woman. Viewed from behind, he presented the perfect silhouette of a femme fatale, particularly striking in his current kimono attire. Lin Yu now yearned to swiftly depart from this place. He coughed gently and inquired, ahem, did Lord Orochimaru summon me for a particular reason? Orochimaru, with his golden slit-like eyes, regarded Lin Yu with keen interest. The purple eyeshadow extending to the edges of his nostrils appeared somewhat enchanting as he responded. It is nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to invite you, Lin Yu, as my guest. Lin Yu, feeling a touch of helplessness, shrugged his shoulders and said, if that statement came from Jiraiya, I might believe it. However, if it were uttered by the esteemed Orochimaru, I find it truly hard to accept. Oh? Do you possess a deep understanding of me, Lin Yu-kun? Orochimaru remarked, lifting his cup of tea and taking a sip, seemingly indifferent to Lin Yu's reference to Jiraiya. I merely believe that Orochimaru-senpai is not one to squander time. With such leisure, it would be far more advantageous to dedicate oneself to mastering additional ninjutsu. The interest in Orochimaru's eyes intensified, and he ceased his probing. Indeed, he was not one to waste time, particularly as he had recently been engaged in the construction of a series of clandestine bases, leaving him with even less free time. Lin Yu-kun, you are now a Jonin, correct? According to the regulations of the Konoha Ninja Academy, newly graduated Jonin are typically assigned a guiding Jonin to lead them on missions. I am aware that you did not graduate from the academy, yet given your youthful age, I overheard teacher Yuan Fei mention that he intends to pair you with this year's graduating class and assign a Jonin to lead you. Listening to Orochimaru's words, Lin Yu furrowed his brow. He had no desire to be overseen by a Jonin, not out of fear, but rather due to the inconvenience it would entail. He had no interest in undertaking menial D-rank tasks such as cleaning gutters or searching for cats. Orochimaru paused momentarily before continuing. I understand that with your prowess, Lin Yu-kun, you would certainly disdain the idea of performing D-rank missions alongside freshly graduated youths. Therefore, I can request that teacher Saratobi appoint me as your guiding Jonin. Lin Yu furrowed his brow and remarked, then I could also seek Tsunade to be my guiding Jonin. Lin Yu-kun, please allow me to finish before you decline. Orochimaru said earnestly, continuing, if I were to become your guiding Jonin, I would not excessively interfere with your training. You would have complete autonomy over your time. Should you wish to learn ninjutsu, you may come to me, and I shall impart to you any techniques I possess. If you desire to undertake missions, you could accept A-rank or even S-rank assignments under my name. However, if Tsunade were to become your guiding Jonin, it is unlikely that you would enjoy the same ease as you do now. Orochimaru regarded Lin Yu with a teasing expression. Lin Yu felt a sense of helplessness. Indeed. If Tsunade were to become his guiding Jonin, she would undoubtedly find various ways to torment him, making it impossible for him to enjoy the current leisurely pace of life. Orochimaru's words rang true. Given the present circumstances, Orochimaru was undoubtedly the most suitable mentor for him. Lin Yu sighed, gazing helplessly at Orochimaru, and inquired, "What assistance do you require from me, esteemed Orochimaru?" A glimmer of intensity sparked in Orochimaru's eyes as he spoke earnestly. "I possess but one request. I require your aid in the future, when the time comes, to enlist the help of a certain individual." As he mentioned this person, his tone grew weighty, underscoring his certainty that Lin Yu was acquainted with him. "Who is this individual you speak of, Orochimaru? Am I familiar with him?" Lin Yu inquired. His expression one of bewilderment, seemingly oblivious to the identity of the person referenced. "Let us dispense with veiled language, Lin Yu. I need this individual to assist me in thwarting an adversary, potentially the entirety of Konoha." Orochimaru's demeanor was grave, devoid of any jest. "Alas, it seems my secret has been unveiled. Although I realize Orochimaru could not possibly deduce that the figure in the black cloak is I. The implications are nonetheless close to the truth." Lin Yu felt a twinge of resignation. "It appears I must exercise greater caution in the presence of astute individuals." "Very well. I shall comply, Master Orochimaru." "Ah, no need for such formality, Lin Yu. We may address each other as equals." With his objective achieved, Orochimaru's spirits lifted. Finding reassurance in his plans, even if discovered, he would be able to extricate himself without difficulty. Lin Yu declined Orochimaru's invitation to share a meal. In truth, Orochimaru had no intention of inviting him to lunch. Upon Lin Yu's acceptance, he promptly dismissed him and hurried off to attend to other matters. It seems that Orochimaru is indeed a person who cannot afford to waste even a single moment. Lin Yu was strolling down the street, casually contemplating his next dining choice when, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a somewhat familiar figure, glowing with an ethereal green hue. Chapter 32. Might Die. "Are you certain you wish to accept Uzumaki Lin Yu as your guiding Jonin?" questioned Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen had recently been feeling rather downtrodden, beset by issues ranging from the signing of the ceasefire agreement, the exchange of captives, the enigmatic figure in a black cloak, to the myriad problems arising among the various clans in the village. His mind was nearly overwhelmed. Had it not been for his late mentor Tobarama's legacy, he might have relinquished the position of Hokage to Danzo, thereby freeing himself from the daily intrigues of usurpation. Indeed, mentor, Uzumaki Lin Yu possesses remarkable talent. At that moment, Orochimaru held Sarutobi Hiruzen in considerable esteem. "Is that so?" Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his temples in mild frustration. Were it not for the fact that this individual was his most cherished disciple, he would have dismissed him outright. After all, a mere Chunin hardly warranted such attention. "Then let us proceed as you suggest, though it would be prudent to select 2 from the Ninja Academy to form a small team with him." "Unnecessary. I have assessed this cohort, and none display significant talent." "Very well. I shall arrange for the notification to be delivered by the Umbu. Then, Minor, I shall take my leave. Orochimaru, do not disappoint my expectations." Orochimaru hesitated momentarily, his expression a blend of complexity, yet he quickly regained his resolve, responding hoarsely, "Yes, Minor." The Hokage's office was enveloped in an oppressive silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed a shift in Orochimaru. Was it due to Shinjiro? Alas, what a pitiable child he was. Yet, why did it seem that Tsunade was not particularly mournful? Wasn't he her beloved younger brother? "I apologize. I realize this may seem unreasonable. But Kai will not be a burden. I implore you, allow me to accompany you on this mission." Might Die stood nervously before a Chunin, cradling an infant on his back, his words imbued with desperation. The Chunin frowned, a mixture of anger and exasperation etched on his face. "What do you believe the purpose of a ninja's mission is? Previously, your delays were tolerable, but now you wish to undertake a mission with an infant? You will only hinder us further and jeopardize our safety." "My lord, I understand this is inappropriate, but Kai's mother has just passed, and he is but 5 months old. There is no one else to care for him." In the gaze of passers-by on the street, Might Die bowed deeply, pleading, "Please grant me this opportunity. I will accomplish the task without allowing Kai to impede you." The Chunin hesitated for a moment before firmly stating, "I am sorry. Seek assistance elsewhere." With that, he departed swiftly. Might Die watched as the Chunin disappeared into the distance after a few leaps, retracting his outstretched hand in a moment of despondency. Yet, when his gaze fell upon the infant Kai, a renewed resolve ignited within him. "For Kai, to ensure he grows up healthy, I shall undoubtedly earn the recognition of others. Youth, let it burn brightly." Lin Yu stood by the roadside alongside the common folk, witnessing an extraordinary scene unfold before him. After a moment of hesitation, he took a step forward and greeted, "You must be the esteemed Might Guy." "Greetings. I am Vortex Lin Yu, also a genin." Might Guy turned around in surprise, initially believing that his earnestness had captivated a fellow ninja. Upon realizing it was a youthful boy of merely 10 summers, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed his face. Nevertheless, he quickly raised a thumb in approval and exclaimed, "Indeed. Young one, I am Might Guy. Would you like to join me in igniting the flames of youth?" Might Guy spoke those words casually, as the villagers often regarded his fervor as somewhat naive, suspecting him of eccentricity. Yet, he remained unfazed, reveling in his own youth and passion, content as long as his son understood the essence of it all. Lin Yu's face seemed to flicker with some intrigue. Might Guy was indeed one of the foremost masters of taijutsu in Konoha. If he were to unleash his full potential, none in the village could stand against him. However, given that Kai was still young, it was certain he would refrain from such actions. Is that truly the case? Yet, Senior Guy, it appears you have encountered some difficulties, he remarked. Might Guy sighed and replied, no one is willing to form a team with me. Without a squad, the lower-ranked shinobi cannot undertake missions. I see. Lin Yu responded thoughtfully. In that case, I believe I can assist you, Senior Guy. Might Guy looked at Lin Yu with a hint of surprise. His brow furrowed in confusion. You must be a recent graduate, correct? You should have your own Jonin instructor. Your four-man cell would not typically permit someone like me to join. Lin Yu offered a faint smile and remarked, my situation is quite unique. In my team, there are only myself and my guiding Jonin. My Jonin tends to be rather apathetic, so I take the initiative in accepting missions, and of course, the choice of teammates is also mine. Upon hearing this, Might Guy exclaimed with excitement, is what you say truly the case? Are you genuinely willing to team up with me for missions? During times of war, the cost of living skyrockets, and without undertaking missions, it becomes exceedingly difficult to make ends meet. While he could manage on his own, he also had a hungry Kai to care for. As a lowly Jonin, it was impossible for him to accept missions independently. That would be against the rules, and he would not receive any special treatment. Who was Might Guy? A perennial Jonin. And apart from those who recognized his strength, no one had faith in him, let alone provide him with any leniency. Seeing Lin Yu nod, Might Guy was nearly overcome with joy, his youthful spirit igniting. However, considering Kai's safety, he restrained his exuberance and, with a hint of confusion, inquired of Lin Yu. We have never met before. Why are you so willing to assist me? Due to my frail health, I have heard that you possess a unique training method, and I wish to join you in celebrating our youth. Lin Yu feigned a look of earnest excitement as he gazed at Might Guy. Upon hearing this, Might Guy's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. At last, someone understood his youthful aspirations. He was uncertain of the boy's true intentions. Yet if the goal was to fervently pursue their youth, then he and Might Guy would undoubtedly be good friends. With his heart swelling, Might Guy took a step forward, wrapping his robust arms around Lin Yu, tears welling in his eyes as he said, Thank you. Thank you. Although this is our first meeting, your sincerity and your perspective on youth have profoundly touched me. Let us strive together for our youth. On this vibrant day filled with youthful energy, let us run 5,000 laps together. Lin Yu twitched his lips. He had initially intended to evade the situation, but after a brief moment of hesitation, he found himself unable to do so. At that moment, upon hearing Might Guy's words, Lin Yu quickly interjected, Wait a moment, Senior Guy? Shouldn't we prioritize accepting our tasks first? The number of assignments is finite, and if some lucrative opportunities are claimed by others beforehand, it would be a regrettable loss. Upon hearing this, Might Guy immediately released Lin Yu and, taking hold of his arm, dashed towards the task commission office, exclaiming, Indeed, the tasks are of utmost importance. However, youth cannot be delayed. Let us sprint together towards the task commission office in the spirit of our vibrant youth. Lin Yu's body was disheveled by the wind. Chapter 33. Afterward, he came to take on tasks for me. Lin Yu had his own considerations. He felt reassured about embarking on missions alongside Might Guy, as safety concerns were significantly diminished. Although the potency of the 8 gates technique varied from person to person at this stage of his prime, Might Guy could likely match elite Jonin by the 6th gate and contend with Kaga-level opponents upon reaching the 7th. While he might not surpass the likes of the esteemed Guy, he was still formidable. The mission assignment office of Konoha was situated on the first floor of the Hokage building. Missions and assignments represented the essence of a ninja's existence and the influence of the village, thus underscoring the paramount importance of handling mission assignments. It was only fitting that this office was located within the Hokage building for maximum security. To undertake missions of B rank or higher, ninjas were required to report to and obtain approval from the Hokage, while C and D rank missions merely needed to be documented by the managing ninjas, who would later relay the outcomes to the Hokage. Upon inspection, there were 13 D rank missions and 1 C rank mission available. Which one shall we choose, Lin Yu? Might Guy inquired, his gaze fixed intently on the C rank mission displayed on the notice board in the hall. This board was designated for D and C rank missions, while B rank and above required inquiries with the front desk ninjas, who would verify identities and qualifications before granting access. D rank missions typically involve tasks such as clearing waterways, searching for lost pets belonging to affluent ladies, assisting commoners with farming, or pulling radishes. These missions were primarily meant for newly graduated ninjas to familiarize themselves with the task processes, offering meager rewards ranging from 500 to 10,000 Ryo. Although the starting pay was 500 Ryo, it is worth noting that the cost of living in the Hokage world was quite high. A simple bowl of plain Ichiraku ramen cost around 80 Ryo. Considering the cuts taken by the leading Jonin and the division of earnings among the team, A single D-rank mission could barely sustain a ninja for 2 to 3 days, hardly sufficient for their training needs. C-rank missions were somewhat akin to D-rank ones, but primarily involved escorting individuals. Naturally, these individuals were not of high status. They were often wealthy merchants transporting goods. There was no requirement for combat, and the remuneration ranged from 10,000 to 50,000 Rio. Generally, lower and middle-ranking ninjas would undertake C-rank missions, which offered rewards several times greater than those of D-rank, making them quite appealing. Today was fortuitous for Lin Yu and his companions, as a C-rank mission still remained available. Hey, Mike Guy, why are you here again? Didn't I mention that lower-ranking ninjas without a team cannot accept missions alone? A middle-ranking ninja responsible for task assignments noticed Mike Guy lingering by the notice board and spoke with a hint of impatience. If you keep making a fuss, don't blame me for being rude. My good sir, I now have a team, Mike Guy replied awkwardly, gesturing to Lin Yu beside him. He had previously approached the middle-ranking ninja to request permission for a solo mission, only to be promptly dismissed. The middle-ranking ninja furrowed his brow, glancing at Lin Yu's youthful visage, and replied discontentedly, Mike Guy, do not presume that you can deceive a freshly graduated lower-ranking ninja into accepting missions. Lower-ranking ninjas cannot form teams. Only middle-ranking ninjas possess the qualifications to establish a team. Now, please leave and do not disturb others. Mike Guy felt slightly embarrassed, unaware that lower-ranking ninjas were prohibited from teaming up with one another, and he cast an apologetic glance at Lin Yu. Lin Yu smiled faintly, indicating his indifference, and took a step forward, calmly stating, I am Uzumaki Lin Yu, and my guiding Jonin is Orochimaru. As for this Mike Guy, he is one of my current teammates. Uzumaki Lin Yu? Lord Orochimaru? The Chunin at the mission office raised an eyebrow, for he had not heard any news of Lord Orochimaru taking on a disciple. However, the name Uzumaki Lin Yu seemed vaguely familiar to him. Where had he heard it before? It was precisely because he had some recollection of the name that he felt compelled to verify it. If an unknown brash youth had claimed to be a disciple of Lord Orochimaru, he would have certainly expelled him without a second thought. Soon, the Chunin swiftly located the corresponding records by ninja identification number, recently uploaded and personally approved by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Upon seeing the contents, the Chunin's expression changed drastically. Disbelief etched across his face. Impossible. How could this be? The document contained not only Lin Yu's basic information but also bore Orochimaru's name in the guiding Jonin section. Most importantly, there was a line proclaiming, my disciple Uzumaki Lin Yu is authorized to undertake any mission I am eligible to accept. It was well known that Orochimaru was an elite Jonin, recently hailed as one of the legendary Sannin in the shinobi world, a title far surpassing his past. The mere notion that he would allow this obscure Jonin to accept missions in his name was utterly astonishing to the Chunin. Wait a moment, Uzumaki Lin Yu? Could he be the infamous bad luck charm of the shinobi world? The Chunin's gaze shifted curiously over Lin Yu, unable to discern any significant clues. With a tone tinged with respect, he remarked, your identity checks out. You are permitted to undertake missions of any difficulty. Would you like me to retrieve the manuals for missions rated B and above? Lin Yu observed that the other party was quite perceptive and thus relinquished the intention to continue rebuking them. He replied nonchalantly, no need for that. The C-rank escort mission will suffice. Very well, please hold on for a moment while I take note of this. The Nin at the mission center stated as he received the commission form. After perusing the details and registering the information, he continued. The task involves escorting a merchant convoy to the capital of the Land of Fire with a reward of 50,000 Rio. That is indeed correct. The client is currently residing at the Konoha Inn. You may find them there. Lin Yu nodded and called out to the enthusiastic Maitre D, Senior Dai. Let us be on our way, striving to return by tomorrow. Absolutely. This time, I will not hold us back. Maitre D replied with fervor, brimming with energy. Lin Yu observed Kai, who was being tossed around by Maite, and suddenly understood. No wonder Kai's mind wasn't quite right. It turned out he had been jostled by his own father since childhood. Lin Yu paused slightly, turning to the Chunin at the mission office and said, from now on, Senior Dai will be responsible for accepting tasks on my behalf. I hope you will no longer neglect him. Very well. The Chunin nodded stiffly, understanding that even a perennial Jonin could soar to great heights with the right support. Lin Yu, I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Thank you. Truly thank you, Maitre D exclaimed, his large, watery eyes gazing at Lin Yu with deep appreciation, his prominent nose twitching. No one had ever shown him such kindness since the passing of his wife. Maitre D clenched his teeth, as if making a firm decision, and said, how about this? Lin Yu? I could have Kai acknowledge you as his godfather. What? Lin Yu was taken aback. Am I really to become Kai's father? Is that even permissible? Absolutely not. If it were Hinata or Hanabi, I would have no objections, but Mato Kai. Lin Yu envisioned himself in a snug green bodysuit, sporting a watermelon hairstyle, with gleaming white teeth like Mike Guy, giving him a thumbs up and saying, Godfather, let us ignite our youth today and run 1,000 laps around the Hidden Leaf Village. No, absolutely not. Lin Yu resolutely shook his head, his expression grave as he addressed Mike Guy, Senior Dai. I fear this is not feasible. I am but 10 years old. Should the other girls discover that I have already become a godfather, I may find it impossible to marry. Mike Guy considered this. his face reflecting regret as if to say, once this opportunity passes, it shall not return. What a pity for you, my young friend. Chapter 34. Departing the village on the streets of Konoha, passers-by regarded the peculiar duo of one tall and one small figure, and a very small one as well. One bore a gentle and refined countenance, the angles of his features becoming more pronounced, exuding a hint of elegance. The other donned his perennial green jumpsuit. Sporting a rather carefree hairstyle, thick eyebrows, a prominent nose, and an expression steeped in life experience. This duo was none other than Lin Yu and Might Guy. Accompanied by the bundle on Might Guy's back containing Kai. Unperturbed by the curious glances from the onlookers, Lin Yu remained indifferent, for they were oblivious to Might Guy's prowess. Despite his shortcomings in various disciplines outside of taijutsu, Lin Yu valued Might Guy's extraordinary solo capabilities. As the Eight Gates technique represented a formidable martial art that could unleash a surprise attack at any moment in battle, Might Guy, accustomed to such scrutiny over the years, had transformed the opinions of others into fuel for his youthful vigor, driving him to strive harder. At the Konoha Inn, a rather portly middle-aged merchant stared in astonishment at the unlikely pair before him. The merchant, along with 4 non-ninja guards, was transporting ordinary local specialties acquired from a remote area, intending to sell them in the capital of the Land of Fire for a considerable profit. Indeed. We shall undertake this mission, Lin Yu affirmed. What is this? Konoha sends a mere child to accept the task? And you, sir, while robust, seem to be carrying a baby on your back. Are you jesting with me? Can such a combination possibly accomplish this mission? The merchant's agitation grew palpable. As if he had gained a few extra pounds from his indignation, Might Guy stepped forward, his voice unwavering. Rest assured, I shall do my utmost to ensure your safety. Moved by Might Guy's earnest conviction, the merchant begrudgingly swallowed his frustrations. He could not afford to reject the commission, as he was bound to reach the capital that day to preserve the freshness of his goods, which would otherwise drastically affect their market value. Very well. Let us be on our way, Might Guy exclaimed, his excitement palpable, for he was eager to undertake a task once more. As for preparations, Might Guy needed nothing but a kunai, while Lin Yu required naught, merely leaving a note for Kushina as they passed by his home. At the gates of Konoha, after presenting their permits to the nameless gatekeeper, the group ambled towards the capital of the Land of Fire. A C-rank escort mission, you say? In a secret base. Orochimaru had just received word of Lin Yu accepting the assignment, considering it necessary to inform him, as it was under his name. Might Guy? Is there something special about this individual? Orochimaru pondered, aware that Lin Yu's acquaintances were often driven by ulterior motives. However, he could only surmise that Might Guy's taijutsu was merely decent, having been a lower-ranked ninja for over a decade. If he truly possessed remarkable strength, he would not have remained hidden for so long. Orochimaru chuckled and dismissed any further concern for Might Guy. As for the potential issues with the C-rank mission, he thought not. Lin Yu merely sought an excuse to leave the village. And enlisting someone as simple-minded as Might Guy would provide the perfect cover for more clandestine endeavors, such as visiting the base of the Immortal Organization, or meeting with the enigmatic figures in black cloaks. Orochimaru smirked, having already contemplated these matters when he accepted Lin Yu. And he intended to leverage Lin Yu to infiltrate this audaciously named organization. Do not keep me waiting too long, Lin Yu-kun. As night fell over the capital of the Land of Fire, the journey had been uneventful. There were no hidden identities among the group, nor were they transporting anything extraordinary. Not even an ant obstructed their path. They arrived peacefully at the outskirts of the capital, which, though labeled as such, was merely a small town within its jurisdiction. Having bid farewell to the rotund merchant after their brief exchange, Lin Yu and his companions retraced their steps back to Konoha. Senior Dai, you may return to report the task. I have some personal matters to attend to. As Orochimaru had surmised, Lin Yu's purpose for leaving the village was not solely to fulfill a C-rank mission. He had numerous affairs to handle, such as addressing the matter of Hanzo's head, lest it become too stale. However, it seems rather improper for me to return alone after we both embarked on this task. Might Guy hesitated, his honest nature leading him to feel a twinge of discomfort. Fear not, Senior Dai. You may simply explain that Orochimaru assigned me a solo task that required my individual attention. Lin Yu casually threw Orochimaru under the bus once more. Oh. So it was Lord Orochimaru who entrusted Lin Yu with a solo mission. Now I understand. Might Guy's expression brightened, and he offered his best wishes, looking rather comical. Then, Lin Yu, how shall we divide the compensation? Might Guy queried, his face reddening with awkwardness. Let my share be used to buy formula for Kai. Lin Yu teased the little one, who was already beginning to resemble a future watermelon-headed child. This is unacceptable. I only require my portion. I am not that kind of person. Might Guy insisted resolutely. Senior Dai, consider this as a training fee for your future guidance in my youthful endeavors. In the pursuit of igniting my youth, what do material possessions matter? Lin Yu feigned exuberance, though he was somewhat exasperated. Very well. I shall accept your generous offering of youth. Let us together unleash our vitality. At the mere mention of youth, Might Guy's already limited intellect plummeted further, his eyes sparkling with youthful fervor. But what of Lord Orochimaru's share? Lin Yu pressed, his blood surging and his cheeks flushing. That is my mentor's investment in my youth. Please, Senior Dai, you must accept it. Lin Yu could hardly contain himself, feeling a surge of warmth. To Might Guy, however, This was merely the passionate fervor of youth emanating from Lin Yu. The boy resonated deeply with him, had it not been for Kai. My guy might have been unable to resist sharing his own understanding and love for youth with Lin Yu. One could only be grateful to Kai for inadvertently saving Lin Yu from a potential embarrassment. If Lin Yu donned a green jumpsuit and styled his hair into a watermelon shape, Kushina would surely disapprove vehemently, and Lin Yu himself might burst from shame. But, of course, such a scenario was entirely implausible. After parting ways with Might, Lin Yu donned a black robe and adorned himself with a golden patterned mask, stealthily making his way to the nearby bounty guild. Chapter 35, the reappearance of the black-robed figure as dawn broke and the sun ascended, Lin Yu found himself perplexed. Why must the transaction take place in a restroom? Although he had anticipated this, the reality was still rather distasteful. Who would wish to conduct business in such a place? Not everyone possesses a mask like Jiao Dou's, capable of filtering the air. Could it be that Jiao Dou wears his mask to avoid the unpleasant odors from frequent visits to the exchange? Lin Yu felt that he had unraveled the truth. Pinching his nose, he stepped into the restroom, only to be momentarily bewildered by the question of where the secret door lay. The underground exchange was indeed a place of intrigue. Sighing, he reflected on the death of Hanzo, the demigod of the ninja world, which, despite having transpired 3 months ago, still left him in disbelief. A burly man, bare-shouldered, perused the bounty list and let out a sigh upon seeing Hanzo's visage among the top 5. A staggering bounty of 100 million Ryo. If he were to acquire such wealth, who would bother with the life of a ninja? He could simply become the wealthiest in a small nation, reveling in luxury and companionship. The staff at the exchange regarded him with disdain. With his meager skills barely qualifying as a Chunin, it was ludicrous to harbor ambitions of competing with a ninja of Hanzo's caliber. This was a dark world. The underground exchange, not the mission dispatch center of Konoha. The receptionists were all notorious figures, merciless and unforgiving, unless one held the standing of a longtime patron like Kakuzu, or possessed formidable strength and a volatile temperament. Then came an explosive interruption. Boom. The restroom connected to the secret entrance of the exchange was blown open. Blinding sunlight flooding into the dim underground space, illuminating every shadowy corner where dwellers had long been deprived of sunlight. The piercing brightness was unbearable for some. Inciting a few to agitation, should the intruder fail to provide satisfactory explanations, they might resort to taking bounties on the spot. The receptionist's expression soured at the sight of their compromised secret base. It was akin to provoking a powerful deity. Establishing an exchange in the ninja world was no trivial feat, as it required significant resources and influence. While the exchange excelled in intelligence capabilities, boasting branches across nations and countless bounty ninjas at their disposal, it was also backed by renowned ninjas and affluent figures from various lands. Such depth of foundation was essential for enduring in the ninja realm. Otherwise, why would the denizens of the underworld willingly accept bounty tasks rather than dismantle the exchange outright? Surely, it would be more gratifying to seize the funds directly. Yet, fear of the forces behind the exchange restrained them. Now, someone had audaciously provoked it, and most ninjas present wore bloodthirsty smiles. Imagining the folly of this inexperienced youth who had heard whispers of the underground exchange and, emboldened by a modicum of skill, sought to make a grand statement. Little did he know, he was courting immense trouble for himself and his family or organization. All right then, since I cannot locate the secret door, I shall not search further. Blowing this restroom to bits will surely reveal everything. Lin Yu mused, relieved to dispel the unpleasant odors, and he mentally applauded his audacity. Lin Yu cast a fleeting glance at the exposed passageway before descending slowly. The corridor, though not extensive, bore an air of dimness, each step echoing softly. Oh? Am I truly greeted by such a multitude? Lin Yu's raspy voice, concealed beneath a golden-masked visage, resonated through the underground exchange. How brazen. This fellow is insufferably arrogant. The murmurs of the crowd hinted at a grim fate for those who dared to challenge. Typically, individuals of such audacity do not survive beyond a mere second. Well, the second has elapsed, and yet that fellow still stands. What say you? Shall it be your approach or mine? Excuse me. The master of this domain has yet to speak. It would be rather presumptuous of us to take matters into our own hands. Indeed, let us hope this chap possesses some skill. It would serve as a fine warm-up before my task. The countenance of the exchange's representative darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Yu. As one of the branch's leaders, he felt compelled to address this blatant provocation. Might I inquire your identity? To so openly challenge our underground exchange is rather audacious. Do you not regard us with any respect? May I confess that I resorted to such measures due to my inability to locate the secret door? Lin Yu shrugged with a hint of exasperation. Do you expect me to believe such nonsense? The representative's face contorted with fury, convinced that the cloaked figure mocked him. What folly to obliterate the entire perimeter of our base merely because of a lost entrance. Good sir, that structure was constructed with money. Whether you believe it or not is of no consequence to me. As for my provocation of your exchange, what of it? Lin Yu's tone shifted, dripping with playful sarcasm and unshakable confidence. What did you say? You seek death. The representative sensed the mocking gazes surrounding him, realizing that if he failed to act, the reputation of the exchange would be irreparably tarnished. Without hesitation, he lunged towards Lin Yu. With a resounding thud, a lifeless body was propelled from Lin Yu's grasp. crashing into the representative and sending them both hurtling against the wall, nearly rendering him incapable of recovering. The representative, merely a mid-tier ninja unaccustomed to combat, regained a modicum of clarity after his head collided with the wall. Recognizing his inferiority, he shouted to those around him, "Whoever can slay the cloaked figure shall see my commission reduced by 10%. Capture him alive, and I shall grant you an additional 100,000 taels." The surrounding ninjas, accustomed to a life on the razor's edge, were suddenly animated by the prospect. The notion of a 10% commission reduction was trivial. Yet the allure of 100,000 taels was intoxicating, a sum that could sustain a lavish lifestyle for over half a year. Despite the daunting presence of the cloaked figure, their numbers were formidable, and within their ranks were elite mid-tier and special upper-tier ninjas. Together, they believed they could overwhelm him. This was a venture worth pursuing. Beneath the golden mask, Lin Yu's lips curled into a cold smirk. Before the swarm of insignificant pests could make a move, the two eerie black tomo in the mask spun wildly, conjuring a golden magical array that materialized in an instant. A flash of golden light magnified in his eyes, manifesting the overwhelming presence of the conqueror's haki. The surrounding ninjas, fixated on him, collapsed one by one, their eyes devoid of life as their bodies convulsed uncontrollably. Of course, this could not be the true conqueror's haki. It was merely an illusion crafted by the kaleidoscope Sharingan, employed to deal with these wandering ninjas, who had yet to reach even the level of elite Jonin. It was a case of overkill. Had it been any other wielder of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, they surely would not have resorted to such theatrics. If a simple 3 tomo could suffice, why resort to flaunting the Sharingan? As if one were the likes of that reckless figure, Uchiha Obito, Lin Yu, relying on his kaleidoscopic power bank, extravagantly squandered his ocular energy, for he felt no trepidation whatsoever. Lin Yu approached the staff member at the exchange office, deliberately refraining from casting an illusion on him. After all, who else could he turn to for his reward? "Behold the corpse in your possession. I have come for my bounty." His uncanny gaze bore into the attendant, inducing a cascade of cold sweat and palpable terror. After a moment, the attendant regained his composure and glanced at the body he was pinned beneath, his countenance morphing into one of dread. "Is this the corpse of Hans the Salamander?" Ignoring the pressure exerted by the cloaked figure, he examined Hans's remains with growing excitement. "Indeed, this is the true form of Hans. I never imagined I would have the opportunity to toy with the body of a deity of the ninja world." Lin Yu felt a shiver run down his spine, stepping back a few paces to distance himself from the attendant. "Now that the matter is confirmed, it is time for you to hand over my bounty." His tone was frigid, the thrill of acquiring a substantial reward now extinguished. "Ah, but you did not formally accept this mission, my lord." "Oh, how I have erred. I shall rectify this immediately." The attendant's eyes brimmed with tears as he gazed at the kunai pressed against his neck, a trickle of blood beginning to seep forth. After a while, Lin Yu shook the heavy box in his hands, filled with stacks of cash. "I cannot believe this branch possesses a capital of 100 million taels. It seems I have underestimated your exchange office. I shall make a habit of visiting." A smile graced Lin Yu's face, as he had anticipated needing to visit another exchange office. "Please, do come back. I am nearly scared to death here. Could you kindly take your money and leave?" The attendant muttered inwardly, though his face remained plastered with a forced smile. He hoped the Grim Reaper would depart swiftly. He still wished to collect a reward for Hans's corpse, perhaps even achieving a promotion. "Are there others in this exchange office?" Lin Yu inquired suddenly. "Yes. There is a superior who ranks above me. He has gone to the headquarters to report on our performance. Upon his return, he will submit this year's profits to the main office," the attendant replied, only to be interrupted by Lin Yu. "However, the value of Hans's corpse is far greater, so he stands to benefit as well." "Oh, if that is the case, it appears you are the only ones here. I wish you a safe journey." Chapter 36, Resource Recycling. After obliterating a branch of the underground exchange office, Lin Yu did not linger. Having thoroughly ransacked the place, he vanished into the night, for he had yet another destination to reach. Lin Yu gazed mournfully at the corpse of Hans, which he had sealed once more within a scroll. A deep frown marred his features as he sighed. "Hans, it appears our fates are not yet concluded. We must endure each other's company for a while longer." The pufferfish Hans retorted, "Have you no humanity? Even in death, you refuse to release me, intent on recycling my existence. You, Vortex Lin Yu, truly lack compassion." Lin Yu is no longer able to hear Hans's complaints, but perhaps it is not entirely certain. Who knows if Hans might one day be reincarnated through impure soil by someone else? Lin Yu could then reminisce about how he prospered by capitalizing on Hans's body back in the day. Might Hans, in a fit of exasperation, choose to dispel his impure form and ascend to the heavens? Lin Yu currently dismisses these thoughts. He is hastening towards the land of rain, eager to see Xiao Nan. Despite only a few days having passed. "What? You returned alone? Where is Vortex Lin Yu? Did he sacrifice himself? That can't be right. C-rank missions typically don't involve ninja combat. Could an accident have occurred?" A nameless gatekeeper remarked, observing the somewhat awkward Maite Dai. Maite Dai's rugged visage flushed slightly. Yet he adhered to Lin Yu's instructions to provide an explanation, finally managing to extricate himself from the gatekeeper's persistent inquiries after a prolonged period. With a sigh of relief, He released the burden from his back, cradling it against his chest, his expression brimming with affection and anticipation. Kai, I vow to impart all my youthful fervor to you. If your understanding of youth does not surpass that of Vortex Lin Yu, I shall increase your daily training regimen tenfold. Kai responded, thank you. It seems my occasional lack of clarity will be your doing from my childhood. Dai, it has been a while. Are you also out tending to children? A silver-haired man, similarly cradling a child, greeted Maite Dai. Lord Xiaomao, it is indeed a stroke of luck to encounter you, Maite Dai exclaimed, his countenance reflecting the excitement of meeting an idol. Shumao chuckled wryly. Dai, we were contemporaries. There is no need for such formality. Lord Shumao, this is not formality, but rather respect. Thank you for all you have done for Konoha. Maite Dai replied earnestly. Enough of this for today. The third Hokage has graciously granted me a 2-day leave. I simply wish to spend quality time with Kakashi. Your child is named Kakashi? He will undoubtedly grow to become a ninja like you, Maite Dai remarked, glancing at the silver-haired infant held by Shu Mao. Then looking at Kai, he softly added, my Kai will also become an exceptional ninja. Is this child named Maite Kai? Truly a robust child, destined to be as vibrant as Dai, Shu Mao observed, knowing well some of Maite Dai's peculiar traits. Ha ha ha, I appreciate your kind words. Kai will surely. Kai, nestled in Maite Dai's embrace, gazed with wide eyes at the slightly closed-eyed Kakashi, his small hands waving, seemingly eager to engage with Kakashi. Kakashi turned slightly, presenting the back of his head to Kai, already displaying his proud nature, living up to his reputation of being quite even-tempered. In a subterranean base somewhere in Konoha, Orochimaru. Have you finalized your decision to collaborate with me? Shimura Danzo, clad in a loose kimono, regarded Orochimaru with an air of impatience. Just a moment longer. It is not yet time, Orochimaru rasped. How much longer will you wait? Are you intending to delay until the third great ninja war begins? Heh. What do you think, Danzo? Orochimaru, you are truly mad. Yet, I find it exhilarating. A fleeting glimmer of regret flickered in Orochimaru's cold golden slit pupils. But it vanished as swiftly as it appeared. Despite the path of retreat still being open, he, Orochimaru, never retraces his steps. At the Senju clan training grounds, a figure with golden twin-tails was drenched in sweat, her perfect curves subtly visible through her damp garments, though no one bore witness to this scene. Tsunade's exquisite features were marked by determination. She was resolute in her desire to deliver a sound thrashing to that accursed man in the black robe, as well as to Vortex Lin Yu, that wretched little imp. Tsunade mused about Lin Yu, a faint blush crossing her countenance as she glanced down, muttering to herself. He's not that small. He possesses a standard level of skill. Regaining her composure, she resumed her rigorous training. Vortex Lin Yu was advancing too rapidly, instilling within her a sense of urgency, not to mention the formidable figure of the man in the black robe. Her aim was to confront both Vortex Lin Yu and the mysterious black-robed individual, for which she was willing to dedicate every available moment to enhance her own abilities. 2 nights later, in a forest on the outskirts of the Land of Rain, a solitary figure stood atop a pine tree, quietly observing a distant cabin until the flames beside it extinguished, before stealthily making his way over. Creak. The sound was faint, nearly inaudible. Lin Yu felt a shiver run down his spine. This cursed shoddy construction, why hadn't it been repaired? Lin Yu gazed at the peacefully slumbering Xiaonan, exhaling a sigh of relief that he had not disturbed her. Otherwise, it would have necessitated a series of explanations. And he was not yet prepared to unveil his true identity. He contemplated reaching out to caress Xiaonan's long, bluish-purple hair, but after a moment's hesitation, he abandoned the idea. Without further delay, golden patterns manifested in his eyes, and a white-blue nether flame materialized, gently drifting toward Xiaonan's chest before slowly sinking in and vanishing from sight. A delicate blush graced Xiaonan's sleeping visage, rendering her irresistibly adorable. The effects of the undying nether flame began to take hold, incinerating impurities within her body and serving a purifying function, all without pain or harm, evoking a sensation akin to a soothing massage. Xiaonan squirmed slightly, and although no impurities were expelled, her sensitivity as a young woman led her to feel that her body was in need of a refreshing bath. Lin Yu gently tucked the blanket around Xiaonan, whispering softly, "Good night, my angel." As his figure swayed, Lin Yu vanished from the room, leaving the peacefully sleeping Xiaonan with a slight smile on her lips. As if she were dreaming of something delightful, Lin Yu traversed through the woods when suddenly, a figure with white hair stood before him. Indeed, he had been discovered. The corners of Lin Yu's mouth subtly curled beneath his mask. His arrival, masked, was intended to alert Jiraiya that someone had already taken notice of Nagato's Rinnegan, thereby prompting him to exercise caution against Kaguya. "Who are you? Why have you appeared near our camp? Are you one of the black-robed figures?" Jiraiya gazed incredulously at the masked individual adorned in a black cloak with golden patterns, his face a canvas of disbelief. Yet, after a brief moment, a realization struck him, and his expression darkened as he inquired, "Have you come for Nagato's Rinnegan?" Lin Yu raised his hands in a gesture of surrender and said, "Do not misunderstand. I merely happen to be passing by, and I harbor no particular interest in the eyes of children." Jiraiya's expression was grave as he replied, "Is it possible that the esteemed Lord of Eternal Life would resort to such deceitful pretexts to fool a child?" He was skeptical of Lin Yu's words. Yet he had already prepared for the worst, willing to sacrifice his life to buy time for Nagato and the others to escape. Although he was uncertain how many seconds he could secure, he felt no remorse in his heart. You should be aware that you are no match for me. If I wished to seize the Rinnegan, it would be effortlessly within my grasp. You would not be able to impede me. Upon hearing Lin Yu's nonchalant tone, Jiraiya couldn't help but ponder. Could it be that his adversary truly was just passing through? Nevertheless, he maintained his combat stance, remaining vigilant and cautious in his observation of Lin Yu. Lin Yu's figure flickered, leaving behind a remark. However, I have no intentions toward the Rinnegan. Others, however, may not share the same restraint. You must guard it well. Jiraiya watched as the figure disappeared into the distance, retracting his combat stance, his brow furrowing. Could there be others who seek to seize Nagato's Rinnegan? Subsequently, Jiraiya shook his head with a wry smile. It seems that being a mentor is not an easy task. I must strive to master that technique as soon as possible. The ninja world is becoming increasingly perilous. Chapter 37. Kushina becomes wealthy. Fortunately, Kushina was already asleep. A figure suddenly appeared by her bedside, silent and unobtrusive. It was Lin Yu, who had evaded Jiraiya and sought a secluded spot to experiment with another ocular technique, the unsealed teleportation. The name may be somewhat misleading, yet it proved remarkably practical. With no cooldown and disregarding distance limitations, he could directly teleport from the Land of Rain to Konohagakure. Lin Yu could even faintly sense a teleportation coordinate in the direction of the Land of Rain, allowing him to transport himself there at will. Feeling considerably relieved, Lin Yu chose not to dwell on Kushina's endearing sleeping posture. After gently adjusting her blanket, he quietly opened the door and slipped out. He still needed to report to the guardian of the gate, which was quite a bother. Oh well, such matters could be left to Orochimaru. Indeed, having Orochimaru as a backup provided ample excuses for his actions. He could easily shift any blame onto him. Unfortunately, Orochimaru was not destined to remain in Konohagakure for long, and Lin Yu felt the need to cultivate a second scapegoat. Hanzo would certainly not do. Such trivial matters could hardly trouble the master of scapegoats. Only those actions that tarnished his reputation could Lin Yu comfortably attribute to Hanzo. Never mind, it was best to sleep. Tomorrow, he would need to visit Might Guy's household. The following morning, Kushina woke up, her eyes still hazy, and as she washed up and made her way downstairs, she gazed in bewilderment at the figure bustling about in the kitchen, momentarily stunned. Oh, it's brother Lin Yu. Suddenly regaining her senses, she gracefully approached and wrapped her slender arms around Lin Yu's waist, exclaiming, Brother Lin Yu, you're back. When did you return? How did I not know? Lin Yu, with a hint of helplessness, untied his apron and turned around to gently pinch Kushina's little nose. You little lazy pig, sleeping so soundly. How could you possibly know that I have returned? Oof, you are the pig. Did I consume your family's rice? Ah, it seems I did. Haha, just awakened. Kushina was still a bit dazed, and coupled with her naturally somewhat dull mind, she found herself amusing. Lin Yu also chuckled. Being with Goxin now was always accompanied by laughter and joy. All right, let us go out for breakfast. After we eat, make sure to head to school. Goxin Nai pouted, a hint of displeasure in her voice as she replied, Today is the weekend, and the ninja school is closed. You, Lin Yu, do not care about me at all. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt somewhat bewildered. Is there a weekend at the Ninja Academy as well? This was something he was not entirely familiar with. He recalled that in Naruto, weekends seemed to exist, but that was during a time of peace. The present era was marked by intense warfare, rendering such comparisons futile. Nevertheless, let it be a weekend then. Today, he decided against seeking out Might Guy. Having recently acquired a substantial sum of money, he intended to take Kushina on a delightful shopping spree followed by a lavish feast. Lin Yu gently ruffled Kushina's little head and said softly, as an apology, how about I take Kushina out for a shopping spree and a sumptuous meal today? Upon hearing this, Kushina's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight, but then she pouted, feeling a twinge of regret. Ah, had I known. I wouldn't have made plans to hang out with Senior Makoto today. It's not often that Brother Lin Yu can spend a whole day alone with me. Upon hearing the name Makoto, Lin Yu instantly thought of Uchiha Makoto. Although in the original narrative, Uchiha Makoto is a close friend of Kushina. That connection blossomed later in life. It was unexpected that they had forged a friendship during their time in the Ninja Academy. Lin Yu feigned confusion and asked, Makoto? Is she a friend of Kushina? I must meet her. Kushina was about to mention Uchiha Makoto's name, but upon reflecting on the notorious reputation of that clan, known for their arrogance and extremism, her thoughts grew heavy. With a sincere tone, she replied, Makoto is an incredibly gentle and considerate girl, despite being from the Uchiha clan. I do not perceive even a hint of their haughty demeanor in her. She is my dearest friend. As she concluded, Kushina felt a sense of urgency. She feared that Lin Yu might harbor prejudices against the Uchiha clan, which could taint his opinion of Uchiha Makoto. This was unacceptable. For Makoto was her sole friend at school, and she was unwilling to lose her. Lin Yu, feeling somewhat helpless, let out a wry smile and said, Why would you think I harbor any prejudice against the Uchiha clan? Although most of them are indeed quite arrogant and unfriendly towards outsiders, they have never wronged me. I do not rely on hearsay to hastily label others. Furthermore, he had the task of inviting Uchiha Makoto to dinner. no matter how disagreeable her temperament might be. Akin to the conceited Uchiha Madara, Lin Yu had no choice but to endure it and invite her out. Not to mention, Uchiha Makoto was an anomaly within the Uchiha clan, gentle, considerate, well-educated, skilled in cooking, and adept at managing a household, making her the epitome of a perfect wife. However, Lin Yu was not one to be easily swayed by beauty. His feelings for Xiaonan were an unexpected development, a result of nurturing over time. Ah, that is splendid. I have made lunch plans with Makoto. I won't be home for lunch, you know, Kushina said, patting her small chest in relief. Her face tinged with a hint of regret as she directed her gaze toward Lin Yu. Hey, Kushina, that doesn't seem fair. You're using my money to treat someone else while I'm left here all alone, sitting on the sidelines. How could you do that to me? Lin Yu teased with a chuckle. Kushina's face flushed red as she bit her lip and replied, well, you should come too, but we must choose somewhere more affordable, as it's not easy for you to earn money and our savings are running low. She squeezed her impeccably clean yellow handbag, which appeared rather thin, her expression reflecting a sense of melancholy and guilt. She wished to assist Lin Yu in earning money, yet she still needed to attend school. Although Lin Yu was of the same age as her, he was the one who had raised her. Lin Yu presumed that Kushina was concerned about insufficient funds affecting their future life. He leaned closer to her ear and whispered softly. Kushina gazed at his face, so near that her fair earlobes flushed a delicate pink. Blushing, she playfully nibbled on Lin Yu's ear, and then, disregarding her shyness, her rosy lips slowly parted. Her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. It was not until Lin Yu retrieved 2 heavy boxes from the ceiling scroll and handed them to her that Kushina, in a daze, looked at him and asked, so, am I now a wealthy lady? Indeed. Lin Yu nodded emphatically, then, with a tone of regret, he said, I apologize, Kushina. These years, I have made you endure quite a bit of hardship alongside me. Not at all. Kushina's eyes instantly welled with tears, cascading down her cheeks as she cried. It is I who has burdened you, Lin Yu. I have been of no help to you and have relied on you for support. Whoa. How could that be? Kushina. You have been managing my finances for so long. If it weren't for your oversight, I might have already become a master of smoking and drinking by now. You dare. Kushina's eyes widened in indignation, resembling a little wife on the verge of a tantrum. Pouting, she declared, don't even think about it. From now on, all your money will be entrusted to me, and you must seek my approval for any purchases. As she spoke, Kushina extended her small hand to rummage through Lin Yu's belongings, pursing her lips and demanding, is there anything else? Hand it over. Lin Yu helplessly watched the little money grubber, Jonin, as she rummaged through him, unearthing 2 ceiling scrolls. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on him, as if she believed that wealth could corrupt him. Of course. The scrolls containing Hanzo's corpse and some special items were well hidden, eluding Jonin's search. This time, there's truly nothing left, Lady Jonin. Would you not spare even a little for me? I have earned so much money. Though I may not have contributed directly, I have certainly toiled, Lin Yu exaggeratedly lamented. His expression tinged with a touch of grievance as he performed his part. I can only leave you a tiny bit. A man with wealth may turn wicked, and I must keep a watchful eye on you. However, is all this money truly yours from your ventures outside? Did it not require any investment? Jonin felt a sense of unreality. Even now, she could scarcely believe it. I assure you, from now on, I will retain merely a minuscule portion, while the rest shall be entrusted to you, Jonin. Lin Yu pondered to himself that saving $1 billion should suffice. Currently, he had no immediate expenses. As for the future, once the organization had convened a preliminary group, it was certain that Kushina could not evade her fate. He decided to have her manage the finances. Shoo, this shall remain our little secret. When Kushina matures, I shall reveal this ingenious method of benefiting without cost. Lin Yu shared a mysterious smile with Kushina. It's settled then. Chapter 38. I'll treat. Kushina will pay at noon, the most popular barbecue restaurant in Konoha, Yakiniku. Lin Yu couldn't help but marvel at the remarkable fortune of this barbecue restaurant, which had withstood the test of time from the war years to the era of Naruto. Even after enduring the ravages inflicted by pain, it remained unscathed, boasting a history that surpassed even that of Ichiraku ramen. Regrettably, during this period, the renowned hand-pulled noodle master had yet to establish his ramen shop. According to the original narrative, it would be another 4 or 5 years before that came to pass. However, Lin Yu found himself feeling rather impatient, particularly eager to savor the legendary Ichiraku ramen, which was said to have allowed Hinata to consume an astonishing 46 bowls in just 30 minutes. He contemplated that perhaps, in due time, he could inquire about the whereabouts of the esteemed Sutsuki Ichiraku in Konoha. Hey, it's Meichin here. We're over here, Kushina exclaimed, waving her small hand towards a graceful figure by the door, her voice ringing out. Kushina, keep your voice down, Lin Yu cautioned. Noticing the curious glances from those around them, feeling slightly embarrassed. What does it matter? There are no rules against speaking loudly here, she retorted. Nevertheless, she lowered her voice, frustrated with Lin Yu for causing her to lose her composure, unable to shake off the delight of her newfound wealth, which had momentarily elevated her tone. Lin Yu cast an apologetic glance at the surrounding patrons, then directed his full attention to the enchanting girl approaching him. At this moment, Uchiha Makoto truly epitomized beauty. Although she was merely 2 years older than Kushina, her physical development was in a league of its own. Clad in a violet crewneck sweater, she paired it with a light yellow bodycon skirt that perfectly accentuated her exquisite silhouette. Her slender legs, adorned with black thigh-high stockings akin to Kushina's, were even more alluring and straight, highlighting the fact that Kushina still had room for growth. My apologies, Kushina. I hope I'm not late, Makoto said with an apologetic smile towards Kushina, her gaze then shifting to Lin Yu with curiosity. What a coincidence. He has the same hair as Kushina. Could he possibly be her biological brother? Oh, we just arrived. As for him, that's the infamous Lin Yu, pay him no mind. After we finish eating, we shall head out for some shopping. Kushina pouted playfully at Makoto, gesturing for her to sit beside her. Ah, I'm Uzumaki Lin Yu. You must be Uchiha Makoto. I appreciate your frequent care for my dear Kushina at school. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lin Yu chuckled, a gentle smile gracing his features. Ah, I'm equally delighted to make your acquaintance. However, I cannot claim to have often looked after Kushina, rather. It is she who frequently comes to my rescue, Makoto replied, lightly covering her mouth with her hand as she laughed. Lin Yu appeared somewhat perplexed as he cast a curious glance at Kushina. Blushing slightly, Kushina huffed, that bothersome swarm of flies incessantly buzzes around Makoto, disrupting our study sessions. I had to intervene and teach them a lesson a few times, ensuring they take a detour whenever they see Makoto and me. Lin Yu felt somewhat embarrassed. He was not particularly violent, where had Kushina acquired such a belligerent disposition? Was it not said that one's character is shaped by their environment? Why then? Had Kushina not inherited his gentle temperament? If she were to discover this, she would undoubtedly place her hands on her hips and boast, it's genetic. You wouldn't understand. Makoto chuckled lightly. It's all right. They haven't done anything truly malevolent, although they can be quite bothersome. Humph. It's precisely because of your excessively gentle nature, Makoto, that they persistently pester you. Just look at me. Who would dare approach me? Kushina clung to Makoto's arm, her face brimming with pride. With your violent tendencies, who would seek you out except those looking for a beating? Lin Yu murmured softly. You insufferable Lin Yu, what did you just say? Kushina's ears perked up. It seemed she had caught wind of Lin Yu speaking ill of her. Lin Yu curled his lips and remarked, in the past. It was always brother Lin Yu this and brother Lin Yu that. Now that I have some confidence, it's stinky Lin Yu. Women are truly fickle. Joxin Nai, with her round little cheeks puffed out, said rather unhappily, you were born just a few days earlier than I. I only called you that because I saw how hard you worked. Now that I realize you've become increasingly mischievous, of course, I must change how I address you. I've become increasingly mischievous? How am I not aware of that? Lin Yu was genuinely baffled. Had he ever behaved poorly towards Joxin Nai? Humph, think carefully. Joxin Nai seemed to recall something. Her plump little face flushed with color as she turned away, no longer looking at Lin Yu, and grabbed Mei-Chin's hand to peruse the menu. She certainly wouldn't express her thoughts in front of Mei-Chin. Joxin Nai was aware of her sleeping posture. And having noticed that the blanket was always neatly arranged upon waking these past 2 mornings, she concluded that it couldn't be mere coincidence. The only explanation was that Stinky Lin Yu had stealthily covered her up. Stinky Lin Yu. How could he sneak a peek at a girl while she slept? What a rascal. Lin Yu remained oblivious to the unfolding circumstances, preoccupied instead with pondering which misdeed he had recently committed that might have drawn the attention of Kushina. Could it be that his identity as the man in the black cloak had been exposed? Surely, the Ninetales could not have divulged anything, as it was unlikely that it possessed any knowledge of the dark figure. Moreover, the proud Ninetales would never spill secrets. Was it possible that Kushina had somehow learned about Conan? That seemed even more implausible, given that they were separated by an entire nation. Lin Yu felt as though he were on the brink of madness, questioning how he had spiraled into such depths of wrongdoing. Unbeknownst to Kushina, Lin Yu had nearly rifled through the entirety of his memories since birth in a frantic search for answers, a feat that a girl's heart was beyond his comprehension. This, and this, bring me 10 of each, Kushina proclaimed, her cheeks puffed out as she addressed the waitress, seemingly intent on channeling all her pent-up emotions into the barbecue. Seated beside her, Makoto appeared rather astonished, beads of cold sweat forming on her gentle visage. Kushina, we cannot possibly eat this much, and the prices here are exorbitant. Don't worry, Makoto, this time, we have a generous benefactor treating us. Kushina replied with a mischievous glint in her large eyes, casting a playful smile towards Lin Yu. Her mind now brimming with impish thoughts. Lin Yu's treasury lies in her possession. Let us observe how he intends to settle the payment. Lin Yu regained his composure and decided to let it go. If things were to turn sour, so be it. As the old adage goes, the greater the strength, the more malevolent the individual becomes. You inquire who uttered such words? I concocted it myself. Fear not, Mei-Chin. I shall treat you. Kushina will foot the bill. Lin Yu smiled as he addressed Mei-Chin. However, I find this arrangement rather unwise, for the same price. One could procure a greater quantity of meat at the market and prepare it oneself at a more economical rate. Mei-Chin furrowed her beautifully shaped brows, feeling a twinge of concern. Mei-Chin truly possesses remarkable frugality. It is indeed a pity for the thrifty Fugaku. Lin Yu gazed at Mei-Chin with admiration and remarked, how about we purchase some ingredients and cook at home next time? Mei-Chin, How are your culinary skills? Mei Qin's fair complexion flushed slightly, and she shyly replied, well, I suppose I can manage a little bit. That's wonderful. I was just hoping for someone to teach me some cooking skills. As Coax constantly criticizes my culinary endeavors, Lin Yu resolved to learn the art of cooking from Mei Qin. Hey, are you two ignoring me? Indulging in your romantic banter? Coax's pouting face suddenly appeared in Lin Yu and Mei Qin's line of sight, her small hand turning Lin Yu's head away, preventing him from gazing at Mei Qin. Lin Yu felt somewhat speechless. He merely wished to acquire some culinary skills, as he could hardly stomach the dishes he prepared himself. Mei Qin's cheeks flushed slightly. She held a favorable impression of Lin Yu, finding him rather handsome with his delicate features and seemingly gentle disposition, traits she admired, especially given his interest in cooking. The more she pondered, the redder her face became, compelling her to lower her gaze, her little head nearly touching her chest. That scoundrel Lin Yu. Why did you say you'd treat, only to ask me to pay? Coax gazed at Lin Yu with mild irritation, awaiting his explanation. Oh dear, my esteemed Coax, have you forgotten? I have relinquished my little treasury to you. I am now utterly penniless. Would you truly wish to see me toiling away here to repay my debts? Coax stifled a giggle, envisioning Lin Yu clad in cleaning attire, a scarf adorning his head, sorrowfully scrubbing the toilets while being berated by a portly customer, and felt an inexplicable joy at the thought. Noticing Lin Yu and Mei Qin staring at her curiously, she quickly suppressed her silly grin and asserted, well, since you have so earnestly requested my assistance, I, Coax shall reluctantly cover the expenses this time. Before her close friend, Coax felt she must maintain some semblance of dignity. As for what might transpire between Lin Yu and Mei Qin, she was blissfully unaware of the need to guard against her friend's advances, something she might later regret. Chapter 39. Mei Qin's concerns. Lunch unfolded amidst laughter and merriment. After the meal, the slightly bloated Coax insisted on dragging Mei Qin out for shopping, while Lin Yu intended to return home, but was likewise pulled along by Coax, who proclaimed him a chivalrous escort, though in reality, he was merely tasked with carrying bags. Thus, Coax strolled in the middle, each hand grasping Lin Yu and Mei Qin, presenting a rather charming sight reminiscent of a family outing. By the way, Mei Qin, you must be nearing graduation, correct? Lin Yu inquired, holding a small bag as he and Mei Qin sat on a bench engaged in conversation, while Coax, her face contorted in discomfort, retreated to the restroom, perhaps having overindulged in her meal. Yes, Mei Qin responded softly, then parted her lips to say, in a couple of days. The school will inform us of our class assignments. I wonder which class I will be placed in and who my advisor will be. A hint of worry creased her brow. She was also a lower-ranked ninja and wondered if she would ever find herself on the battlefield. Her gentle nature made it difficult for her to be ruthless, let alone engage in combat. Are we to be assigned classes in just a few days? Lin Yu mused aloud, seemingly aware that this cohort lacked any particularly outstanding individuals. Namake's Minato would not graduate for another 2 years, and Jiraiya was still in the land of rain. According to the storyline, Jiraiya would eventually take Minato as his apprentice, though unforeseen changes could always arise. Lin Yu discerned the trace of concern etched upon Mei Qin's countenance, prompting him to inquire, Mei Qin, is there something troubling you? If it is not too much trouble, perhaps I might be of assistance. Mei Qin cast a fleeting glance at Lin Yu, her cheeks flushing slightly, and her enchanting eyes darted to the side as she murmured. It's not a significant matter, merely that I feel unprepared to confront all of this. I am plagued by the illusion of not wanting to become a ninja. Lin Yu fell into a moment of silence. Indeed, Mei Qin's disposition was ill-suited for the life of a ninja. She was far too delicate. Her true calling lay in the role of a devoted wife and mother. However, in the world of ninjas, this translates to being at the mercy of others. Lacking strength means relinquishing control over one's own life. Even with the backing of a prestigious clan like the Uchiha, one could still face annihilation. Mei Qin, I am truly unable to assist you. The path of a ninja is fraught with peril, and even the specter of death looms large. It is a fate that entails becoming a harbinger of violence. With one's hands stained in blood, this is an inescapable reality. Lin Yu sighed. Mei Qin was not Yahiko. A mere illusion could not alter her way of thinking. Yahiko's situation was unique, as Nagato and Conan were his Achilles heel, and the profound conflict arising from his dreams ultimately shattered his initial aspirations. It was not so much a transformation as a slight correction of his ambitions, with the core objective remaining unchanged, the hope for an end to war and peace in the ninja world. Mei Qin, on the other hand, possessed a naturally gentle and fragile disposition. To become her opposite would require more than mere illusions. Only the technique of the Deva path could suffice. With a somber expression, Mei Qin acknowledged the futility of such endeavors. I understand that this won't work, she forced a smile, but I am not yet prepared to step onto the battlefield. I have never taken a life. If only I could have a little more time. Lin Yu felt a twinge of awkwardness, realizing he might have misunderstood Mei Qin's intent. He ventured to inquire, Mei Qin, do you mean that you simply cannot face it now, but with time to adjust, you would be capable? Yes, Mei Qin affirmed, her gaze resolute, revealing her desire to protect Konoha. Fear not, Mei Qin, Lin Yu reassured her. Freshly graduated ninjas are not immediately thrust into battle. Typically, they are guided by a seasoned Jonin for a period before there is even a slight chance of being assigned to a mission in the field. Lin Yu scratched his nose, a hint of helplessness in his demeanor. But I heard from a senior who graduated recently that they were dispatched to the battlefield for missions right after graduation. Were they deceiving me? Mei Qin's eyes brimmed with confusion as she fixed her gaze upon Lin Yu, the question weighing heavily upon her. With a resigned smile, Lin Yu remarked, "That is due to the outbreak of the Second Shinobi World War. The circumstances are exceptional, requiring even newly graduated genin to head to the battlefield. Now that the war has temporarily ceased, although minor skirmishes persist, we should anticipate a period of tranquility." He contemplated within himself, speculating that there might be a year or two of peace before the Third Shinobi World War erupts. However, with the intervention of the mysterious figures in black cloaks, it was uncertain whether this conflict would be delayed or hastened. "Really? That's wonderful," exclaimed Mikoto, her delicate face lighting up with surprise, her previously anxious heart now somewhat at ease. "Well, perhaps. Nonetheless, Mikoto, I have a more reliable method. You should team up with me. My guiding Jonin tends to adopt a hands-off approach, typically refraining from interfering with us. This would also allow you to gradually adjust your mindset." Lin Yu believed it prudent to be cautious, for the Third Shinobi World War could ignite at any moment. Anything was possible with him, a traveler from another realm, present. Joining forces with you sounds rather appealing, but will the school permit it? Mikoto pondered, her interest piqued, placing her hopes on the yet unknown guiding Jonin rather than fully trusting Lin Yu. Despite this being their first encounter, she found the young man before her trustworthy, especially since they both shared a passion for cooking. You need not worry about that. If you agree, I shall speak to my guiding Jonin." Lin Yu casually deflected the matter onto Orochimaru, appearing unfazed. "That would be splendid. Thank you, Lin Yu." Mikoto replied gratefully. "Oh, it's a trivial matter. Just teach me a few dishes in the future. After all, I won't have to exert myself, and that sounds delightful." Mikoto felt fortunate to have someone like Lin Yu as an older brother figure. His appearance was to her liking, his personality compatible, and their interests aligned. "Oh my. Why am I having such thoughts? You too. Engaging in flirtation while I'm away." Kushina's pouting face suddenly appeared between Lin Yu and Mikoto. Her cheeks puffed adorably as she fixed her gaze on Lin Yu, convinced that he had taken a liking to her best friend. No way. She could not allow that to happen. "No, Kushina, it was Lin Yu who assisted me. I was merely expressing my gratitude." Upon being caught by Kushina, Mikoto's face swiftly turned crimson, and she immediately realized, "Why did I say again? It's not like there's anything between Lin Yu and me. So why should I fear being discovered by Kushina?" Lin Yu scratched his head and exclaimed in protest. At this moment, he truly harbored no romantic feelings for Mei Qin. His sole desire was to learn a few more culinary dishes to prepare for Kushina. "Oh, is that so? How come I was unaware that someone possessed such capabilities?" Kushina's face was filled with skepticism. She was acutely aware of Lin Yu's limitations, having been the one to teach him the body flicker technique. How formidable could he possibly be? "Of course, I never boast." I hardly believe you. By the way, Lin Yu, who is your guiding Jonin?" Orochimaru. Chapter 40. The Eight Gates of Dunjia. Lin Yu. Is it truly the case that your teacher is Orochimaru, one of the legendary three ninjas? Kushina's eyes widened in astonishment. Although she had already received confirmation from Lin Yu, disbelief still lingered in her expression. Lin Yu felt somewhat helpless. After parting ways with Mei Qin, Jigsinai persistently bombarded him with questions. However, there were certain matters that he found difficult to disclose to Jigsinai, and he could only stammer evasively. Fortunately, Jigsinai possessed an inherently carefree disposition, preventing her from overthinking the situation. Lin Yu recalled the somewhat melancholic gaze of Mikoto before her departure, as if conveying a silent reproach for not revealing sooner that the guiding Hokage was Orochimaru. Yet, having made a promise, Mikoto had no choice but to acquiesce, fervently hoping that Orochimaru would indeed disregard their affairs. "Truly, I have reiterated this matter to you 100 times, Kushina. However, Orochimaru is one of the legendary Sannin. How could he possibly take an interest in someone as unremarkable as you?" Lin Yu stumbled and nearly collided with the telephone pole, his expression decidedly displeased as he exclaimed, "What a bunch of oddities. Your elder brother Lin Yu is a concealed genius. For him to take me on as his disciple, Orochimaru must have accumulated an immense fortune in his past lives." Kushina, with a skeptical look, murmured, "Who are you trying to fool? I am well aware of your capabilities. I taught you the body flicker technique, and it took you half a year to master it." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was rendered speechless. It was a blemish that would haunt him for a lifetime. Lin Yu chose to ignore Coax Jiraiya, his face clouded with displeasure throughout their journey. Noticing his apparent anger, Coax Jiraiya hurriedly grasped Lin Yu's arm and began to shake it gently, their shadows elongated by the slanting rays of the setting sun. The following afternoon, at the Might Dai residence, Lin Yu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "I am truly thankful for your assistance during the last mission." Might Dai, having prepared a cup of tea, handed it to Lin Yu with sincere appreciation. "There is no need for such formality. Your passionate dedication to youth has deeply inspired me." Oh, just call me Uncle Dai. Terms like senior feel too distant, he chuckled. While I may lack expertise in other areas, I can confidently claim second place in understanding youth. No one in Konoha dares to claim the top spot. Indeed, who else among the ninjas would run over 1,000 laps around the village daily, burdened by heavy weights? Even an ox would be exhausted. Lin Yu smiled bitterly and said, Uncle Dai, I have something to discuss with you today. We have a newcomer in our team, and I would like to introduce him to you another day. Maite Dai chuckled heartily and replied, what is the big deal? Young people should seize their youth and accomplish more. Besides, I joined as a temporary member. I've been contemplating for quite some time. After completing a few more tasks with you, Lin Yu, I shall withdraw from the team to focus on training this kid, Kai. Lin Yu Mei furrowed her brows slightly and remarked, Kai is still quite young. There's no need for Uncle Dai to be in such a hurry. I merely intended to inform Uncle Dai about the new team member, nothing more. Please, do not misunderstand my intentions. Mate Dai gazed tenderly at Kai in his arms and replied softly, I have grown old, and I am acutely aware of my limits. Continuing down this path will yield no further breakthroughs for me. Thus, I wish to devote all my remaining energy to Kai. Once I have saved enough money over the next few years, I will cease undertaking missions and focus entirely on nurturing him. When Kai matures and is capable of living independently, I will once again exert my remaining vitality to inspire the next generation not to forget the fervor of their youth. Lin Yu remained somewhat silent. He was unable to make decisions on behalf of Maite Dai, nor could he prevent him from proceeding. He could only assist him to the best of his abilities. Lin Yu retrieved a bundle from within his garments and placed it before Uncle Mike, saying, Uncle Mike, I would like to ask for your assistance. This is a token of my gratitude. Mike furrowed his brow, displaying a hint of displeasure as he replied, Lin Yu, what do you mean by this? If you are in trouble, I will certainly lend my aid. The money is unnecessary. Lin Yu's expression was resolute as he spoke solemnly. Uncle Dai, consider this as a transaction, a purchase of the profound principles of body technique from you. Maite Dai was taken aback, his thick brows knitting together as he gazed at Lin Yu for a considerable time. Finally, he sighed with a wry smile, saying, Must you insist on this, Lin Yu? You are aware that even if you offer me nothing, I would still impart my teachings to you. I cannot break my promise. Uncle Dai, perhaps you do not require it, but Kai does. The medicinal materials for body refinement and the injuries incurred after breaking through one's limits demand substantial financial resources. What I seek is but a mere fraction of that. Maite Dai regarded Lin Yu once more with deep contemplation before rising to return to his room. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, holding a weathered diary that bore the marks of time. There was a sense of nostalgia and reluctance in his demeanor, yet he extended it towards Lin Yu, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. This contains all the insights I have garnered over more than 30 years of practice. The materials I utilized for breakthroughs have gradually approached perfection. You may bypass the earlier stages of my explorations and commence directly with the final medicinal baths. This is a testament to my 30 years of youth. It also holds the memories of my courtship with my wife. You must ensure to cherish it. Listening to the heartfelt sentiments expressed earlier, Lin Yu felt a twinge of emotion. However, as the conversation progressed, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Must he endure the bittersweet flavor of love, even while cultivating? The value of this precious diary suddenly diminished. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu earnestly assured, Uncle Dai, rest assured, I shall return the contents to you unharmed after I have made my notes. Sighing, he thought it best to refrain from further reflection, as it would only exacerbate his sorrow. Perhaps in the future, when Kai matures, you can share it with him, allowing him to glimpse the industrious spirit of his father in his youth. Maite Dai waved his hand dismissively, clearly unwilling to dwell on the past. All right then. Lin Yu conceded, feeling slightly embarrassed. It was already a torment to consume such dog food alone. Now he was expected to subject his son to it as well. Truly outrageous. By the way, this martial arts profound principle is known as the 8 Gates of Dunjia. Ah, yes, I am aware. He replied. Ahem. What was it you wished to entrust to me earlier? Lin Yu's face flushed slightly as he spoke. It is as follows. A new girl has joined our team, named Uchiha Makoto. She possesses a rather gentle disposition and has yet to acclimate to the life of a ninja. I would like Uncle Dai to take her on a few D-rank missions to help her adjust. The commission fees can be shared among you. Uchiha Makoto? From the Uchiha clan? It is indeed a proud and noble lineage. How rare it is to find a delicate girl among them. Very well, I shall agree. In this final stretch, I aim to earn more for Kai's milk money. Maite Dai's eyes blazed with fervor. As if this were his last opportunity to ignite his youthful spirit, Lin Yu felt a sudden heaviness in his mind. He pondered that the D-rank missions in Konoha might be facing significant challenges. However, could it truly be so? Although D-rank missions occurred daily, their numbers were generally limited, suggesting that there was likely no major issue at hand. Lin Yu remained oblivious to the fact that his actions today had significantly augmented Orochimaru's record of completed D-rank missions by several hundred. Naturally, his own record had also been enhanced. Although it was not Lin Yu and Orochimaru who executed the tasks, the names of the 4 individuals who accepted the commissions would be duly noted, akin to reaping rewards while idly sitting at home. By the way, that little girl named Uchiha Makoto is quite beautiful. Isn't she? Indeed, she is quite lovely. You, my boy, have inherited my former charm. Ah ha ha ha. Chapter 41. You, my boy, have inherited my former charm. Lin Yu fled from the Mato family in a state of disarray, fearing that if he lingered any longer, he might be subjected to inquiries about his wedding plans by the formidable middle-aged gentleman. Nonetheless, he succeeded in his objective. He acquired the most potent martial technique in Naruto, the 8 Gates. This ultimate body technique has the potential to subdue even the legendary 6 Paths Madara, with its efficacy varying from person to person, as does the difficulty of mastering it. The older one grows, the more arduous the training becomes, while those too young often cannot endure the excruciating limits of the human body. Consequently, few individuals have successfully cultivated the 8 Gates. Only the Mato father-son duo has managed to unlock the 8th Gate, demonstrating an unwavering dedication to the mastery of martial arts. Lin Yu, now 10 years old, has slightly surpassed the optimal age for mastering the 8 Gates of Uchiha. Moreover, his unique constitution makes it even more arduous to transcend his limits. Thus, Lin Yu harbors no illusions about fully mastering the 8 Gates. Rather, he aspires to utilize the training methods of the 8 Gates to compel his latent potential, enabling him to swiftly acclimate to the physique of an immortal and unleash his full strength. Should he successfully cultivate even 1 or 2 of the gates, it would be a delightful surprise. Hence, this endeavor is hardly a loss. Meanwhile, Might Guy gazes in a daze at the substantial sum of money before him. Is that tattered diary truly worth so much? It sold for a staggering 1 million taels. The money, of course, was acquired by Lin Yu from Kushina, who was left rather distressed for a while. She playfully slapped Lin Yu a few times, exclaiming, "You ought to be more prudent with your spending. Earning money isn't easy. Just like that, you've got 1 million taels. Humph. Don't let me catch you using this for any mischief, or I won't let you off easily." Lin Yu shook his head with a wry smile. All of this was earned through his own hard work, yet it seemed as if he were squandering Kushina's hard-earned money. Nevertheless, what belonged to him also belonged to Kushina. And that was indisputable. After all, Kushina was his. Lin Yu turned left and right in the village of Konoha, soon arriving at a dead end. He tapped 3 times on a piece of serpentine stone, then stepped back a few paces, and a hidden door opened before him. He entered slowly. This was a secret base constructed by Orochimaru in Konoha, recently completed with the consent of the higher-ups. At this moment, Orochimaru had not yet commenced human experiments. Thus he had no fear of being discovered. In the dim and tranquil room, only a surgical lamp illuminated the space. Orochimaru, clad in a white coat, was wielding a scalpel to dissect a small white mouse, his brow furrowed as if he were encountering some difficulty. The sound of footsteps echoed. But Orochimaru did not pause his experiment, and the newcomer quietly stood by, observing without interruption. Lin Yu maintained a calm demeanor as he observed Orochimaru, who still possessed only a graduate-level understanding of his field. He contemplated thoughtfully. Although Orochimaru exhibited a certain spirit of inquiry, he was still premature in his endeavors, lacking mastery over some techniques. Thus, he would need to bide his time, which coincidentally aligned with Lin Yu's own need for patience. After a considerable duration, Orochimaru removed his white gloves, attended to the corpse of the laboratory mouse, and washed his hands before turning with a sly smile, inquiring, "What brings you here, Lin Yu? Could it be that you have developed an interest in science?" Lin Yu waved his hand and said, "This matter is far too complicated for me to grasp. I have come here to ask a favor of you, Master Orochimaru." Orochimaru, with a hint of regret, replied, "What a pity that is. Science is so enigmatic and alluring. I had thought that you and I were of the same kind." "We are of the same kind, but not in the realm of science. Rather, in the pursuit of immortality." Lin Yu calmly regarded Orochimaru, shedding any pretense and opting for honesty. Orochimaru's golden slit pupils narrowed slightly, and he remarked nonchalantly, "So, Lin Yu, you are finally willing to acknowledge your connection to that organization?" Lin Yu did not respond to Orochimaru but continued with the previous topic. "I have invited Mikoto Uchiha from the Uchiha clan to join my team, and I hope you can assist me with this matter." "The Uchiha clan? That family is rather difficult to deal with. And she must be a graduate of the Ninja Academy, right? Her placement was decided by the 3rd Hokage. I cannot take responsibility for that," Orochimaru replied, somewhat intrigued by Lin Yu's tendency to recruit such peculiar individuals into his team. First that perennial Jonin, Might Guy, and now the troublesome Uchiha clan. "I have already made arrangements with Mikoto, and surely, Teacher Orochimaru would not want me to embarrass myself in front of a girl." Lin Yu teased with a smile directed at Orochimaru. "Haha, girl? Is she someone Lin Yu-kun is fond of? I must take a closer look at this," Orochimaru responded. "However, I recall that you already have someone at home. Are you implying?" Orochimaru's expression shifted slightly, as even he found it curious how open Lin Yu was at merely 10 years of age. Lin Yu's face flushed slightly as he retorted, or rather explained, "No. I merely wish to learn cooking from Meichin. What are you all thinking?" He chuckled, "I understand. However, Lin Yu-kun, the Uchiha clan is indeed a complex matter to navigate." Orochimaru's expression showed some hesitation, appearing genuine. Lin Yu seemed to have suddenly recalled something and remarked, "Oh, I forgot to mention, Orochimaru-sensei, I visited the base of the Immortal Organization during my trip out of the village. We have agreed to your request, but the remuneration you provided is rather insufficient. It requires an increase. Orochimaru's gaze sharpened, yet, contemplating the audacious figure in the black cloak and his extraordinary prowess. A sense of yearning stirred within him. He then looked at Lin Yu with a hint of resignation and said, "Very well, I shall comply. However, I will only take responsibility for assigning that Uchiha Makoto to my team. As for any subsequent issues that may arise, you, Lin Yu-kun, must address them personally." "Not a problem." Lin Yu turned towards the door, pausing momentarily before exiting. He hesitated slightly and added, "Orochimaru-sensei, pursue your endeavors with vigor. Just remember that you are also human. The Immortal Organization will assist you in alleviating your concerns." Orochimaru's gaze followed Lin Yu as he departed. His emotions tumultuous. "Vortex Lin Yu, what manner of person are you? Is the Immortal Organization truly that formidable? To disregard the mightiest of Konoha is indeed increasingly intriguing. To be candid, the current Konoha, aside from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hatake Tsukumo, and the legendary Sannin, appears rather lackluster. The rest are either unrefined or still in their infancy. This era of Konoha is undeniably weak, otherwise, they would not find themselves under such duress." Lin Yu remained oblivious to Orochimaru's thoughts, nor did he care. His mind was consumed with the refreshing of the monthly tasks. Monthly tasks. Task 1. Complete 100 D-rank missions, 0-100. Reward. Open the 8th gate, Rest Gate. Task 2. Assist an elderly lady in crossing the street once. Reward. Chakra recovery speed increased by 0.1. Task 3. Master 10 home-cooked dishes. Reward. Increase in favorability with Uchiha Makoto by 1. Cumulative task, 210 task. Obtain a title from Uchiha Madara. Reward. Perfect sage body. Task. Exchange fist bumps with the Nine Tails. Reward. Refinement of Yang power. Time-limited rewards. Permission to use the Rinnegan without consumption, 1 hour, 39 minutes, and 39 seconds remaining, currently frozen. Permission to use the Rebirth Eye without consumption, 2 hours remaining, currently frozen. Curse the system. If only it had issued the task for the 8 gates sooner. I wouldn't have had to solicit my Gaia's help so desperately. Nonetheless, I did forge friendships with 2 future masters capable of opening the Death Gate, which isn't a complete loss. However, the subsequent tasks. Lin Yu. System, are you out of stock? How about we first initiate tasks related to the Eternal Reincarnation Eye, 6 Paths Techniques, Bloodline Limit, Nine Tails Reincarnation Eye, and the Yellow Springs of Biryazaka? Then you can retire and undergo a reboot. Unknown system, meow? Chapter 42. Farewell, Nine Tails. Lin Yu let out a sigh. Perhaps this is for the best. Ever since the awakening of the task system, he had been incessantly occupied with completing assignments. A period of respite would be welcome. He seemed to recall that there had not been any significant events occurring recently. Could it be that the tasks issued were also related to specific time frames? Lin Yu harbored some doubts, yet was not entirely certain. However, the fact that even the system perceived his intentions towards Uchiha Makoto as malevolent compelled him to acquiesce to their wishes. Fugaku, seek out another wife. Itachi, pray that your mother remains as gentle and nurturing as ever. As for Sasuke, go take a hike. Lin Yu came to his senses, his brows furrowed in distress. 100 D-class missions. How long would it take to accomplish this? It seemed that only the onset of the Third Great Ninja War could bring a resolution. Fortunately, Meito Dai and Makoto were by his side. He pondered whether their completed missions would count towards his own. If so, it would be advantageous. With such a multitude of D-class tasks on my record, surely the system could not disregard them, could it? Lin Yu felt a surge of delight as he contemplated his thoughts, hastily returning home to prepare a meal for Kushina. He vividly recalled the storyline in which Kushina was abducted by the Cloud Village, pondering the ineptitude of the Konoha Anbu. Despite being aware that Kushina was the host of the Nine Tails, they allowed a few inconsequential Cloud Village ninjas to carry out such a brazen act. Truly, they were utterly incompetent. Lin Yu wondered if the Cloud Village in this world would still engage in their old practices, and he found himself filled with anticipation. As he sought to earn some extra income, late into the night, Lin Yu stealthily slipped into Kushina's room once more, intending to engage in conversation with Kurama to foster their relationship. In this familiar setting, with the well-known sensations enveloping him, Lin Yu felt a momentary haze, and the surroundings transformed into the Whirlpool Village. "Ah, you little brat, why have you returned yet again? And always in the dead of night, disturbing my slumber." Kurama's somewhat irritable voice resonated from behind the sealed door, having caught the scent of familiarity. "Ah, my apologies, my apologies. Unfortunately, I cannot let Kushina be aware of my matters, thus I am left with no other choice," Lin Yu replied, feeling a twinge of embarrassment for intruding upon Kurama's rest. However, that feeling was fleeting, as he quickly realized. Did Kurama truly need sleep? Even if it did, could it not rest during the day? Besides, given that it spent its time here either sleeping or sleeping, was it really a disturbance? Perhaps Kurama actually welcomed his company. Lin Yu's expression darkened slightly, as he had nearly been deceived by a cunning fox. With a hint of petulance, he inquired, May I enter and take a look inside? The nine-tailed fox regarded him with bemusement. This young fellow wished to enter? It had been dreaming of escaping. Do not harbor such thoughts, it replied. Unless you possess the key to unlock the seal, or are capable of breaking it, the door shall remain firmly shut. Lin Yu pondered for a moment, contemplating an intriguing possibility. What if I were to enter without opening the door? The Nine Lama found this amusing, as if this human were attempting to entertain him in the dead of night. With a tone laced with mockery, he responded, I too am curious about the method of entering without opening the door. Perhaps you could wriggle through that crack, ha ha ha. Lin Yu disregarded the jeers of the Nine Tails as a golden magic circle materialized before his eyes, the flickering white-blue flames accentuating its intricate design. He extended his hand, summoning an enigmatic white-blue flame that manifested upon his fingertip, exuding an otherworldly allure. What manner of fire is this? I have never encountered such a phenomenon. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in the eyes of the Nine Tails, for even with its vast experience, it had never witnessed flames of this peculiar hue. This is called the eternal nether flame, one of the ocular techniques from my kaleidoscope of visions. Lin Yu almost divulged the truth. Fortunate that the Nine Tails was unfamiliar with the concept of ignition. Indeed, no one in the entire ninja realm could possibly possess such knowledge. Eternal nether flame? I have not heard of it. What is its potency? The Nine Tails regarded the diminutive flame with a hint of disdain, unimpressed by its presence. Lin Yu felt a bit embarrassed and could only argue weakly. Its power is astonishing, and everyone who has experienced it speaks highly of it. The nine-tailed fox, now even more curious, inquired, everyone says it's good? With such immense power, can it truly be that people have praised it? Surely, you aren't merely trying to amuse this old man. Ha ha ha, come. Allow me to experience its might. Lin Yu blinked and said, really? The power is indeed tremendous. Come. If I utter a single word, the position of the beast's head shall be yours. Lin Yu curled his lip, disdainfully remarking that this impoverished fox could hardly offer anything of value. What use is that thing to me? I'm no tailed beast. Who do you think you're fooling? Nevertheless, Lin Yu tossed the undying nether flame through the crack in the sealed door, his heart racing with apprehension. The white-blue flame gradually penetrated the enchanted barrier without triggering any unusual reactions. Success. Ah, it truly passed through. Allow me to experience its might. The Nine-Tails mused nonchalantly as he touched the white-blue flame with a claw. Whoosh. The undying nether flame seemed to awaken with a will of its own, entering his chest before the Nine-Tails could react, leaving him with no sensation whatsoever. What the? I feel nothing. This little spark is utterly pathetic. The Nine-Tails observed the vanishing flame, briefly assessing his body, only to find no abnormalities. Oh, try sensing it again, a voice echoed from behind him. Before the Nine-Tails could turn around, a wave of comfort surged from deep within, enveloping him entirely. Hiss, what is this? I feel my chakra boiling. It has been years since I experienced such ecstasy. How did you accomplish this, little spirit? The Nine-Tails' large pupils were filled with delight as he glanced towards the door. Yet he saw no sign of Lin Yu. Suddenly, he pivoted back to see a diminutive figure reclining on his fluffy tail, an expression of sheer bliss adorning his face. Impossible. Did you enter because of that flame? He exclaimed, astonished. Bingo. You guessed correctly, but there's no reward, Lin Yu replied, comfortably lying on the Nine-Tails' tail, his head resting upon it. He had merely intended to experiment, never expecting to actually succeed. Would he always arrive directly at the sealed door? Or would he appear beside Kushina? If he emerged within the sealed door, was it his physical form or merely his consciousness accompanied by chakra? These were questions Lin Yu would need to explore at his own pace. After all, he was not short on time. That flame is quite extraordinary, isn't it? It can penetrate the seal, and I can feel a flame pulsating at my heart, exuding a breath of life that is utterly delightful. The Nine-Tails regarded Lin Yu with profound eyes. Indeed, the undying nether flame can incinerate impurities within your body. As a chakra life form, it will enhance the quality of your chakra. Most importantly, the flame does not extinguish, nor does life perish. However, for you tailed beasts, this is somewhat trivial since you do not die. Lin Yu shrugged nonchalantly. Consider it a deposit for your protection of Kushina. The Nine-Tails narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Lin Yu deeply before grinning. Thank you, little spirit. I shall accept this deposit. He refrained from mentioning that tailed beasts could indeed perish, and that there were multiple methods for such an end. By the way, Kushina may face a calamity, but not in the near future, perhaps within the next year or two. I'll rely on you to keep an eye on her, Lin Yu stated before vanishing. Only the Nine-Tails remained, deep in thought. A prophecy, eh? This little spirit is quite knowledgeable. But what of it? He settled back down, gradually drifting into a contented slumber. Chapter 43. Is Madara a woman? Morning. At the dining table, Lin Yu pondered over how to accomplish the cumulative task. The strategy concerning the Nine Lama had begun to take shape. Completion was merely a matter of time. However, the situation with Uchiha Madara was quite different. He had yet to even lay eyes on the man, let alone ascertain his whereabouts. Even if they were to cross paths and engage in combat, Madara would not bestow a title without cause. In the entire narrative of Naruto, only Guy possessed such a privilege. Thus, in the realm of combat, One could only pray for the system to generate a task related to the 8 gates, allowing him to deliver a foot massage to Uchiha Madara and subsequently fulfill Might Guy's legacy. Yet, considering Madara's current elderly condition, it was quite possible that a mere kick would send him to the afterlife. This plan seemed rather impractical. Alas, it was truly vexing. Every Uchiha was a proud individual, making the quest for recognition exceedingly arduous. Perhaps it would be wiser to pursue a task involving Nagato confessing to Yahiko. After all, a few persuasive words could suffice. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Yu, and he exclaimed, what if Jiraiya were to confess to Orochimaru? That would be an utter disaster. Yet, one could not be certain. Perhaps the snake uncle would transform into a snake ant. Kushina's cheeks flushed slightly as she observed Lin Yu, who appeared lost in thought at the dining table. She recalled how her blanket had been perfectly arranged that morning. It was undoubtedly the mischief of that troublesome Lin Yu. Could it be that he harbored feelings for her? No, they were far too young for such matters. Kushina shook her head vigorously, attempting to clear her mind. She then lifted her gaze and earnestly advised Lin Yu. Brother Lin Yu, some matters cannot be rushed, they require patience. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback by Kushina's words. What was going on? Did she somehow sense his distress over dealing with Uchiha Madara? That was inconceivable. Nevertheless, he replied, you are right. This matter cannot be hurried. However, I shall not give up. I will continue to strive. What? Are you still planning to sneak a peek at me while I sleep? Kushina's eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded Lin Yu, as though she were meeting him for the first time. Her lips murmured, is that matter truly so important to you? Extremely important. It pertains to my future livelihood, Lin Yu declared resolutely. He was determined to complete the task, otherwise, the burdens would only accumulate, eventually robbing him of his abilities and reducing him to an ordinary person, a fate he could not accept. Peeking at me while I sleep is relevant to your future life? That mischievous Lin Yu is getting worse by the day? Kushina mused, contemplating whether Lin Yu truly had feelings for her. She felt as though she had stumbled upon new territory, yet such behavior was improper. She was a girl, after all. How could she allow someone to watch her sleep every day? With a serious expression, Kushina continued to counsel, Brother Lin Yu, do you not realize that such behavior is quite inappropriate? Lin Yu pondered for a moment and realized the truth. The current Uchiha Madara was merely an elderly man, and for a spirited young lad like him to assault a man nearing his grave was indeed rather improper. He could only nod in agreement, saying, indeed. Such an action is rather unseemly, but I cannot conceive of any other alternatives. Kushina was exasperated. If he could not think of another solution, why resort to spying on her while she slumbered? Was it not quite simple to win her favor? All he needed to do was prepare delectable meals for her daily, speak sweet words, shower her with compliments, and yield to her whims without resistance. She wondered how he could choose to spy on her sleep instead of pursuing her in such an uncomplicated manner. Kushina felt a sense of helplessness. Her brother Lin Yu seemed rather clueless when it came to matters of the heart. However, Lin Yu and Makoto were conversing quite amiably, and she resolved not to grant them any opportunity. After some contemplation, Kushina decided to offer Lin Yu a piece of advice. Be gentle with girls, shower them with compliments, and perhaps you will win her over. Madara is a girl? I should compliment him. Lin Yu was bewildered. No, that could not be right. He and Kushina were discussing entirely different matters. How could she have led him astray so suddenly? Lin Yu felt somewhat embarrassed, his cheeks flushing as he remarked, what Kushina said is true. Upon hearing this, Kushina's face lit up with joy. This foolish boy had finally come to his senses, at last understanding the kindness of Kushina. Delighted, she finished her breakfast with relish and skipped her way to school, feeling so elated that she decided to spare a few individuals from her usual beatings today. Lin Yu was perplexed as to why Kushina suddenly appeared to be in high spirits. Nevertheless, this was not an unwelcome development. It was pleasing to see her happy. He swiftly tidied up, closed the door, and prepared to meet Makoto and Might Guy today. He intended to experiment with whether the task system would account for his absence during missions. If successful, it would grant him some leisure time. In the Hokage Tower. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's office, the Hokage was diligently reviewing documents, while his two companions, Mito Kazan and T-Rin Komatsu, engaged in casual conversation. Suddenly, the office door swung open with a bang. The only person who would dare enter without knocking was Danzo. Sarutobi furrowed his brow, his tone laced with displeasure. Danzo, how many times must I remind you that one must knock before entering the Hokage's office? Are you deaf? Of course, this was merely a thought he kept to himself. Danzo disregarded Hiruzen's admonition and approached with a stern expression. Hiruzen, I have heard that you intend to return the one-tailed Jinchuriki to Tsunade. Is this true? Hiruzen maintained a stoic demeanor as he regarded Danzo, slowly nodding. Indeed. The request for a ceasefire from Tsunade includes the return of their tailed beast. With a thud, Danzo slammed his hand on the desk, his gaze fierce. I oppose this. Hiruzen, hand over the one-tail to me. I can train it into a weapon of war, which would bolster our strength in Konoha. Hiruzen rose immediately, confronting Danzo. Danzo, this is the Hokage's office, and your insolence will not be tolerated. Are you certain that this serves the interests of Konoha and not merely your own ambitions? Do not presume that I am unaware of your clandestine actions. Humph. We cannot simply allow the One Tail to return. It is a tailed beast and a weapon of war. Danzo remained resolute in his desire for the beast, his eyes fixed intently on Hiruzen. Hiruzen slowly resumed his seat, gazing at the scattered documents on his desk, his expression troubled. Do you think I desire this? However, Samigakure has made it clear that without the return of the One Tail, they will not cease hostilities. The shinobi of our village have already shed enough blood. I cannot send them back to war for the sake of a single beast. Mercy. A woman's mercy. Danzo scoffed at Hiruzen. This decision has the support of both Mito and Komatsu. Our village has only just emerged from the ravages of war. Now is not the time for further conflict. A strategic retreat is prudent, Komatsu interjected from the side. Humph. Hiruzen, you will inevitably pay the price for your naivety. Danzo realized that with Mito and Komatsu siding with Hiruzen, his chances of influencing the decision were dwindling. With a flick of his sleeve, he stormed out. Danzo's extremist views were evident. Konoha could not afford another war. The new generation had yet to flourish, while the old had begun to wither. Compromise was indeed the wisest course. Hiruzen understood that conceding as a victor to the defeated was a matter of shame, yet had circumstances been different. Before assuming the role of Hokage, he would have declared war without hesitation, unafraid of any foe. But now, as Hokage, he bore the responsibility for the village and its inhabitants. The once fiery ambition within him had gradually dimmed, leaving him more pragmatic. Hiruzen, we have made the right choice. Retreat is the best option available to us, Mito affirmed. Yes, I understand. Let us not dwell on this matter further. Let us return to our previous discussion regarding my suggestion to have Orochimaru supervise Uzumaki Lin Yu and Uzumaki Kushina. What are your thoughts? I find this plan viable. Orochimaru is your disciple, and we trust him, Mito replied. Indeed. Having one of the legendary Sannin oversee a Jinchuriki and a prodigy capable of subduing the One Tail is an excellent decision, Komatsu concurred. Hiruzen smiled, a few wrinkles on his face softening with satisfaction at the recognition of his old friends. Then it is settled. We shall withdraw the umbu surrounding Kushina. As long as she remains in the village, let Orochimaru oversee them both. Coincidentally, Lin Yu is also Orochimaru's disciple. Uzumaki Lin Yu is Orochimaru's disciple? When did this happen? Mito inquired, surprised that he had not received notification. He glanced at Komatsu, who also shook her head in confusion. I have yet to inform you. This has transpired only in the past few days. Uzumaki Lin Yu is Orochimaru's apprentice? Does that not make him your grand disciple? Time truly flies. Komatsu exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, Uzumaki Lin Yu is merely 10 years old, yet he has managed to subdue the One Tail. A remarkable young talent. Hiruzen, you have acquired an exceptional disciple, Mito remarked with envy. Hiruzen chuckled, a hint of pride illuminating his aged face. However, as he recalled the intel Jiraiya had relayed to him recently, his expression turned serious. The fact that Uzumaki Lin Yu had ties to the Uchiha clan was unexpected. After a moment of hesitation, Hiruzen continued. However, there is a concern. This boy has some connections to the Uchiha clan and appears to have awakened the Sharingan. Mito and Komatsu gasped in astonishment. What? The Sharingan? And a 3-tomo at that? How can this be? Uzumaki Lin Yu is only 10 years old, and he belongs to the Uzumaki clan. How could he possibly awaken the Sharingan? Hiruzen retrieved a dusty document from his drawer, inscribed with Lin Yu's name. Uzumaki Lin Yu is the illegitimate child of the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans. Both his parents have perished, leaving him with no relatives. He has lived among the Uzumaki clan, with no ties to the Uchiha of Konoha. Hearing this, Komatsu breathed a sigh of relief, though her brow remained furrowed. That is acceptable. However, he still possesses Uchiha blood, and with the awakening of the 3-tomo Sharingan, such talent could attract the attention of the Uchiha clan. Will they accept him? Humph. That clan only acknowledges those of their own bloodline. They are notoriously arrogant towards outsiders. Yet, it cannot be denied that they revere strength and admire genius. Should they learn that Uzumaki Lin Yu awakened the 3-tomo at such a young age, they would undoubtedly seek to accept him back into their fold. Mito expressed her disdain for the Uchiha clan, yet her words rang true. Hiruzen's brow furrowed deeply. He yearned for a smoke to alleviate his frustration, but he merely sighed. The animosity between the Uchiha clan and Konoha has existed since time immemorial. Resolving this enmity is nearly impossible unless a Hokage arises from within their ranks. Impossible. Mito and Komatsu exclaimed in unison. To make a member of the Uchiha clan Hokage would undermine their current power. It is out of the question. Thus, this remains an irreconcilable issue. Hiruzen replied with a bitter smile. As for Uzumaki Lin Yu, it depends on what path he chooses. We shall leave this matter to Orochimaru. Yes, it seems that is the only course of action. In the Uchiha district, the Uchiha clan was not welcoming of outsiders intruding upon their territory. They would not actively obstruct them, but displayed their discontent openly. Lin Yu felt the disdainful gazes of the surrounding Uchiha clan members, but remained indifferent. He was merely here to seek out Mikoto and had no regard for the fleeting lives of those around him. Since their last farewell, Lin Yu and Mei Qin had exchanged their addresses. However, Lin Yu was quite unfamiliar with the Uchiha clan's territory and wandered for quite some time before finally locating Mei Qin's residence. The Uchiha Mei Qin had yet to awaken her Sharingan, so her dwelling was rather modest, although significantly larger than Lin Yu's home. In front, there was a small courtyard adorned with various flowers and fruit trees, thriving under Mei Qin's diligent care. This house was a legacy from her parents, who had also perished in the war. The village had provided considerable compensation, sufficient for her upbringing. Thus, she and Kushina, both orphaned, became close friends, bonded by their shared experiences. Mei Qin, I have heard you are about to graduate. Will you accept my invitation for a date? Lin Yu felt that his arrival was ill-timed. Observing the situation, he feared that stepping outside might provoke further trouble. However, since Mei Qin had already spotted him, he could only offer a wry smile as he approached her. The current Uchiha clan was not one he looked down upon lightly. They were truly lacking in substance. Fuyue, I'm sorry, but I have already promised someone else that I would go out with him today, Mei Qin said. Her fair cheeks tinged with a slight blush as she regarded Lin Yu, completely ignoring Uchiha Fuyue beside her. She is so beautiful, Uchiha Fuyue thought, utterly mesmerized. He had never seen Mei Qin in such a light. He was resolute in his decision to make her his wife. Hi, Mei Qin. I hope I'm not too late, Lin Yu greeted as he stepped up to her, flashing a perfect smile. Lin Yu had already discerned the identity of the somewhat handsome youth beside him. It was Uchiha Fugaku, his foremost rival. However, Fugaku was currently only awakened to the 3-Tomo Sharingan and at the age of 18. It was perplexing how he could be pursuing Mikoto, who was 6 years his junior. Although Mikoto was undeniably mature and beautiful, with a flawless figure, one couldn't help but acknowledge that she was indeed worthy of admiration. Lin Yu completely disregarded Fugaku, finding no interest in him, not even a hint of curiosity about the kaleidoscope. He casually remarked, "Come back to me when you're in your 30s and have your kaleidoscope." "You're not late, Lin Yu. I was just about to step out to meet you," Mikoto said, flashing a beautiful smile at Lin Yu. How infuriating. Who is this young brat? How dare he make Mikoto smile at him? Fugaku's expression twisted slightly, but he managed to maintain his composure and feigned elegance as he inquired, "Mikoto, who is this child? Why not introduce him to your brother Fugaku?" Mikoto frowned slightly, feeling displeased. "What do you mean, my brother Fugaku? Who do you think you are?" Though her temperament was gentle, she refrained from voicing her thoughts and, recognizing his status as the clan leader's son, replied with a hint of resignation, "He is Uzumaki." Lin Yu paid no heed to Fugaku, and amidst Mikoto's exclamations, he grasped her delicate hand and dashed outside, turning back to Fugaku with a playful grin, declaring, "Mikoto and I are off on a date. Perhaps you should return home and admire your reflection, old man." Fugaku was momentarily taken aback. "Old man, am I truly that aged?" Chapter 45. Accompanying Mikoto on a D-class mission after regaining his composure, Fugaku's previously stern countenance was now marred by irritation. He gestured sharply to the side, coldly instructing, "Within half an hour, I demand to know everything about that little brat, even the frequency of his bathroom visits. Is that clear?" Nearby, hidden in the shadows, an Uchiha Jonin responsible for safeguarding the clan leader's son was equally perplexed. Why must they even track someone's bathroom habits? Did the young clan leader possess such peculiar interests? No. As a staunch supporter of the clan leader, I, Uchiha Tai, must ensure the young leader does not stray from the right path. I must rectify this. However, the tasks assigned by the young leader must still be executed. After relaying the orders, Uchiha Tai retreated once more into the shadows, observing the young leader's departing figure while murmuring to himself, "I recall a distant cousin of mine who holds great affection for the young leader. She is both demure and unpretentious, clearly a good match for nurturing. I must seek an opportunity to bring them together." On the bustling streets of Konoha, Mikoto, slightly breathless, inquired of Lin Yu, "Where are we headed?" Having sprinted from the Uchiha compound to the commercial district, even the now Jonin Mikoto found herself perspiring, her rosy lips exuding a sweet fragrance, and her cheeks flushed. Of course, she would never concede that it was the embarrassment and nervousness from holding Lin Yu's hand that caused her to sweat. After all, she was a modest and gentle girl. Lin Yu appeared unfazed and breathless, as if he had not even begun to warm up. Noticing Mei Qin's slight panting, he realized he had been somewhat hasty. Eager to experiment with the bugs of the D-level task without considering that Mei Qin was a girl, he quickly expressed his apologies, saying, "I'm sorry, Mei Qin. In my rush to shake off that older gentleman, I completely forgot." Mei Qin, whose fair and rosy complexion blossomed with a smile, left Lin Yu momentarily entranced. Covering her mouth, she chuckled softly, "What older gentleman? Fujiyama is only 18 years old. He just looks a bit older than his years." Lin Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment. It seemed that even beautiful young girls could engage in playful banter. As he sensed the softness of the little hand in his grasp, he instinctively tightened his hold and said, "I have a meeting arranged with Senior Mike Guy at the Hokage Tower. We are heading there now, as Uncle Guy is also one of our teammates." Senior Might Guy? I've heard of him. He is a highly experienced, elite Jonin. Makoto exclaimed, taken aback by the revelation that Might Guy was indeed Lin Yu's companion. An elite Jonin. Lin Yu felt somewhat speechless. This was undoubtedly a beautified version of events crafted by Makoto herself. It was certain that what others had said was beyond the realm of the eternal Jonin. Nevertheless, one could not deny that Might Guy possessed a wealth of experience, albeit predominantly in the realm of mistakes, a stark contrast to the incomparable eternal Jonin, Maru Seiko. However, in terms of sheer combat prowess, Might Guy undeniably surpassed Seiko. Lin Yu, feeling somewhat helpless, scratched his head and chuckled. Uncle Dai indeed possesses a wealth of experience. Mei-chin smiled slightly at the corner of her mouth. She detected a hint of awkwardness in Lin Yu's tone, and she found great pleasure in witnessing his helpless demeanor, as she felt the warmth enveloping her small hand. Her shyness briefly flickered away, and her steps became increasingly lighthearted. The Hokage building, situated in the heart of Konoha, was easily accessible from any direction without requiring much time to reach it. Upon Lin Yu and Mei-chin's arrival at the Hokage building, Might Guy was already engaged in conversation with the Chunin at the mission reception desk, appearing quite familiar with the surroundings. Jito, I never expected you to be from the Moonlight Clan, truly a hidden gem, exclaimed Might Guy, his mouth agape in astonishment as he regarded his recently acquainted friend, who turned out to be a descendant of a clan. With a wry smile, Moonlight Jito replied, Dai, our Moonlight Clan is merely a small family, even counting the newborns. We are barely a dozen strong, far overshadowed by the likes of the Yamashiro and Akimichi clans, not to mention the Hyuga and Uchiha. Oh, but that's not the whole story. Great clans have their troubles, while smaller clans possess their own advantages. As for common folk like me, we can only burn our youth and generate our own energy. What do you say, Jito? Care to join me in harnessing our youth for energy? Might Dai's large eyes, beneath his bushy brows, sparkled with enthusiasm, imbued with a hint of seduction. Are we certain we are generating energy from youth rather than from love? As Lin Yu arrived, he overheard Might Dai trying to persuade others to join him in embracing their youth, though his approach was rather ineffective. Moreover, Might Dai presented himself as a scruffy middle-aged man, leaving one to wonder who would dare to agree. If a stunning beauty like Makoto were to invite him to channel his passion for love, Lin Yu would have readily accepted without a second thought. Under Makoto's curious gaze, Lin Yu gently released her small hand and stepped forward, saying, Uncle Dai, we have arrived. Please do not frighten anyone. Upon hearing his voice, Might Dai turned around and, upon seeing Lin Yu, his meticulously styled beard transformed into a disheveled mess. With palpable excitement, he exclaimed, Look, this young man is one of the representatives of our youthful faction, the Whirlpool Lin Yu. His understanding of youth is no less profound than mine. Why not join us? Lin Yu's countenance darkened somewhat. This was yet another blemish on his record. He sighed, Uncle Dai, everyone has a different understanding of youth. We cannot compel others to ignite their passion for youth alongside us. That would be a desecration of its essence. Upon hearing this, Might Dai's expression transformed into one of epiphany, as if he had grasped a profound truth, tears streaming down his face. Lin Yu, he exclaimed, your words resonate like a sacred discourse. Why should I impose my understanding of youth upon others? I willingly embrace it as it is. Having said this, Might Dai gazed regretfully at Yue Guangjidian, as if to convey, alas, you are missing the true essence of youth. Yue Guangjidian, overwhelmed with gratitude, cast a glance of appreciation towards Lin Yu. He could hardly endure Might Dai's fervent gaze. Previously, he had managed to silence Might Dai with tasks. But now the latter was devoid of such needs, free to choose any undertaking he desired. Lin Yu found himself powerless against Might Dai, and he blamed Lin Yu for this predicament. Reflecting on this, Yue Guangjidian shot Lin Yu a resentful look, leaving Lin Yu utterly perplexed. What do you mean? One moment you are grateful, the next you are blaming me. Be careful, or I might introduce you to Might Dai. Yue Guangjidian seemed to be the elder of Yue Guangjifeng, perhaps. In Lin Yu's recollection, the storyline of Moonlight Swift Wind is rather scant, seemingly a fleeting existence. Akin to a short-lived specter, perhaps afflicted by tuberculosis. Presently, he gazes upon Moonlight Swift Lightning with a tinge of pity. Should he not introduce Might Guy to him? In doing so, Moonlight Swift Wind would never emerge, nor would he meet his demise at the hands of the minor character, Makigan. Nor would he betray the affections of his beautiful girlfriend. Moonlight Swift Lightning, feeling a chill from Lin Yu's scrutinizing gaze, pondered whether this lad harbored any ulterior motives. Why? Cursed be the heavens, why must I possess such an exquisite visage, captivating both the young and the old alike? It is truly a nuisance. Mei-chin stepped forward, tugging at Lin Yu's sleeve, her innocence evident as she remained oblivious to the unspoken exchange between the three young men. Lin Yu regained his composure, grasping Mei-chin's delicate hand, and addressed Yue Guangjidian. Senior, we are here to take on a task. Could you kindly present all the D-rank missions available? Chapter 46. The Lost Pet of Konoha, all D-rank missions? Are you certain? Yue Guangjidian responded, somewhat taken aback by Lin Yu's request. It is important to note that the missions posted outside are the most recent D-rank assignments, alongside a plethora of older, unclaimed, or incomplete tasks that have accumulated over time. Many of them have been cancelled, yet a substantial number remain, as the remuneration for these tasks is modest, amounting to merely a few hundred or thousand Rio. Indeed, I am certain. Please assist us in organizing them. We should be able to undertake them, Lin Yu expressed with a hint of concern. Yueguang Jidian hesitated, then replied, "It is possible, but please, senior, lend us your assistance. We will endeavor to complete them," Lin Yu implored sincerely, fully committed to the task. Though it might be Meichin and Mado Dai who bear the brunt of the challenge. Very well. Relenting under Lin Yu's earnest gaze, Yueguang Jidian turned and made his way to the archives. After a considerable time, Yueguang Jidian returned with an antiquated wooden box, extracting a stack of task commission papers. Blowing off the dust that had settled upon them, Meichin wrinkled her nose slightly, finding the dust bothersome, and took a step back to hide behind Lin Yu. Realizing the presence of a young lady, Yueguang Jidian cast an apologetic glance at Meichin before vigorously brushing off more dust toward Mado Dai. Mado Dai cleared his throat. I counted. There are a total of 168 D-rank commission tasks, all accumulated over time. Some pets, such as cats and dogs, have gone missing or even perished, with the ninjas unable to locate them, yet their owners refuse to withdraw the commissions, resulting in this backlog. I suggest you temper your expectations. As Yueguang Jidian waved his hand, the dust clouded the air around him. Mado Dai, now covered in dust, looked on. Lin Yu furrowed his brow. If all tasks were of this nature, it would be impossible for anyone to accomplish them. Must it truly be a matter of proceeding at a sluggish pace? Lin Yu felt he was being somewhat greedy, wishing to spend a few days to complete 100 D-level tasks. It seemed a bit fanciful. For now, he decided to conduct an experiment. If it succeeded, what did a few days matter? After all, he wouldn't have to do the work himself. Lin Yu pondered for a moment and said, "Let us remove those commissions for locating cats and dogs. We shall accept all the remaining ones. In this manner, I have categorized them, and only 24 tasks remain." Lin Yu felt a pang of embarrassment. Was the rate of pet loss in Konoha truly so alarmingly high? Out of 168 requests, a staggering 146 were related to lost pets. Surely, the Pet Association would come knocking at their door. Could they also take on those D-ranked requests outside? Absolutely not. Handing over these long-standing requests to you would be an act of dereliction on my part. As for those outside, you need not even entertain the thought. Yueguang Jidian clung to the notice board protectively, fearing that Lin Yu might whisk away the very source of his livelihood. Very well, let us proceed with the registration, Lin Yu sighed, realizing that his hopes of exploiting a small advantage were in vain. As they exited the Hokage office, Mikoto curiously inquired, "Lin Yu, is there a particular reason for you to accept so many D-ranked missions?" Mikoto was well aware that Lin Yu was not in need of money. It was inconceivable that he would take on such a multitude of D-ranked tasks solely for the commission. He must have his own reasons. Lin Yu turned around, gently grasping Meichin's delicate hand, and gazed into her beautiful eyes, saying, "Meichin, I have taken on numerous tasks to help you gradually acclimate to the life of a ninja. We shall begin with D-rank missions, then progress to C rank, and eventually B rank. By following this path, you will undoubtedly become an exceptional ninja." Caught off guard by Lin Yu's gesture in front of Might Guy, Meichin felt a wave of nervousness wash over her. She hastily withdrew her hand, her cheeks flushed, and stammered, "Yes, it's because of me, right? Lin Yu, you don't need to do this. I can adapt at my own pace." Lin Yu was not concerned about Meichin retracting her small hand. He understood the modesty of young girls. "You must be Uchiha Meichin, right?" I believe Lin Yu is correct. "There is no better way to adapt to the life of a ninja than by undertaking missions," said Might Guy, his graying beard adding to his charm as he winked at Lin Yu with a smile. However, Meichin's cheeks remained flushed. If she were alone with Lin Yu, she might not feel this way, but in the presence of Might Guy, who was akin to their parents in age, she felt somewhat constrained. There's no need for hesitation. I have already agreed. We will tackle these D-rank missions together. Might Guy reminded himself of his promise to Lin Yu to introduce the new teammate to the ninja lifestyle. Though he might falter in other tasks, D-rank missions were his specialty. He gazed at Meichin with the affectionate eyes of a father-in-law, filled with satisfaction. What a wonderful girl she is. They truly make a splendid pair. Unbeknownst to Might Guy, Lin Yu had another admirer at home, Kushina. Otherwise his thoughts would surely have been, such fine cabbage has been trampled by a pig. This Lin Yu is no good son. Very well, let us not waste any time. Let us commence immediately. Meichin, seeing the enthusiasm around her, had no choice but to acquiesce. Yet, her beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. She was finally a ninja. The anticipation of embarking on her first mission filled her with thrill. She pondered whether her attire was suitable or if she should return to change before they set off. Let me see the first task, to locate the missing Wong Ergo. Lin Yu nearly let the task commission slip from his grasp. Konoha, enough is enough. The assignments are either about losing pets or bringing shame. Is there truly nothing novel to offer? Why not discard that old man Saratobi as well? It is infuriating. As for tasks like farming or pulling radishes, it is impossible for them to accumulate. Thus, Lin Yu had no choice but to continue sifting through the list, in search of something less strenuous. Among the tasks was one involving the clearing of a pristine water channel located 10 miles outside the village, along with assisting old Lu in locating his cherished engagement ring, which he had treasured for over 20 years. Lin Yu, what a trickery. It appears to be a cleanup. Yet secretly, it is merely a quest for lost items. Truly deceiving. Qingshui-go, despite its name, is essentially the largest sewage ditch in Konoha, reeking with an unforgettable odor. A single day spent within its confines would necessitate 10 days of bathing to rid oneself of the stench. Indeed, there exists a compelling reason why these long-standing tasks remain unattempted. Lin Yu glanced at his two companions, feeling somewhat apprehensive, and suggested, "Shall we return to undertake those freshly released D-rank missions instead? Makoto, you've stifled my fighting spirit. Might die. Is it not a waste for me to appear so grimy?" Ultimately, Lin Yu yielded to reality and, under the disdainful gaze of the moonlit lightning, accepted the D-rank mission posted on the bulletin board to locate Aunt Wang's lost pet cat, Xiaoju, with a reward of 1,000 ryo. Uchiha Fugaku had been trailing Lin Yu all along, and upon witnessing them enter the Hokage building, he patiently awaited their exit. After observing Lin Yu and his companions coming and going for some time, he wore a perplexed expression. However, upon glimpsing the commission in Lin Yu's hand, his countenance shifted slightly. How could Makoto be undertaking a mission with that brat? Was he a member of her team? And that older gentleman beside her, was he a guiding instructor? No, wasn't he that might die, the foolish one? How could Makoto possibly be teamed with them? This was inconceivable. Uchiha Fugaku felt a surge of resentment. If Makoto was paired with that brat, it meant they would see each other daily. He understood the principle of proximity yielding advantage, and he could not allow Lin Yu to succeed in this. He needed to devise a plan. Gradually, Uchiha Fugaku retreated, seeking a fool, or rather, an accomplice. Chapter 47. The provocation of Uchiha. As the sun set, Lin Yu, Makoto, and Might Dai found themselves seated in a barbecue restaurant. Lin Yu's face was alight with joy, for after accepting the mission, he had excused himself under the pretext of having matters to attend to, leaving the task to be completed by Makoto and Might Dai. Meanwhile, the progress on the system's task had advanced from 0-100 to 1-100. Lin Yu was in high spirits. Thus, he invited them to a barbecue restaurant to indulge in grilled delicacies, as a way to apologize for his inability to join them on their mission. Might Dai, however, seemed unfazed, as he devoured the meat voraciously. For a taijutsu ninja like him, a substantial intake of meat was essential to sustain his energy. On the other hand, Mei-kin felt a tinge of disappointment. She had hoped to embark on the mission alongside Lin Yu, only to find that he had slipped away. Her gaze towards him was tinged with resentment, and the barbecue before her remained largely untouched. She rarely indulged in meat, and now her appetite had completely waned. Lin Yu noticed the somewhat mournful gaze of Makoto, and he felt a twinge of guilt in his heart. However, he was reluctant to undertake 100 D-rank missions. The mere thought of it was overwhelming. He could only seek to compensate Makoto in other ways. Might Dai, on the other hand, did not dwell on such matters. He regarded Makoto as a daughter-in-law and diligently imparted some of his experiences during their missions. Although much of his advice was flawed, Makoto was attentive, selectively overlooking aspects that seemed amiss to her. Lin Yu was at a loss as to how to bribe Makoto. Perhaps he could offer her a kaleidoscope to play with? But he was uncertain whether she could withstand the excitement without being overwhelmed. Never mind, he thought. He would wait until he recruited Orochimaru and see if he had any experimental results. Orochimaru, you must grow up quickly. Oblivious to Lin Yu's paternal-like urging from within, Orochimaru was deeply engrossed in his research, his golden slit pupils filled with fascination. Science, truly an irresistible pursuit, ineffably enchanting. Ah, is that Makoto? What brings you to associate with such dubious company? Are you intent on bringing disgrace to our Uchiha clan? A young man adorned with the Uchiha crest swaggered towards them, his tone dripping with arrogance. The intent to provoke was unmistakable. Even Might Dai could perceive it. Lin Yu frowned slightly. Was that Uchiha Fugaku? What could his purpose be? Was it regarding Makoto? Lin Yu smiled gently, quietly observing the Uchiha clansman's performance, curious to see what sort of buffoon he would reveal himself to be. Tianni, what brings you here? Mei-chin inquired, her initial displeasure now exacerbated. Even a person of her amiable disposition felt a stir of irritation, let alone others present. However, fortuitously, among the three individuals here, one sat silently, betraying no emotion, while another feigned ignorance, engrossed in his meal. Mei-chin offered Lin Yu an apologetic smile, rising to propose. Tianni, if there is something to discuss, shall we step outside? We wouldn't want to disrupt their business. Step outside? Absolutely not. Mei-chin, what is your relationship with this fellow? Do you not harbor feelings for brother Fugaku? Uchiha Tianni cast a scornful glance at Lin Yu, his contempt palpable. Tianni, what nonsense are you spouting? I have never had any feelings for Fugaku. Mei-chin's face flushed with indignation at Uchiha Tianni's insinuation, her tone sharp as she altered her address. Mei-chin, Brother Fugaku treats you so well. How could you not harbor any affection for him? Uchiha Tiani's expression bore a pained incredulity, as if Meichin's disinterest in Fugaku was utterly unfathomable. How ridiculous. Just because I am kind to your mother does not mean she would consider remarrying me. Lin Yu chuckled at the absurdity. Having previously thought that the Uchiha clan was merely arrogant, he was now confronted with one of questionable intellect. What nonsensical logic. You insolent brat. I had intended to teach you a lesson, but it appears you remain unrepentant. You shall not leave here unscathed. Uchiha Tiani's expression twisted into one of ferocity. His gaze fixed on Lin Yu as if he were a prey to be devoured. Lin Yu truly wished to knock on this fellow's forehead to discover what thoughts resided within. Is it that the Uchiha clan exclusively produces imbeciles? Have the collective brain cells of the entire clan been concentrated in just a handful of individuals, leaving the others with minds akin to that of E. coli? Lin Yu sighed in silence and said, "You decide what to do. It is difficult to accomplish anything here. Follow me, and we shall resolve it at the training ground." Uchiha Tiani spoke to Lin Yu with a tone of disdain, then turned and walked out. "All right, as you wish. Today I shall comply with you," Lin Yu replied as he stood and followed Uchiha Tiani. "Lin Yu, do not go with him. He is a nin, and we are not on the same level." Mikoto interjected, grasping Lin Yu's arm with a worried expression, concerned about bringing trouble upon him. Lin Yu longed to say, "Silly girl, they are targeting me specifically. How could I possibly refrain from going?" Instead, he gently grasped her soft hand and murmured, "Let us go together. It is merely a lowly nin." Easily dispatched with a flick of the wrist. Uft. Lin Yu, are you not a medical ninja? How could you possibly contend with a nin, especially one from the formidable Uchiha clan? Meichin's beautiful eyes brimmed with skepticism. However, since Lin Yu was willing to accompany her, she could observe from the sidelines, for she fervently wished to protect him from any harm that might arise due to her presence. Lin Yu remained silent as he grasped Meichin's small hand and moved forward. Sigh, I am already of considerable age, yet I still find myself worrying about such matters. I suppose I shall follow and take a look as well. Might die? Feeling somewhat uneasy about Lin Yu, gently patted his protruding belly and slowly made his way outside. Lin Yu followed Uchiha Tiani to training ground number 7. A public arena bustling with numerous civilian ninjas. This was precisely Uchiha Tiani's intention. He sought to humiliate Lin Yu in front of a multitude, reducing him to a mere footnote of shame. Having procured information from his elder brother Fugaku, he was aware that Lin Yu was merely a remnant of the Uzumaki clan, possessing only a modicum of medical ninjutsu, while lacking any significant combat prowess. Was this not the perfect opportunity for an easy victory? With a robust physique that could withstand blows and a weak skill set ripe for exploitation, Uchiha Tiani relished the prospect of such a target. The intelligence available to Uchiha Fugaku was limited to Lin Yu's superficial details, as the Uchiha clan's relations with the higher echelons of Konoha were strained, preventing any in-depth investigation into other ninjas. Such information could only be gleaned from the records of the Konoha police force. Uchiha Tiani called out, clearing a space for himself. As curious ninjas gathered around, pointing and whispering about the impending confrontation between Uchiha Tiani and Lin Yu. This spectacle was precisely what Tiani desired. He was acutely aware that Fugaku was likely observing him from the shadows, and he was determined not to disappoint his brother. With a beckoning gesture towards Lin Yu, Uchiha Tiani taunted, "Come on, you strike first. I wouldn't want to defeat you in a single blow and rob you of the experience." However, before he could finish his taunt, darkness enveloped him, and with a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The figure of Lin Yu materialized behind Uchiha Tiani, his hand still poised in a slicing gesture, while he scratched his head and remarked, "Why is this Chunin so weak? Can he not withstand even a single blow?" Concealed in the shadows, Uchiha Fugaku's pupils constricted as he contemplated such speed in the body flicker technique. Even I failed to detect it. Has the Vortex Lin Yu concealed his true strength? After a considerable pause, Uchiha Tiani, clutching his neck, struggled to rise, his expression still somewhat dazed. Upon seeing Lin Yu standing before him, he shook his head in disbelief and exclaimed in indignation, "You ambushed me. This is unfair. I demand a rematch." "Very well, but this time, do remain vigilant," Lin Yu replied. Uchiha Tiani took a significant step back, his once pitch-black pupils transforming into a vivid crimson, marked by a singular tomo. He activated his Sharingan, signaling that he was now taking the matter seriously. Chapter 48. A single punch to obliterate the fireball with the Sharingan now engaged. Uchiha Tiani fixated on Lin Yu, convinced that he could discern the intricacies of Lin Yu's body flicker technique and thereby identify his vulnerabilities to secure victory. However, Lin Yu had no intention of relying on the body flicker technique. Observing the gathering crowd of ninjas around him, he realized that any techniques he employed today would inevitably be replicated in the future by some. While Lin Yu was untroubled by the prospect of revealing his mastery over C and B rank ninjutsu, he deemed it unnecessary to deploy such skills against Uchiha Tiani. Lin Yu yearned to test the limits of his physical endurance, agility, and vitality. For the past decade, no one had ever forced him into a desperate situation. In the first 9 years, his opponents lacked the qualifications, and this year, he found himself without a rival of equal standing. Either he dominated or was dominated. The Uchiha Tianni before him was merely a stepping stone. Lin Yu firmly believed that if he were to vanquish Tianni today, the haughty Uchiha clan would undoubtedly send other members to challenge him in a bid to regain their lost honor. How dare you lose focus in our battle? Uchiha Tianni exclaimed, unleashing the fire release. Great fireball technique upon realizing Lin Yu's vacant gaze. Fury surged within him. Do not presume that your earlier sneak attack grants you the right to look down upon Uchiha Tianni. With a sudden resolve, Lin Yu charged headlong into the oncoming fireball, intending to withstand the jutsu with his physical form. Is this boy out of his mind? Charging directly at a fireball technique? Observers muttered in disbelief. I expected a genius, yet he displays such folly. Choosing to absorb a jutsu with his body is sheer madness. It seems this match has reached its conclusion. Should we call for medical assistance? He may sustain severe burns. The surrounding ninja, commoners, and shinobi alike were perplexed by Lin Yu's actions. They understood a fundamental truth. The human body cannot withstand ninjutsu. Even elite ninjas would not choose to endure a jutsu with sheer physicality. A choice reserved for fools. Standing behind Lin Yu, Mei-chin did not succumb to the prevailing sentiments of the crowd, though concern flickered in her eyes. Her faith in Lin Yu remained unwavering. He was not a reckless individual. His actions surely bore purpose. Gazing at Lin Yu's unyielding figure, though modest in stature, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. In Lin Yu's eyes, the oncoming fireball was vividly reflected, with scorching waves of heat surging forth. He felt the intense warmth enveloping his skin, an uncomfortable sensation akin to being in a sauna. This level of ninjutsu is insufficient. It is far too feeble. Lin Yu felt a surge of vitality coursing through him. His right fist coiled with latent power, energy converging with intensity. He took a bold step forward, his entire being resembling an arrow released from its bow, and unleashed a mighty punch. Boom. The wave of energy unleashed by Lin Yu shattered the fireball, its force unwavering, striking Uchiha Tianni with the ferocity of a tempest. With a resounding thud, an invisible shockwave pierced through Uchiha Tianni's form, propelling him backward like a kite severed from its string. Blood erupted from his mouth, a vivid crimson line, his eyes wide with terror. How could he possibly extinguish my great fireball technique? This is inconceivable. It defies reason. Clinging to his final thoughts, Uchiha Tianni crashed heavily to the ground, eliciting gasps of astonishment from those around him. Surely, I did not misjudge? A single punch to extinguish the great fireball technique? My word, that's utterly formidable. This is the Uchiha clan's great fireball, significantly larger than that of an ordinary ninja, and yet it was vanquished. It merely reflects Uchiha Tianni's weakness. Any skilled Jonin proficient in taijutsu could have extinguished such a fireball with ease. Alas, it seems the Uchiha clan has waned in strength. Being bested by a mere 10-year-old genin defeating a genius chunin of their lineage is indeed lamentable. Here come the last two remarks, surely uttered deliberately to incite animosity from the Uchiha towards Lin Yu, though the instigator remains unknown. Whether from the covert operatives of the Hokage's faction or Uchiha Fugaka's arrangements, neither party wishes for Vortex Lin Yu to grow too close to the Uchiha clan. Should today's events spread, the Uchiha clan will undoubtedly seek to reclaim their dignity. While concerns linger about Lin Yu revealing the Sharingan in future battles and whether it might draw the Uchiha's nurturing interest, Uchiha Fugaku, offending me, the junior clan leader, and expecting our clan to cultivate you? Preposterous. You shameless little brat. Uchiha Tianni, after you've humiliated me so thoroughly, just try to enjoy your laughter while I refrain from having my brother Tai teach you a lesson, all while attempting to seize our resources? It's merely 3 tomo. The current Uchiha clan lacks elite Jonin, but they are in dire need of shadow-level power, and it must come from a member of the Uchiha clan. Lin Yu, after all, bears the surname Uzumaki rather than Uchiha. Even if he were to awaken the 3 tomo Sharingan, they would not lower their pride to beseech Lin Yu to join the Uchiha clan. On the contrary, should the Uchiha clan learn of Lin Yu's bloodline connection and his awakening, they might resort to confining him or even stripping him of his Sharingan to prevent the lineage from spreading. The likelihood of both scenarios is considerable, as the proud Uchiha clan does not permit the dissemination of their bloodline, a taboo for any prominent clan. If what you say is true, does this Lin Yu not already rival a Jonin? Yet, he merely possesses the physique of a Jonin, which cannot compare to an actual Jonin. It is well known that Jonin typically master chakra nature transformation and possess several A-rank jutsu. To withstand an A-rank with mere physical strength would indeed be an act of folly. As for the red-haired one, he is likely of the Uzumaki clan, which explains his ability to match a Jonin in physical prowess. This makes perfect sense. I had thought he was some unexpected genius, but he is merely a scion of a prominent family. Nevertheless, witnessing the Uchiha's downfall has certainly made this visit worthwhile. Most of the onlookers are ninjas. Had they been civilians, they might have recognized Lin Yu and spoken a kind word on his behalf. However, Lin Yu remains unfazed, casting a provocative glance in one direction. He pays no heed to the unconscious Uchiha Tianni. Lin Yu had held back, for a single punch's shockwave could have easily claimed Uchiha Tiani's life. The battle concluded swiftly, not due to Lin Yu's overwhelming strength, but rather because Uchiha Tiani had underestimated him. At the very least, as a Chunin, he ought to have exchanged a few blows before succumbing. Lin Yu felt a twinge of regret. The Nin were simply too feeble, utterly incapable of allowing him to savor the thrill of battle. He hoped that the forthcoming Uchiha would not be too lacking in strength. Lin Yu turned around and gracefully took Meichin's small hand, departing with an air of elegance. In a shadowy corner, a youthful figure with a pale countenance fixated on their retreating silhouettes, particularly when Lin Yu grasped Meichin's hand. A surge of murderous intent rose within Uchiha Fugaku's heart. This boy is my formidable rival. Uchiha Fugaku slowly restrained his emotions. As the clan leader's son, he could not recklessly strike Lin Yu in public. He was not foolish. Otherwise, he would not have sought out the dim-witted Uchiha Tiani to probe Lin Yu's true nature. Uchiha Fugaku harbored an ambition to become Hokage. He had never confided this to anyone, yet he understood the sentiments of certain clan members. The Uchiha clan lacked an opportunity. A strong leader. He aspired to be that leader. Chapter 49. Uchiha Movements. Uchiha Fugaku instructed two subordinates to escort Uchiha Tiani back for treatment. His gaze fixed on the direction Lin Yu had departed, eyes sharp. He was a man of grand aspirations. Trivial emotional matters could be endured. Uchiha Fugaku pondered whether the whirlpool of Lin Yu could be utilized. As for the method of utilization, obviously, it would hinge upon Uchiha Meichin, for she was, after all, a member of the Uchiha clan. Understanding the clan's strength, eliminating a ninja like Lin Yu would be effortless. He believed Meichin would make the right choice. With a leap, Uchiha Fugaku sped toward the clan grounds. It was time to confer with his father. Now of age, he needed to prepare for his ambitions. At the Uchiha clan grounds, Fugaku's residence was a mansion befitting the clan leader's son. Not only was it spacious, but it also boasted an indoor training facility, an emblem of affluence. The Uchiha clan leader returned home, his slightly weary body betraying the sharpness in his gaze. Outside, he was the formidable head of the Konoha police force, safeguarding the dignity of the Uchiha clan. Within the confines of his home, he was the patriarch, striving for the welfare of his kin, regardless of external matters. His heart belonged solely to the Uchiha clan. Everyone else was an outsider. Upon entering the hall, the clan leader turned on the lights and discovered Uchiha Fugaku seated on a futon, awaiting him. His expression shifted slightly as he contemplated. It appeared his son had matured. Sitting silently in the dimly lit living room, waiting for his return, suggested a secret father-son conversation. The Uchiha clan leader prepared some tea, placing a pot on the table. Observing this, Fugaku promptly took the teapot and poured a cup for his father before returning to his seat on the futon, demonstrating the strict upbringing he had received. Filled with respect for his father, after sipping the hot tea, the Uchiha clan leader exhaled a breath of relief and glanced at Fugaku, inquiring, "Why are you still awake at this hour? Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Uchiha Fugaku hesitated momentarily before resolutely stating, "I wish to inquire about your plans for the future of the Uchiha clan." The Uchiha clan leader seemed to have anticipated this question, casually sipping his tea before replying. "You wish to know when we will be ready to accumulate the resources for rebellion, do you not?" Uchiha Fugaku's pupils constricted in surprise. He did not expect his father to speak so candidly. After surveying their surroundings, he whispered, "Father, there is no need for alarm. There are no spies here. This is Uchiha territory. It is not easy for the Umbu to infiltrate." The Uchiha clan leader discerned Fugaku's concerns and explained, "You need not worry. I understand your youth. It is challenging to remain composed in all matters. However, topics such as rebellion, which could lead to the annihilation of our clan, cannot be spoken of lightly." After a moment of contemplation, Fugaku hesitantly asked, "Then, father, when do we plan to take action?" The Uchiha clan leader sighed, his calm demeanor faltering. This was his greatest regret. With a hint of resignation, he replied, "The time has not yet come. We must continue to wait for the opportune moment, for a time when all is in readiness." Uchiha Fugaku felt perplexed. Was there a plan already in place? The clan leader disregarded Fugaku's confusion and continued, "This opportunity is one I will not witness. I can only entrust my ideals to you, Fugaku. Father, I believe we will embrace that moment together. The village of Konoha will inevitably fall into the hands of the Uchiha." Uchiha Fugaku's eyes gleamed with fervor, as if envisioning the era of Uchiha dominance over Konoha. The Uchiha clan leader did not respond to Fugaku's fervent declaration, but shifted the subject. "Fugaku, do you understand why the Uchiha clan is so fixated on the position of Hokage?" Uchiha Fugaku hesitated, intrigued but refraining from interrupting his father, listening intently. Noticing Fugaku's silence, the Uchiha clan leader continued, "Because the position of Hokage rightfully belongs to the Uchiha. It was forcefully seized by the accursed Senju clan." "What?" Uchiha Fugaku's eyes widened in shock at this revelation. He had never considered that the title of Hokage was meant for them. How could this be? "Do not be astonished. It is the truth. When you become clan leader, you will understand." The Uchiha clan leader elaborated. At the inception of Konoha, Senju Hashirama invited Uchiha Madara, the leader of our clan, to assume the role of the first Hokage. This was a mutually beneficial arrangement, yet it was disrupted by a man named Senju Tobarama. He spoke of needing democratic voting to elect the Hokage, requiring the consent of all Konoha ninjas. This was a conspiracy aimed at the Uchiha. It is widely known that our clan is united and strong, which has likely incurred the ire of many. Thus, they exploited this to ensure the Hokage position slipped from our grasp. Uchiha Fugaku listened, momentarily lost in thought, astonished that the Hokage position had initially belonged to the Uchiha. As the Uchiha clan leader spoke with growing anger, he declared, "Or else, do you think so many of our clan members harbor rebellious thoughts? They are compelled to do so, particularly by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, who has made our existence exceedingly difficult. Had it not been for him, the Hokage position would have remained firmly within our control, and the Uchiha would have become the rulers of Konoha. We might have even become the foremost clan in the ninja world." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku's face illuminated with aspiration. The title of the most prestigious clan in the ninja world, what an immense honor. He clenched his fists, excitement radiating from him as he vowed, "Father, rest assured. I will ensure that this glory shines anew upon the Uchiha." The Uchiha clan leader gazed at Fugaku with pride, a glimmer of fervor and determination in his expression. "Fugaku, I entrust everything to you. You must bear the honor of the Uchiha and fight for it. I shall reveal to you a secret known only to the clan leader, a secret unique to the Uchiha. Beyond the Sharingan, there exists an even mightier eye, the Mangekyou Sharingan." Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback momentarily, then an overwhelming desire surged within him. Possessing the Mangekyou meant attaining the power of a Kage-level ninja, heralding the Uchiha's return to glory. How could he not be exhilarated? Fugaku hurriedly knelt, earnestly imploring, "Please, father, tell me how I can obtain the Mangekyou Sharingan." The Uchiha clan leader's murky eyes sparkled with a glimmer of light, for he had already devised a path for Fugaku's future. Fugaku would follow that path. His dreams were destined for success. After taking another sip of tea, now somewhat lukewarm, I cleared my throat and remarked, "You will learn this secret once you ascend to the position of clan leader. I shall retire in a few years, and at that time, the entirety of the clan will rest in your hands. You must safeguard it diligently." Uchiha Fugaku responded with utmost respect. A few years were nothing to him. When the time came, he would bear the honor of the entire Uchiha clan in battle against Konoha. The mere thought ignited a fervor within him, his blood surging with heat and intensity. As for the inconsequential figure of a mere Uzumaki Hayabusa, he had long since dismissed him from his mind. Today's conversation with his father had transformed his perspective. He no longer fixated on one individual or matter, but instead broadened his gaze to encompass the entirety of the Uchiha clan. Regarding Uchiha Makoto, a clan member yet to awaken her Sharingan, he now held her in slight disdain. As the scion of Uchiha Fugaku, he deemed it essential that his lineage be of the highest nobility and authenticity. His partner need not possess beauty, but must undoubtedly exhibit talent. Uchiha Fugaku resolved to seek out female clan members who had awakened their Sharingan the following day, with the sole criterion being exceptional ability. Chapter 50. The true arrival of Cloud hidden in Uchiha's perspective. As Itachi would articulate, the Uchiha clan is a lineage constrained by the very concept of family, which limits their vision. Their narrow outlook obscures their sight, rendering their Sharingan, no matter how powerful, akin to that of a frog in a well. Lin Yu was unaware that Fuyue had gradually relinquished his feelings for Mikoto and had also forgotten about him. After escorting Mikoto home, he waited for Uchiha to arrive with the sandbags. However, days passed without a sight of him, leading Lin Yu to ponder whether Uchiha had undergone a transformation or if he had simply lost his sense of pride. Lin Yu was unaware that in recent days, Uchiha Fugaku had been fervently organizing beauty contests within the clan. The foremost requirement was talent, followed closely by beauty. Naturally, Fugaku had a penchant for the fairer sex. Yet talent held greater significance. As the young clan leader of the Uchiha, being chosen by him would be akin to ascending to great heights. Consequently, the Uchiha clan was in an uproar, with numerous families promoting their daughters or younger sisters, completely disregarding Lin Yu. Even Uchiha Tai, the brother of Uchiha Tianni, was no exception. He brought his distant cousin, Uchiha Taime, in a palanquin. Although her appearance was rather ordinary, her talent was commendable, placing her among the top contenders and making her quite sought after. In comparison to his cousin's prospects, the insignificant Vortex Lin Yu hardly registered on Uchiha Tai's radar. At worst, he could seize an opportunity to eliminate him later. However, if his cousin's happiness were to be jeopardized, that would indeed be a lamentable loss. For he held high hopes for the union between the young clan leader and his cousin. The early bird catches the worm. Yet Lin Yu found himself reluctantly leading a leisurely existence, akin to a salted fish. Occasionally, he would join Mei-chin and the others to undertake missions, as he could not perpetually concoct excuses to slip away. After all, the wrath of the gentle Mei-chin was not to be trifled with. Life was rather splendid. At home, there was the adorable Kushina, and outside, the caring and considerate Mei-chin. He seemed to have forgotten about a certain blonde girl, for he had not sought her out in quite some time. One day, Lin Yu received a message from Orochimaru, summoning him for a meeting, seemingly to convey something of importance. In the same dim and damp underground base, Orochimaru was, as usual, clad in his long white coat, the cleanliness of which was uncertain. Upon noticing Lin Yu's arrival, Orochimaru smiled and said, "It has been a while, Lin Yu-kun." Lin Yu harbored a sense of exasperation towards the current Orochimaru, lamenting, "Is it not possible for you to immerse yourself in your scientific research? Must you constantly summon me? It has only been a few days since our last meeting, and yet you have come knocking at my door once more." Lin Yu felt rather discontented. He had no desire to be in this space, permeated with the scent of pharmaceuticals. He grumbled, "Is there something you need? If not, I shall take my leave, as I must strive diligently towards my life's ambitions." Orochimaru, intrigued, inquired, "What are Lin Yu's life goals? I am quite curious." He licked his lips, pondering what Lin Yu's aspirations might be. Could they possibly align with the objectives of the Immortality Organization? Immortality? Or perhaps the relentless pursuit of ultimate power? If Lin Yu were aware of Orochimaru's thoughts, he would surely retort, "Hey, that's your personal quest, not mine. Don't impose it upon me." Lin Yu felt it necessary to remind Orochimaru, who was undoubtedly a busy individual. With a serious gaze, he declared, "My life's ambition is rather grand, distilled into a single phrase, since I have claimed all the beautiful ladies for myself. You gentlemen shall have to make do with each other." Orochimaru was left in a state of bewilderment, questioning Lin Yu's superficiality. Could it be that such a statement held a deeper significance? Was it a coded message, concealing profound truths within? Perhaps it was indeed a secret of the Immortality Organization, though Lin Yu could not articulate it directly. Yet, why would he choose to disclose this to me? Orochimaru found himself slightly perplexed, unable to comprehend Lin Yu's intentions. He could only respond, "Lin Yu, your aspirations are truly profound. I look forward to the day when I can claim to understand them." In Lin Yu's eyes, a spark of brilliance surged forth as he ambiguously inquired, "Is that true? Do you genuinely wish for that day to arrive?" Coughing lightly, he redirected the conversation, "Now? What brings you to seek my presence?" Although he could not decipher the meaning behind Lin Yu's somewhat agitated expression, Orochimaru chose to interpret it as a manifestation of Lin Yu's yearning to fulfill his life ambitions. Adopting a more serious demeanor, he teased, "I have just received word that the third Hokage intends to withdraw the Umbu surveillance surrounding the Jinchuriki. As long as she remains within the village, I will be responsible for ensuring the safety of both of you." "What? Withdraw the Umbu? Would that old man be so benevolent? Did Danzo not object?" Lin Yu expressed his skepticism, bombarding Orochimaru with questions. With a hint of exasperation, Orochimaru shrugged and replied, "I, too, received the notification. From now on, I shall take full responsibility for your affairs. Lin Yu-kun, it seems we can now conspire without concern." "What do you mean by conspire?" Lin Yu felt a surge of indignation. Sarutobi Hiruzen's arrangements had disrupted his plans. If Orochimaru were to betray the village in the future, he too would inevitably face interrogation. However, the situation was not dire. He had prepared for this contingency when he agreed to serve as Orochimaru's guiding Jonin. After all, the original story provided a precedent with Mitarashi Anko. Although most of Orochimaru's subordinates were purged during his defection, those who shared a close bond with him were retained, Anko being one among them. Kabuto Yakushi, a double agent, no, perhaps a triple agent, maintained a subordinate relationship with Orochimaru and continued to thrive within Konoha. Not to mention Jiraiya and Tsunade, Orochimaru's closest companions, whom Sarutobi Hiruzen never questioned. The reason was clear. Sarutobi trusted Jiraiya and Tsunade implicitly, knowing they would never betray Konoha, and their formidable strength was indispensable to the village. Thus, Lin Yu remained unperturbed by dealings with Orochimaru. If necessary, he could eliminate Sarutobi and ascend to the position of Hokage, with Orochimaru serving as an advisor. However, Lin Yu dismissed the notion. The role of Hokage lacked allure, as it would deprive him of time for missions, which did not pique his interest. Furthermore, there were still over a decade before Orochimaru's potential defection. By that time, Konoha might not be governed solely by the Hokage's decree. Is the Hokage the village's supreme authority? Who would dare disregard his words? No, you are mistaken. By then, the leaders of all prominent clans in Konoha would be familiar to Lin Yu. Would the Hokage dare to accuse Lin Yu, risking the ire of all the village's elite? Would he not fear being overthrown? Certainly, in more than a decade, the third Hokage would likely abdicate, with Minato Namikaze assumed to succeed as the fourth Hokage. By that time, the Hokage would be aligned with Lin Yu. You say Orochimaru defected? No, he merely took a holiday outside the village. It seemed prudent to seek an opportunity to foster goodwill with Minato. Lin Yu turned to bid farewell to Orochimaru, his mind racing with thoughts. I've heard that the hidden cloud will soon arrive in Konoha to sign an agreement. You must be cautious, Lin Yu-kun. Orochimaru's voice floated lightly. Lin Yu furrowed his brow. Could this be occurring prematurely? As for the original story where Kushina was abducted by 3 hidden cloud Jonin while returning home from school, Lin Yu scoffed. Your 3 Jonin can stealthily infiltrate Konoha and abduct a student ninja? Your 3 Jonin would be bested by a mere student? Such is the necessity of the plot. The current times were not peaceful. The war had yet to cease, and the village could hardly afford such lax defenses. Only under the guise of signing an agreement could they bypass the vigilance of Konoha's ninja and enter the village openly. Drawing from the later incident of the Hidden Cloud kidnapping Hinata Hyuga, this became clear. The Hidden Cloud was indeed the foremost den of thieves in the ninja world. It seemed the time had come to observe the coordination between Kushina and the Nine Tails. Perhaps he would slightly loosen the seal tonight. No, he certainly was not going to spy on Kushina while she slept. Chapter 51. Kato, it is better for you to be dead. The following morning, under Kushina's sorrowful gaze, Lin Yu hastily finished his breakfast and bolted out the door, unable to endure the disapproving look she cast upon him. Today, he intended to visit Konoha Hospital to check on Hisashi Hyuga. With her small hand propping her chin, Kushina gazed at Lin Yu's rather disheveled figure and sighed softly. Why must Lin Yu and Ayakan remain incorrigible? Is it truly that I look much more appealing in my sleep? Kushina recalled Lin Yu's visit from the previous night, and her round face flushed slightly, mixed with a hint of annoyance. Pouting her rosy lips, she murmured, "Stinky Lin Yu, so obstinate. If you dare to spy on me again while I sleep, I shall deliver a punch." Was her usual appearance not beautiful? She could show him plenty during the day. Why must he sneak a glance at night? Humph. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. Grabbing her bag, she set off for school, feeling quite unhappy. First, she would deal with that green-haired boy to vent her frustrations, or her focus on studying would be utterly ruined. Green-haired boy? At Konoha Hospital. It had been nearly half a year since Lin Yu last visited Hisashi Hyuga. He held great respect for the elder who had selflessly contributed to Konoha and had aided Lin Yu on numerous occasions, proving to be a crucial collaborator in his first mission. Compared to half a year ago, Lin Yu had undergone a tremendous transformation, the most noticeable being his aura. Previously, Lin Yu exuded warmth and approachability, known as a quintessential good-natured person. Now, however, he radiated a newfound confidence. Indeed, Lin Yu's former gentleness and approachability could be likened to insecurity. He had refrained from offending anyone and was reluctant to express his inner thoughts, often donning a mask in social interactions. Now, however, he possessed the conviction to act freely within Konoha. Naturally, he would not allow this newfound confidence to inflate his ego or lead to arrogance. Lin Yu is inherently a person of gentle disposition, albeit with a hint of cunning. Now, endowed with the strength for self-preservation, the influence of the system has further magnified his latent potential. Lin Yu, you have finally come to visit this old bone of mine. I have heard tales of your brilliance on the battlefield. Have you, in your newfound prowess, forgotten your guide? Nishita Gakusei remarked, stroking his short beard, although the words carried a note of inquiry. The radiant smile on Nishita Gakusei's face revealed his profound satisfaction with the accomplishments of Vortex Lin Yu. Oh, Teacher Gakusei, please do not jest at my expense. I am merely contributing in a support role, hardly anything grand. Is it not the case that I have come to see you whenever I find the time? I still await the opportunity to learn a few more skills from you. Lin Yu scratched his head, feeling a touch of embarrassment. He had indeed nearly forgotten about Nichu Shueching, but it was not due to ingratitude. Rather, he had been preoccupied with his tasks and genuinely overlooked it. I've heard from Lord Hokage that you can single-handedly subdue even the tailed beasts, yet I still hope you can devote more effort to medical ninjutsu. After all, saving lives is far more challenging than taking them. The smile on Nichu Shueching's face deepened as he held a profound admiration for Lin Yu. He felt reassured by Lin Yu's willingness to continue learning medical knowledge, viewing him as a ninja who remained unaffected by the lure of power. This was, of course, Nichu Shueching's perspective. He believed that Lin Yu's relentless efforts over the past 3 years were aimed at becoming a medical ninja. In truth, Lin Yu merely sought to make a living, for he knew little and could only rely on the memories of his past life to gain insights into the medicinal herbs of the ninja world. Treating common ailments like colds, he had not anticipated that he would be learning for over 3 years. Suddenly, a frantic figure burst into the hospital, cradling a bloodied individual in his arms, shouting wildly, "Doctor! Where's the doctor? Hurry! Save him!" Lin Yu felt a sense of helplessness. Why did he have to encounter such a situation upon arriving at the hospital? Although injuries were a common occurrence in the world of ninjas, it was rather disheartening for him to face them so frequently. He had initially intended to invite Hinata Sho to dinner, but given the current circumstances, that plan was evidently thwarted. For Hinata Sho, saving lives was his paramount purpose in life, and he placed all other matters aside. He disregarded Lin Yu, the student he had recently held in high regard, and rushed to the side of the injured, beginning a preliminary examination. It was evident that the victim had sustained severe internal injuries. With one kidney already ruptured, immediate rescue was imperative. Why are the medical staff still dawdling? Hurry up and bring the patient. Hinata Sho shouted at the somewhat dazed nurses nearby. Did they think he was merely narrating a scene? A newly assigned nurse, shaken by the sight of blood, quickly gathered her colleagues to lift the injured onto a stretcher and transport him into the emergency room. The injured man appeared somewhat familiar. Was he Kato Dan? But hadn't he perished on the battlefield? Lin Yu felt a flicker of confusion. His knowledge of Kato Dan was limited. He only knew that in the original tale, he was Tsunade's lover and a ninja brimming with a sense of justice. Could it be that the intervention of the Eternal Life Organization had enabled Kato Dan to escape death? Lin Yu pondered this briefly. Though he had little interest in Kato Dan, he was merely intrigued by the latter's ability to manifest spiritual forms, should the opportunity arise. He would like to acquire it for Orochimaru's research, though he himself dared not dream of pursuing such talents. He lacked the aptitude for it. Quick, fetch Lady Tsunade. I cannot guarantee the patient's survival on my own. Hinata's urgent voice echoed from within the emergency room. Shortly thereafter, a young nurse hurriedly pushed the door open and dashed outside to find someone to notify Tsunade. Lin Yu felt a twinge of curiosity. In the original work, Kato Dan appeared to have met his demise due to his internal organs being violently displaced. Now, it seems to be yet another issue concerning his innards. Why is it that so many are intent on targeting Kato Dan's internal organs? Lin Yu let out a sigh. Under normal circumstances, he could not simply turn a blind eye, especially since he bore no animosity towards Kato Dan, who was not even Tsunade's lover. However, Lin Yu felt an unsettling sense of rescuing a rival, which left him somewhat irritable. Nevertheless, he stepped into the emergency room, as maintaining his public persona was still necessary. Ah, Lin Yu, you're here. Quickly, help me stabilize the patient's breathing. His lung has been punctured, but fortunately, he can hold on for a while. Hurry and take over. As Hinata Gakusei saw Lin Yu's arrival, he disregarded whether he was affiliated with Konoha Hospital and directly requisitioned his assistance. He was well aware of Lin Yu's capabilities and believed he could ensure the patient's breathing remained unobstructed. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, not due to the difficulty of the task at hand, but rather because he had noticed that Kato Duan's condition was far from optimistic. All of his internal organs bore damage, his lungs were perforated, his kidneys shattered, and, most critically, there was a gaping wound on his heart. Ordinarily, such grievous injuries would have resulted in death long ago. However, one could only attribute Kato Duan's survival to sheer luck, as he was accompanied by a medical ninja who had tirelessly utilized chakra to protect Kato Duan's heart throughout their journey. Otherwise, his body would have already grown cold. Lin Yu took over the position of Rixia Shueching, with a green light swirling around his hands. He gradually assisted Kat Dan in maintaining the function of his lungs, the repair process proceeding at a sluggish pace. Additionally, a faintly black liquid was corroding the surroundings. Lin Yu furrowed his brow slightly. Could it be poison? Lin Yu could indeed save Kat Dan immediately. All it would take is a single wisp of the undying inferno, even if his internal organs had been violently dislodged. As long as there remained a single breath of life, Lin Yu would be able to preserve his existence. The question lingered, should he extend that aid? Bang! Dan, I'm coming. You must hold on. A graceful figure with golden twin ponytails rushed into the operating room, her melodious voice tinged with urgency. Lin Yu, very well. No need to ponder any further. In fact, Lin Yu even contemplated whether to tremble his hand slightly, allowing Kato to meet his demise directly. Chapter 52 Kato, where's my kidney? Oh, Lin Yu, what brings you here as well? The person who arrived was naturally Tsunade, draped in a light green coat, reminiscent of a future gambling cloak. Underneath, she wore a pale yellow training outfit, indicating that Tsunade had just been training and hadn't had the time to change before following the summoned ninja to Konoha Hospital. After all, Tsunade is one of the foremost medical ninjas in Konoha, and saving lives is one of her professions, with her most significant vocation undoubtedly being that of a future lucrative target. Although Lin Yu felt somewhat displeased internally, it was entirely reasonable for Kato to express concern for his well-being, as he was once a comrade of Tsunade. With a slight curl of his lips, he remarked, "Is it so unusual for a medical ninja to be at Konoha Hospital?" Tsunade, slightly bewildered, detected the hint of irritation in Lin Yu's tone and inquired, "What's the matter? Has your dear Kushina been abusing you again today?" It seems Tsunade had momentarily forgotten the purpose of her visit to Konoha Hospital, her tone tinged with playful sarcasm. She was well aware of Kushina's fierce temperament, which bore a striking resemblance to her own, and she had even contemplated taking Kushina as her true disciple once she graduated. Lin Yu's expression darkened, and his movements momentarily halted as he gritted his teeth, declaring, "My Kushina would never strike me. Yet, I recall that during your last visit, you mentioned being given panda eyes by Kushina." A light, airy voice suddenly chimed in, delivering a heavy blow to Lin Yu. Sun Xiang Shuecheng wiped the sweat from his brow, seemingly remembering Lin Yu had confided this matter to him. "Ha! Panda eyes, you crack me up." Tsunade laughed heartily, her hands on her hips, her golden twin ponytails swaying behind her, making Lin Yu wish to seize them in his grasp. Sun Xiang Shuecheng, however, was rather forgetful. Lin Yu had merely spoken in jest, yet he remembered it so vividly. Lin Yu could only scowl as he tightened his grip, causing Kato Duan to moan in pain from his unconscious state. Fortunately, that groan snapped both Sun Xiang Shuecheng and Tsunade back to reality. Otherwise, Kato Duan might have met a dire fate. Ahem, I almost forgot we are still in the process of saving a life. Tsunade, his internal organs are seeping residual toxins. I need you to extract the poison and prepare an antidote. Leave it to me. I believe he is beyond saving. Shall we step out for a drink and chat leisurely? Kato Duan interjected. I believe I can still be saved. With Tsunade's assistance, Kato Duan's life was assured. Albeit complete recovery was a distant dream. Unless he underwent an organ transplant, he would likely remain bedridden for 3 to 5 years. Unfortunately, the technology for organ transplants was still in its infancy, fraught with challenges. While minor surgeries, such as eye transplants, could be performed by moderately experienced medical ninjas, the transplantation of vital organs required careful consideration of compatibility. In the future, should research on the original cells progress, such surgeries could become child's play. Of course, Lin Yu did not require such technology. As soon as he mastered the power of Yang, he could heal such injuries in the blink of an eye, without the need for arduous transplant surgeries. After the successful operation, Lin Yu had no intention of lingering, but Tsunade's incessant curiosity regarding various scandalous inquiries, such as why his guiding Jonin was Orochimaru instead of her, kept him engaged. After discussing matters concerning the Land of Rain, Lin Yu invited Tsunade to dine with him, as they had not seen each other in some time. He also intended to pick up Kushina on the way home. Perfect. Am I still alive? Is this a hospital? Kato Duan awoke from his stupor, finding himself bandaged and immobilized on a hospital bed, his abdomen feeling strangely hollow, as if he had lost something vital. Sun Xiang Xueching approached to examine him, noting the patient's condition was stable, and gently stated, "You are in Konoha Hospital. Your condition has stabilized, and your life is no longer in peril." "Thank you, doctor, but I feel rather odd. It's as if I've lost something." Kato Duan's complexion was pale. Had he been able to move, he would have checked for his missing organs. "Impossible. You can't still feel kidney deficiency after losing those two," Lin Yu exclaimed in astonishment, genuinely surprised, as he had personally removed them, leaving only remnants. "Kidney deficiency? Yes, that is the sensation. What did you say? I've lost my kidneys?" Kato Duan's already pallid face grew even graver. Yet, he accepted the reality. Survival was a blessing in itself. Although your kidneys are gone, your other organs can gradually recover. This is indeed a fortunate turn of events. If you recuperate well, you may still become a ninja, albeit with some limitations. Sun Xiang Xuecheng remarked while reviewing the examination reports. To still have the chance to be a ninja is quite remarkable. Many lose their ninja status due to injuries each year, so Kato Duan is indeed fortunate. Is it true? Can I still be a ninja? Kato Duan's face lit up with excitement. He cared little for the loss of his kidneys, as his desire to continue his journey as a ninja remained intact. Fueled by his dream of becoming Hokage, even if I were the first Hokage to suffer from kidney deficiency, I would gladly accept. It is true, Duan. You must focus on recuperating. What happened to you to sustain such severe injuries? Tsunade inquired, stepping forward. This must be the work of the Umbu. Is it appropriate for us to inquire? Lin Yu stood behind Tsunade, his gaze fixated on her golden ponytails, harboring mischievous intentions. Kato Duan gazed dreamily at Tsunade's exquisite features. It had been a while since he had seen her, and he was taken aback by her enhanced beauty, having developed feelings for her. He felt that fate had orchestrated this moment. "Tsunade, thank you for saving me. This must be the umpteenth time you have come to my rescue, and I am at a loss for how to repay you." Tsunade waved her fair hand dismissively, stating nonchalantly, "Saving lives is the duty of a medical ninja. It is only natural, and there is no need for repayment." Kato Duan took a deep breath, determined not to conceal his feelings any longer. He intended to seize this opportunity to express his emotions to Tsunade, his voice slightly hoarse. "Tsunade, you little rascal, what are you doing?" Tsunade suddenly exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she turned to glare at Lin Yu with a fierce gaze. It turned out that Lin Yu, unable to restrain himself, had stealthily reached out to tug at Tsunade's golden ponytails, relishing the sensation. Naturally, Tsunade would not let Lin Yu off easily. She aimed to twist his ear, for it had been a while since she had last punished him, and he was feeling a bit too cheeky. How could Lin Yu possibly allow Tsunade to succeed? He skillfully evaded her assaults, darting up and down. Just moments ago, he had sensed something amiss in Kato's gaze towards Tsunade, prompting him to deliberately tug at her elegant ponytail to divert her attention. Lin Yu is determined not to let Kato, the frail man, succeed in his intentions. He is considering the happiness of Tsunade in the future. Chapter 53, Lin Yu's Jealousy. Tsunade is quite infuriated. The audacious young Lin Yu dared to grasp her braid, having previously pretended to be quite the adult. She had nearly regarded him as an equal. Yet, to her dismay, he remained a mere child, so utterly naive. This thought suddenly enveloped Tsunade in a profound sense of disappointment. What was the matter with her? Why did Lin Yu's childishness evoke such anger and despondency within her? After all, he was merely a youth. Was he not supposed to behave in this manner? Tsunade did not ponder deeply on these feelings. Instead, she had already pinned Lin Yu to the ground, ready to administer a long-awaited reprimand. Lin Yu was quite indifferent. With his current physical strength, as long as Tsunade refrained from using her monstrous strength, her petite hand striking him felt more like a massage, and it was rather pleasant. Kato Duan observed the two playfully wrestling on the ground, and the profound atmosphere that had previously enveloped them dissipated entirely. He swallowed hard, contemplating that perhaps he should wait until his body had healed before seizing an opportunity to confess his feelings to Tsunade. This was the first time Kato Duan truly regarded Lin Yu. Initially, he merely perceived the youth as an intern in the hospital, not paying him much heed. However, witnessing Lin Yu engaging in such carefree play with Tsunade, while the usually stern Hinata remained unperturbed, piqued Kato Duan's curiosity. This young man was indeed extraordinary. Yet Kato Duan harbored no ulterior motives. He recognized Lin Yu's youth posed no threat to him, assuming their relationship was akin to that of siblings. Suddenly reminded of Tsunade's brother, Ju, who had perished in battle, Kato Duan realized the truth. Tsunade had come to regard this boy as a brother. Alas, how pitiful Tsunade must be. Lin Yu was utterly unaware that Kato Dan had envisioned him as a substitute for the rope tree. He was still contemplating how to sever Kato Dan's infatuation, not out of any reluctance to embrace humanity, but because Kato Dan's aspirations were utterly illusory. He had to consider Tsunade's future. They were simply not destined to be together. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Yu, prompting him to swiftly turn and capture Tsunade. Little did she anticipate that Lin Yu, whom she had always bullied, would dare to resist her. In a moment of distraction, she found herself enveloped in his embrace. Her expression one of astonishment. Lin Yu noticed that Tsunade appeared somewhat dazed, recognizing this as an opportune moment. He promptly turned to Yukisuke and declared, "Yukisuke-sensei, Tsunade and I are going on a date. We'll treat you to a meal next time." Without waiting for a response, Lin Yu embraced Tsunade and, amidst Kato's bewildered gaze, dashed out the door. Surprisingly, Tsunade offered no resistance. At that moment, Kato's mind was consumed with the image of Tsunade, slightly blushing, nestled in Lin Yu's arms. In truth, Tsunade was merely irked, her emotions causing a flush upon her cheeks, yet her lack of resistance stemmed from her astonishment. Kato gazed bitterly at Yukisuke, a flicker of hope in his eyes as he inquired, "Yukisuke-sensei, aren't they siblings? How could they be on a date? Siblings? I recall Lin Yu having a younger sister. But his relationship with Tsunade seems far more complex than mere sibling ties." Yukisuke remarked with a knowing expression, contemplating the potential of a union between a medical prodigy and the princess of medical ninjas. Just imagine the exceptional medical talent their offspring would possess. Perhaps Yukisuke could mentor them, and a remarkable legacy might emerge in the ninja world. He had high hopes for Lin Yu's future accomplishments. Kato's complexion grew increasingly pallid. How could this be? Am I truly losing to a mere youth? Could Tsunade have such inclinations? Unable to fathom any other explanation, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. "So, Tsunade, you are such a woman. Perhaps I should cherish my position as Hokage." With this thought in mind, Kato turned to Yukisuke, his gaze earnest. "Yukisuke-sensei, may we have a serious discussion? I wish to know how long it will take for me to recover." "Well, although your condition has stabilized, the extent of your recovery still requires further observation," Yukisuke replied. "If you don't mind, I would like to engage in an in-depth conversation with you. Please, I am nearing 50. Do not frighten me." Yukisuke jested. Outside the hospital, Tsunade regained her senses and freed herself from Lin Yu's embrace. Her beautiful eyes fixed intently on him as she softly inquired, "Why did you say that just now?" "Which part?" Lin Yu replied with a smirk, his demeanor far from that of a mere youth. He exuded the cunning charm of a wolf. Tsunade's face flushed as she stammered, "I meant, about going on a date. Cursed be it. How could I feel so bashful in front of a boy?" Tsunade patted her rosy cheeks, pondering if it was truly her age that made her heart flutter at the words of a child. Lin Yu curled his lips and said, "Oh, that is certainly a fabrication. I intentionally said that for Kato to overhear. Do you truly wish to go on a date with me?" Lin Yu noticed that Tsunade's expression was growing increasingly grim, and a sense of unease washed over him. Oh no, had things gone awry? Tsunade clenched her delicate fists, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fury, and spoke each word with seething intensity. "You deceived me. And what does this have to do with Kato Dan?" Lin Yu helplessly spread his hands, appearing somewhat innocent, and remarked, "I am truly assisting you here. Did you not notice how Kato's gaze seemed to devour you whole? I am considering your future. He, a man of frail constitution, is unworthy of you." Kato retorted. That was a gaze filled with deep affection. "And as for my frailty, did you not contribute to it?" Tsunade, somewhat perplexed, loosened her tightly clenched fists and skeptically inquired, "How is it that I failed to perceive any issues with Kato's gaze? You, little brat, seem surprisingly knowledgeable." How endearing, Lin Yu thought, slightly irked by Tsunade's affectionate reference to Kato. But his name is just one character. Should I address him as Kato Jonin? After all, he was once my comrade. He mused, "By the way, little brat, could it be that you are feeling a tinge of jealousy?" Tsunade regarded Lin Yu with a teasing expression. Her feelings towards Kato were purely platonic, as they were merely ordinary teammates. Yet, one could hardly blame her, for who could resist the allure of the princess of Konoha? Even a little brat like you is captivated. Ha ha ha. Tsunade feigned nonchalance to disguise the blush that crept onto her cheeks. Lin Yu felt a flush of embarrassment. To claim he was devoid of thoughts would be a falsehood. Who could possibly remain indifferent to the princess of Konoha? Yet, at this juncture, he was indeed too young. Forced to take preemptive measures to eliminate potential threats, ensuring peace of mind until he reached maturity. Lin Yu set aside other thoughts and earnestly turned to Tsunade, saying, "Would you care to accompany me on a date? If it's merely a meal, let us just call it that. What does a child understand about dating? Coincidentally, I am also feeling hungry, so I shall reluctantly join you for a meal. However, do not misconstrue my intentions. I am genuinely hungry. There is no possibility between us, as the age gap is far too significant. By the time you mature, I will have grown old. Why are you silent, little one?" Lin Yu, I have said all that needs to be said. What more can I add? Chapter 54. Can it be that someone is competing with me for Lin Yu? A double date? How is that even possible? Under Tsunade's somewhat resentful gaze, Kushina trotted over and sat beside her, flashing a sweet smile as she exclaimed, "Hello, Tsunade. It's been such a long time since we last met." Tsunade awkwardly greeted Kushina, replying, "Yes, it has indeed been a while. Kushina, you are becoming more adorable by the day." "Not at all. Tsunade, you are the one who is truly beautiful. Ah, the atmosphere is delightful." Lin Yu felt quite pleased with this feeling and hoped it would continue, for only then could he emerge as the ultimate victor in life. However, fantasies often shatter in the face of reality. "Lin Yu, don't you think Tsunade is becoming more beautiful?" Kushina winked at him. Tsunade's beautiful eyes also glanced at Lin Yu, seemingly curious about his opinion of her. Indeed, Tsunade was undeniably more attractive when not clad in her ninja attire. Lin Yu candidly remarked that Tsunade's beauty is indeed among the finest in Konoha, particularly as she seems to have recently undergone a second growth spurt, no longer resembling a cute little bun. "Humph, does wearing a ninja outfit render me less beautiful?" Tsunade raised her cup and took a sip, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Do not misunderstand. This is merely the result of the alcohol, for despite the deepening affection, Lin Yu remains merely a youth who cannot even share a drink with her. So how could he elicit such a blush with a single compliment? And what about me? What about me? Lin Yu, do take notice of how I have transformed lately." Kushina leaned closer to Lin Yu, hoping he would recognize her newfound beauty. Lin Yu felt a sense of helplessness. He encountered Kushina almost daily and detected no discernible change in her. However, voicing such a sentiment was out of the question, as even his formidable skills could not shield him from the repercussions of a misstep. Kushina seemed even more endearing than before, evoking an irresistible urge to pinch her cheeks. How vexing. Tsunade was still present. At most, he could indulge her in a playful squeeze at home. Kushina's cheeks flushed crimson, her last words barely audible. Yet, all present were ninjas, possessing keen auditory senses. Lin Yu maintained a composed expression, though a stirring desire brewed within him. Gazing at Kushina's round, adorable visage, he found himself in a moment of realization. How had he never noticed her captivating allure before? "Hey, Lin Yu. You promised to go on a date with me. What on earth is happening now?" "I refuse to be a third wheel." Tsunade shot an irritated glance at Lin Yu. What good was cuteness? The boy remained oblivious to the charms of women. It was the mature and sophisticated women like herself who truly captivated. Kushina was no match for her. It was as if she wanted to exclaim, "Lin Yu, do you have a problem with your eyesight?" A date? Kushina's large eyes narrowed, her demeanor swiftly shifting from bashfulness to vigilance, then to scrutiny. Her gaze flitted between Lin Yu and Tsunade, her small eyes darting back and forth. Suddenly, her lips pursed, and she directed her inquiry at Lin Yu. "Lin Yu, is what Tsunade said true? Are you really going on a date with her?" Well, it seemed she had dropped the honorific for Tsunade. Kushina's mood changed with astonishing rapidity. Lin Yu scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment evident on his face. Uncertain of what to say, the scenario he had dreaded the most had indeed come to pass. Had he known, he would never have invited Kushina. And now he felt a twinge of regret. "Well, Tsunade she." As Lin Yu stammered through his response, Kushina's lips pursed in disbelief. This was real. They were genuinely on a date. But why had they chosen to include her? Was she to play the role of a third wheel? Tears brimmed in her eyes, threatening to spill over, when suddenly an idea sparked in her mind. Of course, since they are on a date, why would they invite me? It seems utterly redundant. A realization dawned upon her. I get it. This old hag must have coerced my Lin Yu into bringing me along. Lin Yu, with his gentle demeanor, would find it difficult to refuse, thus dragging me along to disrupt their romantic escapade. Kushina felt triumphant in her deduction, her gaze towards Lin Yu shifting as if to say, "Well done for recognizing my presence. You sought my support. Prepare to witness the prowess of Kushina." Lin Yu was unaware of the rapid shift in Kushina's emotions. He merely observed as her once tearful eyes transformed into a piercing gaze, fixated intently on Tsunade, who stood beside her. "Kushina, what has happened to you? Why are you looking at me with such intensity?" Tsunade asked, somewhat bewildered. The situation seemed to change more swiftly than the chaos of a battlefield. Was Lin Yu not the previous target of their collective focus? Why had Kushina suddenly directed such hostility towards her? Kushina sniffled, her round face now adorned with a serious expression. "Tsunade, you are already an elite Jonin. and countless ninjas in the village seek your affection. A budding talent like Lin Yu should be left for us, your juniors. You cannot possibly compete for a man with us. She continued, furthermore, there is an entire decade between you and Lin Yu. It is quite inappropriate. You should just give up. Humph, how dare someone vie for Lin Yu's attention, especially a stunning beauty from Konoha. Kushina was at a loss as to what Lin Yu could possess that would attract Tsunade. She had always believed that Lin Yu was her ideal match, and now she realized that she was not the only one pursuing him, igniting a sudden sense of rivalry within her. Lin Yu stared blankly at Kushina, taken aback by her words. How had he never noticed before how eloquent Kushina could be? From Tsunade to Tsunade again. It almost felt as though she was about to outright declare that Tsunade was an old woman. Seedling? Where had Kushina even learned such a term? Moreover, it was I who was nurturing her, yet somehow, it had turned into the notion that I was the one being nurtured. Tsunade's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She was the most incredulous of all. Her impression of Kushina had always been that of a strong-willed and endearing girl, yet today, she had resorted to violence for Lin Yu's sake. And to call her old, that was utterly unforgivable. She was in the prime of her youth. Tsunade had initially intended to ponder whether her feelings for Lin Yu were akin to those of a sisterly affection, but now, she no longer needed to reflect. This boy was hers for the taking. She was Tsunade, never one to back down, whether it was drinking, gambling, or even vying for a man. Tsunade narrowed her eyes and said to Kushina, I recall that Konoha has no explicit rules against liking someone younger than oneself. Besides, I can wait for Lin Yu to grow up. The Senju clan has a lifespan far exceeding that of ordinary people. I can afford to wait. How can you say such a thing? Lin Yu is clearly mine. Kushina pouted, her face flushed a bright red akin to that of a ripe persimmon. After all, she was only 10 years old, and that earlier exchange had already exhausted her mental faculties. Now, confronted with Tsunade's somewhat unreasonable remarks, her small face grew increasingly flustered. Oh, Lin Yu is not your private possession. His ownership should belong to all of us. Tsunade, noticing Kushina's fluster, felt a twinge of delight within her. It was rather amusing to tease the little girl. Upon hearing the first part of Tsunade's statement, Lin Yu nodded in agreement, finding it somewhat reasonable. He is not beholden to anyone. Rather, it is you who belong to him. However, upon hearing the latter part, Lin Yu's expression darkened profoundly, resembling a thick paste. What does she mean by ownership? I, Lin Yu, am a human being, not an object of possession. Lin Yu felt it was necessary to step forward and clarify the situation. Clearing his throat, he said, Ahem, I believe you should be quiet. Tsunade and Kushina simultaneously shouted at Lin Yu. Lin Yu was taken aback. Just a moment ago, were they not vying for his attention? It is all your fault. A date should be just that. A date. Why bring along a little girl? Darn Lin Yu, this is all you're doing. If only you had the courage to directly reject that older woman, there would not be so much trouble. Tsunade and Kushina exchanged glances, both letting out a soft huff and turning their heads away. Well, the sisterly bond they shared just moments ago vanished in less than a minute. Is this what one calls a fragile sisterhood? Lin Yu felt that his future life was engulfed in darkness, akin to the charred bottom of a pot that had been burned for 30 years. Chapter 55, Kushina prepares for the bridal chamber. Naturally, he could not muster the appetite to eat. Tsunade, holding a bottle of wine, returned home with a sense of satisfaction. She harbored little resentment. On the contrary, she felt quite joyful. Engaging in playful banter with the little girl helped alleviate the stress of her arduous training over the past days, leaving her feeling remarkably relaxed. However, her sentiments towards Lin Yu grew increasingly intricate. As for Kushina, she was not so easily appeased. With her round little face puffed up, she tightly clutched Lin Yu's sleeve, determined to drag him home for a thorough reckoning. Lin Yu continued to shower her with sweet words, yet today, Nai remained impervious to his charm. With surprising strength in her petite hands, she resolutely pulled Lin Yu back home. Lin Yu dared not resist, fearing that he might inadvertently harm Kushina, and thus resigned himself to her whims. Upon returning home, Kushina waved her small hand, tossing Lin Yu onto the sofa. With her hands on her hips and an intimidating glare, she fixed her eyes on him. According to the usual course of events, Lin Yu believed he should cross his arms in trepidation, gazing fearfully at Kushina, and then uttering, Why you? Don't come any closer. Of course, if it were the timid Minato, he might have indeed acted in such a manner. Why do I also perceive Minato as somewhat effeminate? It must be the influence of Kushina. Lin Yu tidied his clothes, sat up, and walked over to Kushina. He gently pinched her puffed-up cheek and softly said, All right. It's just an ordinary meal. We haven't even eaten yet, and if you keep pouting like that, you'll resemble a round ball. Kushina scrunched her little face, raised her hand to push Lin Yu away, attempting to distance his mischievous hand from her cheek, then fixed her gaze unwaveringly on him. After a moment, Kushina suddenly leaped into Lin Yu's embrace, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she declared, You silly Lin Yu. You belong to me. I want to allow you to go on dates with anyone else. You are my only family, and I don't want to lose you again. Lin Yu, how about we consummate our bond right now? Kushina whispered shyly in Lin Yu's ear, her cheeks flushed. Lin Yu's expression darkened as he pulled Kushina from his embrace. Gazing at her adorably flushed face, he feigned anger and exclaimed, "Kushina, where on earth did you learn this? I certainly don't recall the Ninja Academy teaching anything about consummation." Kushina's small feet shuffled on the floor, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Her large eyes dared not meet Lin Yu's gaze as she whispered, "Mikoto-ne told me that the young clan leader has been selecting a bride within the clan lately, and soon he will be marrying and consummating the relationship." She seemed quite delighted about it for quite some time. Fugaku is selecting a bride within the clan? Has he forsaken Mikoto? What is going on? Lin Yu felt somewhat bewildered. No wonder Uchiha had not sought trouble with him these past few days. The truth had unveiled itself. It turned out that Fugaku had shifted his affections elsewhere. What a significant change this was. Lin Yu had not committed any wrongdoing. What could have led Fugaku to suddenly lose interest in Mikoto? Could it be that Fugaku had developed a preference for men? Lin Yu was instantly engulfed by a wave of terror. No, this cannot be. If anyone can unite, if Jiraiya and Orochimaru can come together, if Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara can wed, then Uchiha Fugaku must not be exempt. What would become of Itachi's existence? Would Naruto be destined to live a life of solitude? How could I possibly assemble the formidable trio of Obito, Persuade, and Itachi? This matter requires urgent clarification. Does Fugaku prefer a male or a female partner? What if it is a male? Within the Uchiha clan, there is no one who possesses a character as amiable and beauty as striking as Mikoto. It is utterly unreasonable for Fugaku to choose anyone else. Lin Yu dared not to gamble, for if he lost, he would forfeit a capable aide. Lin Yu gritted his teeth, preparing to explore the Uchiha clan's territory. He turned to Kushina and said, "Kushina, the consummation of marriage is an affair reserved for adults. Mikoto should have made this clearer." Kushina pouted, yet she did not relent. Her small hands clutched Lin Yu's clothing tightly as she resolutely declared, "I don't care. I want to be with you, Lin Yu. And I want to consummate our marriage." Lin Yu, with a face full of helplessness, gently caressed her red hair and said, "We can remain together even without entering the bridal chamber. I will never leave Kushina in this lifetime." "Really?" Kushina's small eyes sparkled as she pouted and murmured, "However, I still believe that entering the bridal chamber is a more secure option. Mikoto told me that if one enters the bridal chamber and then separates, one can be beaten mercilessly." Upon finishing her words, Kushina raised her little pink fist and narrowed her eyes, declaring, "If Lin Yu dares to abandon me, I will make sure he finds his teeth scattered all over the ground." Kushina spoke these intimidating words in the most adorable tone, causing Lin Yu to tremble with fear. Lin Yu couldn't help but grumble inwardly, "Mikoto, what else have you taught Kushina? You're nearly ruining my Kushina." Lin Yu pondered that he must make Mikoto more beautiful in the future. However, at this moment, the priority was to soothe Kushina. Leaning down to gently press his forehead against hers, he softly assured, "I will not leave you. Kushina, I promise." But will you still go on a date with Tsunade? And will you be going out with Mikoto?" Kushina's petite face flushed crimson, her beautiful eyes eagerly gazing at Lin Yu. "Oh wait, Mikoto, what are you doing here?" Kushina's expression tightened, her little head awkwardly turning away, only to find no one in sight. When she turned back, Lin Yu had vanished, with her fiery red hair swirling around her. Flames ignited in her eyes as she gritted her silver teeth and shouted, "Damn Lin Yu, you'd better not let me catch you, or I'll drag you to the bridal chamber." Phew, I have finally escaped. It seems I cannot return home for the next few days. I must wait until Kushina cools down. Taking advantage of Kushina's momentary distraction, Lin Yu executed the swiftest body flicker technique he had ever mastered, narrowly avoiding a collision with a telephone pole in his haste. Should he seek refuge at the Konoha Inn for a few days? Or perhaps engage in a discourse with Orochimaru concerning his aspirations? Never mind, that is out of the question. His immediate priority is to investigate the Uchiha clan grounds. As long as he remains uncertain about Fugaku's condition, Lin Yu will find no peace. Ordinarily, he would not fret over such matters, as they seem utterly implausible. Yet, the system has been increasingly erratic, and Lin Yu fears the unthinkable. He dreads the prospect of being assigned a task to make Uchiha Fugaku fall for some male figure. Ugh, the mere thought is repugnant. Within the entire Uchiha clan, Lin Yu is acquainted with only Mikoto, and, to a lesser extent, Fugaku and Uchiha Tenyi, collectively. They barely constitute a proper company. He wonders if Shui has been born yet. According to the original narrative, Itachi would not be born for at least another decade. However, it remains a mystery why Fugaku has hastily sought a match, and whether Itachi might arrive prematurely. Oh well, given Fugaku's disposition, it is evident that he would be incapable of connecting with anyone in a meaningful way. Perhaps his repeated failures in love are precisely what delayed Itachi's birth by a decade. Lin Yu, well acquainted with the surroundings, arrived at Meichin's residence and gently knocked on the door. After a considerable wait with no response, Lin Yu furrowed his brow, pondering whether Meichin was not at home. Lin Yu looked up at the brightly lit house. Could it be that Meichin was taking a bath? Perhaps I should just wait for her in the living room. Yet, that doesn't seem appropriate. No, I cannot proceed this way. Alas, why are my legs moving on their own? If Meichin questions me later, I shall bear the full responsibility. Lin Yu's leg. Just be a person. Lin Yu turned over and crossed the threshold, making his way into the living room, resolutely dismissing any notion of being a petty individual. As he entered, the scene before him caused his pupils to constrict sharply, and he exclaimed, "What on earth? Mei-chin, what are you doing?" Chapter 56, Intoxicated Recently. Mei-chin had been in high spirits, humming little tunes, even while on missions. This newfound joy stemmed from the news that Uchiha Fugaku, who had long been a source of her worries, seemed poised to become engaged. Though it was not a formal marriage, it marked the resolution of concerns that had plagued her for quite some time. The intended bride was said to be Uchiha Taichi's distant cousin, Uchiha Taime, a woman Mei-chin had never met, but felt a sense of gratitude towards for liberating her from her previous troubles by winning Fugaku's heart. Today, Mei-chin was particularly elated, for tomorrow was the day of Uchiha Fugaku's engagement ceremony. She pondered why their young clan leader was in such a hurry. Could it be that the enchanting Uchiha Taime was truly that captivating? Regardless, she resolved to celebrate this occasion in style. Should she invite Kushina? But she likely had school to attend. Perhaps she could seek out Lin Yu instead? Having just completed 2 D-rank missions, her fair complexion was tinted with a rosy hue, a remnant of her recent endeavors in cat-catching. Alas, that plump orange cat had proven surprisingly agile, requiring significant effort to capture. Lately, she had often partnered with Might Dai to tackle D-rank missions, typically handling 2 a day, with each taking turns. Thanks to Dai's early guidance, Mei-chin had now become quite adept at executing beginner D-rank tasks. Once again, Lin Yu had not accompanied her on a mission today. Mei-chin inwardly noted this laziness, her frustration simmering as she thought how he, the leader of their small team, often shirked responsibility, leaving her to carry the workload. Unbeknownst to her, Mei-chin had arrived at Lin Yu's doorstep, only to find a sign indicating that the establishment was temporarily closed, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Not home. Yet she had no intention of lingering. She had grown accustomed to living independently. Moreover, today was a day of joy, and she intended to celebrate. Upon returning home, she rummaged through her refrigerator to assess her supplies. Let us see. Eggs, flour, cream. Perhaps I could bake a cake? Her eyes sparkled with delight at the thought, as it had been ages since she had indulged in cake, and it was high time she rewarded herself for her hard work. I recall there being a cake decorating turntable at home. It must be in the storage room. Mei-chin dashed to the dimly lit storage area and soon found the turntable, albeit a bit dusty, yet still usable. Oh, what is this? She wondered, as she noticed a small jar of liquor left by her father. Her delicate hands, now dusted, lifted the jar sealed with red paper, resembling a traditional daughter's red from the ninja world. A wave of nostalgia washed over her as memories of her parents surfaced, and after a moment, she clutched the jar tightly, along with the turntable, as she closed the storage room door. Today, she decided, she would indulge herself. With a gentle pop, she opened the jar, and a rich aroma wafted forth. It was unclear how long her father had stored it, but the fragrance was undeniably robust, causing her cheeks to flush slightly just from the scent. In Konoha, both civilians and ninjas were prohibited from consuming alcohol while underage. As an exemplary student, Mei-chin was certainly aware of this rule. However, today she yearned to be a little reckless. Perhaps it was the disappointment of Lin Yu's absence during missions, or the relief of Fugaku no longer pursuing her, or maybe the bittersweet memories of her parents that compelled her to unseal the jar. Mei-chin resolved to indulge just this once. Just today, with caution, she poured herself a glass, the white liquid flowing from the jar, thick and potent. Bringing it to her nose, she found the aroma somewhat sharp, causing her delicate brow to furrow. She was not particularly fond of this scent. Yet her curiosity about why so many adults enjoyed alcohol lingered. Just a tiny sip. She brought the glass to her lips, taking a small sip. Gulp. Cough, cough. The fiery liquid caught her off guard, causing her fair cheeks to redden instantly as she patted her slightly heaving chest, taking a moment to recover. The initial taste eluded her, so she decided to take another sip. Gulp, gulp. Cough, cough. The warmth spread in her stomach, yet she still failed to discern the flavor. Undeterred, she resolved to take one last sip. Gulp, gulp. Lin Yu pushed open the door to Mei-chin's home and entered the living room, immediately enveloped by a rich aroma of alcohol. A frown creased his brow as he pondered the source of such a potent scent. It was inconceivable that a girl like Mei-chin would indulge in alcohol, especially since she had yet to reach adulthood. Could it be that a man had visited her home? The thought darkened Lin Yu's expression. Was that scoundrel Fujitake employing a deceitful tactic, feigning disinterest in Mei-chin only to seize the opportunity under the guise of drunkenness? Such an affront was intolerable. Lin Yu swiftly stepped into the living room, and the sight before him caused his expression to drastically change. His eyes remained unblinkingly fixed on Makoto as he swallowed hard and exclaimed, "Makoto, what are you doing?" Having just returned home, Makoto had yet to change into her usual loungewear. Her outer coat had already been discarded, leaving her clad only in a delicate lilac blouse that clung to her alluring silhouette. Below, she still wore her black thigh-high stockings, though they had slipped down to her calves, revealing the smooth, milky skin beneath. On the nearby table, A small wine jar lay overturned, its contents completely drained. Mikoto's eyes shimmered like water, her cheeks flushed a beguiling shade of pink. Seemingly stifled by the heat, her delicate hands fumbled weakly as she attempted to remove her stockings. But her movements were sluggish. Each time she tried, her fingers would instead glide along the soft, rosy expanse of her thighs. Lin Yu swallowed hard, struggling to comprehend the scene before him. He had never encountered such a spectacle. Even before his transcendence, he had merely been a reclusive individual. And this scene was truly unprecedented. Mei Qing felt her thoughts becoming increasingly sluggish, as if she were experiencing hallucinations. What was she seeing? Lin Yu. How could Lin Yu possibly appear in her living room? It must be that I am intoxicated. I distinctly remembered promising myself to indulge only in moderation. Yet I cannot recall how much I have consumed. Oh dear, my head feels somewhat unsteady. Mei Qing uttered a few murmurs, barely audible to Lin Yu. He found himself at a loss for how to respond. Even if he were to confront Uchiha Obito, Lin Yu would maintain his composure. However, at this moment, he perceived Mei Qing as far more formidable than Obito. As Lin Yu observed Mei Qing unsteadily rising from the sofa and approaching him, he instinctively reached out to assist her. However, to his surprise, Mei Qing grasped his hand in return, her alluring crimson lips gently exhaling against his cheek, carrying a hint of alcohol intertwined with a sweet fragrance. Mei Qing extended her delicate fingers to caress Lin Yu's handsome face, exhaling softly as she said, "This sensation feels quite genuine. Why not try a kiss to explore the feeling further?" Lin Yu felt somewhat at a loss. Neither hiding nor confronting the situation seemed viable. Did Mei Qing possess such strong feelings for him? Even in a state of inebriation, it shouldn't escalate to this level. At this moment, is Lin Yu truly transforming into a wolf, or is he merely embodying its essence? Chapter 57, Night Exploration. The proximity between Mei Qing and Lin Yu continues to diminish, and Lin Yu can now feel Mei Qing's breath gently brushing against his face, stirring within him a tumult of emotions. However, it is of utmost importance to first unravel the matters concerning Fiyue. Lin Yu gently turned his head, wrapping his arms around Mei Qing, which elicited a gasp from her. Mei Qing buried her face in Lin Yu's embrace, her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson. At that moment, she could no longer deny that the person before her was indeed the real Lin Yu. Oh no, how was she to face him after this? Mei Qing felt a surge of indignation towards her own indulgence. It is often said that drinking leads to folly, and now, no matter how she tried to justify herself, she had revealed her embarrassing side right before him. Will Lin Yu think of me as a frivolous girl, that my usual tenderness is merely a fade? What should I do about this? Mei Qing's delicate face nestled in Lin Yu's embrace, unable to muster the courage to meet his gaze. Perhaps feigning sleep would suffice. She could dismiss it all as a fleeting dream, resolutely denying it upon waking. Yes, that shall be her course of action. With a slight intoxication lulling her into drowsiness, Mei Qing succumbed to slumber under the subtle influence of her subconscious. This alleviated Lin Yu's concerns about how to face her later on. Cradling her soft form, Lin Yu felt a flush creep across his refined features as he hastily carried Mei Qing to her room, gently tucking her under a light blanket. As her fragrant presence slipped from his grasp, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Observing Mei Qing's serene and sweet visage, he inwardly exhaled in relief. With her deep in slumber, he found it inappropriate to inquire about Fujitaka. Yet, a perplexing thought nagged at him. Why would the usually gentle and composed Mei Qing indulge in secret drinking? If it were Kushina, he would find it utterly unsurprising. Why is it that everything involving Kushina feels so natural to me? Lin Yu pondered while stroking his chin. Could it be that Kushina appears to me as a malevolent little demon devoid of any redeeming qualities? In Lin Yu's mind, he envisioned Kushina with her round, cherubic face, revealing her petite tiger teeth as she playfully bared her fangs at him, which made him chuckle softly. However, upon glancing at the sweet and charming Mikoto beside him, Lin Yu couldn't help but slap himself in disbelief. How could he be thinking of Kushina while lying next to Mikoto? Oh, Lin Yu, you truly are a scoundrel. Lin Yu ceased his aimless musings and gently exited Mei Qing's room. He tidied up the disheveled space a bit, then swiftly leaped onto the eaves, vanishing into the night. Lin Yu was preparing to investigate the situation at the Uchiha Fugaka residence. As for the location of the Fugaka house, it is undoubtedly the largest one. Lin Yu seeks to prove himself to others. He is not a scoundrel. Rather, he is a true love enabler. For instance, the bond between Jiraiya and Orochimaru was undermined by the interference of Tsunade, the third party. Thus, Lin Yu must deal with this villainous figure. Similarly, the profound connection between Yahiko and Nagato is consistently jeopardized by Conan, an uncertain variable, which prompts Lin Yu to extinguish this budding threat. As for Kushina and Mikoto, I believe that Minato's ascent to Hokage should not be hindered by a woman. Had he been a bachelor, he undoubtedly would not have perished in the Nine Tails incident. Fujitaka, congratulations on finding true love. Lin Yu's figure flickered uncertainly in the darkness. Unlike the Hyuga clan, which constantly maintained their pale eyes in fear of potential attacks on their territory, The Uchiha clan Sharingan was far more suited for combat rather than reconnaissance. Were he to conduct a nighttime exploration of the Hyuga domain, Lin Yu would undoubtedly refrain from leaping about on the rooftops, as he currently did. Lin Yu slightly concealed his identity. Instead of donning the ornate golden mask, he discreetly acquired a fox-faced mask at the intersection, of course, after providing payment. It was not yet the late hours of the night, and the Uchiha clan's residence remained brightly illuminated. Numerous Uchiha clan members were bustling in and out, engaged in various activities, for tomorrow marked the auspicious occasion of their young clan leader's betrothal. A betrothal differs from a wedding. It does not require elaborate decorations or the distribution of invitation cards. Instead, it merely necessitates the presence of both families' elders, the exchange of tokens, and a brief ceremonial acknowledgement to establish a wedding date. Lin Yu stood on the rooftop, marveling at the opulence of the clan. The residence was indeed vast. With more than a dozen guest rooms, he pondered which one belonged to Uchiha Fugaku. Lin Yu lay on the rooftop, preparing to descend and try his luck when suddenly he heard a faint sound emanating from a guest room below. "No, cousin, I do not wish to return. I simply want to stay at Brother Fugaku's house," Uchiha Tamaki said, her somewhat plump face adorned with a thick layer of foundation, feigning a coy expression as she pouted at Uchiha Tai. "Alas, Tamaki, it is customary that the bride does not reside in the groom's household before the engagement is formalized. Such behavior is deemed improper," Uchiha Tai remarked, his serious demeanor tinged with helplessness, for he was quite fond of this sister and indulged her every whim. With a sigh, he continued, "I shall speak with the clan leader. Surely, in comparison to the happiness of the young clan leader, these mundane formalities will not be given undue attention." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tamaki's face lit up with excitement, her eyes narrowing into slits as she exclaimed, "I knew my brother cared for me, just like Brother Fugaku cares for me." "Uchiha Tamaki, is this the betrothed of Uchiha Fugaku?" Lin Yu gently lifted a tile on the rooftop, and upon closer inspection, he exclaimed in surprise. Lin Yu was nearly paralyzed with fright, the expression of terror on her face lingering unabated as she murmured to herself, "This is impossible. She could not possibly be Itachi's mother. How could this woman have given birth to Itachi? Could it be that Itachi's genes were entirely inherited from Fugaku? If even a trace of the exquisite Uchiha Tajime's genes were passed down, would not Itachi's cold and handsome visage be utterly ruined?" In a moment of clarity, Lin Yu suddenly realized the truth. No wonder Fugaku is engaged now, with Itachi's birth only occurring a decade later. What does this signify? It indicates that Fugaku and this Uchiha Tamo were not together for long before he divorced her. Subsequently, Fugaku remarried another woman until one appeared who met his desires, thereby delaying Itachi's birth by 10 years. Lin Yu felt he had uncovered the truth. Fugaku is the true scoundrel. He is not. Lin Yu now feels grateful that Mikoto has not developed any affection for that scoundrel, Fujitake. However, if this assumption holds true, then it seems Fujitake has not yet relinquished his aspirations regarding Mikoto. What Lin Yu remains unaware of is that Fujitake's primary criterion in choosing a partner is exceptional talent. Had he known this, perhaps he would reconsider his opinion of this striking Uchiha, who undoubtedly possesses a remarkable lineage and talent that sets her apart from the multitude of her clan. Lin Yu was quite displeased with the unscrupulous behavior exhibited by Fuyu. Could the young clan leader act without restraint? Could the esteemed Uchiha clan of Konoha truly operate with impunity? Who? Uchiha Tai, after all, was A.J. Nin. Lin Yu's slight gasp of surprise did not escape his notice, prompting him to unsheath the long sword sheathed at his back. In an instant, he found himself atop the roof. Was that an umbu with a fox mask? Uchiha Tai had arrived a moment too late. The figure had already vanished. In a fleeting moment, he seemed to catch a glimpse of the fox mask turned toward him, though he could not be entirely certain. He tightened his grip on the sword, a glimmer of coldness flickering across his face. Were the umbu so audacious? Even the Uchiha clan's residence was subject to their scrutiny. Humph. Uchiha Tai turned back toward the house, resolved to report to the clan leader that the Hokage had grown increasingly brazen in their dealings with the Uchiha. Chapter 58. Movements from Three Parties. Lin Yu deliberately turned his head to allow Uchiha Tai to glimpse the fox-faced mask, intentionally diverting attention towards the umbu. After all, his infiltration this time left little trace to conceal. Shifting the blame onto the umbu alleviated his fears of Uchiha's probing investigation. Even if Uchiha confronted the third Hokage, given Sarutobi Hiruzen's disposition, he would likely assume that Danzo was once again surveilling the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi understood his old friend exceedingly well, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards the Uchiha. It was not beyond possibility for him to infiltrate the Uchiha clan leader's residence, and ultimately, the matter would likely fade into obscurity. In this way, Danzo would unwittingly shoulder a minor burden on behalf of Lin Yu. However, whether events would unfold in such a manner remains contingent upon the imaginative faculties of our esteemed Hokage. At this moment, Lin Yu had stealthily returned to Meichin's home, managing to enter unnoticed. He was reluctant to return home and had no desire to spend the night on the streets. Thus he had no choice but to make do with staying at Meichin's residence for the night. Lin Yu would never concede that he was enchanted by Meichin's intoxicating demeanor. Lin Yu reclined on the sofa in the living room, inhaling the subtle fragrance of Meichin, which made it difficult for him to sleep as he pondered the trajectory of his future. First and foremost, the mission was undoubtedly the primary premise, serving as the key to his strength enhancement. As for the Eternal Life Organization, there was no immediate urgency. Allowing the figure in the black robe to make occasional appearances would suffice. The cultivation of connections and the nurturing of talent were paramount in the days to come. It was still too early. He needed to wait another 5 or 6 years until Kakashi and Obito grew a bit older before he could truly begin his endeavors. Alas, the tragic demise of White Fang, Might Guy's fierce battle against the 7 ninja swordsmen, and the conflict at the Bridge of the Gods weighed heavily on his mind. The road ahead was indeed fraught with challenges. The first 2 events seemed manageable, but the impending darkness of Obito concerned Lin Yu. He believed it was necessary for Obito to embrace the darkness. Otherwise, the awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan would be delayed indefinitely. Yet, how would he confront Uchiha Madara when that time came? How could he earn Obito's trust instead of leading him to create a world with Rin? Should he transform Obito into Nagato? Kakashi would truly be in a dire predicament with both Obito and Might Guy at his side. With a mind full of questions, Lin Yu drifted into a deep slumber. At the Uchiha clan leader's residence, a conversation unfolded. You say there are Umbu infiltrating our Uchiha territory to gather intelligence? Indeed, my lord. Just moments ago, I witnessed a figure in a black robe with a fox mask darting across the rooftops. Given his speed, he must be at least a Jonin. I couldn't guarantee I could catch up, replied Uchiha Taichi, slightly bowing. Not even you can pursue him? It seems our Hokage truly has an abundance of talent at his disposal, said the clan leader, rubbing his temples in frustration. How could the Umbu come knocking at this time? The Uchiha had yet to initiate their plans. Had one of their clansmen caused trouble recently? Perhaps even drawn the ire of Sarutobi Hiruzen? Taichi, has anything unusual happened within the clan recently? The clan leader inquired. Taichi pondered for a moment before responding. My lord, the clan has been preoccupied with selecting a spouse for the young clan leader. No significant incidents have occurred. In Taichi's eyes, the conflict between his brother and Uzumaki Lin Yu was merely childish squabbling, hardly worthy of mention before the clan leader. Ah, what a troublesome season this is. The clan leader paused briefly before instructing Taichi. Do not mention this to Fugaku. I will seek clarification from the Hokage at a suitable time. Let the clan remain low-key for the next few days. Understood. At the border of the Land of Fire, 3 figures shrouded in gray robes landed on the steep rocks on either side. Their attire did not resemble that of Konoha. Judging by the exposed dark brown arms and the forehead protectors adorned with 3 cloud symbols, they were clearly representatives from the hidden cloud village. Here to negotiate a ceasefire with Konoha. IIS, slow down. We have already entered Konoha's territory, one of them cautioned. What is so special about Konoha? They are merely a bunch of opportunistic individuals. Any small nation could manage this negotiation, IIS retorted. We are not here solely for negotiation, IIS. Remember your mission, said Trota, the leader. Fine, but when are we supposed to meet up with them? IIS, the shortest among them, shrugged in inquiry. We will not meet them, our objectives differ. Though they are both targeting Konoha. The carriage is approaching, let us move. Trota's muscular arm was intimidating, his gaze cold as he fixed it on the direction of Konoha, his figure vanishing in an instant. Meanwhile, at the Hokage building in Konoha, the lights were ablaze. Sarutobi Hiruzen, in his prime, was diligently working past midnight. After finishing the last document of the day, he rubbed his bloodshot eyes and took a moment to rest, gazing at the portraits of the first and second Hokage hanging on the wall. First Hokage, my mentor, I vow to carry forth your will of fire, ensuring that wherever leaves flutter, there are successors to your legacy. A knock sounded at the door. Come in. Hiruzen collected himself. It was unusual for someone to visit at such a late hour, indicating an urgent matter. An Umbu operative entered, presenting a scroll marked with a confidential seal. Hokage-sama, this contains our Umbu's latest findings. Based on the testimony of Jonin Cat Dan, we suspect that Sand Shinobi have infiltrated the Land of Fire. Cat Dan, is he the practitioner of the Kato clan's spiritual transformation technique? How could he be attacked by Sand Shinobi? What could their purpose be? Hiruzen unrolled the scroll for a closer examination. There are currently no concrete findings. However, we will uncover the truth soon. Not just soon, we must uncover it. The Sand Shinobi who nearly killed a Konoha Jonin must hold significant power. Inform Danzo to cease his current tasks and immediately ascertain the location and number of the Sand Shinobi. Hiruzen issued the order with a serious expression, unable to fathom the motives behind the Sand Shinobi's actions. Yes, after the Umbu left, Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, deep in thought. What could the Sand Shinobi want in the Land of Fire? Were they after the One-Tails? But had it not been agreed in the treaty that Konoha would return the One-Tails? Could it be that Chiyo sought revenge against Tsukumo? No, that seemed unlikely. Even if Chiyo desired vengeance, her brother, Hachiko, would never allow it. In a few days, the delegation from the Hidden Cloud Village will arrive. I wonder if they have any connections with the Sand Shinobi. I hope everything goes smoothly. However, if they dare to underestimate Konoha, I will not be particularly accommodating. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, lighting a cigarette as the workday came to an end. Ah, what a troublesome season this is. Chapter 59. Mei-chin is slightly upset as dawn broke. Uchiha Mei-chin turned slightly in her sleep, rubbing her slightly swollen eyes. With a dazed gaze, she surveyed her surroundings. The bed, the quilt, the wardrobe, and the pillow were all familiar sights of her room. Everything seemed in order. Yet she felt as though she had forgotten something. Ouch! Her head throbbed slightly. Had she known, she would not have indulged in so much alcohol. Alcohol? Did I drink yesterday? She recalled finding a jar of wine left by her father in the storeroom, and before she knew it, she had emptied the entire jar. Then, it all came rushing back. Mei-chin's fair cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she remembered believing Lin Yu was an illusion, prompting her to reach out and touch his face. Furthermore, she recalled wanting to kiss Lin Yu. Oh my, how could I have acted so shamefully? The subsequent events eluded her memory, and she quickly checked her attire. Phew. Thankfully everything is intact, and I feel no discomfort. Her heart raced at the thought of Lin Yu carrying her into the room, a wave of shyness washing over her. However, he had done nothing beyond that. While relieved, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Was she truly so unappealing to him? Rising from bed, she revealed her flawless figure, youthful yet already surpassing Kushina in stature. Mei-chin pouted slightly, feeling a flicker of annoyance that Lin Yu had not acted upon the moment. No wonder it is often said that boys mature emotionally at a slower pace. Last night presented such a splendid opportunity, yet Lin Yu surprisingly did nothing, leaving Mei-chin feeling a sense of regret for him. Lin Yu, Mei-chin, you are inciting criminal behavior. I might end up locked in a small dark room. Mei-chin, clad in comfortable home attire, had indulged in an excess of alcohol the previous night, leaving her somewhat dazed today. She intended to take the day off, planning to greet Senior Dai later, as they were familiar with one another. After freshening up, Mei-chin lightly padded into the living room, ready to tidy up the remnants of last night. To her surprise, it was remarkably clean. Did Lin Yu tidy up before leaving? What a considerate man. Mei-chin couldn't help but commend Lin Yu's thoughtfulness as she noticed the table was spotless. Oh, I just tidied up a bit, Lin Yu said. Startled, Mei-chin turned around to see Lin Yu lounging on the sofa, his expression akin to one who had seen a ghost, and she let out a startled exclamation. Mei-chin, please let me explain. It wasn't intentional, Lin Yu exclaimed, having been jolted awake by her outburst. He hurriedly stepped in front of her, covering her mouth, fearing that the neighbors might overhear them. With her rosy lips covered, an unfamiliar sensation surged within Mei-chin, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. She quickly raised her hand to swat Lin Yu's hand away, feigning annoyance. Not intentional? Then why did you just sleep over at my place without a word? And you were holding me while you slept. You were drunk last night. I had no chance to speak with you, Lin Yu replied with a wry smile, then suddenly paused, realizing the awkwardness of his words. He quickly corrected himself. What do you mean I was holding you? I merely carried you to your room to sleep. I didn't do anything inappropriate. I swear. Blushing, Mei-chin dared not meet Lin Yu's gaze and whispered, Is that true? Father Lin Yu, embodying a solemn demeanor, asserted, I absolutely did not touch you. Although she was fully aware of this fact, the moment Mei-chin heard Lin Yu's explicit denial, an unexpected sense of disappointment and anger welled up within her, overshadowing any feelings of joy. Humph. With a stern expression, Mei-chin huffed audibly, choosing to ignore Lin Yu as she turned and walked away. Did I utter yet another misstep? Lin Yu scratched his head, bewildered by Mei-chin's sudden outburst of anger. Had Lin Yu been aware of the reason behind Mei-chin's ire, he would undoubtedly have exclaimed, Goodness, the world of ninjas may be precocious, but surely it has not reached such extremes. This is utterly beyond the pale. Lin Yu felt that he needed to stay at Mei-chin's house for a few more days. Not wanting to offend the host, he hurriedly jogged over, smiling as he said, Mei-chin, didn't we agree that you would teach me how to cook? How about today? I believe I am a culinary genius. Upon hearing this, Mei-chin glanced at Lin Yu and replied coolly, But I am not in the mood today. I still need to inform Senior Dai that I am unwell and will postpone our mission. Oh dear, I feel a bit dizzy today and don't wish to exert myself too much. As a doctor, I understand massage techniques. Allow me to assist. I would rather not venture to the market for ingredients. This is menial work. Of course, I shall do it. I wish to take a shower first. I'll help you. No, you go. Under Mei-chin's somewhat teasing gaze, Lin Yu swiftly exited. Mei-chin hummed a pleasant tune, feeling quite cheerful. Indulging in her whims occasionally was rather delightful. At the Uchiha clan leader's residence, Brother Fugaku, Taime has brought you breakfast. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the imposing figure before him, who was younger yet more robust. All right, I will get up. Thank you, Taime. Oh, don't call me sister, just call me Taime. We shall soon be family. Ho ho ho. Uchiha Fugaku felt a slight headache. He was perplexed as to why he prioritized talent in choosing a partner. Was there not someone who possessed both talent and beauty? Nevertheless, Taime's talent and status were advantageous for him. Her cousin was a trusted aide to his father, and her grandfather was an elder of the Uchiha clan, which would greatly benefit his future as clan leader. He decided to endure it. After all, it was merely a fleeting moment. Oh, Mei-chin, how wonderful it would be if you could awaken your bloodline. Reflecting on Mei-chin's beauty, he glanced at Taimei's wide mouth, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. Brother Fugaku, are you so moved by my profound love that tears streamed down your face? Ho ho ho, I am so delighted. Taimei embraced Fugaku's somewhat frail figure, squeezing him tightly. Fugaku felt immense pain in his heart. Why? Why did all the members of the Uchiha clan possess striking looks? Yet Taimei appeared thus. Did heaven bestow her with talent only to diminish her beauty? If so, might it be possible to return her figure to her? It would certainly ease his discomfort when the lights were turned off. Fugaku felt that the grand journey of reviving the Uchiha clan was still distant, and he feared he might not endure until then. This physique might very well take his life. However, for the sake of a pure and noble bloodline for future offspring, he would persevere. For the glory of the Uchiha clan, what did this little sacrifice amount to? Chapter 60. Arrival of the Cloud Hidden Delegation for the past 2 days. Lin Yu had been staying at Mei-chin's home, completing system tasks and learning to cook, living quite blissfully. Mei-chin truly embodied the attributes of a devoted wife. Apart from a minor outburst on the first day, the remainder of the time she took care of him, allowing him to experience a life of royal indulgence. Compared to his previous life, Lin Yu suddenly found himself reluctant to return home. There, he was merely a laborer under Kushina's command. Yet, Kushina had her own merits. And as for what those merits were, he thought he might stay a couple more days to contemplate. With a soft click, Mei-chin entered wearing her ninja attire. Her beautiful eyes glancing at Lin Yu, who was sipping cold tea and enjoying desserts, her gaze tinged with resentment. Why was it that when she had to undertake tasks, Lin Yu could laze about in her home? It seemed so unfair. Mei-chin's steps grew heavier as she approached Lin Yu, expressing her displeasure. Lin Yu, you have not accompanied me on my tasks today again. Lin Yu paused while savoring his dessert and turned his head, feeling somewhat awkward as he said, "Ah, it's you. Makoto, I had initially intended to seek you out for our mission today, but as soon as I stepped outside, I was struck by a stomach ache. It seems that the cake I had yesterday did not sit well with me, so I decided to finish it all off, ensuring that you, Makoto, do not suffer from any discomfort as well." Makoto, wearing a skeptical expression, retorted, "Really? You're just being lazy and have concocted such a flimsy excuse." "I am not Kushina. I won't be easily deceived," Kushina interjected. "Am I that easy to fool?" Clearing his throat, Makoto inquired, "So, how did the tasks go today?" Lin Yu observed that Mei-chin was not as easily deceived as Kushina, so he quickly coughed to divert the conversation. Initially, it felt quite engaging, but having performed numerous tasks, some could be accomplished even with my eyes closed. Mei-chin gazed at Lin Yu with a hint of resentment, blaming him for not accompanying her. "Mei-chin, this is your moment to accumulate experience. When ninjas embark on missions, patience is paramount. If you lack patience at this stage with a D-rank mission, how can I trust you with B-rank or A-rank missions in the future?" Lin Yu earnestly advised. "But yesterday you said that the most crucial aspect of a ninja's mission is strength, and before that, you mentioned teamwork. Are you playing with me?" Mei-chin retorted, her lips curling in disbelief, convinced that Lin Yu's words had become utterly untrustworthy. Lin Yu smiled awkwardly. He could hardly recall having mentioned so many crucial details. Nor had he ever guided anyone. His memory should not have faded. Ahem, nonetheless, these matters are significant for a ninja. Makoto, I sincerely hope you understand. I wish for nothing untoward to befall you. Lin Yu gazed earnestly at Mei-chin. The last statement was sincere. He had no desire to employ the rebirth technique on Mei-chin, especially not on her impure form. He cherished the authentic Mei-chin. Sensing Lin Yu's genuine concern, Mei-chin felt a warmth in her heart, and, somewhat bashfully, replied, "I understand. I will diligently complete my tasks." After tidying up the desk, she pondered for a moment and continued, "During the task handover today, I believe I heard Uncle Moonlight Lightning mention that the Cloud Shinobi delegation has arrived, and we are to pause our tasks for a few days. Lin Yu, should we invite Kushina to join us for a little outing and truly unwind? The Cloud Hidden has arrived? Has it come so soon?" Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. Although he was well prepared, the target of the opponent was Kushina. To claim that he was entirely unconcerned would be a blatant lie. As a stepping stone, he should fulfill his role without causing any trouble, otherwise. A fleeting hint of blue vanished deep within Lin Yu's pupils, just as he contemplated testing the power of the Rebirth Eye. He pondered how it would compare to the Rinnegan. However, employing the Rebirth Eye against the few Jonin of the Hidden Cloud Village would indeed be an excessive display of strength. Should they dare to harm Kushina, Lin Yu would not hesitate to journey to the Hidden Cloud Village, eager to confront the legendary Third Raikage, known as the strongest spear and the most formidable shield. Lin Yu retracted the sharpness in his eyes and let out a soft sigh, saying, "Perhaps it's best to let it be for now. Kushina is still upset with me. I should return and soothe her first, then we can arrange to meet and discuss matters." Upon hearing this, Makoto covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, responding, "That sounds reasonable. However, do you require my assistance? Kushina is not easily placated. Not a problem. Just wait for my good news." Lin Yu gestured an okay sign towards Mikoto. When will you head back? Why not finish your meal first? Today. I plan to prepare beef brisket char siu and succulent tofu. Would you like to learn? Well, alright then. I shall begrudgingly sample your culinary skills. So, are you staying at Mikoto's place for the next few days? Kushina inquired, her tone and gaze flat as she regarded Lin Yu. Feeling slightly stuffed, Lin Yu rubbed his stomach, seemingly oblivious to Kushina's expression, and contentedly remarked, Indeed, Mikoto's cooking is truly delightful. You must not have had the pleasure of tasting it. But worry not. I shall take you along to savor it when the opportunity arises. A vein popped on Kushina's forehead. She had initially intended to employ the cold treatment she had read about to discipline Lin Yu. Yet, his words broke her resolve. His suggestion of taking her to taste the food made it sound as if she were particularly rare and precious. Grinding her small fangs, Kushina declared fiercely, I can seek out Mikoto myself for food. You should consider whether you will still be able to eat. With that, Kushina lunged forward, biting Lin Yu's shoulder. After a considerable pause, noticing Lin Yu's lack of response, she loosened her bite slightly and looked up at him, asking, Why aren't you resisting? Kushina's beautiful eyes shimmered with unshed tears, evoking sympathy. Lin Yu gently stroked her long hair, his expression softening further, filled with remorse. Kushina's cheeks flushed with warmth as she awaited Lin Yu's sweet words, having already resolved that no matter what he said, she would not forgive him easily. She wanted him to pamper her a little more. Lin Yu gently caressed Kushina's long hair, whispering softly, Be good, don't be mischievous. Bark for me. Kushina stared blankly at Lin Yu, and after a prolonged moment, she finally grasped the meaning behind his words. The transformation was complete. Lin Yu, you shall pay for this. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Yu's house trembled thrice, as if it had undergone renovation. In room 308 of the Leaf Inn, a shadow stood by the window, surveying the surroundings. After a moment of observation, he turned to the other two figures and said, Boss, I haven't detected any signs of the Leaf Sambu for now. Indeed, remain vigilant. That old fox Sarutobi is cunning and treacherous. We must not fail in this mission. Boss, rest assured. It's merely a student from the Ninja Academy, a mere Jonin. Is it really necessary to be so serious? Even if the Leaf becomes aware, what can they do? Will they wage war with our Cloud Village over a single student? Ha ha ha, Yasuo is correct. Even if the Leaf finds out, what of it? Perhaps they might even willingly hand over that little girl to us Cloud Shinobi. Wentai, do not underestimate the Leaf. Yet, such an outcome is not entirely impossible. Trota gazed towards the Hokage building, a scornful smile gracing his lips. The Cloud Shinobi do not fear the Leaf. Kushina becoming the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is a secret of the village, apart from a few high-ranking officials. Very few in the Leaf are aware. Lin Yu knows this because he is one of Kushina's closest confidants. Furthermore, even Lin Yu is under surveillance, with Orochimaru dispatched by Sarutobi to keep an eye on him. The ambitions of these Cloud Shinobi are destined to falter, and their fate shall be dire. Chapter 61. The plan commences the following morning. At the Hokage office, the Cloud delegation demanded prompt negotiations, seemingly eager to depart from the Leaf. Sarutobi, unable to refuse, understood the importance of handling diplomatic discussions between the two great nations with caution. Wearing the Hokage hat and dressed impeccably, Sarutobi stood alongside Mito Gate Yin and Tsumuji Kamachi, both high-ranking advisors of the Leaf, qualified to participate in the negotiations and to ensure the Hokage's safety, lest the Cloud attempt to capture him directly. Of course, that was unlikely, as Sarutobi was recognized as the strongest in the Leaf. These mere lackeys would be no match for him. You wish to multiply the supplies by 10? Sarutobi's expression darkened at their audacious demand, implying a blatant disregard for the Leaf's stature. Exactly. Our Cloud has suffered no losses. Why should we agree to a ceasefire? This is my stance, and it reflects the will of our mightiest third Raikage. The Cloud envoy's demeanor was brash and arrogant, convinced that Sarutobi would not dare retaliate, fearing for the lives of the shinobi in his village. Such confidence stemmed from the nation's thorough research on Sarutobi's character. Had Danzo been Hokage, demanding tenfold compensation would have led to his execution. Sarutobi remained silent, while Mito Gate Yin stated firmly, tenfold is excessive. Besides, there is no enmity between our villages. A ceasefire would benefit us both. The Cloud envoy scoffed, no enmity? I recall your second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, was slain by our Cloud's golden and silver horn. How gruesome his death was. You. Mito Gate Yin glared, unable to restrain himself from retaliating. Tsumuji Kamachi quickly grasped Mito's attire, shaking her head, redirecting her gaze towards Sarutobi, emphasizing the need to adhere to the Hokage's directive. Sarutobi had remained calm since the envoy's outrageous demand for tenfold supplies, even when his mentor was insulted by the envoy. His eyes remained unblinking, hands clasped tightly, veins bulging as he suppressed his murderous intent. Tenfold is impossible. We, the Leaf, can at most offer double the supplies. Sarutobi lightly tapped the table, attempting to divert his simmering anger, deliberately avoiding eye contact with the Cloud envoy, fearing he might lose control. Double? Are you treating us like beggars? Or do you believe you can provoke us into war? The envoy pressed on, fully aware that the more he pressured Sarutobi, the less likely he would retaliate. You Cloud Shinobi are truly arrogant. Mito Gate Yin began, but Sarutobi interjected, Yin, be silent. He then regarded the Cloud envoy directly, stating, this matter cannot be resolved hastily. Here's what we will do. I will gather representatives from the various clans in the Leaf. If more than 2/3 agree to your demands, we shall comply. The Cloud envoy felt a surge of joy. This was an unexpected turn of events, binding a significant portion of the Leaf's strength to his demands. His initial intention was to create a distraction, diverting the Umbu's attention from the Hokage building to facilitate Trota's actions, yet the outcome exceeded his expectations. Feigning indifference, the Cloud envoy remarked, ahem. Since the Leaf is so sincere, we shall present you with a specialty from our Cloud village before we depart. Much appreciated. Such arrogance. Mito Gate Yin punched the wall in fury after the Cloud delegation departed for the meeting room, his anger evident. Cloud specialty? Are they implying that we, the Leaf, are mere country bumpkins, unfamiliar with the world? Samuji Kamachi's expression darkened. This was the first time the Leaf had been so disparaged. Daybreak, do you not have any opinions? Have you truly become this spineless? Mito Gate Yin exclaimed angrily. Sarutobi gently removed his Hokage hat and picked up the smoking pipe from the table, examining it. It was new, having been used scarcely a few days. The Cloud envoy's arrogance and unreasonable demands were transparently evident, their ulterior motives quite apparent. Yet, this was a blatant strategy. We cannot act against them without cause, for the consequences would be far graver than this. Shall we simply watch idly? Mito Gate Yin expressed his discontent. Certainly not. We must have justification for any action taken. Those in the right possess the advantage, as you well know, to strike those who are in the wrong. Samuji Kamachi glanced at Mito Gate Yin with a peculiar expression, surprised to discover this facet of her old friend. Oh, my apologies, I was merely frustrated, and that phrase slipped out. Mito adjusted his glasses, attempting to mask his embarrassment. After all, he was a scholar. Sarutobi was taken aback, then sighed. Now, we must ascertain the true intent of the Cloud's visit to the Leaf. My decision to summon the clan representatives serves to facilitate their maneuvering. To draw the snake from its hole. That phrase is quite apt. You are showing improvement. Mito Gate Yin grinned. I am indeed a scholar. Sarutobi ignored the banter of his two old friends, his expression grave as he instructed, notify the Umbu to closely monitor the movements of the Cloud delegation. Report any developments immediately. Additionally, summon the clan representatives. We must orchestrate this performance thoroughly. After Mito Gate Yin and Samuji Kamachi departed, Sarutobi's countenance darkened, murmuring to himself, specialty. Is it? I wonder who will be giving whom their specialty. Though the Leaf wishes to avoid conflict, we do not fear it. The situation had escalated to their doorstep. Sarutobi Hiruzen, despite his reluctance to worsen diplomatic relations, could not allow Konoha's dignity to be trampled upon. Surely, the various clans within Konoha would not acquiesce to such indignities. With a sigh, Sarutobi reflected on his own weakness. Even if he were to obtain incriminating evidence, would he truly have the courage to take a life? He questioned himself. And deep down, he knew he could. But the third Hokage found himself unable to act. Lighting his pipe, he took a deep drag, and suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, causing his brow to unfurl. Tobarama, you are indeed a good person. With a sudden exertion, he snapped his pipe, embers scattering. Yet this did not deter him. Sarutobi had made up his mind. Chapter 62. Kushina is captured. Good morning, Lady Kushina. Kushina rubbed her eyes, acknowledging him with a brief glance before entering the bathroom. The toothpaste and towel are ready for your use. Please take your time, Lin Yu said with a beaming smile. Despite the dark circles under his eyes, I want to eat salty tofu pudding for breakfast. I'll get right on it. And a cup of hot milk. Absolutely. Booyaloo. Lin Yu watched as Kushina busied herself with her morning routine, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. He was still paying the price for his reckless actions from the previous day. The dark circles under his eyes were merely a physical punishment. He had been coerced into signing numerous, unequal treaties. For instance, he could no longer meet Mikoto alone behind Kushina's back, could not eat the meals that Mikoto prepared in solitude, nor could he stay overnight at Mikoto's home. Given Kushina's limited imagination, these were the only terms she could devise. After forcing Lin Yu to draft an agreement that met her approval, Kushina happily ascended the stairs with the evidence in hand, determined to hide it away from a certain troublesome individual. Lin Yu, bearing the weight of two dark circles under his eyes, wore a visage filled with bitterness. Yet, within his heart, he felt a light-hearted amusement. Did I sign anything? Did I leave a fingerprint? Absolutely not. I refuse to acknowledge it. Even if it was penned by my own hand, what of it? My sleepwalking tendencies have merely led me to scribble indiscriminately. Nevertheless, he resolved to be particularly attentive to Jo Xin over the next few days. With her memory, a few days of kindness would surely cause her to forget the events of today. Just then, a slightly triumphant voice drifted in from the bathroom. Lin Yu. I almost forgot to mention, I still want to savor the dumplings from the old lady's shop. Lin Yu, interrupting his reverie, promptly responded and grabbed his coat before stepping out the door. Lin Yu fondly recalled the delightful soup dumplings made by the elderly woman, located some distance away on the commercial street. The exquisite flavor of these dumplings was truly remarkable, with an ample filling and a burst of juice that splattered delightfully upon the first bite. The establishment was whimsically named Grandma's Soup Dumplings, although it was actually run by a middle-aged woman whom Lin Yu did not recognize, nor had she appeared in the original narrative. However, such delectable offerings certainly deserve to be acknowledged rather than overlooked. Meanwhile, Kushina hummed a cheerful tune as she groomed her long hair, feeling rather content. She mused that it would be splendid if Lin Yu could be as obedient every day. Yet, a frown creased her delicate features at the thought. While Lin Yu treated her well, she yearned for his undivided attention. What should she do? Furrowing her brow, she bit her lip, lost in contemplation. At school, she had overheard some girls gossiping, suggesting that unruly men should be disciplined at home. They claimed that frequent enforcement of such discipline would instill a sense of obedience in men. Kushina recalled hearing about a boy at school whose father exemplified this approach, a quintessential henpecked husband. She resolved to inquire about his mother's methods of discipline, noting the boy, Narashikaku, was a seemingly trouble-averse lad with a pineapple hairstyle. As Kushina indulged in her whimsical thoughts, she remained oblivious to a fleeting shadow passing by the window. Yes, that's the plan. From now on, I, Kushina, will tame Lin Yu. Today marked the establishment of her life's ambition, her eyes sparkling with the promise of a bright future. Suddenly, a sharp pain seized her neck, and darkness enveloped her as she collapsed onto the table. Isu scoffed. Such a lack of vigilance. Does the village truly need a girl like this? Silence. Quickly take her away. The chakra she possesses is unique. The village may require research on her special abilities, came the command. TSK, is she to be a subject for experiments? How unfortunate for her. Despite expressing sympathy, Isu's tone betrayed no compassion as he hoisted Kushina and stuffed her into a sack. During daylight, a little girl would certainly attract unwanted attention. What about the other one? Wasn't it said they would be together? Trolata inquired, having searched in vain for Lin Yu. Boss, could there be a mistake in the intel? Absolutely not. Regardless, our primary target is this little girl. The other one is of no consequence. Let us withdraw from Konoha for now. Trolata decided not to pursue Lin Yu, focusing solely on their mission to capture Kushina. Boss, we must hurry. Umbu is approaching. When Tai's urgent voice echoed from outside. Let us go. The negotiation team can't hold out much longer. We need to retreat swiftly back to the land of lightning. I thought we might engage with Konoha's Umbu, but it seems we can't even remain undetected. Truly pathetic. The three figures swiftly vanished from the room. Unaware of her surroundings, the unconscious Kushina lay in the sack. While deep within her, at the gates of her sealed powers, a pair of crimson demonic eyes quietly opened, filled with ferocity and otherworldliness. Suddenly, two figures clad in black cloaks descended upon the rooftop of Lin Yu's home. One of them frowned. Have we arrived too late? The other, bearing a cat-faced mask, remarked. Their target is merely a little girl. It seems odd that Jonin would make such a grand effort just to abduct a child. Regardless, I must report to Lord Hokage. He concluded. What about the safety of the girl? The masked figure hesitated, wondering if it might not be too late to intervene. You continue to track them while I report. Remember, all three of them are Jonin. Do not reveal your presence. Understood. After the two Umbu departed, Lin Yu emerged from the shadows, his expression inscrutable. The Umbu had followed protocol. It appeared that Danzo's roots had not yet gained complete dominance. If these two Umbu returned to report, Lin Yu might very well ensure their passage to the afterlife. This was not merely about their mission. It was Lin Yu's intention to act from the perspective of Kushina's loved ones, unconcerned with the opinions of others. He would do what he deemed right for those he held dear. As for the fate of Jonin, it was already sealed. With Lin Yu's immortal nether flame residing within Kushina, he could rescue her at any moment. However, his intentions extended beyond mere rescue. Otherwise, the three Jonin shinobi would not have been able to take Kushina at all. Lin Yu wished to ascertain the credibility of the Nine Tails. After all, the original narrative diverged significantly from the present circumstances he faced. Furthermore, had Konoha truly decayed to the point of being bullied without uttering a word? Although it pained him to consider, if Konoha were to truly disappoint him, he would take Kushina and depart. For no mission could ever outweigh even a single strand of her hair. Nevertheless, it appeared that the situation was evolving favorably. The next step would hinge on Sarutobi Hiruzen's response upon receiving the news and the choices he would make thereafter. Lin Yu felt a sense of anticipation. How would the old chain smoker grandfather, portrayed in the original work, behave in his prime? Would he choose to compromise, or would he stand firm? If it were the former, Lin Yu would not mind collaborating with Orochimaru to enact a plan for the downfall of Konoha. Chapter 63. The audacity of the cloud-hidden village. The significance of Kushina to the village was self-evident. As the host of the Nine Tails, she was Konoha's ultimate weapon. While the term weapon may sound harsh, it was certainly preferable to an ordinary little girl. In the Hokage's office, a meeting was still underway. What? Tenfold resources? That is unacceptable. We will not agree. The leader of the Akimichi clan bellowed upon hearing the unreasonable demands of the envoy from the cloud-hidden village. Beside him, Nara's clan leader furrowed his brow, pondering the true intentions behind the Cloud's actions. Was it merely a tactic to buy time? And for what purpose? To steal Konoha's confidential intelligence? But such information was securely stored within the Hokage's building, now bustling with clan leaders, leaving the Cloud with no opportunity to exploit. Were they after Konoha's new generation of talent? The Ninja Academy was no easy target for infiltration. Were they planning to sow discord within Konoha? Sigh, this was truly troublesome. The Uchiha and Hyuga clan leaders remained silent, their eyelids drooping, uninterested in engaging. They were merely present to fill the numbers. Tenfold meant tenfold, and there was no room for negotiation. The Cloud envoy remained resolute, refusing to yield even an inch. You from the Cloud are extorting us. We of Konoha are the victors. The Akimichi clan leader, enraged, felt as though his blood was boiling, ready to unleash a few blows on the envoy's face to teach him a lesson. Huh, you almost made me forget. You merely stumbled upon victory by sheer luck. Do you truly believe Konoha could win? We from the Cloud have yet to even make our entrance. The Cloud envoy seemed to have lost his senses. Uttering such words in front of Konoha's third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. What did you say? The clan leaders of Konoha could no longer restrain themselves, rising in fury to glare at the Cloud envoy. Even the usually silent Hyuga clan leader's eyes flashed with intensity, his demeanor suggesting he was ready to take action should clarity not be provided. Did I say anything wrong? You Konoha, relying on picking up scraps. How can you call that victory? Such a so-called victory is no victory at all. The envoy, confident that Konoha would not dare offend the Cloud, believed that as long as his mission was completed, he would leave unharmed, boasting that he had taunted Konoha's Hokage. Suddenly, an Umbu member burst through the door, interrupting the Cloud envoy. Do you Konoha have no manners? Don't you know to knock? The envoy cursed vehemently at the interruption. Sarutobi Hiruzen, having kept his gaze lowered, sharpened his expression upon the arrival of the Umbu, ignoring the envoy entirely. What is the situation? Report to the Hokage. Umbu has discovered 3 ninjas from the Cloud-hidden village infiltrating Konoha to abduct a young girl. Unit 23 is currently in pursuit. Hiruzen felt a twinge of disappointment. Was it merely the abduction of a single girl? Was this the extent of the Cloud's ambitions? How was he to justify a large-scale response? Are you sure it's just the abduction of a single girl? Hiruzen asked, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Yes, I confirm. It is a ninja student named Uzumaki Kushina. The Umbu reported truthfully. What? Uzumaki Kushina? Not only Hiruzen but also several high-ranking officials, aware of the situation, displayed expressions of fear and anger. Who was Kushina? The host of the Nine Tails, the most formidable tailed beast, and Hiruzen understood all too well the terrifying power it possessed. While the first Hokage had subdued the Nine Tails with relative ease, he was the first Hokage. There was only one of him. To be frank, the Nine Tails could easily overpower everyone present. With gritted teeth, Hiruzen glared at the Cloud envoy. You from the Cloud possess great audacity, daring to abduct our Jinchuriki. Are you seeking war with Konoha? The Cloud envoy was bewildered. Was it not just a girl with unique chakra? How had this escalated to the matter of a Jinchuriki? He knew well the significance of a Jinchuriki to a village. The Cloud possessed 2 as well, and any harm to them would mean enmity with the Cloud. The envoy stammered. Is there a misunderstanding? We could never abduct Konoha's Jinchuriki. You'll find out soon enough if it's a misunderstanding. Inform your team. Pursue those 3 Cloud ninjas with all your might and retrieve Uzumaki Kushina. Hiruzen stated firmly after a moment's pause. Should they resist, there will be no mercy. You cannot do this. We had no knowledge that she was your village's Jinchuriki. We can amend the terms of negotiation. How about 8-fold? 5-fold is acceptable too. 2-fold. We can agree to 2-fold. The Cloud envoy still attempted to buy time, reasoning that once the Cloud ninjas left the land of fire, they would dictate the terms. Humph. Even if that Uzumaki Kushina were merely an ordinary girl from Konoha, she is not someone you from the Cloud can abduct at will. This is Konoha's dignity. The Akimichi clan leader finally released his pent-up frustration. Hiruzen did not oppose the words of the Akimichi leader, and the Nara clan leader regarded him with newfound appreciation, recognizing that such words were indeed fitting for the Akimichi leader. However, it seemed even more suitable for him. The Nara clan leader cast a glance at the third Hokage, silently sighing. The Cloud envoy, intimidated by the Akimichi leader's presence, found himself at a loss for words, stammering incoherently. The truth of this matter will be revealed in due time. For now, I implore you, do not allow your Cloud envoy to leave this place, or else do not blame us for disregarding diplomatic etiquette. The Nara clan leader stood and said calmly. The Cloud envoy's face fell, and he hung his head in despair, now only hoping that Troda and the others could evade Konoha's pursuit and return safely to the Land of Lightning. If that happened, not only would he be safe, but he would also achieve great merit. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of Konoha's forest, 3 figures darted through the trees, startling flocks of birds. I say, boss, we've already left Konoha. Do we really need to hurry so much? ISU felt their leader was overreacting. After all, Konoha was not so formidable, allowing them to come and go as they pleased. Better to err on the side of caution. Let us get out of the land of fire first. Troda felt an unsettling premonition, as if they were being watched by some great beast. In the sack behind Troda, Kushina had regained consciousness, albeit with a vacant expression, as she had been called by the Ninetales for a chat. In Kushina's inner world, she stood defiantly before the ceiling gate, feeling displeased as she glared at the Ninetales. You pesky fox, why do you keep bothering me? I still need to deal with that scoundrel who dared to ambush me. Uffed, with your little frame? You think you can fight anyone? Let me tell you, the three outside are all elite Jonin. You barely qualify as a genin. What do you think you can do to resist? The Ninetales scoffed, secretly thinking that not everyone was as lenient as Lin Yu. Kushina puffed up her cheeks in frustration, fully aware that she likely couldn't stand against the three outside. Yet, she was determined to maintain her pride. She could not lose face in front of the annoying fox. Then why did you call me here? Are you just here to watch me make a fool of myself? I can help you, provided we cooperate. Those three outside are hardly a concern, but I have one condition. The Ninetales' voice was laced with persuasion, echoing in Kushina's ears. Chapter 64. The arrival of the Sand Ninjas. Is Lin Yu also a target? What? Are you serious? Kushina widened her eyes in disbelief. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she turned her little face away, exclaiming, Mito Granny once told me that you would use malevolent chakra to corrupt hearts. I want to fall for that. The Ninetales, Kurama, found her reasoning somewhat amusing. Indeed, its chakra possessed such a trait. Yet any chakra sincerely bestowed upon a Jinchuriki would be devoid of malice. However, how could it explain this? No, the esteemed Kurama had no desire to elucidate matters to a mere human girl. What? Are you truly willing to be captured and taken to the land of lightning? If that happens, you may never see Uzumaki Lin Yu again. You might even end up sold to a wealthy merchant as a servant, Kurama said in a rather sinister tone. Upon hearing this, Kushina's face turned pale. You're right. If I go to the land of lightning, I might never see that annoying Lin Yu again. I absolutely cannot allow that. Where is that stubborn Lin Yu to rescue me? Woe is me. If I had known, I wouldn't have eaten those dumplings today. Kushina pouted, regretting her gluttony. Her eyes misty as she looked at Kurama, pleading, You wicked fox, could you refrain from using your malevolent chakra on me? I don't want to turn bad. I have a name. It is Kurama. If you dare to call me wicked fox again, I shall no longer concern myself with you. Besides, I have no interest in human children and am far too lethargic for such endeavors, Kurama huffed. Understanding well how exhausting it must be for Lin Yu to care for this girl. Wiping away her tears, Kushina asked with red-rimmed eyes, Then what should I do? Simply extend your fist, Kurama replied. Like this? Kushina extended her delicate white fist towards the ceiling gate, lightly tapping it against Kurama's from the other side. Due to the ceiling gate, their fists did not make direct contact, yet an immense amount of chakra surged from Kurama to her. Little did Lin Yu dream that Kushina would be the first to connect with the Ninetales. Meanwhile, a considerable distance from the borders of the Land of Fire, Torada and his companions traversed the woods at a leisurely pace. Having detected no pursuers, even the typically cautious Torada began to relax. Humph, Konoha is nothing to fear. They dare not offend us, the Cloud Ninjas. Just then, who possessed a keener sense, furrowed his brow and addressed Torada, Boss. There are several ninjas appearing to our left ahead. From the chakra I perceive, they do not resemble Konoha ninjas. Torada halted, his expression darkening. He seemed to recognize the newcomers, but had no desire to engage with them. After all, their mission as Cloud Ninjas was complete. There was no need for further cooperation. However, the opposing ninjas had evidently sensed their presence and swiftly approached, leaving them with no option to evade. Before long, dozens of ninjas clad in brown robes appeared before Torada and his companions, blocking their path. The leader, adorned with face paint and burdened by a heavy object strapped to his back, revealed their identity with a sand hourglass emblem on their forehead protectors. They were a group of sand ninjas. Stepping forward, the painted man addressed Torada, Torada. Where's the person we need? It seems that we Cloud Ninjas are under no obligation to assist you, Kankuro. Torada maintained his composure. The information you possess was provided by us, so why not lend a hand and seize a little brat? What did you say? You androgynous creature. You dare insult us Cloud Ninjas. Ever impulsive, could not restrain himself and retorted at Kankuro. Torada raised a hand to silence speaking to Kankuro. We are not enemies, and the boy named Uzumaki Lin Yu is not at home. Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, Konoha is currently dispatching a significant force to pursue us. This is a prime opportunity for your sand ninjas to invade. Are you truly willing to linger here with us Cloud Ninjas? Humph, Kankuro snorted in acknowledgement. Indeed, Torada's words rang true. Now was not the time to clash with the Cloud Ninjas. They had their own mission to complete. Consider yourselves fortunate. This time we sand ninjas will let you go. We're leaving. Kankuro waved his hand at the sand ninjas behind him, intending to bypass Torada and his group to head towards Konoha. After all, they had no desire to assist the Cloud Ninjas in thwarting Konoha's pursuers. Are you leaving just like that? Aren't you here to find me? Just then, a cold voice echoed, causing both Torada and Kankuro to change their expressions in shock. Someone had been lurking around them without their notice. Lin Yu's figure gradually emerged from the shadows behind the trees. His curiosity piqued as he inquired of Qin Lulang. "Is it me that you sand ninjas are after? May I ask the reason?" Lin Yu's expression was somewhat peculiar. He was unexpectedly one of the captives. Was it possible that the sand shinobi engaged in such underhanded activities? "You are Uzumaki Lin Yu?" Kinrokuro retrieved a portrait from his pocket, comparing it with the figure before him. His eyes lit up in delight. Indeed, he had found his target. "Excellent. I did not anticipate that you would come to us unbidden. What a well-behaved child you are." Kinrokuro beckoned to the sand shinobi behind him, signaling them to step forward and take Uzumaki Lin Yu away. As for any resistance, this infiltration into Konoha was backed by 2 elite Jonin, for special Jonin, and 6 Chunin from the sand, with Kinrokuro himself being an elite Jonin. Had it not been for the consideration that Uzumaki Lin Yu could subdue Shikaku single-handedly, the sand shinobi would not have gone to such lengths. "Hey, you haven't answered my question yet. Why does the sand want to capture me?" Lin Yu felt the response was somewhat evasive, and being disregarded irked him. When he was displeased, he had a tendency to want to strike back. "I am certainly not imitating Kushina. Do you believe you have the right to question us?" The 2 advancing sand shinobi wore expressions of arrogance. After all, he was merely a child. We've heard tales of someone who can tame a tailed beast. But who would believe that? It may well be a fabrication by Konoha. Let me take a guess. Is it because of the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan? Lin Yu paid little heed to the sand shinobi before him, stroking his smooth chin. It was the only explanation he could conceive, considering the sand's infamous clumsiness in sealing tailed beasts. Kinrokuro's gaze shifted slightly, refraining from confirming Lin Yu's conjecture. He barked sharply, "Seize him. Do not let this brat escape." "Escape? Who said I was going to run?" Lin Yu grinned mischievously at the 2 sand shinobi. "In fact, I was hoping to find someone to test my taijutsu on. Don't start crying when you get beaten." The 2 sand shinobi were perplexed. However, they had no choice but to obey Kinrokuro's orders. The 2 swiftly lunged at Lin Yu from either side, one targeting his chest while the other aimed to restrain his arms. Such actions could lead to charges of illegal assault and molestation of a minor. The 2 sand shinobi missed their target, as Lin Yu had already vanished from their sight. Suddenly, his voice echoed from above, prompting the sand shinobi to look up just in time to see the sole of a shoe rapidly approaching. Bang! Bang! Lin Yu delivered a powerful kick that sent 2 sand ninja Nin flying, then lightly brushed off the dust from his shoe, frowning as he remarked, "You sand ninja never wash, do you? Such thick skin." In the dense forest, 3 parties converged, one led by Toroda. The 3 cloud ninjas stood aside watching the spectacle unfold. In the center, dozens of elite sand ninja faced off against a 10-year-old boy, while 2 others from their ranks struggled to rise from the ground. Kankuro was taken aback by Lin Yu's audacity to resist. Did the opposing side truly fail to comprehend the gravity of the situation? Resistance would only result in further suffering. Useless. Kankuro seethed, his temples throbbing with anger directed at the 2 sand ninja. It was disgraceful to be bested by a mere child in a single move. While he had heard tales of the boy named Uzumaki Lin Yu having single-handedly defeated Shikaku, he remained skeptical without first-hand evidence. Moreover, with the Jinchuriki still absent from Tsunade, the veracity of such information remained uncertain. "Uzumaki Lin Yu, are you truly prepared to defy us? Should we leave you in a battered state, do not hold it against us," Kankuro warned, his words suggesting contemplation, yet his hand rested upon the bandages at his back. For as an elite Jonin, he would never underestimate any opponent in battle. Lin Yu bared his teeth at Qin Lulang, smiling as he said, "Please, do not hold back. Feel free to beat me to the point of tears. You little brat, you're courting death." Qin Lulang retorted, invoking his dark secret technique, Poison Needle. His face reddened visibly, and unable to contain himself any longer, he hastily unwrapped the bandages from his back, unleashing his puppet, the first-generation crow. The shadowy figure soared towards Lin Yu. And under Qin Luolang's command, the puppet crow unleashed a barrage of dozens of poison needles from its beak, their tips darkened and coated with deadly venom. Lin Yu, filled with curiosity, cast a glance at Kinrokuro's puppet crow, which bore a peculiar appearance with a bird's beak, 2 humanoid arms, and 4 claws. Was this truly the puppet before the rise of the scorpion of the red sand? It certainly left much to be desired. Moreover, why did the Qin family have such an affinity for crows? The Kanrokuro before him bore no relation to the future Kinkuro, save for their shared lineage as puppeteers. Lin Yu felt little internal conflict, whether it was Kinrokuro or even Raza who offended him. He would not hesitate to take action. The sand shinobi had no connection to him, and he had no intention of spreading any semblance of benevolence. As Lin Yu's thoughts stirred, he contemplated using wind release to blow the poison needle back. However, before he could form the necessary hand seals, a surge of crimson chakra erupted from the side of the cloud ninja, accompanied by a delicate yet fierce sound. "No one can bully my Lin Yu." Upon hearing that a sand ninja intended to harm her Lin Yu, Kushina disregarded any ill intentions from the Nine Tails. Enveloped in a whirlwind of red chakra, Her ferocious energy instantly tore apart the burlap sack and ascended into the sky. Fortunately, Toyota had discarded the sack on the ground for the sake of convenience. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly been affected by this tumultuous crimson chakra, potentially suffering grave injuries. Toyota gazed sullenly at the soaring red chakra, realizing he had been too close moments ago. The chakra from the Nine Tails had grazed his arm, appearing to possess corrosive properties, gradually invading his body inch by inch. Luckily, the amount was minimal, and he managed to suppress it. However, witnessing the swirling Nine Tails chakra, Toyota and his companions were left bewildered. What kind of monstrous entity had they captured from the Cloud Ninja? Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Could Kushina really harness the chakra of the Nine Tails? But why was it red? Wasn't he that the chakra imbued with Kurama's hatred? Lin Yu harbored some concerns regarding Kushina's condition. After all, in the original narrative, Naruto experienced adverse effects from harnessing the Nine Tails chakra. While he wielded immense power, it simultaneously inflicted grave harm upon his body, even scorching his skin. However, observing Kushina standing before him with an air of triumph, her small face radiating delight and devoid of any signs of distress, his worries began to dissipate. Regardless of whether she was in the Nine Tails chakra mode, the poison needles had long been neutralized by the Nine Tails chakra. Were Kurama to discern Lin Yu's thoughts, he would undoubtedly erupt in expletives. You haven't even broken the seal yet, and you dare to dream of entering the Nine Tails chakra mode? What a ridiculous notion. Do you think it is so easily mastered? At that moment, Kurama could only leverage the access granted to him through Kushina to impart a measure of Nine Tails chakra to her. Under Kurama's deliberate control, his turbulent chakra remained surprisingly docile within Kushina, causing no adverse effects. With her hands on her hips and 3 crimson chakra tails swirling behind her, Kushina boldly declared to Kenroku, "Is it you, with that ridiculous painted face, who intends to bully my Lin Yu? Just watch. I, Kushina, will make sure you regret it." With that, she playfully touched her petite nose and swung her fist towards Kenroku. Lin Yu let out a resigned chuckle. His human sandbag had been seized by Kushina. Observing the young girl, who appeared to be flailing her fists chaotically like a novice attempting to defeat a master, Lin Yu shook his head. Kushina was utterly incapable of controlling such a vast reservoir of chakra. Her punches merely swung wildly. Yet, due to the presence of the tailed beast cloak, the Sand Ninja's assaults were barely a nuisance to Kushina, who effortlessly evaded their attempts, all the while avoiding the volatile touch of the Nine Tails chakra. Otherwise, she might end up like that fool beside her, who, after being inadvertently struck by one of Kushina's punches and becoming enveloped in the Nine Tails chakra, was instantly consumed by hatred, his eyes glowing red as he attacked the nearby Sand Ninja. For the moment, the Sand Ninjas found themselves unable to contend with Kushina. Lin Yu, feeling a slight relief, turned his gaze towards the 3 Cloud Ninjas, a cruel smile spreading across his face. He beckoned them, saying, "It seems rather indifferent of you to merely spectate. Why not join the fray yourselves?" Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen dispatched a pursuit team led by Orochimaru, under the guidance of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, to track the movements of the Cloud Ninjas. "Halt! Is there a situation up ahead, Anambu?" After a brief pause, a figure donning a cat-faced mask leaped before Orochimaru. Nodding apologetically, "I lost track of them. They appear to be quite adept at counter-surveillance." Orochimaru's expression remained as frigid as ever, perhaps perturbed by Sarutobi Hiruzen's interruption of his experimental endeavors. "Do not dwell on it. We have members from the Inuzuka and Hyuga clans with us. They cannot escape. Without further ado, let us hasten our pursuit. I am eager for the results of my experiment, and Lord Hokage awaits my report. Is that acceptable, Kiba?" Kiba nodded, stroking the brown-furred dog beside him. "I have ensured that Pakin has memorized the scent left by our opponents in Konoha. They will not evade us. Then let us not delay. Pursue." At this juncture, the battlefield had divided into 2 realms, one where Kushina relentlessly pursued the Sand Ninjas, and the other where Lin Yu faced off against the trio of Cloud Ninjas. Lin Yu took a deep breath, rubbed his slightly reddened palm, and grinned, saying, "You Yunrin truly possess remarkable resilience. My hand is already aching from the blows." Toyota's expression was grave, and he dared not reveal the slightest hint of weakness. The youth before him appeared delicate, yet it was he who, with his physical prowess and an enigmatic golden chain, had withstood the onslaught of all 3 of them without faltering. Even the physically weakers had been severely injured and lay on the ground, leaving only himself and Wentai capable of continuing the fight. As a Jonin of Yunrin village, Toyota felt as though he was not battling a mere 10-year-old boy, but rather an experienced adversary concealing formidable strength. Lin Yu exhibited no signs of panic, as if the entire battle was under his control. This realization caused a bead of cold sweat to trickle down Toyota's brow. Lin Yu's figure appeared increasingly unfathomable in his eyes, and he feared he might never return. Chapter 66. Is Lin Yu about to suffer defeat? Lin Yu fixed his gaze intently upon the formidable Trota, without revealing any of his other abilities. Lin Yu managed to engage the 3 adversaries using his martial techniques, skillfully combining them with the diamond seal to hold his ground, even managing to launch a surprise attack on one of them. However, It was evident that the opponents were unwilling to engage Lin Yu in close combat. Despite the fact that the Cloud Shinobi were a group of brawny warriors, not all of them were adept in physical techniques. They were far more proficient in lightning release. Trota turned to Wentai, his expression serious. Wentai, can you hold him off for 5 minutes? Wentai, towering nearly 2 meters tall with a physique reminiscent of the Fourth Raikage, appeared formidable yet regarded the red-haired youth before him, who barely reached his chest, as a significant threat. He replied gruffly, I can hold him off for 10 minutes. Trota uttered no further words. Stepping back slowly while casting a discreet glance at the injured is on the ground, beginning to arrange a formation to gather chakra. Oh, do you possess any special techniques? I can grant you time to make your move. There is no need to hold me back. Lin Yu smirked, eager to see what Jutsu Yunren would unleash that could possibly lead to his downfall. Trotali paid no heed to Lin Yu, wholly focused on gathering chakra. As for Wentai, he charged directly at Lin Yu, his robust physique in no way hindering his agile speed, truly a testament to the prowess of the lightning-style, renowned ninja village. Receive my punch, a torrent of waves. Wentai closed the distance to Lin Yu, his eyes blazing with fury, as he swung a powerful fist towards Lin Yu's slender form. Lin Yu felt a powerful wave of energy rushing towards him, and in an instant, a colossal fist loomed larger before his eyes. Not daring to underestimate the force, he swiftly positioned his right palm to brace against the approaching blow. Bang! The impact of this punch exceeded Lin Yu's expectations at the moment of contact. A sharp tingling sensation surged through his palm. Instantly, he withdrew to dissipate the force, casting a glance at his right hand, which was already flushed crimson and slightly numb. Lin Yu flicked his wrist, astonished, and inquired, what kind of martial arts is this? The double wave. However, when Taijin paid no heed to Lin Yu, realizing that his previous punch had been ineffective, he unleashed a flurry of left punches towards Lin Yu, each strike more forceful than the last. This was his self-created technique, the overlapping wave fist. Lin Yu had no time to evade and could only brace himself with his numb right palm. Crack! The force penetrated through, and Lin Yu's right wrist was shattered by the overwhelming power, his palm drenched in crimson. This blow was even more ferocious than the previous one. Triple wave. Wentai offered Lin Yu no respite, and the third punch arrived as promised, penetrating through the gap left by Lin Yu's shattered palm and striking towards his chest. The colossal fist aimed directly at Lin Yu's heart. He had no time to defend and could only force his body to shift slightly, causing the fist, which was initially aimed at his heart, to collide with his ribs instead. Another thunderous impact ensued. A flicker of anguish crossed Lin Yu's eyes. Yet the thought of Kushina still engaged on the battlefield rendered him silent. With a subtle shift of his foot, he channeled his strength, creating a deep indentation in the ground beneath him, resolutely refusing to retreat even a single step. After withstanding the impact, he paid no mind to the fractured ribs. Without hesitation, he stepped upon Wentai's knee, leveraging the residual force of his previous wave punch. In the moment when Wentai had yet to gather his next punch, Lin Yu leaped forward, delivering a strike to Wentai's cheek. Though his fist was diminutive, the force behind it was no less formidable than that of Wentai's technique, especially as it aimed directly at his face. Wentai, drenched in cold sweat, sought to evade the blow, but found himself caught in the transitional phase between the third and fourth punches, his body unable to react. Thus, he braced himself, meeting Lin Yu's punch with his iron-like head. The impact resonated like a strike upon a metal pot, and Lin Yu retracted his left fist, nimbly stepping back to evade the reach of Wentai's fourth punch. Rubbing his fist, he remarked, what material are you made of, that you are so unyielding? Despite his right hand being fractured and several ribs likely broken, Lin Yu maintained his composure, contrasting sharply with Wentai, whose muscles throbbed with pain. His face flushed with astonishing speed, and he suddenly expelled a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground in a kneeling position. Hey, don't play the victim. It was you who threw the first punch, Lin Yu scoffed, a hint of disdain in his voice, as a green glow emanated from his hands. He set about mending his injuries, for he knew that if Kushina were to witness him in such a state, she would undoubtedly mock him. In a short while, aside from the slight wrinkles in his clothing, Lin Yu appeared as if he had never been harmed. Gazing thoughtfully at the fallen Wentai, he mused, is this the consequence of your martial prowess? It seems the drawbacks outweigh the benefits. Lin Yu was initially intrigued, but upon witnessing the after-effects of the technique, he found it comparable to the fifth and sixth gates of the 8 doors of Duanjia, resulting in a significant loss of combat capability. Most importantly, the power of the overlapping wave fist was rather limited. It paled in comparison to Tsunade's monstrous strength. Hey, how many punches can your technique stack? Can it exceed 100? If it can surpass 100, I might consider studying it further. With blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth, Wentai let out a bitter laugh and replied, 100 punches? You truly have a bold imagination. I created 5 punches, and when I unleashed the 5th, my body can barely withstand the strain before collapsing. 100 punches would likely be within the realm of the divine. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt even more disdain. The 5th punch, that would likely only reach the level of the 4th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Yet the after effects would be akin to those of the 8th gate, the dead gate. Worthless. It is better left untouched. Lin Yu immediately lost interest, waved his wrist, and strode forward, saying, all right, it's time for you to be on your way. Return home early. Who knows, the soup dumplings might still be warm. Lin Yu glanced around, realizing that Joshinai and the Sand Shinobi had long since vanished into the fray. Yet, the resplendent chakra of the Nine Tails remained a striking beacon, making it far from difficult to locate them. Through this battle, Lin Yu has come to comprehend the strength of his physical techniques, which can likely rival that of an elite Jonin. However, when faced with someone of Tsunade's extraordinary might, he would undoubtedly struggle to withstand her power. What? You mentioned that even the Cloud Ninja's wave punch can shatter ribs, and yet still claim to be on par with an elite Jonin? Lin Yu remarked, that was intentional. Did you not notice that I didn't even activate my Sharingan? Otherwise, how could he possibly land a hit on me? Taijutsu is not merely about physical strength. If you cannot touch me, your power is of no consequence. Lin Yu approached Wen Tai, preparing to accompany him on his journey. At that moment, a boisterous voice rang out. At last, it's done. Though not perfect, it suffices. Wen Tai, are you not ready yet? Despite being gravely injured, Wen Tai's eyes sparkled with intensity as he lunged forward, seizing Lin Yu's ankle and forcefully hurling him into the air before swiftly darting in a specific direction. In two other directions stood Pluta and EC. EC, his expression twisted with rage, glared at Lin Yu, humiliated by being bested by a mere child. He was determined to kill Lin Yu to erase his disgrace. Pluta had devised a strategy from the outset, thereby refraining from employing lightning release techniques during the battle. On one hand, ordinary lightning ninjutsu proved ineffective against Lin Yu, and on the other, he was conserving chakra for this particular technique. Similarly, Wen Tai had not utilized lightning release in his confrontation with Lin Yu, not due to incapacity, but rather in awareness of Pluta's plan, deliberately preserving his chakra. Now, all was in readiness. They awaited Lin Yu's utter annihilation. Chapter 67. The latecomers from Konoha. In a moment of misfortune, Lin Yu found himself ensnared by Wen Tai, who hurled him into the air. Below, the expressions of the trio, Trota and his companions, were twisted with triumph, as if they had already vanquished Lin Yu. Trota barked at Iz and Wen Tai, urging them not to delay, while he is suspended in midair, devoid of any means to leverage himself. Unleash the ninjutsu and obliterate him. Iz and Wen Tai nodded in agreement, exchanging glances before simultaneously uttering, lightning release, lightning dream, Thunderman. 3 arcs of crackling electricity surged upward from the trio, coalescing into a semicircular electric sphere, with Lin Yu positioned directly beneath it. Lightning release, lightning dream, Thunderman? Is it not said that this technique requires for practitioners? Lin Yu pondered, for he was somewhat familiar with this lightning ninjutsu, which had nearly brought Konoha to ruin. Its formidable power spoken of in hushed tones. Trota, overhearing Lin Yu's murmurs, scoffed. Indeed, the complete version of Lightning Dream Thunderman necessitates 4 individuals, and it is not a technique that mere Jounin can wield. The chakra required must be at least that of a Kage. What we employ is a modified version from our Cloud Ninja, unrestricted by the number of users, with its potency determined by the chakra available. Though it may not rival the authentic Lightning Release, Lightning Dream Thunderman, with our trio having expended minimal chakra, even a Kage-level warrior would find themselves drained by our assault. Ha ha ha, little brat, do not harbor resentment when you descend into the depths of hell. I shall ensure you have a grave. Iz laughed heartily. Wen Tai remained silent, not from a lack of desire to speak, but rather due to the after-effects of his self-created body technique. So, this is merely a rudimentary version. Are you certain this ninjutsu can bring about my demise? Lin Yu questioned, his face a mask of dawning realization. Haha, why not give it a try and see? Trota retorted, now devoid of caution. For Lin Yu had already stepped into the realm of the electric storm, with no means of escape remaining. Lin Yu raised his gaze to the tempest above, where lightning surrounded him. In an instant, a surge of formidable electricity surged through his body, wreaking havoc within. The overwhelming destructive force left Lin Yu feeling disoriented. This was merely the current generated by the electric arcs. He feared that if engulfed entirely by the tempestuous lightning, he might be charred to ashes. Gradually, the lightning enveloped Lin Yu, and amidst the fierce crackle of electricity, a piercing scream emerged from within. Ah, stop. I am on the verge of being electrocuted. Brothers, please spare me. Ha ha ha. Now you wish to beg for mercy? It is too late. Iris, upon hearing Lin Yu's anguish cries, became increasingly exhilarated. Ah, damn it. I never anticipated that I would. Lin Yu's voice began to drown in the thunder, as if he were already reduced to cinders by the lightning. Finally, this little brat is dealt with. Boss, when shall we cease? My chakra is nearly depleted. Iris, though exhilarated, felt the strain. Just a moment longer. Trota, noticing the absence of Lin Yu's voice, instinctively exhaled in relief, yet he resolved to hold out a little longer, just in case. Wen Tai, fixated on the area cloaked in lightning, felt a twinge of foreboding. Recalling Lin Yu's earlier words, it seemed his demeanor was not one of fear, but rather of mockery. This is bad. With a constricted pupil, Wentai addressed Troda. Boss, he is still alive. Quick, increase the chakra output. Oh, have you realized? Then I shall no longer indulge you. A golden radiance erupted, cleaving through the lightning, severing the electric arcs they had transmitted. Boom. The golden light descended, slowly coalescing into a half-skeletal figure, revealing Lin Yu ensconced within, his garments untouched. It was evident that he had been feigning. The ultimate ocular technique of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Susanu's defensive prowess was not something this half-baked lightning dreamer could breach. Even the second form of the skeletal Susanu could not penetrate. Lin Yu deemed it unnecessary to materialize his warrior armor. There was no need to squander ocular power. What is this? Troda, kneeling on the ground with severely depleted chakra, was wholly absorbed by the golden skeleton before him. He had never witnessed such a ninjutsu before. It was beyond comprehension. A similar expression of disbelief appeared on Wentai's face as he lowered his head and sighed, already resigned to the outcome of his fate. Only Iris's eyes brimmed with malice and disbelief. Impossible. This is all an illusion. How could this brat possibly surpass our ninjutsu? Boss, Wentai, this is all an illusion. Wake up. Lin Yu gently raised his hand, and the golden skeletal Susanu likewise extended its arm, grasping Isu as though she were a chick, lifting her before Lin Yu. Lin Yu mockingly addressed Isi. Now, do you still perceive this as an illusion? No. Impossible. How could you be so powerful? I refuse to believe it. Isi screamed in a frenzy, having succumbed to madness. Ha, what a clown. Lin Yu, exerting control over Susanu, casually flicked his wrist, sending Isi hurtling towards the ground. Blood spilling from his mouth. You may kill or torture us as you please, but do not insult us. Troda protested vehemently, incredulous that the three-seasoned Jonin could possibly be defeated by a mere 10-year-old boy. Insult you? It seems you were the ones who came to Konoha as thieves. How is it that I, the victim, am perceived as the villain? Do you truly believe I would regard you as a man of honor? Oh no, I can only find you repugnant. Lin Yu replied coolly. Are you not afraid of our Cloud Village declaring war on Konoha? Troda gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept death without a fight. Afraid? Of course I am, but that is of no concern to me. You should direct such inquiries to the third Hokage. What could a mere 10-year-old child possibly comprehend? However, it seems you won't have the opportunity to meet him, Lin Yu taunted. No, you cannot do this. I demand to see your Hokage. You have no right to deal with us, Cloud Shinobi. Troda shouted desperately at Lin Yu, as if he had clutched a lifeline. Where are the pursuing forces from Konoha? I must see the Hokage. I can provide intelligence on the Cloud Village. Troda called out to the surrounding woods. Yet not a single bird chirped in response. Lin Yu activated the Kagura Hard Eye, granting him dominion over a 10-kilometer radius. How could he possibly afford Yunrin any opportunity? Those who had witnessed his Susanoo were doomed, at least until he mastered the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. They would either become his followers or be sent to the Pure Land as guests. Clearly, the three before him belonged to the latter category. A cold glimmer flickered in Lin Yu's eyes as the golden Susanoo extended its colossal hand, whispering, perish. In another battlefield, the pursuing Leaf Shinobi, lured by the Nine-Tails chakra, had just arrived, yet they found themselves devoid of any space to maneuver. Oh no, at least they could still serve as porters. Orochimaru stood amidst the chaos of the desolate ground, surrounded by sand ninjas with glowing red eyes. Although exhausted, they still roared, eager to wield their shurikens against foes. Kushina, appearing like an innocent child, stood behind Orochimaru, quietly tapping her fingers, seemingly indicating that all this turmoil was of their own making and not her concern. Chapter 68. Orochimaru. Please allow me to perish. Orochimaru regarded the innocent-faced Kushina and spoke softly. Your name is Kushina, is it not? We have met once. You should remember. I am Orochimaru. Kushina nodded her small head, a hint of apprehension in her gaze as she avoided Orochimaru's cold countenance, replying, Yes, I know. You are Lin Yu's mentor. Oh, did Lin Yu mention me to you? What did he say? Orochimaru, unaccustomed to conversing with young girls, struggled to maintain his composure as he attempted to engage in dialogue. Kushina shook her little head, contemplating before responding with confusion. I once heard Lin Yu say that his mentor is his scapegoat, someone to whom he can attribute all his misdeeds. But I don't understand what scapegoat means. Could Lord Orochimaru enlighten me? Orochimaru, taken aback by Kushina's childlike innocence, felt an involuntary twitch at the corner of his mouth, struggling to maintain a serious demeanor. Ah, you little whirlpool of Lin Yu. You have labeled me as a scapegoat. Had I not heard it from Kushina today, I might have remained oblivious for life. I regarded you as my student, a comrade. Yet you have always intended for me to bear your burdens. Have you secretly wished for me, Orochimaru, to be exiled from the Leaf? His frustration palpable. Orochimaru took a deep breath before addressing Kushina. Lin Yu is my student. When he errs, it is my duty as his teacher to assist him in rectifying his mistakes. Yes, that is the essence of it. Wah. Lord Orochimaru, you are such a good person. Could you also be my scapegoat? Kushina gazed at Orochimaru with sparkling eyes as if his icy demeanor had vanished. At that moment, Orochimaru wished to slap himself for speaking too candidly. With a hint of resignation, he replied, "Wait until you graduate from the Ninja Academy." After all, as Lin Yu and Kushina's supervisor, whether he took on one or two was inconsequential. He was merely nominally responsible. As Kushina had Lin Yu to oversee her, he would not need to expend additional effort. "Yay, from now on, if I beat someone at school, I will have someone to back me up," Kushina declared, hands on her hips, envisioning the students at the Ninja Academy bowing before her might. Orochimaru silently vowed never to engage in conversation with young girls again. He would rather face Jiraiya's foolishness than utter another word to Kushina. However, he still needed to grasp the current battlefield situation. Clearing his throat, he asked, "Kushina, did you do all of this? Could you elaborate?" Kushina snapped back to reality from her daydream of being the school bully. Resting her chin on her hand with a serious expression, "This tale is lengthy. Allow me to recount it slowly." Orochimaru thought, "I wish to return to my experiments." Human girls change expressions far too swiftly. "So, you were ambushed and abducted by Yun Ruan, and upon awakening, you found Sand Shinobi bullying Lin Yu. Then, you sensed a surge of power within you and, without second thought, unleashed it, resulting in this predicament?" Orochimaru felt deceived by the little girl, yet he had no evidence. "Yes, exactly. You summarized it perfectly, Teacher Orochimaru." Kushina eagerly addressed him as teacher in advance, eager to claim her own scapegoat. As for the matter of Kurama, Kushina would remain silent. That was a pact between her and the Nine Tails. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Orochimaru, who had never perspired even in battle against formidable foes, found himself involuntarily sweating in the presence of Kushina. "Lin Yu, how much suffering have you endured?" "Lin Yu, you all fail to comprehend the charm of Kushina. She is so delightful. How could you speak of her in such a manner?" Kushina, But where is Uzumaki Lin Yu? And what of the 3 Cloud Ninjas who kidnapped you?" Orochimaru glanced around, failing to locate Lin Yu and the Cloud Ninjas. "Oh dear, how could I have forgotten about brother Lin Yu in my excitement to fight?" Kushina exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise, realizing she was indeed that kind of girl. She adores him. However, she worried if the insufferable Lin Yu was in danger, perhaps she should borrow some chakra from that troublesome fox once more. After sealing the gate, Kurama's ears perked up, as if he had heard Kushina's complaints, roaring, "How many times must I say it? I have a name. If you keep calling me that foul fox, I shan't assist you again. That little brat Lin Yu is just fine. He is far stronger than you." Kushina was taken aback to discover the foul fox had overheard her. She must reinforce the seal. Yet, upon hearing Lin Yu was unharmed, she felt a wave of relief. Murmuring to herself, "That insufferable Lin Yu is training in secret behind my back. It seems I must also strive harder, lest I be unable to defeat him in the future." Orochimaru was exasperated. He had inquired about the whereabouts of Uzumaki Lin Yu, not about his strength. "If you wish to fight him, go ahead, unleash your fury. I too long to strike that brat." "How infuriating. Report. Report to Lord Orochimaru. Combat traces have been found several dozen miles to the west, one of which is our Leaf Village ninja Uzumaki Lin Yu. The other 3 are Cloud Ninjas. Confirmed members of the Cloud Hidden Delegation, all deceased." A member of the pursuit team reported. Is the intelligence confirmed?" Orochimaru smiled darkly. His methods are truly ruthless. Leaving no survivors. Does he fear exposing some secret? What a remarkable Uzumaki Lin Yu. The intelligence is accurate. Uzumaki Lin Yu is approaching. You shall personally confirm it, Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru waved his hand in acknowledgement. Once the ninja retreated, Kushina joyfully inquired, "Is Lin Yu coming?" "He was injured, was he?" He should be fine." Orochimaru was not in the mood to converse with the young girl. He was quite annoyed. But how could Lin Yu, merely a genin, prevail against 3 ninjas? "Orochimaru-sensei, should we not go to meet Lin Yu?" "Orochimaru-sensei, I fear Lin Yu may be hurt. Should we notify the medical ninjas?" "Orochimaru-sensei, do I have any dust on my face? Will Lin Yu find me unappealing when we meet?" "Orochimaru-sensei, Orochimaru, please, end my suffering." After escorting 3 Cloud Ninjas to their final resting place, Lin Yu intended to find Kushina, but was discovered by Leaf Ninjas searching nearby. Reluctantly, Lin Yu led them to the burial site of the Cloud Ninjas before following their direction to locate Kushina. It was said that the leader of this group was Orochimaru, which came as no surprise, as both he and Kushina were under his nominal supervision, albeit without any real authority. Lin Yu did not blame Orochimaru for Kushina's abduction, as it was part of an agreement between them. Orochimaru would not restrict their freedom or monitor their actions. Had Orochimaru intervened to stop the Cloud Ninjas, Lin Yu would have regarded him with newfound respect. Upon arriving at another battlefield, Lin Yu rubbed his eyes in disbelief at the scene before him. Orochimaru sat on the ground, seemingly drawing circles, with a despondent expression, while Kushina stood nearby, animatedly chatting away with a radiant smile, clearly enjoying herself. Kushina exercised great restraint, ensuring that none of the Sand Ninjas were injured. In her eyes, Lin Yu was merely being bullied by the Sand Ninjas, akin to a student being harassed in school, and she was determined to deliver her own brand of justice. However, Her intention was never to kill. She lacked the capacity for it. Conversely, the Sand Ninjas, tainted by the Nine Tails chakra, nearly inflicted fatal wounds upon their own comrades. Bound together, they harbored an air of resentment, astonished that a mere girl had bested them. Kenrokuro bore several bruises on his face, evidently inflicted by adult fists. It was unclear how many of his own allies had joined in the assault. As a puppet master, close combat was his weak point, especially against allies. He could not afford to strike with lethal intent, narrowly escaping a serious injury. Fortunately, he had survived, casting a grateful glance at the three figures covered with white cloth nearby, relieved that the girl had not been overly harsh. Though the Sand and Cloud Ninjas were not allies, the irony was palpable. Moments before, they had been adversaries. And now one side found themselves captives while the other departed for the afterlife. It was a cruel twist of fate. 3 against 1, only to be outplayed. What a farce. Kenrokuro lamented silently, then turned to the third Kazekage with fervent criticism, questioning the absurdity of the mission. A 10-year-old defeating 3 Jonin? Surely, it was a jest. As he approached the increasingly familiar Leaf Village, his spirits plummeted. He had never anticipated arriving in such a manner. Third Kazekage, may your spirit be at peace. Finally, they had returned. Kushina stretched at the entrance of the Leaf Village, her face aglow with excitement, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Not only had she showcased her prowess before Lin Yu, but she had also fortuitously found a scapegoat. From this day forth, Kushina would rise, destined to become the first female Hokage of the Leaf Village. Lin Yu and Orochimaru gazed at Kushina's spirited silhouette, each letting out a sigh. They exchanged glances. And Orochimaru spoke first. Caring for the young girl must be quite arduous, wouldn't you agree? Lin Yu nodded and said, at first, it was truly tormenting. However, I eventually became accustomed to it. In truth, Kushina is not particularly worrisome. He then added, by the way, I heard from Kushina that you consider me a scapegoat? Is there any truth to this? Orochimaru's tone shifted, becoming rather chilling as he spoke. Oh, is that so? Lin Yu felt a slight sting under Orochimaru's piercing gaze and awkwardly shifted his eyes, stammering. Is there such a thing? Perhaps Kushina misheard me. What I meant was the good-natured hero, a compliment towards teacher Orochimaru. Orochimaru chuckled darkly. Huh, do you think you can deceive me? Uzumaki Lin Yu, I shall remember you. With that, Orochimaru made no further delay and led his team into Konoha, as he had to report to Hiruzen Sarutobi. As for Uzumaki Lin Yu, there would be plenty of opportunities in the days to come. I can't shake off this ominous feeling. Lin Yu was unsettled by Orochimaru's laughter, sending shivers down his spine. I distinctly recall not speaking ill of Orochimaru to Kushina. Could it be that I inadvertently revealed my thoughts in my sleep? Or did Kushina eavesdrop on my solitary musings? Never mind, it's not a significant matter. Lin Yu stepped forward and gently took Kushina's small hand, whispering to her, let us go, the soup dumplings should still be warm. Soup dumplings. The ones from the old lady's house. I want to eat them. I'm so hungry right now. Let's go. Lin Yu, we must hurry home. Kushina patted her little belly and pulled Lin Yu along as they moved forward. Fireworks erupted throughout Konoha, filling the air with the delightful aroma of food. Although much had transpired, not much time had elapsed, and it was now midday. Thus it was that Uzumaki Lin Yu and Uzumaki Kushina had safely returned to Konoha. The Cloud Ninja trio, having put up fierce resistance, had been swiftly eliminated. Orochimaru reported the situation to Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of the Cloud Envoy, omitting any mention of the Sand Ninja to avoid implicating them. Yes, I have a general understanding of the situation. Now, Envoy, could you clarify whether your visit to Konoha was for negotiation or abduction? Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze was piercing, causing the Cloud Envoy to shiver with trepidation. Yet, he would never concede to the accusation of abduction, gritting his teeth and declaring, do you have evidence? I now suspect that you Konoha orchestrated the assassination of our elite Cloud Ninjas. Upon my return, I shall report this to Lord Raikage and demand an explanation from you. Evidence? Explanation? Do we need to extract the memories of the deceased from our mountain clan? That is something we excel at. The leader of the mountain clan stood up, sneering at the Cloud Envoy. Your expression betrays you. I had forgotten that Konoha possessed the mountain clan, who are skilled in mental techniques. Extracting memories is child's play for them, especially since Torada and his companions are still fresh. This matter is entirely beyond our knowledge. It was solely the actions of Torada and his 2 companions, and has nothing to do with our Cloud Village. Did you not just demand an explanation? How is it suddenly unrelated to your Cloud Village? The robust head of the Akimichi clan loomed closer to the Cloud Envoy, relishing in the opportunity to kick a man when he was down. The Cloud Envoy trembled, stammering, I am the envoy of the Cloud. You cannot harm me. Do not frighten our esteemed guests. Konoha is a land of goodwill, never engaging in bullying or underhanded tactics. I trust the integrity of your Cloud Ninjas. But every village has its rotten apples. Thankfully, Konoha was here to help cleanse this mess, though I hope it won't recur. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed to remind the Akimichi leader to refrain from violence, then spoke gently to the Cloud Envoy. Yes, Torada and his cohorts behaved despicably and are unworthy to associate with us. I will recommend to Lord Raikage that they be classified as rogue ninjas. The Cloud Envoy wiped the sweat from his brow, forcing a smile. Very well. Now, regarding our previous negotiations. Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated. Let it be as Konoha requests. Double. Oh no, no need for compensation. Our Cloud Village also cherishes peace. No compensation is necessary. The Cloud Envoy suddenly felt the atmosphere chill and hastily corrected himself. That is splendid. Why not stay a few more days? I shall arrange for someone to show you the beautiful sights of Konoha. No. I must hurry back to report to Lord Raikage. There will be plenty of time in the future. The Cloud Envoy waved his hands repeatedly, eager to return safely to the Land of Lightning, as his mission had already failed, and he had no desire to risk his life further. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in disappointment. What a pity. Someone, please escort the Cloud Envoy. Not at all. We can manage by ourselves. No need to trouble Konoha. With that, the Cloud Envoy and his 10 guards hastily departed the Hokage building, making their way to the village gates. Haha. Look at these burly men. How utterly disgraceful. Delightful. The Akimichi leader laughed heartily at the sight of the Cloud Envoy's hasty retreat. Representatives from various Konoha clans also chuckled, as it was their first time witnessing the Cloud in such a state, lifting their spirits considerably. Only Nara's leader frowned at Sarutobi Hiruzen and quietly remarked, Hokage, will you let them go just like that? The Raikage is unlikely to recognize this verbal agreement. They came without any intention of negotiation. Why should Konoha offer its warmth to cold shoulders? Sarutobi Hiruzen, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed out at the festive fireworks, murmuring, I understand your concerns. Lord Hokage, I am surprised by your stance. Listen, Nara, I am not so old as to be unable to discern right from wrong. Nor would I act in a manner that would chill the hearts of Konoha's ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke firmly. Very well, I know you are busy. You may disperse. Once the clan leaders of Konoha had departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke into the shadows, summoned Danzo to see me. Chapter 70. The unworthy Sarutobi Hiruzen, is there something you wish to discuss with me, Hiruzen? I am quite busy. Danzo stood before Hiruzen, dressed in his formal attire, offering no semblance of respect. Hiruzen studied Danzo, finding his demeanor increasingly agreeable, and said, earlier, the Cloud Ninjas mentioned sending us a local specialty, mocking Konoha for being provincial and unacquainted with fine things. Is that why you called me here? Hiruzen, you are becoming more childish. Danzo retorted, his irritation evident. Believing Hiruzen was mocking him. Please, let me finish. As one of the 5 great countries, Konoha must uphold the etiquette of hospitality. They have gifted us a great present. Despite our impoverished state, we must return the favor with a Konoha specialty. Hiruzen spoke with deeper implications. Danzo furrowed his brow, seemingly unable to grasp Hiruzen's intent, and inquired, a great present? Hiruzen, just say what you need. Hiruzen, exasperated, thought to himself how foolish Danzo was being at this moment and reluctantly stated, I hope you, Danzo, will, in your own way, send them a Konoha gift package. By my own way? Danzo paused in surprise, then a dark smile crept across his face, as if he were meeting Hiruzen for the first time, saying, What? Hiruzen, you finally recognize my methods? Hiruzen replied coolly, only this once. And I do not wish for anyone to know that this is the doing of Konoha's ninjas. Rest assured, I will handle it, as long as we unite our efforts. This ninja world will inevitably. Danzo began, but Hiruzen waved his hand, seemingly uninterested in hearing more. Humph. Danzo snorted, finding Hiruzen's behavior frustrating. Akin to a scoundrel who uses someone and then dismisses them. Ensure a messenger is left behind. A verbal promise is still a promise. What if the Raikage, in a moment of folly, agrees? Danzo flicked his sleeves and departed without responding to Hiruzen. Hiruzen retrieved a newly acquired pipe from his drawer, finding it increasingly to his liking. Today, I shall indulge in a few more puffs. Night fell, dark and perilous, within the borders of the Fire Country. The Cloud Envoy and his entourage raced through the forest, their expressions filled with panic as if some primordial beast were pursuing them. Faster! We must reach the Land of Lightning. There we will be safe. Damn Konoha! Upon my return to the Cloud Village, I will demand that Lord Raikage declare war on you. Shoo! Let us first leave the Fire Country. We shall reclaim this humiliation in due time. The faces of the members of the Cloud Hidden delegation were etched with anxiety, yet the distance could not be diminished by mere words. The journey from Konohagakure to the borders of the Land of Lightning spanned at least 3 to 4 days, and with their inadequate strength, barely reaching the level of Jonin. It would take them at least a week. A dozen Cloud shinobi dashed about frantically, abandoning the arrogance and order they once possessed. Suddenly, several cold arrows shot forth from the shadows, catching the unsuspecting Cloud shinobi off guard, who let out cries of despair before collapsing, their bodies swiftly darkening. Poisoned by the arrows. Who? The emissary of the Cloud Hidden trembled further upon hearing the screams. Could it be that Konohagakure sought to annihilate them? How dare they? Did Sarutobi Hiruzen truly possess such audacity? In their haste, the emissary had forgotten to bring along Konohagakure's specialties. The voice of Danzo emerged from the shadows, disregarding Sarutobi's request for confidentiality, for Danzo had his own methods of dealing with matters. Konohagakure? So it is indeed you. Do you truly wish to wage war against us? The cloud hidden? The emissary realized that upon hearing their adversary's identity, escape was no longer an option. Yet, a flicker of survival instinct remained within him. Surely, Konohagakure would fear the might of the cloud hidden. Waging war against the cloud hidden? We merely came to deliver a specialty from Konohagakure. How could this escalate to warfare? Specialty? What specialty? We do not want it. Leave at once, and I may consider not reporting your murderous actions to the Raikage. The cloud emissary uttered, trembling. Danzo's gaze was icy as he fixed his eyes upon the cloud shinobi, mocking, "Do you think our specialties are yours to demand or reject at will? Especially when it's a death package personally delivered by me. You cloud shinobi are truly Na'vi, even more so than that Sarutobi." Sarutobi? What does that mean? The cloud emissary was bewildered, unsure of the implication. This is bad. I inadvertently revealed my thoughts, Danzo realized, but dismissed the concern, as this group was already doomed. Leave the leader alive, let the rest perish. Danzo resolved to heed Sarutobi's advice, keeping a survivor to vex the Raikage, a task he relished. Yes. The cries of despair echoed as Danzo's root members slaughtered, without a shred of mercy, blood splattering, corpses strewn about. Soon, only the quivering cloud emissary remained. Kneeling in terror, repeatedly pleading, "Do not kill me, do not kill me." Is it possible to erase his memory, implanting only the outcome of the negotiations? And instilling a memory of the Sand Shinobi ambushing them? Danzo inquired of a root member with orange hair. The root member replied, expressionless, "Erasing his memory is simple. But implanting a memory that does not belong to him is beyond my capabilities. I can only make slight modifications." Suggesting that the assailants bore the forehead protector of the sand. That will suffice. Not that I expect this to incite conflict between the cloud and sand. Clean the battlefield, then disperse. Danzo turned back into the shadows, having no time to witness the aftermath, for he had more pressing matters to attend to. The allure of wood release was indeed captivating. In Konohagakure, I am so full, Kushina exclaimed, setting down a large bowl of ramen. Wiping the greasy corners of her mouth with her small hand, her face aglow with happiness. Lin Yu, feeling somewhat helpless, took out a few sheets of paper and gently wiped the grease from Goxin's hands. Then replaced them with a few more sheets to dab at the corners of her mouth. Goxin gazed intently at Lin Yu as he tended to her. Feeling a warmth envelop her heart, Lin Yu, maintaining an impassive demeanor, remarked, "You truly have an insatiable appetite." Beside Kushina lay 4 empty bowls, leaving one to ponder how her petite frame could possibly accommodate such a copious amount of ramen. Upon hearing this, Kushina's irritation flared. Indeed, the notion of a gentle-hearted man was but a myth. Her delicate, fair hand moved towards Lin Yu's waist, conveying an unmistakable intent. "Should you utter another word, I shall take action." A gentleman uses words rather than fists, and a good woman resorts to action instead of speech. Such was the profound wisdom Kushina had gleaned from her self-study of literature. Lin Yu quickly shifted his body to create some distance from Kushina and changed the subject, inquiring, "Is this ramen truly that delicious?" This evening, Lin Yu had no desire to cook and intended to take Kushina to the old lady's dumpling shop to solve their dining dilemma. To his surprise, the dumpling shop had coincidentally introduced a new ramen menu. Intrigued and fascinated, Kushina, who had a penchant for peculiar things, eagerly ordered a bowl and subsequently devoured 5 massive servings without restraint. It's incredibly delicious. If only it were a tad saltier, it would be perfect," she said, patting her round little belly, her cherubic face radiating contentment. "Is it really that delicious, young lady?" The proprietress, a gentle-looking middle-aged woman, couldn't help but inquire upon witnessing Kushina's enthusiastic praise for the ramen. "In my humble opinion, this ramen is the finest I have ever tasted in Konoha," Kushina replied, extending her tiny tongue to savor the lingering flavors. The middle-aged woman beamed with delight upon hearing this and beckoned to the young man who was preparing the ramen, saying, "Handmaid, your ramen is truly adored by our patrons." Chapter 71. 50 years of free ramen. Lin Yu could hardly fathom that the young man before him, with squinting eyes, would one day become the illustrious Otsutsuki Jiraiya. Presently, he was toiling as a temporary worker, known as Shouta, specializing in the art of ramen making. Could it truly be? "Do you genuinely enjoy the ramen I prepare, young lady?" The youthful Shouta inquired, his eyes narrowing with a hint of excitement. "Indeed," Kushina nodded emphatically, thoroughly satisfied with the ramen he had crafted. "Splendid. I have taken a significant step forward on my journey to becoming a ramen master," Shouta exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face. The recognition from a customer was the highest form of praise he could receive. Wiping away his tears, he turned to the middle-aged woman and said, "Auntie, I aspire to open my own shop. I wish to establish a ramen restaurant." The dream of owning a ramen shop had long been Shouta's ambition, with the desire for customers to fall in love with his ramen as his ideal. The expression on the middle-aged woman's face shifted slightly, not out of a desire to dissuade him from his venture, but rather due to the myriad considerations involved in opening a shop. The selection of a location, especially in a bustling area, often came with a hefty price tag. Furthermore, what was paramount for a restaurant? Was it the quality of the noodles? No, Shouta had already mastered that. What truly mattered was the clientele and foot traffic, and currently, there were scarcely any patrons in Konoha who had tasted his ramen. Lacking connections, his entrepreneurial endeavor was fraught with the potential for failure. A frown creased Xiaoda's aunt's brow as she envisioned a more prudent path for him, to first gain some recognition while working under her, accrue savings, and then, step by step, establish his own ramen shop. With a gentle tone, she advised, Xiaoda, you are still young. While I shall refrain from commenting on your ramen for now, you lack both the capital and connections essential for opening a shop. The choice of location is crucial for the survival of the business. I suggest you save more money and build your reputation first. In a few years, when I no longer run this dumpling shop, I will lend you the capital to start your own venture. Xiaoda understood that, given his current circumstances, the prospect of opening a ramen shop was indeed bleak. Even if his ramen was exquisite, without recognition, he would struggle to cover even the basic costs. Yet, he felt a profound unwillingness to wait 3 or 4 more years. As the dream of running a ramen shop had always burned brightly within him, and he had worked tirelessly to perfect his craft. Lin Yu listened to the gossip nearby and found his aunt's words quite insightful. He believed that the current generation of ramen masters was mostly in their 20s, saving up capital for 3 to 4 years. With the fame garnered during those years, their shops would undoubtedly flourish upon opening. He recalled from the original narrative that Kakashi, Obito, and Minato Namikaze had all come to support the ramen master's grand opening, forming an extensive queue. However, Lin Yu possessed connections, although still limited. He could leverage the ramen master's influence to forge relationships with many of the rising stars of Konoha. For instance, the Ino Shikacho trio, the Hyuga brothers, and the young Minato Namikaze. What does it take to become friends? Just a meal invitation, and if the food is delectable, they would quickly become inseparable companions. Of course, this particularly applies to the food enthusiasts among the Akimichi clan. Lin Yu's recent ambition revolves around befriending the future pillars of Konoha, perhaps even the next Hokage. For such connections, a suitable venue for conversation is essential, and what better place than the hand-pulled noodle shop owned by the uncle? As for finances, Lin Yu finds himself lacking. However, Kushina possesses ample resources, as she is quite the affluent young lady. This morning, the spoils from 3 Cloud Ninja encounters were stealthily taken by Kushina's mischievous little hands, leaving Lin Yu utterly penniless, reliant on Kushina to cover their meal. Lin Yu pondered for a moment before speaking. Handmade noodles, dear brother. I know quite a few friends whom I could introduce to you. Your noodle's flavor is sure to captivate them. Is that so? Yet, how can you ascertain its appeal when you have not tasted my noodles? With a disdainful glance at the small dumplings before Lin Yu, Handmade expressed his skepticism, feeling that Lin Yu was merely trying to deceive him with youthful exuberance. Lin Yu smiled awkwardly and said, Aha, I wholeheartedly believe in the culinary prowess of my beloved Kushina. Just look at her. She has devoured 5 substantial bowls. This can only attest to your remarkable skills, Master Xiaoda. Master Xiaoda chuckled softly, replying, Well, that is indeed a valid point. Ha ha ha. Lin Yu then articulated his intention, therefore. If you ever contemplate opening a restaurant, we might be able to assist you. Master Xiaoda appeared somewhat tempted, yet after patting his pocket, he lamented. I appreciate your kind offer, but my funds are rather insufficient. Lin Yu exchanged a glance with Goxi and Nai, who, with her large eyes twinkling, subtly gestured a 3 with her petite hand in a manner only Lin Yu could perceive. Her lips moved slightly, conveying the message, I can assist you. But you must attend to my needs for 3 days. Lin Yu's countenance darkened. Having taken my money, he still demands that I serve you. Truly. What a malevolent old landlord. Lin Yu, with a gloomy expression, nodded slightly and said, You have no idea the sacrifices I have made for your career. Coughing lightly, he added, Allow me to handle this trivial matter, Kushina. I can lend money to Brother Xiaoda. Kushina, with an assertive slap on the table, proclaimed in a surprisingly mature tone, You? Both Xiaoda and his aunt gazed at the young girl, disbelief evident in their eyes. Xiaoda replied, I cannot accept this. I aspire to open my own ramen shop, unlike others. Lin Yu raised his hand to interrupt hastily, saying, Brother, please allow us to finish. We are not asking to borrow money. Rather, we intend to prepay for 50 years' worth of ramen. Surely, that does not qualify as borrowing, does it? The hand-pulling brother felt a wave of confusion wash over him at the thought of prepaying for 50 years of ramen. Bewildered, he muttered, Well, that doesn't seem like borrowing. Then it's settled. Jixinai, please make the payment. Humph. Jixinai, somewhat reluctant, reached into her bag, feeling another substantial sum slip away from her grasp. Yet, the prospect of enjoying ramen for free over the next 50 years made her mouth water with anticipation. Lin Yu calculated in his mind that a bowl of ramen averages around 80 taels. With additional ingredients, it would amount to 100 taels. Consuming 3 bowls daily, over the course of a year, 365 days, would yield more than 5 million taels in 50 years. Since this is for 2 people, it would require 10 million taels. With him consuming 1 bowl and Joshinai 5. Leaning close to Joshinai's ear, Lin Yu discreetly disclosed the cost he had computed. Well, that is so expensive? Joshinai pinched Lin Yu's thigh with her small hand, displaying a hint of annoyance. She had never spent so much money before. 50 years of free ramen, all you can eat. Lin Yu tempted her. Joshinai's small face showed signs of struggle. Nevertheless, she would not act dishonestly. It was merely 10 million taels, after all. She had plenty of money. Her small hand rummaged through her bag and produced a sealed scroll. With a loud bang, a large chest appeared out of thin air. Hand and her aunt were somewhat astonished. Were these two children ninjas? They could not afford to underestimate them any longer, their expressions turning serious. With a flourish, Joshinai dumped a heap of sparkling silver notes onto the table in front of Hand, assuming the demeanor of a wealthy tycoon. This is my ramen expense for 50 years. Please accept it. Chapter 72. The second person who dares to slam the door on his hand was taken aback by the towering pile of silver notes before him. He had never seen so much money. How many taels could this possibly be? Lin Yu swiftly answered his unspoken question. This is 10 million taels. The combined ramen cost for Joshinai and me over 50 years. 10 million taels. Hand was utterly astonished. The two children, who appeared to be siblings, could produce such a vast sum, and he had never anticipated that his ramen would be worth so much. Ahem, to be honest, we actually profited from this. If calculated precisely, it would be approximately 11 million taels. Lin Yu's face turned slightly red. His math skills were not particularly strong. Enough. My ramen is not worth this much. Thank you so much. From now on, come to my shop and eat to your heart's content. Hand expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Joshinai, while regarding Lin Yu, someone who had yet to sample his ramen, with a sense of disbelief, yet admiration for the young girl who had such a hearty appetite. Hee, Joshinai giggled at Lin Yu. Look how popular I am. Hand. Since you have made your decision, I shall not say more. Young people should be a bit impulsive. Hand's aunt chose to support his decision to open the ramen shop, accepting fate as it unfolded. Aunt, thank you for your care. Hand bowed deeply to his aunt, tears brimming in his eyes. She had been exceptionally kind to him. Despite his stubbornness, he understood gratitude and the importance of giving back. Go forth, child. I look forward to the day you become the finest ramen chef in Konoha. I will achieve it. I promise you. Lin Yu took Joxin away from the old lady's dumpling shop. As for the choice of establishment, Lin Yu did not concern himself too much. He simply informed Shoda to notify him a couple of days before the grand opening, promising to bring a large crowd to support. The nights in Konoha village were rather tranquil, for there were few recreational activities available, primarily consisting of shops, lacking any entertainment options. As Lin Yu and Kushina strolled along the path home, Kushina bounced with joy, her spirits lifted. The thought of enjoying 50 years of complimentary ramen significantly diminished her previously violent tendencies. Upon rounding a corner, Kushina's eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned to Lin Yu and exclaimed, Lin Yu, I wish to play on the swing. Lin Yu turned his head and noticed a familiar scene, a park-like setting adorned with benches, a slide, a sandbox, and several swings swaying gently in the breeze. It had been a long time since he had swung on a swing set. Perhaps his inner age deemed such an activity too childish. Nevertheless, indulging in it would not be amiss. Ah, how exhilarating. Lin Yu exerted himself further. Ultimately, however, he found himself unable to sit on the swing, as Joxin had assigned him the role of a laborer, sulking as he pushed the swing behind her. My childhood, lost. If it were Xiaonan on the swing, he would surely have held her close, swinging together in joyous abandon. If it were Tsunade, he could envision himself sitting with her. Oh dear. And if it were Makoto, they would definitely sit side by side. Yet here he was, a distinguished time traveler, relegated to merely pushing the swing for Joxin. How absurd. Suddenly, a figure adorned with a cat-faced mask landed before Lin Yu and the others. Observing the two individuals, who had been kidnapped earlier that day, gleefully swinging, even he, a member of the Umbu, found himself at a loss for words regarding their apparent lack of awareness. In a solemn tone, he announced, Vortex Lin Yu, Vortex Joxin. The Hokage requests your presence. Lin Yu steadied himself and pulled along the pouting and somewhat reluctant Kushina, trailing behind the shadows of the Umbu. At this hour, did Sarutobi Hiruzen summon us regarding the leak of the Nine-Tails chakra? In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat comfortably in his chair, kindly addressing Kushina, who stood before him. Kushina, I heard that during your battle with the Sand Ninja, you exhibited a chakra that does not belong to you. Could you enlighten me on how this occurred? Kushina appeared somewhat apprehensive, glancing at Lin Yu, who offered her a reassuring look. She slowly began, I'm not entirely sure what happened. Suddenly, a powerful chakra surged from within me, and then it just happened. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow and responded, as far as I know, that ferocious chakra belongs to the Nine-Tails. Have you communicated with it? Are you saying that chakra is from that wretched fox? But every time I go to find it, we end up arguing. Why would it assist me? Kushina blinked her large eyes, responding innocently. A wretched fox? Arguing? Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips twitched slightly. Anyone bold enough to utter such words to the Nine-Tails was either stronger than it or unaware of its true power. In any case, he would never dare to insult the Nine-Tails in its presence. Could it be that the Nine-Tails lent its chakra to Kushina out of self-preservation? If its Jinchuriki perished, the tailed beast would likewise vanish. This was certainly a possibility. Kushina, can you communicate with the Nine-Tails? Can it lend you chakra? Sarutobi Hiruzen was keenly interested in the answer to this question. Kushina hesitated momentarily, shaking her head. Whenever I meet that wretched fox, we just argue. It's both fierce and stingy. Well, I understand now. You may return home. I need to have a private discussion with Lin Yu, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. However, the fact that they could converse at all was encouraging. They would have to wait until Kushina matured a bit more to see how things developed. Lin Yu, I'm a bit worried, Kushina said. Go home, and remember not to lock the door, or I might come to, well, you know. Humph. You dare. I'll knock you sideways. Kushina angrily slammed the door behind her, leaving without bidding Sarutobi Hiruzen farewell. Bang. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared blankly at Kushina's retreating figure, muttering, "She is the second person to dare slam my door." Lin Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment, uncertain whether he should inquire about the identity of the first person. Sarutobi Hizashi, regaining his composure, fixed his gaze upon Lin Yu's youthful countenance, studying it for a considerable moment before speaking. "How much of your true strength have you concealed?" Lin Yu let out a bitter smile. The moment had finally arrived. He no longer wished to conceal the truth. The enhancement of his strength signified not only his personal growth but also the opportunity to engage with a broader array of experiences. After all, he could be considered a disciple of the illustrious Sarutobi Sasuke, could he not? Lin Yu resolved to disclose everything that could be revealed to Sarutobi Hiruzen, in order to stabilize his mind. Otherwise, he would constantly be haunted by the presence of a lurking shadow, peering at him through the lens of a telescope, driving him to madness in the days to come. In Lin Yu's eyes, the once black pupils vanished, replaced in an instant by a blood-red hue, adorned with 3 black tomo that rotated slowly. Even Sarutobi Hizashi, who was already aware of Lin Yu's possession of the 3-tomo Sharingan, could not help but feel astonished upon witnessing it firsthand. To awaken such power at the tender age of 10 was indeed a rarity. Moreover, it was clear that merely possessing the Sharingan would not suffice to overcome 3 elite shinobi. Lin Yu, feeling somewhat helpless, showcased the C and B rank ninjutsu he had acquired, demonstrating the hand seals and verbalizing the chakra flow to Sarutobi Hiruzen. With Hiruzen's esteemed title as a master of ninjutsu, he could discern at a glance whether Lin Yu truly grasped the techniques. After presenting around 20 to 30 different ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained furrowed in thought and slowly remarked, "Insufficient. With these techniques alone, it is impossible to eliminate 3 Jonin. They would merely suffice for self-preservation." Lin Yu noticed that Sarutobi was still relentless in his pursuit, and a thought emerged in his mind. Why not directly send him to the heavens with the power of the reincarnation eye? Chapter 73. I have returned once more. Lin Yu could never directly eliminate Sarutobi Hiruzen, as he was, after all, his nominal grandmaster, making it rather inappropriate to take such action against him. Lin Yu once again employed the Vortex Clan's diamond lock technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the 4 golden chains dancing in the air, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes as he recalled the late Uzumaki Mito, the woman who had cared for him as if he were her own son. As memories of the past flooded his mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression softened considerably. However, he still remarked, "Is that all? These will only result in a stalemate, and they are not sufficient to vanquish them." Lin Yu's eyes glinted with determination. There was no alternative left for him, and he had no choice but to unleash his ultimate technique. He positioned his hands in front of him, forming a shape reminiscent of a cross. Upon witnessing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils constricted, and he involuntarily exclaimed, "Could it be the multiple shadow clone jutsu?" With a cacophony of sounds, crack, bang, thud, the spacious Hokage office was instantly filled to the brim with numerous figures, leaving not a single inch of space unoccupied. Over 100 Linyas chorused in unison. "What do you think, Hokage-sama? Will this technique allow me to triumph over them?" Sarutobi Hiruzen, removing one foot that had landed squarely on his face, was about to utter a few words when another shoe sole came crashing down, forcing him to mutter, "I believe it, but could you please refrain from making contact with the clones?" Bang, bang, bang. As a cloud of white smoke billowed, the multitude of Linyas vanished in an instant, leaving only the original Lin Yu in the center, scratching his head and grinning sheepishly. Sarutobi Hiruzen took out a mirror to inspect his face, counting the shoe prints. 1, 2, 3, 6 impressions in total. His Hokage robes were no better, now completely soiled. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an overwhelming urge to hurl his pipe at Lin Yu, the troublesome boy. However, since it was his directive to allow Lin Yu to showcase his abilities, he could only bite his tongue and swallow his frustration, lamenting why he had not intervened sooner upon seeing that imprint. The combination of the multiple shadow clone jutsu and the vast chakra reserves of the Uzumaki clan was indeed capable of exhausting 3 elite Jonin. Although it was evident that this boy harbored further hidden potential, it sufficed for now. Any remaining strength would likely consist of merely a few A-rank ninjutsu. Ultimately, he could be deemed a competent elite Jonin. As for the reason it was considered barely so, Sarutobi Hiruzen discerned that Lin Yu had yet to fully master the transformation of chakra attributes. Yet, given his youth, there was no need for haste. A fleeting thought crossed Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind as he darkened his expression and addressed Lin Yu. "What transpired today must never leave this room, otherwise you shall be punished by cleaning every toilet in the hidden leaf for a month." "Yes," Lin Yu responded promptly. "You may return now." Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand dismissively, his desire to avoid Lin Yu for the remainder of the year palpable. Lin Yu turned around, a hint of joy lingering in his heart, devoid of any embarrassment. Indeed, the outskirts of Konoha village are teeming with wild beasts, and our Konoha ninjas exerted considerable effort to escort a hidden cloud envoy safely. "You little ones must refrain from recklessly leaving the village. If you were to be devoured by the beasts, it would be beyond reproach on my part," came the voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen, reminiscent of a storyteller. Lin Yu's footsteps did not falter as he exited the Hokage's office. casually shutting the door behind him with a slight smirk. A Cloud Village envoy, huh? This is quite different from the Sarutobi Hiruzen I am acquainted with. It seems the future holds intriguing prospects. In the following days, Lin Yu sought to generate buzz for the hand-pulled noodle shop, orchestrating a grand spectacle. He leveraged connections far and wide, even enlisting Kushina to promote the venture at the Ninja Academy. The hand-pulled noodles were quite impressive. Not only had the shop been selected, but a plethora of business cards had also been printed for Lin Yu. The establishment retained the name Ichiraka Ramen, with a slightly larger space than depicted in the original narrative. After all, the current proprietor was brimming with youthful vigor, embodying the relentless spirit of youth. It is no wonder that in later years, the shop merely accommodated a single row of seats, a consequence of youthful exuberance. The shop required a modest renovation. Hence the proprietor informed Lin Yu that the grand opening would occur in 10 days. As he spoke those words, a hint of nervousness crept into his demeanor. For if the turnout failed to even reach 10 patrons, while it would not shatter his spirit, it would undoubtedly leave him disheartened. Lin Yu patted his chest, assuring Shoda that the line of customers would undoubtedly stretch from the storefront all the way to the Hokage Tower. Shoda, filled with regret, departed with a heavy heart, lamenting that he should never have placed his trust in Lin Yu's fanciful words. In a moment of impulsiveness, he had gone ahead and opened the shop. Alas, what was he to do now? Lin Yu felt as though his reputation had been severely tarnished, and he was determined to demonstrate to Shoda that he was indeed Lin Yu of the Vortex. He still had numerous friends. Such was the situation. Orochimaru, will you be free to join me for ramen? Lin Yu even included Orochimaru in his list of invitees, a testament to the resolve he had mustered. Ramen? I shall not attend. Orochimaru coldly rejected the invitation, seemingly still harboring resentment over being made a scapegoat by Lin Yu. Lin Yu's expression shifted to one of surprise as he tentatively suggested, I can arrange for you to meet a member of the Immortal Organization. Deal. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. He had long sought information about the Immortal Organization, yet had found no leads. The opportunity to exchange a simple bowl of ramen for a chance to meet was, for him, an incredibly advantageous proposition. Lin Yu never anticipated that Orochimaru would acquiesce so readily. On the surface, it appeared as though he was merely agreeing to meet with the members of the Immortal Organization. However, the underlying implication was that they intended to deliver a severe beating to Orochimaru. Given Orochimaru's temperament, would he genuinely engage in conversation with the Immortal Organization's members? Would he not desire to pry into their secrets? Would he not seek to comprehend the essence of immortality? Such notions were utterly implausible. It was certain that he would provoke a brutal confrontation, and Lin Yu would not hold back. A beating would indeed be a beating. Alas, instead of graciously accepting an invitation for ramen, he insisted on exchanging it for a thrashing. Truly, how vexing. Lin Yu noticed that Orochimaru was still immersed in his joy, so he refrained from disturbing him. He placed a business card down and quietly slipped away, fearing that if he lingered any longer, he would be unable to suppress his laughter. Lin Yu departed from Orochimaru's base and strolled along the street, counting on his fingers. Mei Qin, Uncle Dai, Tsunade, Uncle Jinhong, Teacher Shueching, and Orochimaru, only 6. After tallying up on his fingers, Lin Yu realized he had only invited 6 individuals, which was inadequate. When Lin Yu took action, it was imperative that he had a substantial presence. Lin Yu cast a glance in one direction, clenched his teeth, and resolved himself. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was diligently working when a knock echoed through the room. Come in, he called out, pausing his work. He took a sip of tea and turned to face the visitor, nearly choking on his drink at the sight. Blushing, he swallowed hard and stammered, Why you? Aha, I'm back again, Hokage-sama. Lin Yu's presence was the last thing Hiruzen wished to see, as it reminded him of the 6 dark footprints on his face. After returning home that evening, his wife had asked if he had fallen into a ditch while walking at night, commenting on how dirty his clothes were. Here was Sarutobi Hiruzen, the illustrious 3rd Hokage of Konoha, being ridiculed by his own wife for looking like he had tumbled into a ditch. It was a bitter pill to swallow, all thanks to Uzumaki Lin Yu. Chapter 74. Kushina takes action. What? Ramen? Sarutobi was taken aback, unable to fathom why Lin Yu would want to treat him to ramen. However, as Hokage, his free time was exceedingly limited, and the thought of accompanying a child for a meal was far from appealing. He mused that it would be better to spend that time with his wife. Danzo interjected. You scoundrel, Sarutobi. I dedicate every hour of my day to the welfare of Konoha, and you still think of slacking off to be with your wife? Sighing, Lin Yu remarked, I knew Hokage-sama would decline. I had already made arrangements with Tsunade and Orochimaru-sensei. Well then, Hokage-sama, do carry on. Disappointment was etched on Lin Yu's face, his gaze towards Sarutobi akin to that of a betrayed lover. Tsunade and Orochimaru were also attending? A gathering of mentors and students? It had been ages since he had dined with them. It would indeed be pleasant. Recently, there had been no pressing matters, and reminiscing about his youth over a meal with his students seemed delightful. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi called out to Lin Yu, who was about to leave. It's not impossible. Have you agreed on a date yet? Let me see if I can find the time to join you. 10 days later, at Ichiraka Ramen, Lin Yu swiftly produced a business card and placed it on the Hokage's desk, leaving no room for Sarutobi to ponder before vanishing in an instant. Ichiraka Ramen? A newly opened establishment? With no significant obligations in 10 days, he could indeed take a trip and see if Tsunade and Orochimaru had made any progress. Sarutobi discreetly took a puff of smoke and tucked the card into his sleeve. At the Konoha Ninja Academy, it was currently lunchtime. In a corner of Class 2B, a group of students, a mix of varying heights, appeared to include 3rd and 4th graders. Among them, the most notable were Nara Shikaku with his pineapple hairstyle, Akimichi Choza with his spiky red hair, and another member of the Ino Shikacho trio, Yamanaka Inoichi, though his long yellow hair was less conspicuous beside a strikingly handsome blonde. Namikaze Minato. Additionally, the Hyuga brothers were present, albeit a few years younger for the sake of the plot, along with various supporting characters from the ninja school. They were gathered around a podium where a little girl with long red hair sat with an air of seriousness, resembling a young leader of a gang. Hey, why did you call us here? Nara Shikaku asked, exasperated. Yes, if it's not about food, I'm leaving, Akimichi Choza added, stuffing snacks into his mouth, making Kushina's mouth water. Swallowing hard, Kushina boldly waved her hand, addressing her followers. Of course, it's about food. I'm treating you all to a meal. Oh no, ramen, super delicious ramen. Super delicious ramen. Are you sure? Akimichi's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had discovered a new world. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. It's a flavor you've never tasted before. However, on opening day, each person is limited to one order. The thought of handcrafted ramen made Kushina salivate, though she had to maintain her image as the leader in front of her subordinates. Ugh, sorry, I'm not interested in food. I'm leaving, Nara Shikaku said, appearing disinterested and wishing to return to his nap. Shikaku, don't leave. You know I spent all my allowance on snacks this month, so. Nara Shikaku had no choice but to rummage through his pocket, accustomed to this routine with his friends. Akimichi Choza quickly seized Shikaku's hand, awkwardly stating, you know my appetite. One serving isn't enough, so. With a resigned expression, Shikaku replied, fine, I'll go with you. Inoichi, I want your portion too. All right. Kushina breathed a sigh of relief. The Ino Shikacho trio was secured. Her gaze then shifted to the Hyuga brothers. Hyuga Hazashi scoffed, I'm not interested in ramen. So I want to join. Hyuga Hayashi chimed in, what my brother says goes. Kushina frowned. She wasn't familiar with these brothers and found them challenging to deal with. Suddenly, Namikaze Minato interjected, is this a class reunion? Sounds interesting, count me in. I quite enjoy ramen. He flashed a charming smile at Kushina. Count me in too. Is it a gathering for classmates? That sounds intriguing. I want to join. Seeing so many supporting her, Kushina nearly burst into laughter. This time, she would make Lin Yu see her in a new light. Her connections were extensive. I thought it was something significant, just a bunch of kids playing house. A student adorned with the Uchiha clan's fan insignia scoffed as he passed by, overhearing their conversation. What did you say? Kushina's cheeks flushed, her fists clenched. She had never encountered this Uchiha before, and he clearly had not felt the weight of her prowess. Uchiha Daichi smirked derisively. Isn't it true? Do you really think the clan heads would attend a ramen feast? Or the Sannin? Or even our Hokage? How infuriating. Kushina's face turned crimson. She was ready to throw a punch. Who said the clan heads wouldn't go? I'll tell my father when I get home. Akimichi Choza stood up for Kushina valiantly. What use is a clan of food lovers? A prestigious clan like the Uchiha has no need to associate with you. You. Kushina changed her mind. The Hyuga clan will also attend. Hyuga Hazashi glared at Uchiha Daichi as the Hyuga clan reveled in opposing the Uchihas. What my brother says goes. Hyuga Hayashi echoed. The crowd murmured. That sounds familiar. Thank you all. Kushina felt a surge of gratitude. Her subordinates were quite supportive. See you then. It stinks here. The Hyuga brothers waved goodbye as they departed. It really does smell bad. It's killing my appetite, Nara Shikaku remarked. Let us go, Inoichi. The trio of Ino Shikacho followed suit. Do you all look down on us Uchihas? Stand still and clarify. Uchiha Udai's face flushed crimson as he exclaimed in frustration. However, he was met with indifference. As the onlooking students dispersed promptly, leaving only Namikaze Minato standing alone. Minato offered a gentle smile to Uchiha Udai before stepping past him to return to his rightful place. As this was indeed his classroom, and class was about to commence. Stop right there. You with the blonde hair? Did you just ignore me? Uchiha Udai, seeing everyone flee, seized the opportunity to assert his dominance over the seemingly easy target, Namikaze Minato. Me? Minato replied, somewhat bemused. He merely wished to avoid conflict, yet found himself mistaken for a pushover. Let us take this outside for a one-on-one duel. Only the strong of Uchiha can speak here. Uchiha Udai provoked Minato. If you insist on doing so, I wouldn't mind engaging in a friendly match, Minato shrugged nonchalantly. Then let us go. Meet me at the playground. Just remember not to cry if you lose. This was destined to be a brutal mismatch. Chapter 74. The third Hokage is going to eat ramen? In the afternoon. As classes ended, a bruised and battered boy walked past Kushina. She found him somewhat familiar and stared for a moment, only for him to suddenly yell at her. What are you looking at? I tripped and fell on my own. Tell that little blonde brat to watch himself next time, or I'll make him pay. Ouch. Kushina observed as he continued to rant without watching where he was going and collided with a pillar, which made her chuckle. Though she couldn't identify him, she felt an unexpected joy and skipped home, eager to confide in Hayato. That evening at Hayato's home, Kushina pouted while holding Hayato's hand as they sat on the couch. Hayato inhaled the sweet fragrance of youth emanating from Kushina and subtly shifted away, not out of pretense, but because he sensed her intentions were less than innocent. Ahem, Kushina. Is there something on your mind? Kushina, somewhat bashful, replied. Hayato, who did you invite to go eat ramen? Her big eyes sparkled with anticipation. Eager to hear the name she longed for from Hayato, Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief, initially fearing that Kushina might require him to undertake some unsavory task. This inquiry held little significance, so he pondered for a moment before counting on his fingers: Makoto, Uncle Dai, Tsunade, Uncle Mako, Teacher Shueqing, and Orochimaru. Currently, these 6 individuals could be confirmed. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the 3rd Hokage, was exceedingly busy, and Lin Yu was uncertain if any unexpected circumstances would arise in the coming days. Hence he refrained from mentioning it. Uchiha, the commoner uncle, the legendary Sannin, elite Jonin, and medical ninja, oh my, brother Lin Yu, you truly are remarkable. Kushina's eyes sparkled like crescent moons, feeling proud that Lin Yu could summon such an impressive assembly. Leaning closer to Lin Yu, she whispered, her breath fragrant, brother Lin Yu. Could you possibly invite Lord Hokage over? Lin Yu felt a slight itch in his ears from the warm air. But he couldn't help but feel puzzled upon hearing Kushina ask him to invite Sarutobi Hiruzen for ramen. Was it really necessary to invite the Hokage just to show support? Lin Yu, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, Kushina, are you concealing something from me? Blushing, Kushina shyly nodded her finger and recounted everything that transpired at school today to Lin Yu. With indignation, she exclaimed that Uchiha Udai is utterly arrogant. I could hardly restrain myself from giving him a good thrashing. Lin Yu, dear brother, will you assist me? Lin Yu feigned helplessness, shrugging his shoulders as he remarked. The Hokage is exceedingly busy. How could I possibly invite him over? Kushina nestled into Lin Yu's embrace, playfully clinging to his waist, and looked up at him with pleading eyes. Brother Lin Yu, please help me. You are a student of Orochimaru's sensei, so by extension, you must be the Hokage's grand disciple. Surely you have a way to convince him. I can serve you for 3 days at most. After uttering the last sentence, Kushina buried her face in Lin Yu's chest. Too bashful to look up, her mind racing with fantasies of how Lin Yu might want her to serve him. Would it be fetching tea, or keeping the bed warm? Oh, how embarrassing. With a playful kick of her slender legs, she burrowed deeper into Lin Yu's embrace. He felt as if he had been struck by an electric shock. Thousands of ants crawling in his chest. Struggling to compose himself, he replied, let me think about it. Seeing Lin Yu hesitate, Kushina pouted and raised her head, tentatively suggesting, how about I let you stay at Makoto's house for 3 days? Deal. Lin Yu agreed immediately. Kushina, hearing his prompt acceptance, felt a mix of embarrassment and rage. Ding. Transformation activated. It was as if she had been possessed by Susanoo, her body enveloped in crimson chakra, her eyes gleaming ominously, and her hair flowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. To Lin Yu, Kushina appeared as a being risen from the depths of hell. Surrounded by a nightmarish backdrop of blood and despair, his imagination running wild. Kushina, barefoot, playfully stepped on Lin Yu, her delicate hand gripping his chin. Her laughter ringing out from her crimson lips. My dear Lin Yu, have you considered how you might meet your end? Oh, I hope to avoid such a fate under the peony. Bang, bang, bang. It felt as if the village of Konoha had trembled once more. The following morning, Kushina cheerfully exited her home with a small bag on her back, while Lin Yu, behind her, had his nose stuffed with tissues, smiling and waving goodbye. One eye humorously squinting. I'm off to school. Brother Lin Yu, you must do your best, she called out, waving her little hand. Lin Yu thought it best to remain home for a couple of days. In his current state, he could not possibly face the world. Absolutely not. Perhaps he could seek comfort from Makoto? Or find some distraction with Tsunade. At the Ninja Academy, Class 2B. What did you say? The Hokage will also be eating ramen that day? Hinata Hizashi exclaimed in disbelief. Whatever my brother says goes. Kushina regarded the repeating Hinata disdainfully. Uncertain if he was slightly off-kilter. Clearing her throat, she announced, ahem, quiet. This is top-secret information. Not only will the Hokage be there, but all 3 legendary Sannin and elite Jonin from Konoha will also attend. Just imagine, we might even share a bowl of ramen with the Hokage. Sharing ramen with the Hokage. Wave Wind Minato's eyes sparkled with longing. The Hokage was his life's ambition, and if he could dine with the 3rd Hokage, perhaps he could glean insights on becoming Hokage himself. He must seize this opportunity. Minato looked earnestly at Kushina and said, please inform me the day the ramen shop opens. No, wait, could you just tell me the location? I'll queue up a day in advance. A day? Not nearly enough. I plan to arrive 2 days early. I'll be there for 3 days. You all are so weak. A voice suddenly burst forth from the crowd. Akimichi Choza, brimming with enthusiasm, declared. If even the Hokage is attending, the ramen must be exquisite. I'm setting up camp at the shop right now. Hey, Choza, you're thinking too much. We still have school. Are you really planning to skip class? Narashikaka queried, bemused. Though he too was surprised by the news of the Hokage and the many elite Jonin attending, that ramen shop must be extraordinary, for the sake of culinary delights. What was skipping class compared to that? Choza was unfazed by the prospect of missing school. It was his first time. Be careful not to get caught by your dad. Came a light-hearted warning from Yamashiro Aoi nearby. How infuriating. Even my father is an obstacle on my culinary quest? Choza grumbled, feeling both angry and helpless, yet he abandoned the idea of camping out unless he could persuade his father to join him. That seemed like a possibility. Chapter 76. Choza, you've inherited not a bit of your father's flair. The news of the Hokage going for ramen quickly spread throughout the school. However, it did not reach the level of being common knowledge. Most of those who had agreed to the class gathering, such as the Ino Shikacho trio and members of various clans, would not blab about it at school but would certainly gossip within their families. Kushina watched as her little brothers dispersed to spread the news and gather support. A proud smile on her face. Humph. I, Kushina, am not lacking. Brother Lin Yu is of high quality. I shall compensate with numbers. And surely I will astonish that insufferable Lin Yu. The teachers at the Ninja Academy were puzzled today, noticing that the students appeared distracted, even the exemplary wave wind Minato, who, while not as impatient as the others, displayed a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. Teacher Umi held a piece of chalk, unable to comprehend the strange atmosphere. And just as the bell rang for dismissal, ding ding ding. Goodbye, Teacher Umi. Hurry. Go home and tell your parents that big secret. Sure, don't spill the beans. If too many people find out, we might miss our chance. Teacher Umi felt a blur before his eyes, before he could dismiss the class. Only a few students remained in the classroom. Even his prized student, Minato, had quietly slipped away. Teacher Umi caught one of the lingering students, his gaze sharp. What is going on in class recently? Why did everyone rush out so fast? Even Minato didn't say goodbye. I don't know. I usually don't hang out with them, the student stammered. Teacher Umi sternly admonished, students should treat each other kindly. I despise cliques from tomorrow onward. You must integrate with them, understood? Why yes, understood. Akimichi clan residents. Father, quick. I found an incredibly delicious ramen shop. Let us go camp out in queue. Akimichi Choza tumbled into the living room, shouting excitedly at his father. What? Incredibly delicious ramen? In Konoha? And there are dishes I haven't tried? The clan leader swallowed a giant chicken leg in one bite, chewing a few times before swallowing. The Akimichi clan leader was skeptical. What culinary delights in Konoha had he not tasted? He would certainly be the first to know about any food in the village. It's true, father. Let us hurry and set up camp to queue. Choza was already preparing his gear, his passion for food surpassing that of his father. I can queue, but camp out? In the woods? I'm not going. The Akimichi clan leader hesitated. While he loved food, he preferred meat dishes and was not particularly interested in ramen. The shop hasn't even opened yet. They say it won't start serving for another 10 days. If we queue now, we'll definitely be the first to eat. Chio Dingswa was filled with fervor, completely oblivious to the increasingly dark expression on his father's face. Dingswa, have I been too indulgent with you? How could you commit such a foolish act? The clan leader of Chio Dao was deeply disappointed in his eldest son, lacking even a trace of his own dignity. However, the renowned Sannin of Konoha would be attending, along with the likes of Rikujuchi, and, it was said, even the Hokage himself would be present. Chio Dingswa stammered. Quick, what are you still doing there? I have everything prepared. Dingswa was taken aback. In the brief moment he spoke, his father had already packed numerous bags, appearing as though he were embarking on a journey. A fiery passion ignited in Dingswa's eyes. Truly, he was his father's son. His love for exquisite cuisine was no less than his own. Indeed, you are my son. You possess my former grace, the clan leader thought to himself with pride. What a delightful dish it must be to attract both the Sannin and the Hokage. Meanwhile, in the Nara clan, Nara Riku, the Hokage's secretary, appeared perplexed. The Hokage is going to support a ramen shop? The Sannin will also attend? How is it that I, as the Hokage's secretary, did not know this? While my son Rikujuchi was already aware. That is the situation, father. Could this perhaps be a special mission? Nara Riku pondered, stroking his chin. A special mission? Are you suggesting that there is something amiss with that ramen shop? Nara Riku also contemplated, with the various clans of Konoha, the Sannin, and even the Hokage attending. That ramen shop must be extraordinary. Father, do you know if any dangerous individuals have recently surfaced in the ninja world? At that moment, Nara Riku's demeanor belied his 12 years. He exhibited the intellect of an adult trapped in a child's body. Our Nara clan is comprised entirely of time travelers. Nara Riku's expression shifted dramatically as he blurted out, the man in the black cloak. You mean the mysterious figure who traverses the battlefield? Nara Riku confirmed. Indeed. Not only does he traverse the battlefield, he is as formidable as a deity. Ordinary ninjas stand no chance against him, and their numbers are utterly irrelevant. Nara Riku recalled the clan leader's recounting of that battle, and merely through his narrative, he sensed the terrifying nature of the opponent. So, father, do you think this is a trap set by the Hokage? Nara Riku, after a prolonged silence without a response from his father, looked up and, feeling exasperated, placed a hand on his forehead. Father, how can you backtrack now? Aren't we discussing something of great importance? Ah, you've caught me. Nara Riku admitted without a hint of shame, even moving his game piece in front of his son. This is not something for you to concern yourself with right now. Focus on your studies. The ninja world will soon face upheaval again. Rikujuchi hung his head, displaying a demeanor of indifference, as if to say he would not heed his father's words. Nara Riku ruffled his son's hair and said, why worry about it? We'll go see for ourselves when the time comes. Father, do you also wish to eat ramen? Who doesn't he love good food? Why are you moving my pieces? Among the various clans of Konoha, a tenth had received news of the Hokage's planned ramen outing. While outwardly calm, behind the scenes, many were strategizing on how to gain the Hokage's favor, even if they could not secure the attention of the third Hokage. Obtaining the goodwill of one of the Sannin would be a matter of great pride. Most families in Konoha were aware of this news, save for one, the Uchiha clan. Brother Fugaku, you must help me get revenge. That little blonde brat beat me so badly. Uchiha Udai whined, his face contorted in distress, his nose running, prompting Fugaku to take several steps back with a look of disdain. As a proud member of the Uchiha clan, to be bullied by a commoner was a disgrace. Fugaku's expression darkened. Do you know the name of the one who bullied you? Yes. His name is Namikaze Minato, a second-year student at the Ninja Academy. A student at the Ninja Academy? That complicates matters. The Academy is a vital institution in Konoha. They wouldn't allow us Uchihas to act recklessly, Fugaku lamented. As a fourth-grade student, you were beaten by a second-grader? Are you not ashamed? Brother Fugaku, I was wrong. But that Namikaze Minato showed us no respect and hit me so hard that my mother didn't even recognize me when I got home. Uchiha Udai suddenly had a bright idea. Brother Fugaku, I heard they are planning some kind of classmate gathering to go eat ramen together. We could. Silence. Such matters are best kept to ourselves. Anyone who dares bully the Uchihas must pay the price. By the way, who else will be attending? I recall the Inuzuka clan, the Nara clan, the Yamanaka clan, the Chiodao clan, and the Hyuga clan. Uchiha Fugaku sighed. Can I retract my statement now? Chapter 77, Danzo, Sarutobi, you scoundrel. How dare you eat ramen behind my back? Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had gone by. The ninja world remained temporarily tranquil, with no large-scale wars erupting. The 5 great nations were wary of the mysterious immortal organization and the man in the black cloak, unwilling to take risks until they understood the situation better. While the ninja world was calm, Konoha village was stirring with anticipation. In the depths of Konoha, at the root base, Danzo emerged from the laboratory after 3 days and nights of toil, dragging his weary body to the door. An indescribable stench of decaying wood mingled with the scent of blood wafted out, utterly nauseating. Has anything happened in Konoha in recent days? Danzo's hoarse voice echoed in the underground chamber, empty yet resonant. Though no figures were visible to the naked eye, Danzo felt no sense of unease. Upon hearing Danzo's inquiry, a ghostly figure detached itself from the shadows, entirely cloaked in black, not a single inch of skin exposed, as a mechanical voice devoid of emotion responded, Yes, sir. Nothing significant has transpired in Konoha recently. Have you located any information regarding the mysterious man in the black cloak who appeared on the battlefield in the Land of Rain? Yes, sir. It seems the black-cloaked individual emerged in the ninja world as if from nowhere. Prior to that, there were no traces of him. However, over a month ago, a bounty division in Konoha was destroyed, suspected to be the work of the black-cloaked figure, but the reasons remain unclear. What about the immortal organization? Have they been identified? Yes, sir. Similar to the black-cloaked individual, the immortal organization had shown no signs of existence in the ninja world before the battle in the Land of Rain. This is the first time we have even heard the name of this organization. It is even more enigmatic than the black-cloaked figure. Humph. A bunch of useless fools. Aside from some superficial information, you have uncovered nothing in these past months. What do I employ you for? If you are so inept, you might as well conduct human experiments in the laboratory. Hanzo was exceedingly vexed. For several months, he had been unable to ascertain the origins of a certain individual, which only intensified his trepidation towards the enigmatic figure in the black robe and the so-called Eternal Life organization he spoke of. The absence of any trace or indication was the very scenario Hanzo dreaded most. He had always preferred to maintain control over every situation, allowing no room for unforeseen circumstances. The root ninja, sensing Hanzo's volatile temperament, felt as though he might be sent to the laboratory for human experimentation, even though he had been trained to suppress his emotions. He swallowed hard, fully aware of the nature of the experiments conducted there. Some captives and criminals had been delivered to that fate by his own hands. Death did not frighten him, yet certain horrors surpassed the finality of death itself. He had once witnessed a captive whose experiment went awry, resulting in a massive tree growing directly from his body, feeding on his flesh until it drained him completely. No, I must not become a tree. I must save myself. The root ninja racked his brain and suddenly recalled some gossip he had overheard in recent days. After a moment of contemplation, he respectfully spoke. Lord Hanzo, there seems to have been a peculiar occurrence lately. Peculiar occurrence? Pray tell, Hanzo replied dismissively. Who dictated what was peculiar in Konoha? It was he. My subordinate inadvertently overheard that the Hokage seems to be going out for ramen. Even Hanzo, with his stoic demeanor, was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. Was this truly considered peculiar? The Hokage enjoying a bowl of ramen was hardly extraordinary. Surely, my root ninja has become so foolish? Hanzo inhaled deeply, suppressing his ire as he retorted, Is this what you deem peculiar? You had better provide me with a valid reason, or else. The root ninja's expression shifted, and he hastily added, According to my inquiries, it appears that various clans from Konoha will also be in attendance at what seems to be a newly opened ramen shop. Oh, a newly opened ramen shop? Are esteemed clans like the Inuzuka and Hyuga truly inclined to attend? Indeed, my lord. It seems the Uchiha clan has also shown some interest in visiting this ramen establishment. Humph. The Uchiha, whenever they are involved, it can only lead to misfortune. Seeing that the situation had stabilized somewhat, the root ninja embellished the tale slightly. Might it be that the Hokage is hosting a gathering for the clans? A gathering? That is indeed a possibility. Have we received any invitations at root? Hanzo raised a cup of tea to his lips, convinced that Hisashi would not overlook him. My lord. We have received no such notification, the subordinate replied cautiously. Crash. The teacup shattered in response to Hanzo's fury, his bloodshot eyes widening as he thundered, You treacherous Sarutobi Hisashi. I have devoted so much effort for the future of Konoha, and yet you invite others to dine without including me. Though I, Hanzo, disdain such gatherings. I can decline an invitation. You have no right to exclude me. Now leave me, he commanded, once the root ninja had departed. Hanzo exited the base and made his way toward the land of the Shimura clan. Sarutobi, you scoundrel, how dare you secretly invite others for ramen without my knowledge? Just wait. I shall ensure that you won't even get a drop of broth. This will be the price you pay for betraying me. Sarutobi Hisashi, but I am a married man. Lin Yu has been feeling quite distressed these past few days, as his monthly tasks have been refreshed anew. Monthly tasks. Task 1. Assist elderly women across the street 100 times. Reward. The 8 doors of Duinjia, specifically the opening and injury doors. Task 2. Attain the rank of Jonin in Konoha. Reward. Fusion of chakra attributes, any 2 at once. Task 3. Be the first customer to savor Ichiraka ramen, limited to 3 days. Reward. Doubling of hand seal speed. Cumulative tasks. Task. Acquire a title from Uchiha Madara. Reward. Perfect sage body. Task. Exchange fist bumps with Kurama. Reward. Extraction of yang energy. Task. Complete 100 D-rank missions. Reward. The opening and rest doors of the 8 gates. Time-limited rewards. Permission to use the Rinnegan without consumption. 1 hour, 39 minutes, and 39 seconds remaining, currently frozen. Permission to use the Rebirth Eye without consumption, 2 hours remaining. Currently frozen. Lin Yu gazed helplessly at the freshly updated monthly tasks, realizing that completing 100 D-grade assignments seemed an insurmountable challenge. Once again, he was faced with the absurdity of having to help an elderly lady cross the street 100 times. How utterly vexing. Where was he to find 100 elderly ladies in need of assistance? Was this an enforced transformation into a paragon of virtue akin to the good-natured citizens of Konoha? He was not Uchiha Obito, perpetually encountering elderly women in need of aid. He, Lin Yu, had pressing matters to attend to. Sighing, Lin Yu felt that this task would take no less than 2 or 3 years to complete. As for the suggestion of loitering by the roadside each day, the rewards offered were neither the coveted eternal Mangeki Sharingan nor the ability to open the 8 gates without consequence. Such trifles were far beneath his aspirations. Lin Yu ceased contemplating this task, opting instead to go with the flow. The prospect of becoming a Jonin seemed quite attainable. Sarutobi Hiruzen was already aware of his potential. When the time came, he could surely negotiate with Orochimaru for a favorable arrangement, which would undoubtedly expedite the process. A 10-year-old Jonin from Konoha. This would precede Kakashi's ascension by 2 years. Kakashi became a Jonin at 12 and an Umbu captain at 15. In this light, Lin Yu felt a sense of pride in his accomplishments. As for the final task, he believed that if he queued up now, he might still have time to complete it. Chapter 78. You must be the Uzumaki Lin Yu who was thrashed by Kushina. The system task required him to be the first customer to savor Ichiraka ramen. Lin Yu realized that dining there now would render him incapable of fulfilling the mission. Perhaps it would be wiser to arrive a day early. Surely no one would be more fervent than he. At Ichiraka ramen, the owner was engrossed in the final touches of the establishment's renovation. This marked a pivotal moment in his life. He could not afford to be careless. He meticulously inspected every detail, determined to provide patrons with an exceptional dining experience. As midnight approached, the owner completed his final inspection and wiped the sweat from his brow. Finally able to rest assured until opening day, just as he prepared to close the door, a sudden clap of thunder startled him, causing a momentary tremor that nearly misaligned his ki. He sighed in resignation, having clearly heard such sounds before, and turned to observe 2 tents resembling small hills, from which thunderous snores emanated. Boom. Rumbling. The distinct sounds of snoring were indeed a source of both affection and exasperation for him. Inside those tents lay Akimichi Choji and his father, who had set up camp days prior, determined to be the first to indulge in ramen. Their genuine love for food had moved the owner, and in a moment of confusion, he had joined them. Regrettably, he was now filled with remorse and uncertainty about what to do next. Perhaps he should seek Lin Yu's counsel tomorrow? Boom. Rumbling. Enough of this. Tomorrow would bring answers. He could no longer remain here. The owner's silhouette vanished into the night. Tap, tap, tap. Who could be knocking at this early hour? Lin Yu, rubbing his eyes and swaying slightly, made his way to the door, oblivious to the bright sun outside. Oh, it's Brother Shouda. What brings you here so early? Has the ramen shop opened ahead of schedule? Lin Yu slapped his cheeks to rouse himself. If the shop opened early, it would disrupt many of his plans. And he needed to clarify. Oh, no, that's not the case. The opening time remains unchanged. Shouda gestured toward the sun, saying, it's already well past noon. You've really overslept. Ah, I was exhausted from yesterday's task, and I must have slept too long. Lin Yu confessed, a pang of guilt striking him. But he reassured himself it wouldn't be fatal. Shouda's gaze shifted slightly as he remarked, I didn't expect you to possess such awareness, Lin Yu. I shan't disturb you further, but do remember to come on opening day. Lin Yu noticed that Xiaoda was genuinely about to leave and quickly stopped him, saying, Brother Xiaoda, if you have something to discuss, please speak freely. I am well rested and capable of completing 7 or 8 tasks today without issue. Mei Qin, I am truly sorry. Please do your best. Observing that Lin Yu appeared far from fatigued, Xiaoda organized his thoughts and, after a considerable pause, replied, I am uncertain how to express this. Follow me, and you shall see for yourself. Lin Yu, why do you linger in contemplation for such a long while? Lin Yu, somewhat exasperated, followed suit. After all, he relied on the other party to facilitate his mission. Doubling the speed of his hand seals would significantly enhance his combat prowess. Although his most formidable abilities required no such incantations, the ramen shop, run by hand, was a fair distance from Lin Yu's residence, however. In the grand scheme of Konoha village, no distance posed a challenge for him. It was merely a strain for the ordinary individual running the shop. Lin Yu couldn't help but ponder why the ninja world possessed computers, radios, and various intricate instruments, yet conspicuously lacked telephones. It seemed he would need to encourage Orochimaru to delve deeper into this matter. Orochimaru remarked, I engage in scientific research, but I do not dabble in technology. Upon arriving at the entrance of Ichiraka Ramen, Lin Yu found himself momentarily taken aback by the sight of 2 small mounds before him. What was happening? Were they so utterly desperate as to pitch tents in line? As for who these individuals were, Lin Yu surmised that apart from the Akimichi clan, no one else in Konoha would exhibit such behavior. How was he to complete his mission under these circumstances? Noticing Lin Yu's contemplative demeanor, Xiaoda approached and gently inquired, Is there any way to allow them to enjoy ramen without queuing? Lin Yu was equally curious about this solution. He wished to be among the first to savor the delicacy himself. It's not like we're purchasing tickets for a concert. Tickets. An ingenious idea suddenly struck Lin Yu. If this could come to fruition, it would undoubtedly facilitate the completion of his mission and resolve the dilemma before him. Lin Yu leaned closer and whispered into Xiaoda's ear. If we do it this way, we can resolve the queuing issue. Xiaoda's eyes lit up at Lin Yu's suggestion. It was indeed an excellent solution that would not only address the 2 prominent problems at hand, but also prevent the congestion caused by the queue. Truly a win-win situation. Xiaoda clapped Lin Yu on the shoulder with enthusiasm, laughing heartily, You clever lad. How come I never realized you had such creative ideas before? Lin Yu internally scoffed. Perhaps it's because I didn't order your ramen last time. Xiaoda, how many seats do you have in your establishment? There might be many distinguished guests attending. Lin Yu inquired. Distinguished guests? Xiaoda chuckled, mistakenly believing Lin Yu was referring to the ninjas he knew, and nonchalantly replied, My place can accommodate around 15 people. So there will definitely be enough space. While it may suffice for the guests he had invited, Lin Yu was acutely aware of Kushina's potential entourage, a group of promising individuals. Moreover, he harbored an unsettling premonition that the grand opening of Yao Ramen would undoubtedly create quite a stir. Lin Yu, feeling somewhat uneasy, remarked, Brother Xiaoda, there may be a considerable number of people when the time comes. I suggest you secure this open space in advance and set up some tables and chairs. Will there truly be that many? Xiaoda asked, somewhat astonished. The rental fee was indeed reasonable. His surprise stemmed from Lin Yu's extensive network of ninja acquaintances. Perhaps, Lin Yu mused, convinced that the crowd would only grow. Had he known, he wouldn't have mentioned it to Kushina. Sarutobi Izashi would likely attend as well. Alas. I hope nothing goes awry. I hold great expectations for Ichiraka Ramen. Bah. Lin Yu, why is it that you seem optimistic about this and that, yet fail to express optimism about anything else? Lin Yu, anyone can be exonerated, but Tuanzong cannot escape this blame. Tuanzong has already been condemned. Not even Sarutobi can save you. This is my assertion. What? We are not allowed to queue anymore? What is this number tag? Akimichi Dingswo was awakened from the tent by Xiaoda, while his father had long since left. As the clan leader, he had little free time. But for the sake of delectable food, he had to send his son to hold a place. Xiaoda explained the meaning of the seating number to Akimichi Dingswo, and his eyes lit up as he exclaimed, So, if I obtain this number tag, I can skip the line and be the first customer on opening day? Akimichi Dingswo's eyes sparkled. Although skipping class was delightful, it had been days since he last sought out Rikuju for a treat, and he found himself missing it. Indeed. As long as one is among the top 10, they can dine first. Xiaoda smiled, expressing his agreement with Lin Yu's suggestion, as it would not greatly increase his workload. He only needed to prioritize the dining arrangements for 10 individuals, allowing him some time to rest. Simply perfect. This is marvelous. I want that number tag now. And one for my father as well. Akimichi Dingswo urged anxiously. That number tag is still on its way and should arrive tomorrow. Lin Yu smiled, coming to Xiaoda's aid. I see. Then I shall stay another day. Akimichi Dingswo glanced at Lin Yu and exclaimed, Red hair? You must be the Uzumaki Lin Yu whom Uzumaki Kushina speaks of, the one she beats daily. Lin Yu's forehead throbbed with prominent veins. Kushina. Chapter 79. An unexpected encounter with Kakashi Hitaki. Lin Yu sketched the design of the number plate for Xiaoda, secretly instructing him to reserve the first number for himself. Then, under the peculiar gaze of Akidu Ding, he fled the scene. Lin Yu feared that if he lingered any longer, he would succumb to the temptation of confronting Kushina at the ninja school, which would be utterly infuriating. After bidding farewell to Xiaoda, Lin Yu aimlessly wandered the streets of Konoha, observing the hurried passers-by, feeling somewhat like a mere bystander in a bustling world. Recently, he found himself devoid of any pressing tasks should he loiter on the roadside, or perhaps accompany Makoto on some D-rank missions. Alas, neither option appealed to him. It appeared that he was only suited for a system that allowed him to grow stronger while lying down. This second-rate system ought to be reworked entirely. Huh? Uzumaki Lin Yu? Lin Yu turned his head and caught sight of two white-haired figures, exclaiming in surprise, "Shwomo-senpai, what brings you out for a stroll with Kakashi?" Flagwood Shwomo, harboring a fondness for the Leaf Village boy, replied with a hint of helplessness in his smile, "There is no other choice. The Hokage granted me an extended leave, requiring me to remain on standby in the village, so I took Kakashi out for a leisurely walk." Lin Yu gazed thoughtfully at Hatake Tsukumo, his mind immersed in contemplation. It seemed that soon, Hatake would grapple with a profound dilemma between the dual imperatives of duty and the sanctity of saving lives. Ultimately, he would choose the noble path of saving lives, forsaking his mission, only to be met with the scorn and condemnation of both villagers and fellow ninjas alike. Even the comrades he rescued would lay blame upon him for his perceived failings. With a fiery spirit, he would watch his only son, Kakashi, succumb to despair and take his own life. This tragic decision would irrevocably alter Kakashi's character, and had it not been for the companionship of Obito and Rin, healing from such deep-seated grief would have proven exceedingly arduous. Alas, it appears that Kakashi's subsequent experiences were even more harrowing. Obito sacrificed himself to save Kakashi, and in a moment of agonizing fate, Kakashi was forced to take Rin's life, despite her voluntary sacrifice. It is undeniable that her death occurred at his hands. Reflecting on this, one cannot help but conclude that Kakashi's early life is indeed a poignant tragedy. When you cast a playful glance at Kakashi, who was somewhat proudly turning his back to him, thinking to himself that the little fellow's days of ease were numbered. "Oh, you know my child Kakashi? Did I mention him to you?" Flagwood Tsukumo inquired, seemingly perplexed, as he was certain he had not spoken of Kakashi to Lin Yu. "Ah, indeed. Uncle Dai mentioned him during our last mission. He said that you have a remarkably gifted child named Kakashi. Ever since I heard that, I have been eager to meet him, and I never imagined it would happen so soon," Lin Yu replied, scratching his head with a hint of relief. "Is that so? Kakashi isn't as extraordinarily talented as you think. I merely hope he can grow up safely and happily," Tsukumo said, affectionately ruffling Kakashi's hair. "I'm afraid your wish is destined to be unfulfilled." Lin Yu had no intention of interfering in the bond between Kakashi and Obito. At most, he would enlist Might Dai to guide the future endeavors of White Fang, and he was utterly looking forward to the deep connections between himself, Obito, Kakashi, and Might Guy. Lin Yu pondered for a moment before addressing Kakashi. "Hatake, Elder Tsukumo, do you have time the day after tomorrow? I would like to invite you for a bowl of ramen. Many familiar faces from Konoha are expected to attend, and the Hokage may also make an appearance." "The Hokage will be there as well?" Tsukumo was somewhat taken aback. Is there a significant occasion on that day? Yet, he could not recall any notable traditions involving ramen. Confused, but possessing a generous spirit, he nodded and replied, "Very well, may I bring Kakashi along?" Of course. Lin Yu handed Tsukumo a business card for Ichiraka Ramen. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they each took their leave. In the land of lightning, within the hidden cloud village, towering peaks pierced the clouds, enveloped in mist, with thunderous roars occasionally echoing through the air. This was the renowned Hidden Cloud Village, one of the 5 great nations. Inside a massive circular building adorned with a plaque inscribed with the character for thunder, a group of cloud shinobi congregated in the hall. At the forefront sat the third Raikage, flanked by his trusted aide, T-Dai. While a delirious man lay on a stretcher in the center, none other than the cloud envoy dispatched to Konoha. "T-Dai, what have you discovered from the Umbu investigations?" The third Raikage inquired darkly. "Lord Raikage, due to severe trauma, Nakahara's memories have become muddled, making it impossible to extract specific details about what transpired," T-Dai replied respectfully, referring to the cloud envoy. "Humph. The enemy deliberately returned Nakahara, confident that we would be left in the dark regarding the circumstances. However, one thing is certain, this is undoubtedly related to Konoha. Regardless of who is responsible, since this incident occurred within the Land of Fire, Konoha cannot evade its responsibility. What should we do, Lord Raikage?" Another queried. "Indeed, Lord Raikage, they have treated Nakahara so brutally, we cannot let them off the hook. We should march our troops and demand that Konoha hand over the perpetrators." The third Raikage's face was filled with fury, perceiving Konoha's actions as a provocation against Hidden Cloud Village. Yet, he was not one for contemplation. He turned to T-Dai and asked, "T-Dai, what is your perspective?" The one-eyed T-Dai contemplated briefly before responding softly. "Firstly, we cannot definitively ascertain that Konoha is responsible. Secondly, our mission to Konoha has not succeeded. In other words, Konoha is already aware of our intentions and has thwarted them. In this regard, we in the Hidden Cloud do not stand on the side of reason." T-Dai paused. Continuing, "Moreover, from the fragmented memories extracted by the Umbu, we observed that the assailants wore sand shinobi headbands. However, this does not preclude the possibility that Konoha orchestrated the attack, as they possess the skilled Yamanaka clan, capable of such maneuvers. Furthermore, while we in the Hidden Cloud have a significant advantage over Konoha, it is not overwhelming. A conflict between our two nations would lead to mutual destruction. providing an opportunity for the other three nations to capitalize on our weakened states. Thus, I do not recommend waging war against Konoha. Are we to simply swallow our anger? The third Raikage expressed his dissatisfaction. Do not be hasty, Lord Raikage. According to reliable intelligence, the Sand Shinobi village seems to be experiencing some turmoil. We can afford to wait a while longer. Once we understand the situation in the Sand village, we can redirect our focus towards Konoha, instigating the Sand to spark a conflict, and subsequently dragging the Rock Shinobi into the fray. That will be our moment to strike. Very well. We shall proceed as you advise. The third Raikage clenched his fists, eager for an exhilarating battle. Sarutobi, Anoki, I hope you will not disappoint me. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the Hokage's office, leisurely puffing on a pipe, causing a haze of smoke to fill the room. Tsunade, nearly in tears from the fumes, covered her nose with one hand while fanning the air with the other. Were it not for the fact that the elderly gentleman before her was her mentor, she would have happily delivered a punch to silence him. Unfazed, Sarutobi took another puff, exhaling thoughtfully. It is rare for you to seek me out. Is there something of great importance on your mind? Tsunade composed herself, her expression serious as she declared. I demand all intelligence regarding the figure in the black robe and the organization of immortality. Chapter 80, the grand opening of Ichiraka Ramen. 2 days swiftly passed. And at long last, the day of Ichiraka Ramen's grand opening arrived. Lin Yu held the numbered plates from 1 to 8 in his hand, his expression radiating contentment, as yet another task was poised to be effortlessly accomplished by him. As for the Chiodao father and son, they received the 9th and 10th plates, after all. In a group of 10, the distinction between the first and the last was negligible. The others would have to await the commencement to receive their respective numbers. Lin Yu counted and found that, excluding himself, he had invited exactly 8 people. Kakashi and Might Guy were not included, as they were still quite young. As for Kushina, she didn't need to stand in line at all. A special seat had been prepared for her by the chef. Lin Yu could only silently lament, what a privileged person. Early in the morning, Lin Yu accompanied Goxin to the entrance of the newly opened Ichiraka Ramen shop. They intended to lend their support to the establishment and ascertain if any assistance was required, with the condition that Lin Yu would be the first to indulge in the ramen. To his surprise, Lin Yu spotted a familiar golden-haired figure at the forefront of the queue, none other than the spirited Minato Namikaze. He had not anticipated that Minato would arrive so early. Aside from the Akimichi clan, at the entrance, the shop had already displayed a sign elucidating the function of the numbered tickets that patrons were to receive. It was a clear indication for everyone present. At that moment, the only individuals in line were the supporting characters from the Ninja Academy, none of the Inuzuka, Yamanaka, or Hyuga clans had yet arrived, let alone the 3 legendary ninjas or the Hokage. Minato, I didn't expect you to be the first. Lin Yu called out to him. Oh, you must be Lin Yu senpai. It's a pleasure to meet you, Minato replied politely, flashing a warm smile. Having encountered Lin Yu once before and often hearing Goxin speak of him, he was already familiar with this renowned figure in the ninja world. Haha. I never imagined you were such a ramen enthusiast, Minato. You're quite eager, Lin Yu remarked, prompting Minato to scratch his head awkwardly. His true intention was merely to meet the Hokage as soon as possible. He hadn't expected to be the first in line. Glancing discreetly at Goxin, who was oblivious to his presence, he summoned his courage to whisper to Lin Yu, Senpai, do you know if the Hokage is coming? Sure, don't worry. He will come. Besides, we're about the same age, just call me Lin Yu. Lin Yu reassured him, raising a finger to signal Minato to relax. Lin Yu. Goxin, you've arrived. Handing out tickets, the shop owner looked up upon seeing Lin Yu and Goxin, only to be slightly disappointed when he noticed that no one else was accompanying them. Lin Yu noticed the hand-gesturing action and hurriedly leaned closer to whisper in his ear. Uncle Shouta, do not fret. They shall arrive shortly. Shouta, with a look of disbelief, stared at Lin Yu. Uncle? Am I that old? Oh dear, I let that slip. Never mind, Lin Yu continued. Please do me a favor and set off a firecracker. I must prepare the ingredients. As for Princess Kushina, I entrust you with distributing the number tags. Shouta offered Kushina a gentle smile. Upon hearing herself referred to as a princess, Kushina gleefully tapped Lin Yu's waist, seemingly exclaiming, Did you see that? Others possess such insight. Lin Yu curled his lips and waved his hand dismissively. After receiving a long string of red firecrackers from his friend, he found a slightly spacious area. With a flick of his finger, a small flame erupted from his hand, seemingly igniting the firecrackers like magic. In an instant, the air was filled with the crackling sounds. Wow, that's so loud, exclaimed the nearby ninja students, covering their ears and scuttling aside, their eyes sparkling with excitement at the prospect of seeing the Hokage up close. Who on earth is setting off firecrackers so early in the morning? It's unbearable. A voice erupted from across the street as the door of a dessert shop swung open, revealing a rather irate figure. Shinji Nishi strode towards Lin Yu, fuming. You little brat, were you the one setting off firecrackers this early? Do you believe I'll have the security team take you in for a few days? My apologies. Lin Yu replied politely. We are simply celebrating the grand opening of our new shop with a firecracker for good luck. I hope you can understand. Humph. A rundown ramen shop, and you think anyone would bother to visit? Shinji Nishi retorted, unwilling to relent. While disturbing you is our oversight, your comments seem rather ungracious. Lin Yu responded, his smile fading. Having already apologized and explained, he saw no need to engage further. If the other party insisted on saying if apologies were enough, why would we need the Konoha guard? Lin Yu would not hesitate to enlighten him. Let it go. Let it go. It's only natural to set off firecrackers for a grand opening. Didn't you do the same when you opened? Interjected the owner of a nearby fruit shop. Unable to stand by any longer. He had known Shinji Nishi for years and didn't he want to see him stir up trouble for the young boy. Humph. A small, insignificant shop making such a fuss, as if many people would come. How laughable. As Shinji was dragged away by the neighbor, he continued to grumble. What a clown. Lin Yu thought, having no intention of escalating the situation. Today marked a momentous occasion for Ramen, and he wished to avoid unnecessary conflict. If Shinji Nishi were to confront him again, Lin Yu would not mind playing along. With a stern expression, Shinji turned to the fruit shop owner and said, Mark my words, their opening will surely attract minimal foot traffic. Why do you have to act this way? They haven't offended you, the fruit shop owner replied, exasperated. Don't you know I have a nephew who runs a ramen shop? I can't let this guy across the street steal his business. Especially since they disturbed me today, Shinji huffed. Everyone is trying to make a living. There's no need for sabotage. Rest assured, I'm no brute. I'm not skilled in violence. Merchants have their own methods. I'll sell all my pastries at a 30% discount today. Do you think anyone will choose their ramen over mine? Shinji chuckled at his own scheme. Is that really necessary? The fruit shop owner attempted to interject, but was cut off by Shinji's laughter. Don't worry, I'm merely offering a discount. I'll be losing money here. I bet they want to see more than 20 customers today. Shinji sneered, glancing at the scene at Ramen, where only about 8 or 9 students were in line. Shinji scoffed, if they manage to attract over 100 customers today, I'll eat my words right here. Chapter 81. Uchiha as provocation? Lin Yu was unaware of the vehement vow made by Shinju, as he was currently beckoning 2 striking figures. Over here, Tsunade. Makoto. The tall and petite silhouettes were none other than Tsunade and Makoto, both possessing enviable curves. However, Makoto, at merely 12 years of age, fell short in comparison to the fully matured and alluring Tsunade. I hope we haven't arrived too late, Tsunade remarked casually, casting a glance at Lin Yu. Makoto stood quietly beside her, smiling at Lin Yu and occasionally winking at him when Tsunade wasn't looking. Just in time. The business is about to commence. Lin Yu surveyed the 2 captivating beauties before him. Each had her own charm. Makoto radiated youthful exuberance, while Tsunade exuded a tantalizing peach-like allure, ripe for the picking. Let us hurry and join the queue. By the way, are there others with us? Makoto inquired sweetly. Tsunade turned her gaze toward Lin Yu. Aware that Orochimaru and the 3rd Hokage were also expected, and puzzled over how they had found the time to accompany a child for ramen. Especially Orochimaru, whose character she knew all too well. His interest in ramen was dubious at best, and the idea of him joining a child for such a meal seemed unfathomable. If Tsunade were to discover that Lin Yu had exchanged a beating of Orochimaru for a ramen outing, she would undoubtedly be furious. Yesterday, she had gleaned little information from Sarutobi, and the Eternal Life Organization along with the dark-cloaked figures were elusive. The thought of the very individual she had long sought standing before her, treating her to ramen, would have sent her into a fit of rage. Perhaps even leading her to slam a bowl of ramen atop Lin Yu's head, chastising him for not fulfilling his duties as a dark-cloaked figure. No need to queue. I've secured your spots already. Here are your seat numbers. Lin Yu casually handed them 2 of the numbered tags he had drawn from the range of 1 to 8. Explaining their purpose. This is truly convenient. I wonder who devised this method? Makoto expressed her approval, noting that it mitigated the chances of queue jumping. Suddenly, an irate voice interrupted their conversation. Aha, that's him, that little yellow-haired brat. Fujiwara, teach him a lesson. A throng of over a dozen ninjas clad in Uchiha attire surged from the roadside, led by Uchiha Udai and Uchiha Fujiwara. Uchiha Udai, his face wrapped in bandages, glared menacingly at Namake's Minato, his expression one of indignation as if Minato had wronged him gravely. His anger stemmed from the severity of Minato's blows, leaving him unrecognizable even to his own mother, coupled with a lingering resentment that Minato consistently aimed for his face. Was it jealousy over his Uchiha good looks? I shall make sure this little yellow-haired brat is beaten to the point of being unrecognizable. Uchiha Udai swore vengeance in his heart. With his keen senses, Namake's Minato felt the weight of someone's gaze upon him and thought, little yellow-haired? Are they referring to me? He surveyed the surroundings. Indeed. He was the only one sporting yellow hair. You're the one who bullied our Uchiha clan, aren't you? Uchiha Fujiwara ignored Lin Yu and approached Namake's Minato, although feigning indifference. He felt a pang of jealousy as he observed Makoto's beauty, tightening his grip over his chest. My Makoto. Damn that Uzumaki Lin Yu. I'll deal with you shortly. Uchiha Fujiwara's ire towards Lin Yu was redirected towards Namake's Minato, as he aimed to assert his dominance and demonstrate the consequences of crossing the Uchiha clan to Lin Yu. Upon hearing Fujiwara's words, Minato scrutinized Uchiha Udai for a moment, uncertainly asking, Are you Uchiha Udai? How dare you? You despicable Minato. You reduced me to this state. And yet you don't recognize me. It's infuriating. Uchiha Udai was nearly driven to the point of spitting blood from the indignity of being scrutinized without recognition. My apologies. I was in a rush to get home, and didn't mean to hold back, Senior Udai. Truly, I'm sorry. Minato offered a sheepish smile. The mention of Senior Udai shattered Uchiha Udai's composure. Was Minato implying that a fourth year could not best a second year? Minato, you have gone too far. I, Uchiha Udai, demand a duel to the death. Uchiha Udai could no longer contain himself, a sweet taste filling his throat as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His eyes blazing with rage, not from the activation of his Sharingan but from sheer anger. Senior Udai, you've lost blood. Perhaps you should have a bowl of ramen to recuperate before proceeding? Minato suggested with feigned concern upon witnessing Udai's condition. Ah, no one can stop me. Today, it will either be your defeat, Minato, or my demise. Fujiwara grasped Udai, who was losing his composure, and glared at Minato. This boy is cunning. He managed to subdue Udai without any physical confrontation. Could it be that he is also a formidable adversary of mine? Fujiwara pondered. Minato, you have injured a member of the Uchiha clan so severely, and after our earlier exchange of harsh words, you owe us an explanation. Minato felt a twinge of guilt for having injured someone to such an extent, but maintained that his words had been well-intentioned. Esteemed ninja, my name is Uchiha Fujiwara. Fujiwara. You say? This brat has he even heard of my name? Does he not know I'm the young clan leader? Minato continued. Fujiwara. My altercation with Senior Udai was merely a friendly spar, initiated by him. The severity of the blows was a miscalculation on my part. I am willing to cover Senior Udai's medical expenses, but my previous remarks were purely concerned, without a hint of mockery. Medical expenses? Do you think we Uchiha would lack for such trivialities? Boy, I hope you recognize your position, a chorus of Uchiha ninjas chimed in. What do you wish to happen? Then, Minato replied, somewhat resigned. He did not seek conflict but was not afraid of it either. Fujiwara contemplated for a moment and proposed, very well. We shall not bully you. I have brought 12 Uchiha lower ninjas with me. If you can best them, this matter will be settled. 12 lower ninjas? Are you Uchiha not being excessively domineering? Indeed. We are merely students at the Ninja Academy, not even lower ninjas ourselves. How could we possibly compete against 12? You Uchiha are far too arrogant. The accompanying students voiced their support for Minato, feeling that the Uchiha were being overly oppressive, demanding that one person contend against 12. If their parents were present, they would surely not condone such behavior. Offending the Uchiha was no trivial matter. Yet, it was the fervor of youth that propelled them to stand against injustice. Konoha's Minato looked solemnly at the 12 ninjas before him and spoke. I agree. But I wish to face them one by one, consecutively battling all 12. He relished the challenge posed by formidable opponents, yet he was acutely aware of his own limitations. Taking on 4 at once was his utmost capacity, and facing 12 lower-ranked shinobi would inevitably lead to his swift defeat. After a moment of contemplation, Fugaka concluded that even with the one-on-one approach, Minato stood little chance of victory, and he nodded in acquiescence. Alas, today marks the grand opening of Ichiraka Ramen. Is it not rather disrespectful to bully my invited guests? Why not include me in the fray? Lin Yu emerged from the crowd with a beaming smile. Sensing that the time had come to earn some goodwill in front of Minato Namikaze. Uzumaki Lin Yu, do you dare to appear before me again? If I do not seek trouble with you, you should revel in your good fortune, yet you still have the audacity to meddle in our Uchiha affairs. Fugaku, who would have preferred not to see Lin Yu, was instantly reminded of the moment he had held Makoto's hand. His head buzzed with agitation. Although he had begun to regard Makoto with indifference, the mere recollection of that scene caused a pang of pain in his heart, leaving him with an overwhelming desire to exact revenge on Uzumaki Lin Yu. Lin Yu smiled and remarked, you Uchiha descendants lack skill. When faced with defeat, you return home to weep to your mothers. Is this truly the demeanor of a prominent clan? Such a sharp-tongued little brat, our Uchiha dignity must not be tarnished. Whoever dares to bully a member of the Uchiha clan will undoubtedly face retribution. 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 The ninjas brought by Fugaka gazed at him with fervent anticipation. With such a young clan leader, what more could they desire? They took immense pride in being born into the Uchiha lineage. Without further ado, let us swiftly resolve this matter. The ramen shop is ready to welcome guests. Is that agreeable, Minato? Lin Yu inquired. Minato cast a grateful glance at Lin Yu and replied, Senior, I aim to take on 5. Lin Yu couldn't help but internally scoff, thinking he would have expected him to challenge 7. Yuan interjected, why not 10? Chapter 82. The arrival of various clans. Lin Yu and Bofeng Shui men moved to a nearby clearing, determined to prevent a group of individuals afflicted with red-eye disease from disrupting the grand opening of the ramen shop. Not far away, Xian Juxiang, with an air of smugness, remarked to the fruit shop owner, it seems we have a member of the Uchiha clan here to cause trouble. How unfortunate for this ramen establishment. Haha. The fruit shop owner expressed his dismay, pondering the misfortune of encountering such an incident on their inaugural day. If not handled properly, they might face closure by the morrow. Fu led the Uchiha entourage, trailing behind Lin Yu and his companions. Their objective was clear, to beat Lin Yu and Bofeng Shui men into submission, leaving them as unrecognizable as Uchiha Kong did himself. Standing with arms crossed, Fu mockingly stated, a great clan possesses its own dignity. I could allow you to choose your opponent first. The Leaf Village does not exhibit the same grandeur as the Uchiha. An imposing voice resonated, parting the onlookers to reveal a group clad in white training garb. The Hyuga clan had arrived. Hyuga Hayashi stepped forward, casting a cool glance towards the Uchiha. Our Hyuga clan does not indulge in the cowardice of overpowering the weak. 12 against 2. one of whom is a Jonin and the other a student. Hyuga Hayashi, summon your father to speak with me. Your worthiness is lacking. Fuyu's countenance darkened. Hayashi responded with a derisive laugh. While the Hyuga clan might hesitate to confront other families, they held no such reservations against the Uchiha. The higher-ups of Konoha had little interest in fostering harmony among the clans, as it posed a significant threat to their own status. With the rivalry between the Hyuga and Uchiha being particularly pronounced and tacitly endorsed by the elite, you, Uchiha Fuyu, carry quite the arrogance. One might think you have already ascended to clan leader. As fellow branch leaders, what weight does your status truly hold? Hayashi retorted. This is a private matter for the Uchiha. Are you certain you wish to involve yourself? Fuyu replied coldly, unperturbed by the Hyuga clan. For in terms of overall strength, the Uchiha were undoubtedly the foremost family in Konoha. Hayashi declared, I am here today at the invitation of a classmate to enjoy ramen. You dare bully my classmate in my presence? Do you truly believe the Hyuga are so easily intimidated? Lin Yu cast a fleeting glance at Hinata Hanashi. Astonished by the transformation, how curious it is that the once audacious Hanashi had grown so timid in adulthood, even sacrificing his own younger brother to save himself. Could it be that becoming a clan leader dulls the mind? Indeed, we gathered to enjoy ramen together. And your Uchiha clan's bullying of Minato is nothing short of disdain for us. Precisely. Furthermore, a significant figure is expected to arrive soon. You Uchiha should tread carefully. Fuyu let out a cold laugh, intrigued by the prospect of meeting such a monumental figure who could compel the Uchiha to momentarily retreat from the spotlight. I am eager to see who else would come to indulge in this humble ramen. I, Uchiha Fuyu, declare that whoever partakes in this ramen. How shall it concern the Uchiha? The crowd swiftly parted to reveal three paths, as the esteemed clans of the Yamashiro, Nara, and Akimichi arrived, representing the Hokage faction. The speaker was none other than the Akimichi clan leader, who, undeterred by the presence of the junior Uchiha Fuyu, spoke freely without a second thought. Especially with Dear One by his side. Although Fuyu had previously heard from Uchiha Udai that the trio of Boar, Deer, and Butterfly would be present, he could hardly anticipate their collective appearance. He assumed it would be merely Dear Gyo and Ding's generation. How absurd it is to rally the clan leaders simply for a bowl of ramen. Fuyu's expression darkened as he feigned calmness, questioning, are the leaders of the Boar, Deer, and Butterfly clans truly here for ramen? He could not fathom that this modest ramen shop could draw such a crowd. He simply refused to believe it. Indeed, we have been queuing for several days. To not indulge would be a waste. Akimichi Dingswood exclaimed, emerging triumphantly from behind his imposing father, brandishing 2 number tickets. Meanwhile, the leaders of the Yamashiro and Nara clans remained silent. Their temperament rendered them indifferent to the playful banter of their juniors. They merely nodded towards Tsunade across the way before joining the line for their tickets. Ah, how lively it is here, Lin Yu Kun, came a voice, unmistakably belonging to Orochimaru. The only other person in Konoha capable of such laughter. Orochimaru-sensei, if you had arrived a moment later, your student would have faced a mob. Lin Yu feigned victimhood as he addressed Orochimaru. Is that so? I am most curious to witness Lin Yu Kun's prowess firsthand, Orochimaru replied. Unfazed by the peculiar stares from those around him, his interest piqued solely by the abilities of Uzumaki Lin Yu. Fuyu's expression tightened, among the legendary Sannin. He harbored the greatest apprehension towards Orochimaru. Tsunade was linked to the Senja clan, albeit with few remaining members, thus not entirely alone. As for Jiraiya, he was a fool. It was Orochimaru's formidable strength and ruthless nature that made him a figure to be wary of. He could be manipulated by anyone, free of attachments. Opposing such a person was the gravest error. Yet, he was also a disciple of the third Hokage, openly positioned against the Uchiha. Must even the Sannin be drawn into the disputes of the younger generation? Fuyu's gaze flickered towards Tsunade, as if to convey, if someone of your caliber merely observes. Do you truly believe you can support Uzumaki Lin Yu? I have come merely to enjoy ramen. Please continue, Orochimaru replied, stepping aside, causing those nearby to scatter. Creating a 2-meter radius of space around him. No trespassing. You two have come for ramen? Fuyu gritted his teeth. He was no match for the Sannin and could only swallow his anger. Humph, boy, no one can save you now. Are you prepared to take a beating? Fuyu, unable to direct his ire elsewhere, unleashed his frustration upon Lin Yu and Namikaze Minato. Ah, so many have gathered for ramen? It seems I have arrived rather late. At that moment, another voice chimed in, prompting Fuyu to nearly explode with rage. However, upon seeing the newcomer, he was left utterly petrified. The third Hokage. Hokage-sama. What brings you here? Oh yes, it is indeed the third Hokage in person. Hokage-sama, greetings. I am from the Ninja Academy. Lin Yu, suppressing a smile, addressed Fugaku. What is the matter? I seem to have heard someone mention that if anyone indulges in the ramen from this establishment, you Uchiha would be compelled to do something, right? You, Hokage. I have matters to discuss with you, Lin Yu called out loudly while waving at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Seeing Sarutobi turn his gaze in their direction, Fugaku, without the luxury of pondering the implications, exclaimed, Today, I, Uchiha, am treating everyone. Let us feast heartily. Oi, splendid. A chance for a complimentary meal. This exuberant remark came from Akimichi Choza, who was animatedly contemplating how many bowls he could devour. 10 bowls? 20 bowls? The atmosphere was rife with anticipation, And just as the crowd believed the matter was concluded, a hoarse voice interrupted. Wait. The Nara clan has something to declare. Chapter 83. Ramen Day of the Nara clan. Since the arrival of the three prominent clans, Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi, as well as Orochimaru, and ultimately even the Hokage, Fugaku was not the only one whose expression fluctuated wildly. Nearby, Shinji Nara's countenance mirrored that of someone who had just consumed something distasteful. Shinji could hardly believe his eyes. He felt as though he were ensnared in an illusion. Impossible. I must be dreaming. How could the Hokage possibly be here? This cannot be real. The fruit shop owner, sighing, patted his old friend on the back and said, Shinji, face reality. This is indeed happening. Let us return. No. I refuse to believe it. Even with the clans present, there are only about 50 individuals, barely half the number. I have not lost yet. Shinji shook off the fruit shop owner's hand, somewhat delirious. They didn't even wager with you. This is merely your own delusion. The fruit shop owner looked at Shinji with concern. They had known each other for over 20 years, not as mere friends, but as family. He quietly stood by Shinji's side, unwavering. Wait. The Nara clan has something to say. The gravelly voice resounded as Shimura Danzo's silhouette emerged on the horizon, swiftly followed by a significant number of Nara clan members, seemingly in all-out mobilization. Danzo disregarded everyone around him, his cold gaze fixated solely on Sarutobi Hiruzen. He approached Hiruzen, clad in a grayish-white kimono, standing in stark opposition to the Hokage draped in his ceremonial cloak. System, approach him, approach him. Lin Yu exclaimed, Ha! I knew you were nothing but a second-hand commodity. Hanzo gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen for a considerable time before replying nonchalantly, Hiruzen, did you not anticipate my arrival? A question mark appeared above Sarutobi Hiruzen's head. Of course, he had no inkling of Hanzo's visit. How could he possibly know if Hanzo indulged in ramen? Nonetheless, he managed to ask, What? Do you enjoy ramen as well, Hanzo? Humph. Do I enjoy ramen? Indeed. Today marks the ramen day for the Shimura clan. And the entire clan must partake. Hanzo's tone grew increasingly agitated as he noted Hiruzen's lack of remorse. Ramen day? I was unaware that your Shimura clan had such a special occasion, Hiruzen remarked, puzzled by Hanzo's peculiar behavior today. You are oblivious. Of course, you're unaware. You only know of the prominent clans in Konoha, Nara, Akimichi, Hyuga, and even Uchiha. But me. Hanzo paused, not continuing his thought. But you what? Hiruzen sensed that the Hanzo before him was an imposter. Could someone be masquerading as him? Humph. You need not concern yourself with that. Just know that I am here today for ramen, and I have a substantial demand. Be cautious, or you may find yourself without any. Seeing Hiruzen feigning ignorance, Hanzo chose to disregard him and summoned the Shimura clan to queue. How curious. I haven't provoked him recently, Hiruzen mused, adjusting his Hokage hat. He dismissed the thought and approached Tsunade and Orochimaru, eager to reminisce with his disciples. Thank you, Senior Lin Yu, Minato Namikaze said. Still in shock after witnessing the swift transition from combat to camaraderie, he pondered if this was the essence of friendship among men. You were invited by Kushina, and besides, I've longed to confront that Uchiha scoundrel. Lin Yu whispered the last part, not out of fear of being overheard by Fugaku, but because the ramen establishment had officially opened, and he wished to avoid further complications. The mission was paramount. Lin Yu, did we arrive too late? Might Guy, Hinata Hyuga, and Karina Yui entered arm in arm, their arrival shrouded in mystery. There are so many people outside, we barely managed to squeeze in after meeting up. What transpired? Hinata adjusted his glasses, inquiring. Might Guy, akin to a child entering a grand garden, gazed around in awe, muttering, Nara, Yamanaka, Hyuga, and even Uchiha? Wow, is that Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin? And the Hokage is here too. Guy resembled a fan encountering a celebrity, brimming with excitement. Behind him, Might Guy's younger brother, Mitsuki, shared his curiosity, scanning for the previously encountered aloof white-haired figure. As for Karina, her expression remained serious, however, upon spotting the Sannin and Hokage in attendance. A glimmer of exhilaration flickered in her crimson eyes. This visit was certainly worthwhile. Lin Yu glanced around but failed to spot the figure of Kibishoma. Perhaps he had yet to arrive. Never mind, let us indulge in our meal for now. Lin Yu escorted Mato and his companions to Tsunade, distributing the tickets and briefly explaining their purpose. Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively mimicked the gesture of smoking while holding the ticket, only to realize he had forgotten his pipe. He stroked his chin, adorned with a beard, and remarked, this queuing method is indeed quite innovative. I believe it could be beneficial to implement it across all businesses in Konoha. As an astute capitalist, Sarutobi immediately recognized the advantages of the ticketing system. Of course, that's perfectly acceptable. However, this idea originated from me. Shouldn't you express some gratitude? Lin Yu, with a mindset that even small savings are worthwhile, playfully nudged Sarutobi. Sarutobi cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yu and retorted, go select a B-rank jutsu from the vault. Is it possible to exchange it for cash? Lin Yu inquired hesitantly. Though he possessed a fair number of jutsu, he found few B-rank techniques particularly appealing. If they were A rank or above, he might consider them more seriously. How dare you speak to the Hokage in such a manner, you brat? Tsunade interjected, delivering a light smack to Lin Yu's head. If cashing out were an option, I wouldn't need to scrimp and save to gamble. Sarutobi sighed, looking at Lin Yu with a hint of exasperation. He recalled the 6 footprints on his face and grimaced. It seems we can enter the shop now. If we don't hurry, I shall have to return to my duties. Lin Yu was aware that this was an impossible situation. Yet he took the lead, guiding Sarutobi Hizashi and a few others into the Ichiraka Ramen. However, Lin Yu seemed to feel that someone was missing. Where was Mikoto? At that moment, Mikoto was reluctantly handing out number tags. She had been pulled along by Kushina to cover for her. Mikoto cast a tearful glance at Lin Yu and the others who had just entered Ichiraka Ramen, her heart aching. Did you not notice someone was absent? Oh, Kushina. Were you not outside? Upon entering the establishment, Lin Yu discovered that Kushina had already taken up her chopsticks, ready to indulge in her meal. Who was distributing the number tags outside? Hee, gurgle. Kushina patted her small belly and, with a pout, explained, I asked Mikoto for help. Distributing number tags is exhausting, and after tiring myself out, I grew hungry. When I caught a whiff of the aroma, I decided to come in early. So, the one outside was Mikoto? Yes. I'm about to dig in. With that, Kushina snapped her chopsticks apart, preparing to savor her meal. Autumn Bean sack. In that fleeting moment, Lin Yu embodied the essence of the Flash, Spider-Man, and Green Bean hero, transcending the thresholds of light and shadow. Within the mere span of 0.01 seconds, he snatched the first bowl of Ichiraka Ramen from Kushina's grasp. Chapter 84, Danzo. This broth is truly exquisite. Phew. I'm so glad I made it just in time. Lin Yu carefully cradled the first bowl of Ichiraka Ramen in his embrace, prioritizing it even more than he would a cherished companion, hardly daring to move a muscle. Lin Yu, you have stolen my ramen, exclaimed Kushina, her chopsticks still poised in the air. The bowl of ramen on the table had vanished without a trace, prompting her to swiftly turn her head and pout at Lin Yu. Kushina, I am simply too famished. Allow me to indulge in this bowl first. Lin Yu sighed in relief, grateful to have narrowly escaped a mission failure that would have resulted in the system forcibly stripping him of an ability. Who would have thought that a mere task involving ramen could be so thrilling, teetering on the brink of disaster? Humph. Kushina puffed her cheeks. But upon noticing that Lin Yu was eschewing the chopsticks and instead was consuming from the bowl directly, her expression turned one of disdain. How shameless of you, Lin Yu. Nearby, Tsunade and others were rendered speechless. This behavior was wholly uncharacteristic of Lin Yu, a stark departure from his usual demeanor. Even Orochimaru squinted, suspecting that the Lin Yu before him was an illusion conjured by someone else. However, the only person in Konoha adept enough at transformation techniques to deceive his keen eyes was his teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Dismissing this possibility, he pondered the peculiar situation. Could the ramen truly be that delectable? In contrast to Orochimaru's bewilderment, Hiruzen Sarutobi remained composed, having gradually come to terms with Lin Yu's unconventional ways. It is merely a bowl of ramen. It is not as if he is employing the shadow clone technique to seize it. It appeared Sarutobi harbored some lingering resentment towards the shadow clone technique. What? No takeout allowed? We must queue outside for a number? Do you not know I am a ninja of the Nara clan? He exclaimed, somewhat irate. Yet, upon recalling the identity of the person beside him, he lowered his voice, leaning closer and whispering, Boss, can't you make an exception? We are willing to pay double. Absolutely not. The chef, busy preparing ingredients, firmly declined. His workload was substantial today, leaving no time for idle chatter. The Nara clan ninja felt a surge of frustration but refrained from expressing it, feeling quite helpless. He had never encountered such an obstinate businessman before. Ichiraka Ramen seating arrangement featured a semicircular table, within which was a stage for the chef to showcase his craft, allowing patrons to witness the freshness of the ramen being made on the spot, never a day old. On one side of the round table, there was a dedicated child seat for Kushina, and at that moment, Lin Yu sat across from her, both enjoying the ramen. Please, take your seats. Even in the presence of the third Hokage, the chef remained unperturbed, embodying the essence of Ichiraku, unwavering in his dedication to his craft, focused solely on the ramen. Hiruzen Sarutobi gestured for his 2 disciples to sit, and once Might Guy and the others had settled in, he took a seat on the opposite side of the semicircular table, leaving a few spaces empty in between. Finally, they could savor the ramen. How delightful. Akimichi Chza entered the ramen shop alongside his son, drawn in by the tantalizing aroma, licking his lips in anticipation. Rein it in, Chza, the Hokage is present. Chza admonished his son, patting him on the head before greeting Hiruzen Sarutobi and guiding his son to a suitable spot. Phew, I hope I'm not late. Mikoto entered the ramen shop, her cheeks flushed, casting a resentful glance at Lin Yu and Kushina seated across from each other. Here I am, waiting outside to secure a number for you, and you, Kushina, sit there so leisurely. And Lin Yu, you invited me for ramen. Yet you seem to have forgotten me entirely, cozying up with Kushina. Gone was the gentle and demure Mikoto. She now resembled a jealous girl, her expression dark as she approached, pulling Lin Yu up, before plopping herself down across from Kushina, her demeanor softening once more as she smiled at her. Kushina, taken aback, exclaimed, Mikoto, are you here to steal my ramen too? Lin Yu, is it easy for me to enjoy a bowl of ramen? Ha ha, during those times. Jiraiya truly was a mischievous little rascal. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled heartily. They had just been reminiscing about the incident when Jiraiya was tied to a post during the bell test. With his Hokage hat removed, the traces of age were evident on his face, but the joy was unmistakable. Here, he was not the third Hokage. He was merely a teacher, a Konoha ninja. Humph, if it weren't for that fool Jiraiya hindering us, Tsunade and I would have. Orochimaru quietly listened to Tsunade and Hiruzen recount the past, a flicker of nostalgia briefly stirring in his indifferent eyes. Those days were indeed quite memorable. Aha. Now you have all grown up and become true ninjas. Oi, Hiruzen, come out here. Danzo's voice interrupted Hiruzen's musings. Moments later, Danzo, clad in a kimono, pushed the door open, casting a cold glance at Hiruzen. Danzo? Did you manage to get in line? Hiruzen turned back, puzzled. Humph. Danzo scoffed, offering no explanation. Who knew what price the Shimura clan had paid to procure the seat number 12 ticket? As for seat number 11, that little yellow-haired brat had adamantly refused to sell it to him. What could he do? Danzo disregarded everyone else, casting a fleeting glance at Orochimaru before quickly averting his gaze, taking a seat beside Hiruzen while glaring at the latter. Hiruzen felt somewhat unnerved by Danzo's scrutiny. He sensed something was off about Danzo today. However, he refrained from voicing it and smiled as he turned to the ramen shop owner. Could you allow him to dine with us? Despite his stubborn nature, the owner still respected the Hokage's wishes. Moreover, the shop had ample room. Accommodating 10 patrons at once was merely a matter of preparing 10 bowls of ramen, and any more would compromise the dish's exquisite flavor. The ramen shop owner was wholly devoted to his craft. At worst, he could always prepare Danzo's bowl last. Humph. Danzo noted Hiruzen's consideration, his scoffs becoming less pronounced as he sat beside Hiruzen, closing his eyes and opting for silence. He too felt that he had overstepped today. Why should he compromise his reputation for a scoundrel? After all, Danzo was the shadow of Konoha, quite busy indeed. Go ahead and eat first, Danzo. Isn't today the ramen day for your Shimura clan? You must have been anticipating this for quite some time. Hiruzen kindly offered his bowl of ramen to Danzo. Upon hearing Hiruzen mention ramen day, even Danzo's stoic expression faltered. What foolish words! How did I manage to utter that just now? Danzo, surprisingly, did not scoff again. He picked up the steaming bowl of ramen and took a sip of the broth. Ah, this broth is truly delightful. No wonder Hiruzen personally served it to me. Chapter 85, is that banana serious? Oh, this is the best ramen I have ever tasted, exclaimed Akimichi Dingswa, tears of joy streaming down his face. After patiently waiting in line for days, he finally got to savor it. It was indeed delicious. No wonder even the Hokage came to support. Dingswa, let us have a contest to see who can eat more. Sure, father. Owner, another 10 bowls, please. The owner coughed. Ahem, it's opening day. Each person can only order 2 bowls at most. He rubbed his wrist, sensing that the days ahead would be quite taxing. His wrist would surely suffer. Both father and son sighed, but considering it was the owner's grand opening and there were many others still waiting outside, they felt it would be rather inconsiderate to consume all the ingredients. Delicious food should be shared with everyone. Jinhong, Shiweching, Dai, are you only having 1 bowl? Can I have your other one? Of course, I'll pay. Oh, never mind. I almost forgot that Uchiha has reserved the whole place. Ha ha ha. Akimichi Dingswa was more familiar with Jinhong and Shiweching, but he had only seen Might Dai a few times. However, for the sake of delicious food and to fill his stomach, he was willing to take a risk. Might Dai and the others were momentarily stunned by the fervor in Dingswa's gaze, and they all nodded instinctively. It was better not to refuse. Dingswa's gaze was rather intimidating. Dingswa, noticing his father's proactive approach, felt a shift in his expression and hurriedly turned to Lin Yu, Kushina, and Mikoto, hesitating whether to speak up. Curse it. If only Jiku and Hachi were here. I'm fine with just 1 bowl. You can have my other opportunity, Lin Yu smiled. Having completed his task, he felt rather relaxed. Although Ichiraka ramen was indeed delicious, forming a connection with the future head of the Akimichi clan with just 1 bowl was undoubtedly a profitable endeavor. I can do the same, Mikoto softly added, for her appetite was modest. 1 bowl was sufficient. Humph. I don't want to. I still want to eat 5 bowls. Kushina pouted defiantly at Dingswa, her little head turned away, huffing in feigned annoyance. You think you can snatch food from me, you little chubby boy? Not a chance. Dingswa felt somewhat dejected upon hearing this. Alas, has he lost to his father again? Kid, I'll give you my portion. From across the way, Tsunade generously offered. As she was not particularly interested in ramen, she preferred drinking. Really? Thank you so much, Lady Tsunade. Ha ha ha, then I'll give you mine too. Dingswa, I have high hopes for you. Hiruzen laughed heartily, well aware of the Akimichi clan's appetite. Turning to Danzo, Hiruzen inquired, Danzo, will 1 bowl suffice for you? Perhaps you'd like my other bowl too? Humph, do as you please. Danzo's intentions were never to enjoy ramen. He was merely vexed that Hiruzen invited so many people yet overlooked him. What a scoundrel. If Hiruzen were to discover Danzo's thoughts, he would undoubtedly scold him. I didn't invite anyone. Moreover, I am a married man. What are you thinking, Danzo? With everyone so involved. Even Orochimaru had no choice but to join in. The ramen swiftly disappeared, and though the time spent enjoying it was fleeting, Hiruzen felt a sense of satisfaction today. Engaging in conversations about the past with his disciples while savoring delicious ramen, accompanied by Danzo, if only such days could be a daily occurrence. Who would still want to be Hokage? Enjoying life was far more appealing. Yet, reality was not so kind. After finishing the ramen, he would have to return to work, sifting through documents, and possibly staying up until dawn. Alas, this life was indeed burdensome. Perhaps it was time to seek a successor. With these thoughts in mind, Hiruzen walked alongside Danzo as they exited the ramen shop. Ah, Hokage-sama, it's such an honor to meet you. I am your devoted admirer. A young boy with yellow hair, his eyes sparkling with excitement, exclaimed as he gazed at Hiruzen. You are a student from the Ninja Academy, aren't you? Hiruzen looked at Namake's Minato, recalling some vague memories. Yes, Hokage-sama. My name is Namake's Minato, and my dream is to become a great Hokage like you. To protect Konoha and dedicate my all to it. Sarutobi Hiruzen fixed his gaze on Namake's Minato for a considerable time, realizing that the child's words were far from perfunctory. He reached out to tousle Minato's blonde hair and smiled, saying, wherever the leaves dance, the fire shall burn eternally. My duty is to protect Konoha and ensure that your generation grows up safely. Little one, you must grow up quickly. Perhaps one day I will pass the baton to you. Yes, I will strive even harder. Minato exclaimed, his pale cheeks flushed with enthusiasm, resembling a spirited young boy. He bowed deeply to Hiruzen before entering the ramen shop, feeling that his visit had been worthwhile. Humph, just another naive child. Danzo scoffed after Minato had left. Danzo, that is not how one should view things. A child with dreams who perseveres might indeed take my place one day, Hiruzen remarked, appreciating Minato's spirit. Hiruzen, if you cannot manage, let me handle it. Why place your hopes on a mere child? I believe I can still serve for another 20 or 30 years. Hiruzen replied nonchalantly. Damn it, Danzo huffed, departing in frustration. Why can't Hiruzen speak words that I wish to hear? Always opposing me will only strain our relationship. Time rewound to 20 minutes earlier. Nikaido Sho observed a dark mass of people approaching the horizon, a wave of despair washing over him as he muttered, no. It's impossible. They are merely passing through, right? Just passing through. Yet, the next moment, he heard words that deepened his hopelessness. Today is the ramen day of the Nara clan. Boom. The subsequent words faded from Sho's ears as only ramen day echoed in his mind. How could this be? What kind of absurd festival was this? Which misguided clan conceived such an idea? It left him utterly despondent. Sho, let us go. This shop is not something we can afford to provoke. The fruit shop owner said, gently placing a hand on Sho's back, concern etched on his face. He feared that Sho, in a fit of passion, might act recklessly. Meow. Do you really think I should eat Sho? Sho asked, gazing despondently at Yamashiro Meow. Ah, you've got it all wrong. You just mentioned eating bananas. Come, let us go to my shop for some big bananas. Indulge yourself. Meow exclaimed, jovially patting Sho on the shoulder. Sho pondered his friend's face for a moment, his focus returning as he replied, all right, let us go. In truth, he had been about to inquire, are those bananas legitimate? Chapter 86. What are you looking at? I'm so full. Today has been another delightful day for Kushina. Kushina exclaimed, patting her round little belly and letting out a satisfied burp. She quickly covered her mouth with her small hand, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before exhaling in relief. She was quite the modest girl. Lin Yu. Mako and I are heading out now. We have matters to attend to. We'll gather again next time. Hinata Sho and Yuhi Kirin bid farewell to Lin Yu before departing, as one was the chief physician of the ninja hospital and the other a Jonin of Konoha. Both quite busy with their duties. As for Might Guy, he had settled into a leisurely routine, enjoying life under the generous sponsorship of Lin Yu. He took time to complete missions and often ran around Konoha with Lee, imparting the vigor of youth to the young boy. So, do you have any plans for the afternoon? Lin Yu gazed at Mei-chin and Tsunade, his expression a blend of anticipation and trepidation. Surely, Mei-chin would not engage in a quarrel with Tsunade. Humph, come home with me, Kushina demanded. Her small face adorned with a fierce expression as she fixed her gaze upon him. The threat in her eyes was unmistakable. Should he refuse to return home, he would face severe consequences that evening. TCH, what do these little brats even matter? I shall devote myself to training. Tsunade scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Yu that stirred a gentle breeze as she departed. I have accepted a D-rank mission and intend to complete it this afternoon. So let us postpone our plans, Mei-chin softly informed Lin Yu after Tsunade's departure. Her tone was somewhat delicate, her watery eyes reflecting a flicker of hope as they turned to Lin Yu. Yet upon witnessing Kushina's fierce countenance, she reconsidered her intentions. No rush, I, Uchiha Mei-chin, excel at taking my time and gradually warming up to my goals. Lin Yu and I have an abundance of days ahead. Are you pleased now? They have both left. Lin Yu remarked helplessly, reaching out to tousle Kushina's hair. Humph, this is how it should be, she replied, giggling joyfully. She felt victorious, indeed, when Kushina took action. Success was assured. Very well, let us return home. Not a chance. I want to go shopping. All right. Lin Yu seemed to have forgotten to greet someone. Perhaps it was not of great consequence. After Sarutobi Hiruzen left, Orochimaru headed straight to his laboratory. For him, indulging in ramen was merely a transaction. His focus was solely on science, immortality, and the ultimate power of ninjutsu. Although a wave of memories of Jiraiya surfaced, it was but a fleeting moment, quickly dissipating. Jiraiya remained unaware of Lin Yu's circumstances in the Land of Rain. At that moment, another individual forgotten by Lin Yu, Might Guy, was being called by an acquaintance, and the two were engaged in a leisurely conversation. Oh, Guy, are you here for ramen too? Kakashi, held by Hitaki Tsukumo, inquired of Might Guy, who was similarly carrying Might Guy. Ah, it's Lord Tsukumo. Are you also here for ramen? The Hokage just left, so you've arrived a bit late. Might Guy responded, bringing Might Guy closer. The two Leaf Village bachelors seemed to share a mutual understanding. Guy, I've told you countless times, just call me Tsukumo. I consider you a friend, and between friends, a casual address suffices. Might Guy hesitated for a moment, glancing at the restless guy in his arms, before nodding earnestly, all right. Tsukumo. Guy, can you speak now? Tsukumo exclaimed in surprise, noticing the sounds emerging from the little one. Logically, infants typically begin to speak around their first year. Yet Guy did not appear to fit that age. Could it be that Might Guy possessed a unique educational approach worth learning? Might Guy mirrored Tsukumo's astonishment. Guy usually only babbled, but this time, he clearly articulated a sound. Might Guy, filled with excitement, turned to Guy. Guy, you can talk now? Can you say dad? Might Guy ignored his father's query, his large eyes fixated on the white-haired figure before him, continuing to babble, Uchiha, perhaps disturbed by the noise. Kakashi turned to see Might Guy staring intently at him, responding with a hint of pride. Uchiha? Tsukumo, did you hear that? It seems Kakashi can also articulate a few simple words now. Guy exclaimed with enthusiasm. Indeed, can you discern what they are saying? Perhaps they are greeting one another? Might Guy pondered, slightly confused. Ha ha ha, it appears they share a special bond, understanding the essence of friendship even at such a tender age. They will undoubtedly develop a profound connection as they grow, Tsukumo said with delight. Certainly, Guy will become an exceptional leaf ninja, inheriting all my fervor for youth. I shall await that moment with anticipation. Look, they are greeting each other again. This time, it seems like they are conversing even more. Might Guy proclaimed. I knew my guy possessed a unique talent. Tsukumo responded. He is undoubtedly my child, displaying intelligence from such a young age. As the two little ones nestled in their arms grew more animated, Kakashi even extended a leg toward Might Guy, his youthful visage displaying indignation, while Might Guy remained cheerful and playful. Look at me, Might Guy exclaimed. What are you staring at? Kakashi retorted. What is it to you? Might Guy shot back. Try staring again, Kakashi challenged. Bring it on, Might Guy replied, his eyes sparkling with mischief. This bond was evident even now, for reasons unknown. Might Guy had taken an instant liking to the white-haired boy. Though somewhat aloof and dismissive, the spirited Might Guy understood a fundamental truth: the more daunting the challenge, the more he must surmount it with youthful vigor. All right, Dai, Kakashi, and I shall head in for ramen now. We can gather again another time, Tsukumo declared, adjusting his hold on Kakashi for comfort. Very well. I shall take Guy for a brief exercise. I'll run 1,000 laps around the village to warm up. Might Guy proclaimed, effortlessly spinning Guy around to settle him on his back, demonstrating remarkable skill and control. Ah, that is quite something, Tsukumo chuckled awkwardly. Do you really consider 1,000 laps around the village a warm-up? Yeah, Kakashi teased, poking his head toward Might Guy's back. Might Guy mimicked Kakashi's proud demeanor, shaking his head defiantly. Kakashi, your father seems quite adept. He must have endured quite a bit. Guy, I'm off to sweat for youth. Farewell. Though they existed on entirely different wavelengths, their communication flowed effortlessly, perhaps foreshadowing the profound bond they would share in the future. Chapter 87. I'm here to beat him. Do you wish to be promoted to Jonin? Yes, I understand this may not conform to the regulations. Yet I truly wish to contribute to Konoha. The implication being, is it permissible for our own to take a shortcut? This reminded Lin Yu of a saying, my rules are rules. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen, seeing no one else around, took a couple of deep puffs from his pipe, exhaling a few smoke rings toward Lin Yu, and pretended to hesitate. Your strength has indeed reached the Jonin level. Yet you are currently a Jonin. Konoha has never had a precedent for such a direct promotion. It was intentional, undoubtedly intentional. Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed petty, seeking retribution for the last incident. Lin Yu could not escape the unfortunate encounter with secondhand smoke. He waved his hand and coughed twice, stating, we are still in a time of war. The village is filled with numerous elite ninjas and many missions. Although I possess the strength of an elite ninja, my authority remains that of a lower ninja.